In early November 2022, a cold wind howled and snow covered the earth. It was on this day that an event big enough to shock the world happened. Overnight, huge stone towers suddenly appeared out of nowhere in major cities around the world, crushing homes, paralyzing traffic, and skyrocketing the global death and injury toll to more than 10,000 people. The towers seemed out of this world and creepy. At the same time, in a classroom of the Department of Political Science and Law at the Southwest University in Jiangcheng, Chen Fan slowly opened my eyes and spat out a sentence in a low but firm voice. Sure enough, this day has finally come. News reports came in like a tidal wave. Social media and news headlines were dominated by the news of the megalithic tower. Shocking! Mysterious megalithic tower appears in Jiangcheng Liberation Square. What is the meaning of the lines? Pretty country California wilderness surprised to find the same megalithic tower. The countdown is consistent with the domestic, or left by alien civilization. The media scrambled to report, and experts also expressed their views and analyzed. But I know that it doesn't even take a brain to guess. I already knew the true origin of these towers. That's right, I'm a reborn. These towers, instead of stones, are extermination devices dropped from the depths of the universe by some mysterious higher civilization. They are more than just boulders towering over the surface of the earth, they are a symbol of a countdown. 3 years, the countdown ends, the tower doors open wide, and the monsters inside will swarm out and slaughter every living thing on earth. I remember in my last life, scientists around the globe spent countless hours trying to crack the secrets of these giant towers, and it was all in vain. How could they possibly solve it? After all, this was a civilization light years away, and it would be strange if Earthlings could understand it. By evening, I changed into a gray sweater, put on a mask, took a faraway look at the monolithic tower that stood in Jiangcheng's Liberation Square, and silently walked towards the subway station. My goal was clear. I wanted to be the first one to enter the tower before everyone else. The world in the tower is in crisis, and the space within is not only compressed but multidimensional, so that as three-dimensional beings we cannot even begin to understand its construction. The only way to enter the tower is to touch the monolith and summon it with an odd note, a process that cannot be explained in any known language. Of course, within 3 years the tower would also forcibly capture a group of humans every 7 days to go in for a trial. Those who were taken in would most likely turn into monsters in the tower. Or maybe those monsters were once Earthlings. I didn't think much about it. I knew that tonight was the best time for me to make my move. I had to enter the tower and become one of the first players, in order to survive this trial of doom. On the subway, I looked at the reflection reflected in the window and gently stroked my face. This face, in my last life, was scratched by the monster in the tower and completely disfigured. Now that I was reborn and came back, my still handsome face was not harmed, and I couldn't help but feel some emotion in my heart. An air of solemnity filled the air over Tahrir Square. As night fell, the square was surrounded by heavy security, the tanks' muzzles glistened with cold metal, and searchlights swept around. The army surrounded the megalithic tower heavily, preventing anyone from approaching. I carefully chose a spot that seemed to have weaker defenses, took a deep breath, and surged out. Just a few steps into the run, searchlights instantly shone on me, and in the distance came a soldier's warning. Stop! Get out of here immediately! One warning! Gunshots rang out suddenly, bullets whistling and grazing my side, apparently signaling a warning. But I didn't stop and headed straight for the monolithic tower. Bullets flew past my ears, and another step later and I might have been hit. Luckily, I was fast enough to make it to the base of the tower. The moment I stood still, the helicopter's searchlights locked onto me as well, and a stern warning came over the loudspeaker. Suspects ahead, stop and put your hands on your head or you will be fired upon indiscriminately. I smiled slightly and turned my head to gesture at the helicopter, muttering the odd note under my breath. At that very instant, space seemed to be distorted as if my figure disappeared out of thin air in plain sight. The army that stayed in the square was in an uproar, and the command received the news and quickly reported it, and the disappearance of Chen Fan was included in the focus of the expert group. But I don't care about the strife in the outside world anymore. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a desolate otherworld. A gray mist filled the surroundings, dead vines entwined old trees, and the hoarse cries of crows were faintly heard in my ears. The ground beneath his feet was black gravel, and the outline of a large mountain could be seen faintly in the distance. Suddenly, a text prompt appeared in front of his eyes. New player detected, G-rank trial mission opened. Mission 1, find the village. Mission 2, survive. I couldn't help but stare. Although I was reborn, I was still a novice, in the eyes of the tower. However, this tower could recognize my past life identity? I wasn't given much time to think, but the surroundings changed again. The old dead vines transformed into some sort of giant skeleton, and out of the mists, twisted humanoid monsters began to emerge, making noises that sounded like the screams of a cow in its dying moments. Nightmare level mission has opened. Mission 1, find the girl in red in the village. Mission 2, protect the girl in red for 3 days. If the girl dies during that time, the mission fails and is wiped out. Mission 3, complete Mission 2 to open. Seeing this familiar prompt, I couldn't help but curse secretly. It's true that I was an S-rank player in my previous life, but now that I've been reborn, everything has to start from scratch. This nightmare level quest was literally killing me. I turned and pulled away, the twisted monsters in the mist rapidly approaching me as if they smelled their prey. Visibility in the mist was extremely poor, and I had no idea where the village was, while the monsters came closer and closer like a tidal wave. Newbie pack, where's my newbie pack? I yelled down anxiously. All players get a chance to choose their skills when they enter the tower for the first time, which is the key to staying alive. The tower was silent for a moment, then prompted. The newbie gift pack has been distributed, and it has detected that the player is in the middle of a nightmare level trial, and has obtained the S-ranked passive skill, dodging. My heart sank. A passive skill like dodge was indeed a divine skill in the later stages. A full level could have a 90% chance of dodging damage and countering double damage. But right now, what I need more is an active skill that can deal with the current critical situation now. The monster behind me was getting closer and closer, and my heartbeat was gradually accelerating. It was then that the outline of a dilapidated house finally appeared in my vision. The village had arrived. So, I cautiously approached the village, holding my breath and minimizing my voice as much as possible. Nightmare level quests were incredibly dangerous, and the slightest mistake could trigger an instant death trap. In my previous life, I had seen an unlucky person who was hunted down by the villagers for 3 whole days just because he had caught a chicken, and the corpse didn't even leave a crumb. In nightmare level copies, many seemingly normal things are actually hidden mysteries. Therefore, despite the scent of the monster gradually approaching behind me, I continued to slow down my pace and focus my attention on the village in front of me. After entering the village, the gray fog is much less, and at the entrance of the village towers a big old willow tree with luxuriant branches and leaves that droop to the ground. Under the tree is a stone mill, traces of age clearly visible on it. I noticed that the monsters chasing me stopped outside the village and didn't enter, and felt slightly relieved. Nightmare level quests were tricky, but they weren't certain death. As long as one could calm down and deal with it carefully, one could still find a way to live. However, it was still unknown whether I would survive in this newbie status. I took a deep breath, eliminated any distractions, and focused on my immediate surroundings. The architecture of the village is ancient, all wooden structures. I can't tell exactly which dynasty, and the houses are hollowed out underneath to protect them from moisture. Each yard was surrounded by a wooden fence, in which were kept some poultry, and some earth dogs, lazily lying on the doorsteps, saw me only glancing up, and went on napping with their heads down again. My mission is to find the girl in red in the village and stay alive at the same time. Behind the girl in red lurks a great deal of uncertainty. She could be the source of the crisis, or she could be a very powerful being. The color red is often associated with danger in southern folklore. Either way, it's possible. I have to prepare for it ahead of time. In the southern rainforest, there was a saying that wherever poisonous snakes were found, there would be an antidote around. The same is true for trial quests. Whether they are easy or nightmare level, the principle is the same. The higher the cost, the higher the risk. Failure of an easy level quest is not life-threatening, at most serious injuries. And herbs are easy to find and can be easily passed with a little thought. The simpler the quest, the less rewarding it is. Conversely, nightmare level herbs are difficult to obtain and often require crossing a number of crises. With my weak strength nowadays, I can only carefully look for that silver lining in a crisis. By all rights, I should go knock on the door and ask for information about the girl in red, but with my understanding of the tower, that would definitely go horribly wrong. At this time, a breeze blew by, the fog dispersed, and an aroma drifted with the wind, which was actually the scent of flowers. How could there be flowers in this hellish place? Crunch! The courtyard door pushed open, out of an old farmer in his 50s, ragged clothes, footstools, shoulders carrying a hoe. He saw me stop, full of curiosity, and asked, "Are you the doctor sent by the town?" Answer or not? The old farmer probably thought I was the doctor, and if I refused he might do something to me, a stranger. So I agreed. That's right. Less said, less wrong. The old farmer's face showed a look of joy. Great! The doctor has finally come! My daughter is saved! Then, the old farmer grabbed my hands, so excited that he was about to cry out. Since the fog started 3 years ago, people in the village have always been sick, and my daughter has been bedridden for almost 2 years. My old partner left early, just one child. The old farmer said, getting sadder and sadder, and put down his hoe, pulling me towards the courtyard, a worried look flashing in his eyes every now and then, as if he was afraid that other villagers would come to fight over the doctor. I was vaguely alarmed and tried to find an excuse to leave. Old man, I tried to break free, but the old farmer held onto me so tightly that my wrist was raw. He didn't seem to intend to let go of me, and said with anticipation, "Great, great, my daughter is saved." With a mess hanging in my heart, I didn't dare to resist too much, and could only follow the old farmer to check on his daughter's condition. At the same time, I was reflecting in my mind, was the answer I just gave wrong? No. Not agreeing would definitely kill me. Having lived 2 lives, I know the tower quite well. According to the characteristics of the tower, a fatal plot would inevitably be triggered after refusal. Thus, I could only allow the old farmer to bring me into the courtyard. "Ah, Fatma, the doctor is here, you're saved!" The old farmer shouted towards the house. A hoarse, harsh voice came from inside the house. "Is the doctor here yet?" The old farmer pushed the door open and crossed the stove before the door to the inner room. He reached out and pushed the door open, calling out, "Fatma, the doctor is here, get up!" At the sight of the house, my pupils suddenly contracted and my heart felt as if it was going to jump out of my throat. It turned out that there was a mountain of flesh with a human head standing on the bed, and it was really a fat girl. Her head is full of meat underneath, cannot see the limbs, bloated like a big ball. Her face, which looked like a leather ball, quivered as she spoke, and she actually cried out in that voice of surprise, "Doctor, help me to see what's wrong!" The old farmer also pushed beside me. "Doctor, please, Fatma's illness depends on you." At this time I had a vicious chill in my heart. She was wearing an extremely disproportionate red belly band. Could this be the legendary girl in red? My head shook like a rattle. But with Tower's wicked sense of humor, this scenario may not be impossible. Just as I froze, the old farmer closed the door, leaving only Fatma and I in the room. Something resembling a hand reached out of Fatma's mountain of flesh and patted the side of the bed. "Sit down, doctor." A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Obviously, I am not a doctor, let alone know how to cure Fatma's disease. However, I was in the end someone who had seen it all before. After the initial panic, I quickly calmed down and climbed into a conversation with Fatma. Honestly, if you ignored her ridiculously fat body, she didn't really look any different from a normal person's thoughts, feelings, likes and dislikes, except that here, her personality and size were amplified to the limit by the damn tower. After talking to her for a while, I finally figured out the rules of this post-apocalyptic world. Monsters? Yes, there were indeed. It's those shadows I caught a glimpse of in that fog. Oddly enough, no one can describe what the monsters really look like, because those who have seen them never get a chance to come back. 3 years ago, this thick fog began to spread from the village around. The closer to the center of the village fog will be thinner, the more outward the more dense, like an impenetrable wall of fog. Since the fog appeared, one by one, people in the village began to get a strange disease. At first just become obese. People do not care too much, think it is eating too good fat. Then they started to become gluttonous, as if they were suffering from bulimia and wanted to nibble on everything they saw. The most horrible thing is that the disease slowly developed to the late stage. Those people, in order to fill their stomachs, dared to eat anything, and even the dog chained to the door chewed alive. The red-bellied girl said this and moved her massive frame a bit, and it was only then that I noticed the chain tethered behind her. The later stages of the disease became even crazier. The village people were not only fat, some heads became as big as pumpkins, some grew tails directly, and even better, one person had an extra head growing on his stomach. Red Bib Girl is gushing to tell me her story. Suddenly the whole person shook violently. She opened her mouth, pulling her voice toward the outside, shouting, "Father!" The voice was hoarse and mournful, like a ghost screaming. Just then, there came the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door, and the old farmer slammed the door with a thud, fell to his knees, and bawled as he hugged his daughter. "Daughter, there's really no food in the house. You'd have to eat your father otherwise." A sense of foreboding rose in my heart. Taking advantage of the emotional outburst between the father and daughter, I quietly moved against the wall to the doorway. But I didn't expect that the old farmer suddenly said something that made my scalp numb. "Daughter, the village doctor came. They said the doctor can cure the disease. You eat him, the disease will be cured." Holy shit! What kind of logic is this? I should have known that the tower wouldn't be honest enough to let me know the truth. Isn't this a nightmare trial? So the so-called cure is to make me food. I desperately moved towards the door, cursing in my heart. Grass! It's a good thing I moved fast enough, or else I would have really been eaten alive by this father and daughter. But just when I thought I could successfully escape, the old farmer actually reached out and grabbed at me with a calm face. In the heat of the moment, I ruthlessly gave the old farmer a kick. However, this old thing actually didn't move at all. Now, my life was really hanging by a thread. But the heavens favored me a little, and when the old farmer's claws were about to touch me, they suddenly shook, and surprisingly grabbed me. I didn't dare to stay any longer, so I scattered and ran wildly outside. Hard to run to the village entrance under the big willow tree, I leaned against the stone mill to breathe heavily, palpitating, looked back. Fortunately, the father and daughter did not catch up. Otherwise, I really had to dive headfirst into the fog as a mouse. Just as I was secretly glad to have escaped, I suddenly heard some rustling sounds from outside the village. Surprisingly, 3 more people came, 2 men and 1 woman, all wearing modern equipment. This is not the style of the tower. I froze, thinking, doesn't the tower start mandatory recruitment after 7 days? How did these 3 people get in? Fixing my eyes on them, one of them was actually Liao Yong. Liao Yong? I was so shocked that I almost shouted out. This guy was my life and death teammate in my previous life. We went through the same nightmare level copy together. It was called the Hellish Difficulty. More than 20 people in the team were all wiped out, only the 2 of us survived. At this moment, Liao Yong was still at a loss, frowning as he asked me, "Do we know each other?" "Of course you don't know me. If it wasn't for the tower reboot, we wouldn't have crossed paths in this life. Liao Yong is a scout in the Special Forces, and I'm just an ordinary citizen." But now everything had changed. The 3 people in front of me, I didn't need to think about it to know that they were all the elite chosen by the tower. Seeing Liao Yong, I understood the true purpose of this trial. The tower was meant to cultivate the strongest amongst the human race to fight against the apocalyptic catastrophe. Because of this, I knew that the level of menace of this copy would never be low. I forced down the excitement in my heart and tried to say calmly, "You guys have received the quest as well, right? It looks like we'll have to join forces. The mission I received is to find the girl in red. What about you guys?" Liao Yong took the lead and protected the remaining 2 people behind him. He was the same in his previous life, always leaving the most dangerous places to himself, and didn't take care of me, an ordinary person. "Right. You were sent in by the strange stone too? Any clues about the girl in red? What exactly is the monster outside the mists?" Liao Yong asked 3 questions in a row, catching me off guard. I thought to myself, this kid is too anxious. In my previous life, when I just learned about these things, my reaction was even more ridiculous than his. The newcomer always have to slowly adapt to this new environment. But then I suddenly realized something chilling. Why were all 3 of us in a nightmare-level trial? There were countless tiny worlds in this tower, each with very different difficulties and scenarios. Like the world we are in now, it is divided into 6 templates: introductory, easy, normal, difficult, dangerous, nightmare, and purgatory. I was able to enter the nightmare-level trial solely because I was an S-rank player before I was reborn. It was logical that Liao Yong was also an S-rank player, so did the other 2 also have this level of status? This was extremely likely. But I still have no idea about some of the mechanics of the monolithic tower. Why would I respawn? Why did the tower recognize me as an S-rank player after I respawned? Could the tower see through our past lives? These secrets will surface one day, but right now my main concern is self-preservation. I don't have time to think about that. Right now, finding the girl in red was the priority. I swept my gaze over the three. Although I had never seen them before, it must be extraordinary to be an S-rank player. But in this post-apocalyptic world, the most terrifying thing was not the monsters and the trial quests, but the companions around them. In my previous life, I've seen examples of people turning against each other because of quest rewards, and killing each other and backstabbing each other was a common occurrence. Although I don't know much about these two, I remain vigilant. My name is Chen Fan, a 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. office worker. What are you two called? I took a step and extended my hand to them. A man and a woman with smiles on their faces walked towards me and shook my hands. My name is Yulei, a designer specializing in house construction, that is, designing buildings for construction sites. My name is Lu Ruyan, a nurse from the city hospital. In the future you can enjoy half price for the second injection when you find me. Their gazes turned to Liao Yong, and Ruyan Lu asked, Brother Yong, what's your occupation? Veteran. Liao Yong's voice was cold, looking around every now and then, obviously not wanting to say much. I knew he was hiding his identity as soon as I saw him, but that was fine. I already knew what kind of character he was. Wow! Veteran, Brother Yong must be very good with his hands, protect us well. Ruyan Lu had a face of adoration. With Liao Yong around, there was always a bit of a bottom in my heart. But this guy always had a serious look, as if he didn't care much about our presence. But I was relieved. The architect and the nurse were definitely key players in this post-apocalyptic world, especially the nurse, who was literally our nurse. Liao Yong took 2 steps forward slightly and looked around, his eyes darting to the village every now and then. Did you find any clues? Obviously, he wanted to get information from me. I naturally understood that his observation was extraordinary and simply shook out the situation. Sharing clues was also an important tool in this kind of trial mission. Hearing me out, all 3 of them furrowed their brows. The inhabitants of the village were actually aggressive? The fat girl with the red bib? And those weird and strange diseases? It was all baffling. They had thought that once they found the village they could contact the outside world and wait for the state to send the army to rescue them, but they didn't realize that there was a tiger in front of them and a pursuer behind them, so they were really in a dilemma. I threw out a shocking melon at this point. The world we may be in is not in the same space as the previous world, and contacting the outside world is completely impossible. As soon as these words fell, the mists behind them filled forward another inch, black shadows flickered and wavered behind the mists, and from time to time came mournful screams that sent chills down one's back. If we don't find the girl in red before the mist envelop the entire village, I'm afraid all 4 of us will have to fall here. It's impossible to stay meticulous with the urbane nature of monolithic towers, and the constant spreading of the mists is the best way to advance the plot. It's like a shrinking envelope in a gun game, forcing us into the final showdown. At this time, Liao Yong spoke up. The monster behind us should be in the way of the mist's limitations and can't appear outside of it, but the mist seems to expand over time, so staying here all the time is a dead end. Why don't we go to the village and look for clues? This guy, truly a famous detective, had only been here less than half an hour and had figured out the pattern. I think I was even scared enough by the simple level trial monsters when I first got into these. With a teammate like Liao Yong, the difficulty of the nightmare level trial could be drastically reduced. I think so too. I'm not sure if every resident in the house is aggressive, but messing with them will definitely lead to unexpected behavior. I agreed smoothly. So, we hit it off and the 4 of us went deeper into the village once again. At this point, it was as if we had left the novice village and went straight to start a fight with the final boss. The road ahead was tough, but it was the only way to escape. Other than Liao Yong and I, the other 2's gazes were attracted by the flowers and trees around us, all of which were varieties never seen before and were really rare. Liao Yong and I, on the other hand, were always on guard, our eyes not missing any movement, even if it was a tiny sound. Driving around the village isn't a solution, there are absolutely no clues, Liao Yong said with a frown. I nodded in agreement. There wasn't even a single person outside the village, so we had to go inside and search for clues. If we could catch one of the residents and force him to hand over the location of the girl in red, that would be the best way to solve the problem. But with our strength, it's impossible for the four of us combined to beat the inhabitants of a village, and the inhabitants of the Doomsday Proving Ground 43822 aren't vegetarians. Moreover, once you touch the villagers, you activate the doctor setting, which is also a dead end. Who knows what kind of weird plot the tower will come up with? If it can associate doctor with medicine, then it is really omnipotent. I couldn't help but turn my gaze to Liao Yong, sizing him up carefully, and said, "You've unlocked a skill too, right? What is it?" The key now lay in Liao Yong's skill, and there was only hope. Hopefully it's not a passive skill. "Heavy strike skill," Liao Yong said faintly. "A heavy blow?" I froze for a moment. This skill is an active skill, increasing attack damage by 50%, triggering a bludgeoning effect, and also ignoring defenses, with a 30% chance of triggering, and a hidden effect of a 3% fatal blow. S rank skill Heavy Strike, really a divine skill to turn the tide against the odds. I possessed this skill in my previous life, so I naturally know how strong it is. It is simply like God blocking God and Buddha blocking Buddha. My skill is evasion. The two of us can complement each other. I sighed in relief. Liao Yong himself possessed strong physical qualities, and with the Heavy Strike skill, the probability of survival was greatly increased. After some discussion, we once again came to the door of a home. The door was open, and as the breeze blew gently through it, the door panels made a creaking, creepy sound. Mind holding the idea of trying, Liao Yong and I took the lead, carefully walked to the door, scanned the circle, and did not find anything unusual, so greeted the two behind to follow. We pushed the door open silently, keeping our footsteps as low as possible, and the crowd held their breath, not daring to make a single sound. Inside the living room, the hanging wall lamp emitted a faint light that flickered on and off, accompanied by the sound of a zippy electric current. "Give me food! I want to eat! I smell meat, it smells so good, it's been a long time since I've had such a strong smell of meat." The voice came from the depths of the living room. We couldn't help but look for the sound, and we saw a meatball rolling inside the recliner. At first glance, this meatball actually had human-like features on it, but those features were horribly distorted, and simply put, it was odd-looking and completely devoid of human beauty. The meatball's limbs were extremely miniature, and if you didn't look closely, you wouldn't be able to tell that it had grown arms and legs. Yu Lei and Lu Rian revealed a stunned expression. The monster in front of them had simply turned their worldview upside down. In the midst of my nervousness, I realized that the meatball's movement speed was extremely slow, but its mouth full of fangs was definitely not to be underestimated in terms of aggressiveness. A safe distance between the two sides must be ensured. "Food, flavorful food, come and let me take a bite! Just one bite! Come here!" The screams were so harsh and piercing that they shook the glass on the windows slightly and dust fell from the ceiling. We hurriedly covered our ears. Taking advantage of this opening, I kicked out, sending the meatball into the basement of the cubicle. The meatball slammed desperately against the boards, but to no avail, only slightly loosening them. "Quickly search the house for useful clues, the boards in the basement won't hold them for long," I shouted. At this moment, Liao Yong's eyes were locked on me, and his stance just now clearly made him suspicious. He definitely felt that I was by no means an ordinary office worker. But now was not the time to think, and the four men immediately searched the house in haste. After half a quarter of an hour of searching, we gathered again in the living room and shared clues with each other. Wello found a diary with creepy contents. "Monday, Haru. My daughter's body has shrunk another notch, and her limbs have completely deteriorated. She almost ate me yesterday, but fortunately I was quick to duck. I hear the town doctor won't be here for another week. Thursday, light rain. My daughter cried for a red dress, and had no choice but to take down the curtains and sew her a blanket. It is getting worse and worse, and she does not recognize me at all as her father. Sunday, foggy day. The town doctor will be here tomorrow and will be able to cure my daughter." The diary entry was interrupted by a look of disbelief. The previous family I met had a red-bib girl, and this one actually has a blanket girl? Could it be that every household is associated with the color red? This definitely made our task more difficult, and it was impossible to tell who exactly was the red girl. Just as we were discussing it, the door outside the house suddenly opened. There was a cackle, an echo that reverberated through the small room, and everyone looked back with bated breath to see a man covered in blood walking and carrying a human head. "Daughter, there is food! Someone from the village has seen the doctor, so when the time comes, we'll slaughter the doctor, and he'll be the medicine that will surely cure you." As soon as the words left his mouth, the man at the door noticed the 4 people inside the house, as well as the subterranean compartment that rattled from time to time. The gazes of both sides collided, and the smell of gunpowder instantly filled the air. "Daughter! What have you done with my daughter? I will kill you all!" After saying that, the man dropped the human head in his hand and immediately rushed towards us. Liao Yong's eyes and hands were quick to push away the 2 people beside him in a lightning-fast manner, and he shouted urgently, "Find a safe place to hide, and take the opportunity to escape!" After saying that, he rose up in the air and punched the man straight in the chest. The heavy strike skill triggered, increasing the damage by 50%. With a loud boom, the entire wooden house shook. When I turned around, I was shocked to find that the man actually stood there without moving, but instead sluggishly lowered his head to look at Liao Yong. "You're dead! I'm going to eat you up!" The man reached out and grabbed. A dark shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes and his hand grabbed nothing. I dodged and jumped just in time to save Liao Yong. "Don't take his attacks hard, our bodies might not even be able to block a light punch." Liao Yong was clearly unimpressed. He didn't believe that anyone could be powerful to that extent. But just then, the man's punch missed and hammered violently on the wall, which was directly dented by an inch. The damage from this punch was enough to blow out all 5 organs, and hand tearing was even less of a problem. "What the fuck? What kind of monster is this?" Liao Yong and I looked at each other and understood. We had to pull the man one by one, definitely not letting him have a chance to take advantage of it. The man had been blocking the doorway, and if he wasn't dealt with, everyone would have to wait to die, and eventually one by one they would be caught and all buried. I was thinking urgently in my mind, just in time to notice something strange at my feet. The underside of the floor leads down to the basement with thin, brittle boards underfoot. I noticed when I first entered that there was a wobbly feeling when I stepped on it. It must have been the fog that was so thick that it caused the planks to become damp and corroded beyond repair. If the planks under his feet were broken through, the man would definitely fall into the basement. On the spur of the moment, I didn't hesitate and acted quickly. I braced my hands on the ground, arched my back, and arrowed forward with a final sweeping crotch kick. Liao Yong improvised and followed my lead and rushed up as well, kicking at the man's other leg. The man's center of gravity was unsteady, and he fell straight backward to the ground. Taking advantage of this, I stepped on the man and bounced so hard that the floorboards creaked and slightly loosened at the same time. Liao Yong immediately understood what I meant and stepped on the man as well. With a loud boom, the floor instantly collapsed, and the man lying on the ground sank in with it. Liao Yong and I were quick on our feet and jumped out by stepping on the man. Mind blown, he looked back to see that the boards of the cubicle were completely untenable. "Go! Get out of here!" Liao Yong turned his head and said to the remaining 2. The 4 of us hoofed it out of the house, which was a real lifeline. Luckily there were 2 strong fighters, or we would definitely be accounted for here. After we left, we touched the edge of the mist again and started exchanging information about this time. Everyone was most surprised by the head, which was heavily made up and obviously a woman, not someone from the village. This poor female should also be an ordinary person who was sent in by the monolithic tower. It seems that the 4 of us aren't the only ones who entered this nightmare-level copy, there might even be more people. However, the 4 of us are all on our own now, and we have no time to pick up the others, so we can only leave it to fate. Liao Yong calmed down a bit and summarized. "Earlier you found the fat girl wearing a red bib in another house in the village, and here is another meatball draped in a red blanket? It's hard to believe that every little girl in the village is tied to the color red? And they don't look like normal people." Liao Yong's words were justified, and the crowd agreed. I also felt puzzled in my mind. Could it be another little girl associated with the color red? But given the pissy nature of the monolithic tower, this kind of strange thing will definitely not be the key figure of the mission. If the monolithic tower asked us to protect the little girl with the aggression, I'm afraid that within 3 days, we'd be eaten alive. To summarize, the little girl mentioned in the mission must have been an able-bodied person who was not tainted with a strange disease, but this is only speculation and has no basis in fact. As they were walking, the crowd suddenly discovered a streak of white bones with blood, which should be dead players. We entered the village and probably triggered the doctor option of certain death. Almost every doorway is covered in blood. Couldn't just sit around and wait any longer. The mist had begun to envelop the village. At this moment, I had a flash of insight. Since the little girl was probably normal and wouldn't go cannibalizing because of hunger, then if I found the homes that didn't have blood on their doorways, I would be able to find traces of the girl in red. I made a snap decision and informed the crowd of the idea. Everyone was at the end of their tether and could only agree. So we started searching from house to house. Sure enough, it was exactly as I said. Almost every house had a few drops of blood stuck to the doorway, and the sound of chewing could even be heard inside the house. As time passed, almost half of the houses had been searched, all with blood stains. The 4 men remained careful, not missing any traces. Until finally, only a small wooden house under the old acacia tree at the east end of the village remained. This cabin was already half covered in mist, and was some distance from the village, so that if it had not been carefully observed, it could not have been discovered. Right now it was the only cabin that hadn't been searched. The 4 of them quickened their pace and came up to the cabin. At first glance, there was no blood. Then, without thinking, they pushed the door to enter. The cabin's interior was narrow, flat, and everything was visible at a glance. But strangely enough, there was no one inside the house. However, a few subtle sounds, like crying, suddenly came from the compartments beneath the ground. We looked for the sound, and sure enough, there was a mezzanine in the corner of the bungalow leading down to the ground floor, with a faint light coming from within the wooden planks of the mezzanine. In order to avoid spooking the snakes, the group felt their way forward with quiet steps, and the closer they got, the clearer the sound of weeping became. With everyone looking on expectantly, I opened the boards of the mezzanine. Below was another space, like a dugout tunnel, with wall sconces hanging in the long, quiet corridor, in which a candle was about to burn out. Looking in, there was actually a shivering body. In passing, I pulled out the flashlight I had searched for at the beginning of my search and struck the light, shining it toward the end of the long corridor. At first glance, it was a ragged, throwback girl in red. Her mouth seemed to be muttering something over and over. "Don't eat me, I'm not good." A hint of fear passed through the girl's eyes, and she shrank back every now and then when she saw us. At this point, the 3 men tacitly took a large step back, leaving the battlefield to Nurse Lu Rian. Only women know best, and the girl in red before her was not in any way different from the girls she had met before. Ding! Mission 1 completed. Searching for the girl in red, the speed of the mist spreading has been accelerated, and a random new skill has been unlocked. An electronic panel then appeared in front of me. Skill storing power, active skill, can be used for various instruments, even physical body. The longer the storing time, the stronger the attack. Skill storing power has a time buffer. It can be used up to 3 times per day, and after 3 times it enters the cooling down phase. Another S-rank divine skill, and it was still the top kind. A look of joy that was hard to hide spread across my face, and the rest of the 3 were also excited. Just as a mechanical beep sounded in their heads, the 4 men looked at each other, clearly having received the reward from the monolithic tower. "She should be in shock. You are responsible for comforting her. We will wait for you up there." Liao Yong finished and left the underground tunnel without looking back. The 3 older men looked at each other blankly. By now the mist had completely spread over the cabin, shrouding it in a haze, even as a faint white mist filled the house. "I assume they all received the bonus new skills?" I inquired. The remaining 2 nodded their heads without the slightest intention of hiding anything. Just as we were about to continue our exchange, there was a violent knocking on the door outside the house, and the flimsy wooden door trembled as if it would be broken down at any moment. Quest 1 has been completed. The monolithic tower had accelerated the spread of the mists within the copy, clearly wanting to speed up the plot. The girl in red was undoubtedly a dangerous figure. Like the Tang Sanzang in Journey to the West, a constant stream of monsters were attracted. I eased forward and looked out the doorway and actually saw a monster. Although I couldn't see the appearance, I was certain that this was the monster from the depths of the mists. If the wooden door was broken through, everyone would die along with it, and the small wooden room would be equivalent to the current safe house. Therefore, protective measures must be made. At this moment, I looked back at architect Yulei. You used the materials available in the house to reinforce the defense of the wooden door. Move fast. Afterwards, I continued. Liao Yong and I will search the house for useful materials and see if we can make a weapon that is handy in case of an emergency. Before the words fell, the other two immediately took action. Liao Yong was amazed at my execution, clear-headed and not at a loss for anything, and even admired my leadership even more. The ordinary people certainly do not have such decisive ideas. At the same time, my eyes swept over the cramped cabin with limited tools to utilize. That's when I dropped my gaze to the kitchenware and saw a fruit knife. In one smooth motion, I grabbed a fruit knife and folded the house broom in two, not panicking as I tangled the two together. After confirming that it was solid, I held the tools and freed my hands to help the other two. Liao Yong picked out a handy pan that could both block and attack with flexibility, and with his strength, he was able to utilize the pan to a great extent. At this time, Yulei also sealed the wooden door firmly, and his movements were flowing without the slightest delay. The knocking on the door outside the house faded, and the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. But I knew it was all the quiet before the storm. The monsters outside had no thoughts of giving up, and the threat in the mists remained. Just then, the girl in red drilled out from the basement, and Rianlu gave an okay sign to the crowd. Is it the monsters in the mist? They've set their sights on us, there's no escape. Although the crowd was surprised by this, none of them refuted it, and just listened quietly. Last time, Mom and Dad died in the hands of those monsters to protect me. The girl in red's voice trembled. The uncles and aunts in the village have become very strange as well, and they want to eat me but they have not been able to find me. Dad told me before he died to stay in the basement no matter what happens. There are plenty of supplies there until help comes. The girl in red said shakily. She breaks it all down while continuing to add. Actually, my family isn't from the village. We moved here 2 years ago, and at first the village was peaceful until the strange smoke filled the outside of the village and everyone started to change. Moved from outside the village? It became a mystery why they would move to a village like this, and why were their supplies stored in the basement? Who would hoard so many supplies for no reason? It seemed that the parents of the girl in red had long since noticed something strange around the village. The cries of the girl in red suddenly claimed her sanity, tears slipping down her face as the mournful sobs echoed through the cabin. We are now trapped in the cabin, caught in a dilemma, want to escape. It's impossible, there are layers of fog outside. Once we go out, we will definitely be surrounded by monsters and killed. We knew nothing about the situation within the mists, nor did we know how many monsters were inside, so it was undoubtedly risky to move hastily. However, staying in the cabin wasn't a long-term solution either. The house's defenses simply couldn't withstand an onslaught of attacks, so perhaps constantly moving was a safer option. At this moment, the girl in red seemed to be hurt to the core. Her eyes were covered with crystallized teardrops and her expression was pitiful, like a child that no one wanted. The moment she cried out, there was once again a violent knocking outside the house. It must have been the monster attracted by the sound, and the knocking became more and more violent, as if it was pounding on all sides. Seeing this, I hurriedly covered the mouth of the girl in red. Then, the knocking outside the house gradually diminished. But the moment I let go, the girl in red let out another cry, and the monsters outside the house gathered again. After repeating this several times, I figured out the pattern. Only the cry of the girl in red would attract the monster in the mist. But the question was, what exactly was the reason for this little girl to keep crying nonstop? I suddenly realized that I seemed to have been punked by the monolithic tower again. Nima? As long as the girl in red keeps crying, she'll keep attracting monsters until she surrounds the entire cabin and ends up dying here. Now something had to be done to stop the little girl from crying. Keeping her mouth covered wasn't an option, and I was afraid of suffocating her. At this time, Yulei stood out. The weak light shone on his tall back, giving people a feeling of greatness. He rushed to the girl in red with an arrow step and opened his mouth. Little friend, Uncle will do a magic trick for you. As soon as the words left his mouth, he pulled out a lollipop from somewhere and clutched it tightly in his hand. Surprisingly, this engineer could actually do magic. What a surprise of surprises. Having a scare, the girl in red stopped crying. Instead, she grinned and took hold of the lollipop and began to chew it. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief as if they were relieved, and sweat slipped off their foreheads. How much stock of lollipops do you have on you? Will it last 3 days? I asked. 3 days? I'm afraid not. I keep 2 on me. I have low blood sugar, so I'll keep some on hand. Yulei replied, slightly embarrassed. For a moment, the crowd was silent. Half a quarter of an hour passed, and the little girl finished the lollipop in her hand and once again let out a mournful cry. Outside the house the monsters gathered once more, knocking on the door and seeming to grow more ferocious. In desperation, Yulei could only stuff the last lollipop into the red girl's mouth before he was able to keep her quiet for a while. All 4 realized that the silence wouldn't last long, and that they had to come up with a countermeasure to it, leaving us little time left. Thinking about it, Lu Ruyan gently patted the red-clothed girl's spine with her hand and said gently, "Little sister, why are you crying? You can talk to your sister if you have something sad, and she will help you out." After the words, the girl in red raised her eyes and looked at Rian Lu with an innocent look. "I miss Mom and Dad. Sister, take me to find Mom and Dad. They're waiting for me inside the mists." The air instantly froze, and the 4 people looked at each other. The corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. Going deeper into the mist was definitely a dead end, tantamount to pushing oneself into the fire pit. The monolithic tower had set up a dragnet, obviously using this means in order to push the plot forward. I knew in my heart that the girl in red was definitely a setup, and there was no way that we would be able to make it through 3 days in peace. A nightmare-level difficulty copy? How could it be so easy? If the guess was right, the mist should have enveloped the entire village by now. In theory, the residents of the village were not half as different from the monsters, and even if they were in the mists, these residents would not be in any danger. In a way, the NPC inhabitants of the replica and the monsters in the mists are a united front, with the ultimate goal of brutalizing the players who enter the game. Now not only the monsters in the mists, but even the inhabitants of the village would initiate attacks on the players as well as the girl in red, simply adding insult to injury. Liao Yong frowned and looked out through the cracks of the wooden paneled door. The foggy patch was already gone and the monster was nowhere to be seen. Afterward he turned back to us and spoke. "Staying inside the cabin is like being a turtle in a jar, so why don't we wait for an opportunity to move, and maybe we'll be lucky enough to have a chance of survival." As a sensible person, Liao Yong of course knew that to sit and wait for death was to push oneself into the fire pit. At this moment, Rian Lu stood up and told us the good news. "There are usable Chinese medicinal herbs in the basement, and with my specialized knowledge, I should be able to heal the wounds." My heart fluttered. The healing effect of herbs in a nightmare-level copy was obviously not to be underestimated. If HP dropped to 50%, this herb could substantially restore HP value, and it simply had the effect of living death. There are even herbs that replenish MP value, which can significantly slow down the cooldown time of active skills. So, as the girl in red finished her candy, the crowd geared up, pushed open the door, and began to delve deeper into the mists. Being in the mist, visibility was less than 5 meters and sound was blocked, which definitely increased the difficulty. We formed a queue, with Liao Yong and I taking the lead, the girl in red sandwiched in the center, and Rian Lu and Yulei breaking off the back. As expected, the crying stopped abruptly after the girl in red left the cabin. It didn't take any guessing to realize that this was another setting of the monolithic tower, and as soon as the girl in red left the said cabin, the crying would stop. But inside the mists is the real danger. As we passed through the village, we could clearly hear the creaking sound of doors opening, so it should be the residents running out. But what are they doing here? Shouldn't copy NPCs only stay within a fixed place to develop the plot? Couldn't care less, the priority was to get out of the village as soon as possible. The NPCs within the village were even more terrifying than the monsters in the mists, starting with their humanity, which was sometimes good and sometimes bad. Before the doctor key point is triggered, it may be more enthusiastic. Once the doctor condition is triggered, it will want to devour your bones. At least the monsters in the mists are still alive. As I pondered, I turned my head and asked Liao Yong, "What is the second skill you rewarded? Tell me." Before that, I informed him of my second skill in exchange for information from the other party. Liao Yong didn't hide anything and told me the skills directly so that we could cooperate with each other. The second skill he acquired was the S-rank time gap, a passive skill. When attacking an enemy party, there was a 10% chance of triggering a time condensation effect, and the initial stage time condensation effect was 0.1 seconds. Though short-lived, it could turn a defeat into a victory at a critical moment. When this skill's proficiency was raised to the highest, there was a 30% chance of triggering the time condensation effect, and the duration was also raised to 0.5 seconds. It was definitely considered a skill comparable to an SS grade, and when paired with Liao Yong's existing active skills, the effect was unexpected. I couldn't help but feel a hint of envy. Liao Yong was too lucky to have drawn skills that were so perfectly matched. In comparison, my skills seem like chicken ribs. Although the dodge skill has a 70% chance of giving away a small life, it's just a means of gambling with your life. The stored power skill can't even be effectively performed in an emergency. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. Damn it, the monolithic tower really picks on me exclusively. The nightmare level difficulty copy is already troublesome enough, how come it doesn't even give some practical skills? It's really breathless. Now we can only face the reality. What exactly should we do next? Half a quarter of an hour later, with all of us groping around, we finally got out of the village and continued to move deeper into the mists. When we were glad to have finally left this weird village, a bizarre scene happened. Several red shadows suddenly appeared on all sides of the mists. The shadows flickered and disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if they had never appeared. Such subtle movements could not escape my fiery eyes. Watch out! I immediately took a step back, pulling on Liao Yong's coat in passing. In an instant, everyone slowed down, and the four of them immediately stopped in their tracks, leaning in close to the girl in red and protecting her behind them, while their gazes didn't spare any corners of the surroundings. However, the fog obscured our vision to a great extent. Daddy! I smell medicine? Where's the town doctor gone? It's time for my daughter to take her medicine! Where's the medicine? Don't let me catch you! The mournful voice was interspersed with a harsh murmur that sounded like a sow's squeal before she died. I'm so hungry! Daddy, I want to eat! I want to eat! Why don't we eat you? Daddy's meat sure smells good. As soon as the words fell, a pig-killing squeal came from outside the mists, as well as a chewing sound. Just a few breaths later, the voice dissipated again. I revealed a deep expression. The red-bellied fat girl should have eaten her father. It's really a bit too inhuman. This was one of the major features of the monolithic tower, and one could often see things in the copies that were ruinous, exposing human greed to a great extent. I have seen it all before. Once, I even saw a father actually order his wife and children to take bullets for him in order to stay alive, and there are countless similar incidents. Ruyan Lu shivered in fear and covered her mouth with both hands, not daring to make a sound. Suddenly, red shadows flashed again outside the mists, and the blood on the ground continued to spread to our heels, and there was a nauseating stench that permeated that blood. I felt a chill run down my back and a sense of foreboding spread through my mind. Found you! Fatma in the mist slowly crawled out from the ground and finally appeared in the crowd's field of vision. Fatma's size was obviously thicker than before. Her stomach was like a steak, and her two legs were almost completely sunk into the flesh, shaped like a large round ball. Blood still lingered around her mouth, and her mouth seemed to be chewing. My heart tightened, and I was still shocked to see Fatma's appearance. It was just too unpleasant to even describe with adjectives. It was a good thing that Fatma moved slowly. Half a minute had passed before she had moved forward less than half a meter. Just as everyone was breathing a sigh of relief, countless red shadows appeared again in all directions. When these shadows appeared in the mist, their faces were finally clearly seen. First there was the red-hatted girl with a neck like a giraffe, then the little ball of flesh previously draped in a blanket, and even two little girls in red shoes. There were countless such grotesque shapes that completely surrounded us. They were all tied to the color red, causing me to feel a wave of panic. Damn it! These would be the girls in the village who had gotten a strange disease. What on earth is it that has turned them into this inhuman and ghostly appearance? Medicine! It's medicine! Eat them and we'll be normal again! The girls on all sides kept approaching us. Right now, we must kill our way out. Liao Yong and I prepared to meet the battle. Trying to kill these monsters was obviously impossible, but we could maneuver around them. In an instant, Liao Yong bent one foot and stepped firmly on the ground with the other, then struck swiftly. Both fists swung quickly, and the sandbag-sized fists landed solidly on Fatma's body. However, this magnificent maneuver didn't pose a threat. Instead, it was like rain falling on Fatma without any pain. I pulled the previously assembled and completed arrow from my waist, and aimed it towards the long-necked girl in front of me. Skill build-up! Suddenly, my body rippled with air, the veins in my wrists rippled, and I raised the arrow above my head. In the nick of time, I shot straight out, and the arrow hit the long-necked girl right in the neck, plunging deep. It was worthy of being an S-rank skill that could actually injure an NPC of a nightmare-level copy. Blood was splattered in all directions, and the pitch-black blood was even corrosive. Ah! The long-necked girl ripped off the arrow stuck in her neck and showed a maniacal expression. The smell of blood attracted the attention of the rest of the girls, and in obedience they all looked towards the girl in red, their gazes fiery, greed flashing in their eyes. Eat! Eat! It smells so good, it's food, no one can rob it from me. The blood inspired their greed, and immediately rushed to the long-necked girl's side in a swarm, drowning her in an instant. Only dark blood could be heard spreading out on the ground, accompanied by screams. Taking this opportunity, I immediately picked up the girl in red and ran deeper into the mists. The rest of the people saw this and followed closely behind, not daring to be the slightest bit slow in their hearts. A few breaths later, our silhouettes dissipated into the mist while the replica NPCs continued to chew and gnaw on each other. A quarter of an hour later, we stopped and panted heavily. At this time, my face was flushed, and it was true that today's body was simply incomparable to that before I was reborn. It was just too weak. I had to find a way to get in shape this time away from the replica. We were once again in a strange new environment, and estimated that we had left the village by about 3 miles or so. In fact, even I didn't expect the NPCs to attack each other. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't have been easy to escape the siege. It can only be described as good luck. But just because you got lucky this time doesn't mean you'll do it again next time. We need to guard the girl in red for 3 days, and less than half an hour has passed. 3 days, not eating or drinking is not a problem, but without enough sleep, I'm afraid something will go terribly wrong. Yulei voiced his concerns. That's the concern of all of us, who are now close to the brink of a nervous breakdown. After all, we have been exposed to too many things that do not fit with our worldview, and the amount of information is too much to take in for a while. It is never easy to adapt to a new environment overnight. In a previous life, some people came out of the monolithic towers straight away mad and became mentally ill. It happens all over the country, and there are quite a few of them. In contrast, Liao Yong showed an extraordinary calmness. As a special forces soldier, the things he came into contact with were often related to bloodshed, so he was not surprised. He said, "Take a step and see what happens, the sky is the limit." Since the monolithic tower is leading us towards the depths of the mists, it will naturally be handled accordingly. It won't always be a dead end. The car will be there. I silently recited in my mind. Just like playing a game, entering a copy will definitely have a key to unlock the puzzle, and we are now trying to find that key. For a moment, the two people outside of Liao Yong and I had a slightly low aura. Just as we were burying our heads in the sand, the girl in red suddenly spoke. "It's Mom and Dad's voice. Where are you, Mom and Dad?" "Mom and Dad told me to go deeper to find them. They'd been waiting for me to reunite." Chapter 10. The girl in red stared at the four of them with wide eyes, looking at them with watery eyes, as if there was a plea. If they didn't agree, it was expected that the girl in red would immediately open her mouth and cry out, and then they would attract the endless monsters within the mists. There was no cover around now, and if the monster got on top of him, it would definitely be a dead end. I can only say that the strange setting of the monolithic tower is pitiful. Why would the girl in red hear her parents calling? Isn't this just a clear way to lead them deeper into the mists? That's what the plot requires. Otherwise the monolithic tower wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Let's just say that monolithic towers are so intentional that they can come up with any setting. "Uncle will take you to your mom and dad right away, don't be anxious. Oh, just be good and obedient." Chen Fan bent down and touched the head of the girl in red. A loving smile appeared on his face. The girl in red is nothing more than a stationary NPC in the replica, with no competent thoughts of her own, and only the setting of the monolithic tower in her head. But it's clear from her life that this is a poor little girl. "Catch up!" Chen Fan rose once again, his gaze gazing at the mists directly in front of him, his eyes becoming deep. I'm afraid that the only people who could walk out of the nightmare-level copy this time would be the four of them. The rest of the people who entered the replica were, firstly, unaware of the environment in which it was located, and secondly, the replica's difficulty factor was enhanced. Although the people who could enter the nightmare-level copies were not simple, for unarmed people like them, it was simply pushing into the fire. In his previous life, Chen Fan had assembled a squad called the Chargers under his own name, and all of the squad were clear S-rank players. Painting nightmare-level copies is like a joke. But because of a lapse in judgment, all of them ended up dying in the purgatory-level copy. In this life, he decided to recreate the glory of the Chargers, change the Chargers squad into the Chargers Alliance, and gather all the S-class experts on Earth so as to collect the Monolithic Tower's information, unlock the secrets of the Monolithic Tower, and meet the end of the world 3 years later together. Thinking of this actually made Chen Fan a little sad. But the good thing is that now that you've relived your life, everything can be made to change. The crowd is burdened. The sparse sounds that kept appearing around them were really a bit creepy, to be honest. Who knows if a monster will come out halfway? If a monster is killed, what should be done about it? It's all a conundrum. Being in a constant state of tightness will lead to a mental breakdown sooner or later. Chen Fan could be subjected to it, but others might not be, so it was imperative that he found a place to rest his feet. Say what comes. Directly in front of the mist stood a shadow straight ahead. At first, they thought it was a stump, so they didn't give it a second thought. But as it got closer, it seemed like things were a little off. The shadow in front of him had a breathing rate, his chest going up and down. And subtle voices could be heard, as if they were murmuring something. But however, the language is different, and it is completely impossible to understand the meaning of the other's words. Although he didn't get a good look at the appearance, Chen Fan had 100% certainty in concluding that directly in front of him was the monster in the mist. So, Chen Fan patted Liao Yong's shoulder and gave a silent gesture to the back. Liao Yong read Chen Fan's meaning and immediately touched forward quietly. In an instant, the monster in front of him immediately bent over and assumed a stance of about to rush out. Of course, the monster had noticed the other's little maneuver. The fleeting next second, the monster rushed out, exposed to the public. At this moment, the shape of the monster in the mist was finally visible. Their 2 arms were in the shape of scythes, incredibly sharp, and flashed with white light. Looking further into the head of the monster, it was wrapped tightly in a black armor, and the whole body was so slender that it looked like a pole. In addition to his hands, both legs were as sharp as scythes. Before slowing down, the monster directly swept past Chen Fan's body, and the air erupted with ear-piercing wind-breaking sounds. Skill dodge trigger. Chen Fan only realized that a breeze had blown across his abdomen, and his clothes had torn a large hole. By the time he slowed down, the monster had appeared behind him. Holy shit! Chen Fan exhaled deeply. Just now he had once again brushed shoulders with the Grim Reaper, and could only say that he was lucky that the skill dodge was triggered once again. Otherwise a hand blade from the monster would have been enough to kill him. He himself didn't even capture the other party's movements, and from this it was clear that the 2 sides were not in the same magnitude at all. With a palpitating heart, Chen Fan took 2 steps back and pulled back, buying himself a moment to react. At this moment, Liao Yong had already silently touched the monster's rear. In a flash of lightning, he directly jumped up high, braced his hands on the monster's shoulders, and stepped his feet upwards smoothly, wrapping his feet directly around the monster's neck before raising his hands and holding the monster's mobility with all his strength. Chen Fan was astonished. It was worthy of Liao Yong, who was from the Special Forces, and he was able to tackle a nightmare-level copy of the monster with his bare hands. But he knew that it wouldn't last long. After all, kill the creature as soon as possible. At this moment, Chen Fan rushed to the front of the monster with the fastest speed possible, picking up the branch on the ground that was even thicker than his own hand and immediately breaking it in half. The other end of the branch was sharp as a tack. In the next second, Chen Fan directly rolled up his sleeves and forcefully inserted the branch into the monster's abdomen. Blood flowed out in a smooth stream as it was bared. It worked, and the branch went right through the monster's body. Liao Yong also jumped down obediently. But a smacking scene happened. The monster took it upon himself to pull out the branch, and then let out a burst of evil laughter. Die! Finally the monster's mouth squeezed out a word with difficulty. Chen Fan knew that this kind of attack was nothing more than scratching an itch for a nightmare-level monster. Their attacks only brought down the monster's blood value by a fraction of a millimeter, and in turn stacked up the monster's rage value. Realizing that the situation was not right, Chen Fan immediately turned around and ran, and as he turned his head, he also shouted to the few people behind him, "Run!" He himself picked up the girl in red in one smooth motion and ran towards the mists without looking back. The only way to escape now is to run away. He could only blame the damned monolithic tower for teleporting him to a nightmare-level copy. There was really no heavenly reason. How could a player who came out from a novice village beat the final old boss? "Dad just told me that there's a cabin directly ahead where we can take refuge." The girl in red, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke, and as soon as she did, she burst out with shocking information. This was clearly the way out of the monolithic tower that had been laid out. But unbeknownst to them, they are about to step into a larger conspiracy. Chapter 11. Not being able to care so much, the four of them scattered their legs and ran, without looking back, almost exerting all their strength. At the last crisis, the people finally saw the so-called cabin, a small house under a big acacia tree. So it was as if the crowd had seen a flame of hope kindled. Finally, at the last moment, all of them fled into the hut and unlocked the door by hand, and the stunned Yulei picked up the plank on the ground, took out a tool from the pocket of his pants, and fixed the plank directly on the door. At this point the crowd was safe. The monster knocked hard on the door a few times and eventually left after realizing he couldn't get in. The few people whose hearts were pounding slowly let out a sigh of relief. Beads of sweat had already covered their brows, and even their backs had long been drenched, panting heavily. The long-hanging heart was finally put down. But Chen Fan didn't let it loosen him up. He knew that all of this should be the instructions of the monolithic tower. It was needed for the plot, so it drew them to this place. There is definitely something extraordinary about this cabin as a key plot point. Simply put, this is all a setup set up by the monolithic tower to move the plot forward, and the ring is so tight that when the four of them walk out of the village, they're already in the trap. Let's just say that the monolithic tower is too clever for its own good. Maybe if they deviated slightly from the main quest, they would be killed by monsters on the spot, and their lives could be on the line. Look for useful clues and supplies, and let's rest for the night and continue on, Chen Fan reminded. He knew that with the pissy nature of the monolithic tower, he would never let them stay in the cabin for 3 days, and he guessed that if they stayed long enough, the girl in red would be crying for her mom and dad again. That is why it is important to cherish every second of the present, and use all the time properly in order to turn the tables on the Jedi. Liao Yong also got up and followed Chen Fan as he searched for relevant clues within the wooden house. Just a shotgun hanging on the wall and a few bullets on the table. It's a more powerful shotgun with thicker caliber bullets and more impressive killing power. It's good to have a gun, which is definitely more lethal than a fist, but it can't be paired with a storing skill, or the power would be exponential. Putting away the shotgun, he handed it directly to Liao Yong beside him. "You take it." Chen Fan's voice was cold. In this situation, a gun was definitely the best weapon to save one's life, but he directly handed it over to Liao Yong. This caused Liao Yong to freeze slightly, not knowing what Chen Fan's move meant. "You can have the gun. I'm better suited for melee combat with my evasion skills, and you're a veteran. You couldn't do better with a gun. I probably wouldn't even be able to fire one." Actually, what Chen Fan said was a lie. When the end of the world came, he was the existence of one-handed pressure AK-47. A handsome word cannot describe his appearance at that time. Before he was reborn, it was Liao Yong who always protected Chen Fan, so in this life he wanted to protect Liao Yong as much as possible. With the shotgun handed over in front of him, Liao Yong didn't say anything, and with both hands outstretched, he took the lance over. "Thanks." "No thanks." The two men once again searched the interior of the cabin. There were various specimens of hides and skins of prey hanging on the cabin, and it was clear from this that the owner of this cabin might be a hunter in this area. For a moment, the two men's eyes fell on the table where the shotguns were laid out, and saw strange symbols all over the tabletop. Picking up these papers, Chen Fan carefully scrutinized them. Wasn't this the pattern on the monolithic tower? Although he didn't know the meaning of this pattern, he was certain that this was the pattern on the monolithic tower. A couple of strange things have happened in the last couple of days, and the jungle is suddenly filled with white fog? What the hell is going on? The people who went inside the white fog to explore the situation didn't come back, so I guess they're all dead. The jungle mists are starting to ring with loud cries, I'm losing sleep again, and the mists are starting to fill the entire jungle continuously. What the hell is going on? Why haven't those people come back yet? Losing sleep again, it seems I must go within the mists to investigate the cause of the incident. If I don't come back, please remember to anyone who reads the note, don't go deeper into this mists. Never! While Chen Fan was still delving into the patterns on the paper in his hand, Liao Yong on the side picked up another piece of paper and then chanted. It should be the notes left behind by the previous hunter, to warn future generations. They didn't want to go deeper into this mist either, but the plot set by the monolithic tower forced them to not step into the mist. It seems like the depths of the mist should be dangerous. Liao Yong put down the paper in his hand, rubbed between his eyebrows and said slowly. The two men, mindfully, continued to rummage through the cabin for useful tools. A hunter's cabin should have more than just a shotgun as a tool. As expected, Chen Fan rummaged through and found another pile of tools and even some protective gear. This time Liao Yong forced Chen Fan to put the gauntlet on his body. Chen Fan belonged to the warrior type, while Liao Yong belonged to the archer. After distributing the useful tools, the people gathered in front of the firebed and chatted freely. Each other were talking about their pasts with a rare smile on their faces. That boulder, is it a weapon dropped by aliens? It should be the reason why we came to this shithole of a place, it should be this boulder. Yulei said with a deep smile on his face before picking up a piece of firewood and adding fire inside the firebed. Chen Fan knew the reason behind it, but he did not choose to make the secret of the monolithic tower public. They need to get used to their new surroundings now, and telling them these things is definitely another blow to their young minds. Is it hard to tell them now that the Earth is about to step into the end times in 3 years? It's just so ridiculous that they might think it's impossible. 2 rocks? How could it destroy the Earth? The scientists should be investigating this matter, and it won't be long before all the secrets will be made public. Ruyan Lu responded. Instead, a big smile broke out. By this time, the girl in red had already fallen asleep, and Lu Ruyan placed the girl in red on the bed couch aside, turned around and gathered by the firebed again. Can we escape? Don't give up, we've got weapons on us now, and we can do some damage to the monsters. The crowd grew sleepy as they chatted freely. After all, spending the whole day in danger was too much of a physical and mental drain. Liao Yong, let's both of us keep watch. You guard the first half of the night, I'll guard the second half. Chen Fan said, then touched a blanket and put it over his body. The remaining 3 nodded and found a cozy spot to fall back to sleep. As his clothes had torn a large hole in them, he grabbed the mink coat hanging on the wall and draped it over his body. Chapter 12. In the stillness of the night, a breeze would hang outside the house from time to time, and the worn and battered wooden door creaked in response. Distinct breathing could be heard within the small hut, the voices were even, and the remaining few were clearly in a state of deep sleep. Chen Fan had long since gotten used to this kind of life. In his previous life before rebirth, when he was in a copy, there were often things like being attacked by monsters in the middle of the night. It's even common to not close your eyes for days at a time in some cases. Gradually he began to rely on this life. Only being in danger could relax him, instead the dead of night made him feel uncomfortable. It's like the calm on the eve of a storm. Looking at the soundly sleeping few people in front of him, he revealed a smile. After all, he was the one who retained the memories of his previous life. He still had to take more responsibility in some things, and it would also allow them to integrate into the new environment as soon as possible. Time passes little by little. The second half of the night arrived. Liao Yong opened his eyes. The corners of his eyes still retained blood. It is difficult to hide the tiredness of his face. It is clear that he did not sleep in the first half of the night. Against his tired body, he still stood up and patted Chen Fan's shoulder, signaling him to go and rest. It's the latter part of the night, so go rest first. You still have to catch the road tomorrow, don't drag your body down. Saying that, Liao Yong put on a coat and reached out to the front of the firebed for warmth. Chen Fan did not respond. Instead he sat in the same place by himself, only slightly changing his sitting position to a comfortable one. On the side, Liao Yong took out a pack of huazi from his pocket and handed one to Chen Fan beside him. He didn't say anything, just glanced over and took the huazi. The two men unspokenly lit the cigarette in their hands with the fire Kong, and in their hearts they actually had their own thoughts. How do you know my name is Liao Yong? I don't think the two of us have crossed paths in the slightest. Liao Yong said the words that have been held in his heart. He is the elite of the special forces, while the other party is a 9-to-5 office worker. How can the two sides have a crossover? Life is not even on a level. Just after finishing his words, a deep smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. He didn't want to inform the other party about his rebirth. After all, such a thing as rebirth sounded a bit ridiculous at first sight. Who's going to believe this crap? So after thinking about it, he decided to continue to perfume the other party. Maybe it's a dream. It's a long dream. I'm afraid I can't tell you all about it in one night, so I'll tell you about it later when I have time. In the face of perfunctory words, it is obvious that he intends to turn Liao Yong away, so he did not continue to pursue the question and stop there. But he was still curious about the man in front of him, who claimed to be an office worker, and wanted to know all about him. When the copy was over, he would mobilize all his connections in the outside world to inquire about Chen Fan's identity information. I'll rest first. Chen Fan found a comfortable angle to lie down. His eyelids then closed, but was slow to fall asleep. 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind, the complexity of them making him even more distracted. Why was he himself reborn? It became a constant nagging question in his mind. But the truth will surface one day. Just like this, Chen Fan had already stayed up until dawn without realizing it. He slowly opened his eyes the moment the first light of the morning spilled into the cabin along the gaps in the boards. The light wasn't very blinding, as it was only faintly felt because of the misty barrier outside. Within half an hour, everyone in the house was awake and ready to continue on their way after a reprieve. As Chen Fan guessed, just after waking up from sleep, the girl in red cried and shouted for her mom and dad, and there was nothing they could do about it, so in the end, they could only be forced to leave the hut, fearing that the sound of the girl in red would attract the monsters in the mists. It was a good thing that the monster that had blocked the doorway the day before had already left, or else the crowd would have been in for another hard fight. Now that you have the instruments to defend yourself, your safety is guaranteed on the way to the road. On the way out, Yulei deliberately drew a few plates of iron, stacked together to make a thicker explosion-proof shield to Chen Fan. To be honest, Yulei's hands-on ability was very strong, although he was a designer within the construction site, but in this aspect of construction, he was definitely pulling full talent value. When he was making the blast shield, he found the bizarre part: the iron looked thin and brittle, but its hardness was comparable to fine iron. With the guarantee in place, the speed at which the crowd rushed along accelerated in this regard. After a day, the concentration of the mist became thicker, and at a glance, the visibility was close to 3 meters. So they have to be more careful. Half a day had passed without realizing it, and the crowd was still advancing aimlessly. At this time, Lu Ruyan's body was a bit unwell. Such a hasty rush had made her heels wear out the skin as well, and she had also been exhausted long ago. For the sake of Ri and Lu being able to keep up with the queue, the crowd could only slow down their pace on the journey. As darkness fell, they passed a village. The village was dark. At this point, the girl in red spoke up again, stating that her father had allowed her to stay within the village for the night, and that the people of the village could take them in for the night. But there wasn't a sound within the village. It was surprisingly quiet. Letting them in to live? Wouldn't that be tantamount to pushing them into the fire again? Who knows if the inhabitants within this village will do something mind-boggling. The monolithic tower will surely have a new setting for this village. At least now I can drop the doctor title. The crowd was on tenterhooks and finally came to a house, since the megalithic tower pointed out that the plot was to stay within the village. If they disobeyed and continued on their way, it would definitely be a dead end. This village was like a respawn point set by the copy. Once they disobeyed and insisted on going forward, they would definitely die here. After hesitating for a long time, Chen Fan took a big step forward and knocked on the house in front of him. Honestly, he was also in fear that the monolithic tower would come up with some new gimmick and another odd setting. Who is it? Staying up in the middle of the night to knock on the door of our house? It was a woman's voice, but the voice was a bit peculiar, as if it had caught something in its throat. Auntie! We are passing through tourists. We just came here to stay for a night. Just give us a small house. We will never disturb your rest. Chen Fan continued to knock on the wooden door with his hand. The wooden door creaked with it. A few breaths later, the door opened. What came into view was an old woman, hunched over, her waist plate bent at almost 90 degrees, cloaked in hair, with her hair covering her entire face, so that it was impossible to see what she looked like. "Come in with me!" The old woman leaned on her cane and gently nudged the ground with a cackling sound. With that, she turned around and headed into the courtyard. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief and finally chose to follow. Chapter 13. The furnishings in the house are strange, all of them are old objects, and Liao Yong, who is meticulous and observant, found a shovel with blood in the corner of the wall, and then patted Chen Fan's shoulder with his hand. Chen Fan's gaze had long captured all of this, but did not reveal an expression of surprise. Instead, he watched all of this with a flat face. The first order of business was to find a place to rest early. "There's a side room no one lives in. Let's give you guys a night's rest. A little dirty, don't mind." The old woman continued to point the ground with her crutches. Her hunched waist seemed to have sunk another centimeter or so. Before a few people went to say thank you, the old woman turned around and continued, "Don't run around in the middle of the night, just stay in the house honestly. Don't blame me for not reminding you, all consequences are your own." With that, the old woman walked into her house without looking back, then locked the door with her backhand. The crowd was still in a state of half-understanding, not understanding why the old woman had made this move. But what is certain is that what this old woman says is vital and has to be believed. It was already midnight, and thick sleep had long since set in, when the crowd entered the side room to which the old woman had pointed. Entering the room and scanning around inside, he could see that the small house was already covered with cobwebs, supposedly because no one had lived there for a long time. Yulei touched the dark and lit a fire candle, and the faint firelight mapped out, giving the crowd some peace of mind. The firelight shone inside the house. Lu Rian followed the path and hugged the girl and read towards the bed, not caring about the dirt and mess, so she just went to sleep. The environment is a bit unpleasant, but in the present situation, the environment is a trivial matter. The important thing is whether it is safe or not, whether it will be dangerous or not. The remaining 3 men were assigning their respective jobs, and Yulei, being a man, was trying to share the pressure for the remaining 2. "I'll keep watch tonight. You 2 can go to bed." "No need. Let's the 3 of us take turns guarding it." Chen Fan responded with a sentence. To be honest, he really needed to replenish his spirit tonight, otherwise his body would definitely not be able to withstand it. So much so, that now, the spirit is in a bit of a trance. As Chen Fan and Liao Yong were preparing to go to sleep, they suddenly discovered a surprising scene. Liao Yong used a flashlight to shine the light on the surrounding walls, where a portrait hung. "Come closer." Scared. "I can't believe it's a picture of a family of 4. And it's still a black and white photo with the hunched-over old woman in it." The faces of the remaining 3 were as swirling and unreadable, as if they were intentionally covering their faces. But the portraits always gave off a creepy vibe. This painting also nearly points out that there is definitely a secret in this room, and it is extraordinary and never ordinary. "Crouching Nima? This is a black and white photo, a dead person's photo. I told you how that old woman looks so weird, so it's a dead old woman." Yulei was shocked, his whole body shivered and almost let out a scream. It was good that Chen Fan had covered his mouth in advance. What a shock! But Yulei still had an unbelievable expression on his face. "Can it be that this household is full of ghosts? For ghosts, how are we going to deal with them? Will they eat us at night? I don't want to die in my sleep." Yulei is right about the problem. The family of 4 in this portrait are all dangerous. That's why they have to be on alert for tonight's vigil. Who knows if they're monsters or not? After exchanging some notes to keep in mind, Chen Fan found a comfortable place to sleep. His sleep consciousness was so shallow that even a breeze could still disturb him. In the latter half of the night, Chen Fan woke up, suffocated by urine. He groped for the dark, grabbed a flashlight, and pushed the door open to relieve himself in a random corner of the yard. Chen Fan tiptoed and pushed open the door of the room, fortunately without making a single sound. So he turned on his flashlight and followed the light to the front door. It was late at night, and the only sound was the toad's call outside the house. There was also the sound of even breathing, in addition to the sparse and noisy sounds in the other room, Chen Fan realized the problem, immediately turned off the light of the flashlight, turned his head to look toward the old woman's room. From the doorway you can see there is still a faint fire. It's the middle of the night? What are you doing up so late when you're supposed to be asleep? Curiosity killed the cat. Still, with a nervous heart, and as light a step as possible, he felt his way to the old woman's door. Pressing his ear against the doorway, he held his breath and listened carefully to the sounds within. A couple of young men in the next room, they smell pretty heavy of meat, and lately there hasn't been enough food, so why don't we slaughter them? The voice was raspy, like a mouthful of phlegm stuck in her throat, and not that of the old woman. The next moment there was the sound of sharpening knives in the old woman's house, sound after sound, apparently slowed down on purpose. Wifey, when the time comes, I'll give you the heart meat, you love to eat heart meat. Stinky old man, grind faster, don't let oldly two next door find out. Chen Fan held his breath as long as possible. It seems that from the moment she entered the house, that old woman already had mischievous thoughts. If people didn't have three urges, maybe someone would really die on this village tonight. What kind of weird setting is the monolithic tower, where every NPC you run into likes to eat human flesh? And looking at the portrait, the family's lumbar discs were almost level with the ground, so could a body like that really beat them, a few strong young men? Now that he had no desire to urinate at all, how could he still be in the mood to go to the toilet when he encountered this kind of thing? The top priority was to hurry up the rest of the few people, and hurry up to escape. Thus Chen Fan quietly touched back again. Slapped each of them awake one by one. A group of people gathered together, all looking at Chen Fan with a slightly puzzled look in their eyes. Pack up, let's leave this village first. Why? This household is not simple. I just heard the sound of sharpening knives. It should want to take advantage of our sleep, then slaughter us. When these words came out, the crowd revealed an unbelievable expression, but in a split second it turned into a look of fear and trepidation. Yulei was the first to respond. I told you that this family is not simple. What's the point of hesitating? Hurry up and run. After the words were spoken, the people put on their clothes and hurriedly felt their way out of the house, all slowing down their footsteps and lowering their voices. But accidents happened, and just at the moment when the crowd had already made their way to the courtyard, the old woman's door opened. Cackle! Eerie noises echoed in the uncanny silence of the night, adding another veil of mystery to the tense atmosphere as footsteps gradually approached the other room. The old woman realized something was wrong. Why was the door open? Why was everyone in the house gone? Chapter 14. Chen Fan walked in the last put of the queue, keeping a close eye on the movements inside the house at all times. When he glanced back again, he had already seen the old woman appear in front of the gate, and it was as if the old woman had seen him, letting out a burst of creepy, evil laughter. In the twinkling of an eye, a smacking scene appeared. The old woman's body gradually twisted and quadrupled, every bone began to rattle, from head to tail, every organ grew and began to twist, and in the middle of her abdomen, 4 more arms suddenly appeared. Looking at the mold, it looks like a spider. Still cloaked in hair, it was impossible to see his face. Want to run? Instead, another old man rushed out with a long knife in his hand, leaving traces of blood on it. The muscles on the old man's body were toned and well-defined, and he looked strong, and he seemed to be able to explode with unexpected strength when he raised his hands and feet. Looking at this old man with a head full of white hair, he should already be close to 70 years old, but he could actually have such a robust body? Combined with the looks, there was always a feeling of being out of place. At this time, Chen Fan's 4 people didn't dare to return their heads and directly rushed out of the courtyard, running straight towards the outside of the village. The old woman and the old man, on the other hand, kept up the chase. The noise attracted surrounding residents, and uninterruptedly yards lit up. One could only see countless figures appearing at the entrance of the courtyard, and when they saw Chen Fan's group, their eyes all showed a greedy gaze. Old Wang, how dare you monopolize the fresh food? We agreed to share it together, and you violated the agreement. The village was filled with a number of resident people running out of their houses, each one with its own peculiar looks and even more peculiar structures on their bodies. In a slip of smoke, behind Chen Fan's group, a large number of resident people appeared, and when they looked back, there were about 40 to 50 of them. They all kept catching up. Suddenly, there was a cacophony of voices from the rear. On closer inspection, it looked as if the residents in the back were arguing, and glancing back, they were already in a fight. At the same time, Chen Fan slowed down and looked back. Old Wang, you're going a bit too far. You couple want to monopolize it. Aren't you going to give us a statement? Give you a statement? Who the hell are you? Besides, we found it first, so it should be ours. The old man was obliging, tugging at the other man's arm and shaking it vigorously. In an instant, the couple immediately became a target, and were surrounded by everyone who seemed to want to rough them up. Don't think that I too are afraid of you guys. Want to have a fight? The old man tore open his sleeves, revealing his thick arms. His expression was a bit agitated. His two eyes seemed to be bulging out. His appearance was a bit crazy. Chen Fan's group didn't flee any further. Instead, they crept around, observing every move directly across from them. Why are they fighting on their own? Yulei leaked out. They had been fighting on their own, which in turn gave Chen Fan's group an opportunity to take advantage of. The remaining few lay on their backs, quietly observing the movement directly in front of them. Without saying a few words, they got into a fight. You really think that I'm ignoring you? An old bone still fights with us, really hardened and relying on the old. In a short while they overpowered the couple, but nevertheless took wounds on themselves. The old couple tried to struggle, but in the end the rest of the residents just went ahead and slaughtered them on the spot. The scene, it was brutal. Black blood flowed from the couple, and the stench of blood filled the air, choking the nose a bit. Chen Fan had not thought that NPCs would actually kill each other. It was really horrible. At this time, they captured a shocking scene. The white mist actually continued to penetrate into the pores of the skin of these residents. It moisturized the wound, and in a few breaths of effort, the original wound immediately healed. All the inhabitants, as if they were frozen, with a flash of greed in the depths of their eyes, stared blankly as they returned to their huts. It did not take long before the couple in front of them also got up from the ground, and as if nothing had happened, hardened the broken head back, transformed into the original initial appearance toward their own house. All of them who saw this scene had their mouths wide open, not daring to make a single sound. The culprit for all of this seems to be the pervasive white fog. The reason why they had turned into the inhuman and ghostly appearance they were in now was all due to the mist. The mist changed their bodies, turning them into monsters, as well as changing their personalities. Thinking back again to the previous inhabitants of the village, everything that was shown was similar to the inhabitants here. Pride, envy, rage, sloth, greed, overeating, lust. These are the 7 deadly sins. The character interpretations they bear, and what are the 7 deadly sins? Misty is the equivalent of a magnifying glass. Amplify the 7 deadly sins in them, thus bringing out their true nature. The truth is that there are 7 bad personalities in everyone, but they are buried in the heart, and just not bared. Instead, Misty has giganticized these 7 personalities. Let them give the 7 personalities a no-holds-barred show. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Chen Fan's mind, and for a moment, he was a bit thoughtful. What the hell is this for? What lies in the depths of the mists? What made them this way? His mind was occupied with 3 questions. To solve the mystery, you must go to the depths of the mist. Perhaps after finding the parents of the girl in red, all the truth will come out. And the unknown Mission 3? What exactly is Mission 3? I'm afraid that I still have to complete Mission 2 before I can receive the 3rd mission issued by the monolithic tower. 1 day to go. The girl in red has now been protected for 2 days. In the past 2 days, they've had numerous brushes with death. That's the horror of a nightmare-level copy. But the worst is yet to come. Mission 3? I'm afraid the final boss is about to show up. Chen Fan was a bit touched, and his mood was a bit up and down. The end times? Will one live to see that? Why was he reborn? Was God giving him the chance to change the world? Maybe what he does will really be the key to changing the world, and one day he'll solve all the puzzles. The crisis was over and the crowd continued on their way, figuring out the way forward in the fog. Before long, it was light. The short span of 2 days had already worn away the edges of Yu Lei and Lu Rian. The 2 of them are getting a little jumpy, courtesy of this nightmare-level copy. A nightmare-level copy was still too far-fetched for the 2 of them. Just then, the girl in red spoke again. Mom and Dad are not far away, and I'm really happy to see them soon. Chapter 15. The red-clothed girl's words made the group of people once again hit the ground running. It was not yet known if the parents of the girl in red had turned into monsters, and it was reasonable to say that any NPC that had come into contact with the mists had already turned into monsters. But surprisingly, the girl in red was not any different. It should be a megalithic tower setting. According to the timeline, finding the red girl's mom and dad would fit right in with the 3-day timeline. After 3 days, Mission 3 should unlock automatically. At a guess, Quest 3 should have something to do with the red-clothed girl's mom and dad, otherwise the monolithic tower certainly wouldn't have kept pulling them deeper into the mists to find the red-clothed girl's mom and dad. As he continued to go deeper into the mists, sparse cries began to be heard around him, and upon closer inspection, they should be sounds made by monsters. Black shadows flashed and scratched around them constantly. It should be on them. The girl in red is the donkey meat that will attract monsters in a steady stream. It wasn't until late afternoon that the last thing you want to encounter happened. Countless monsters had surrounded them. That's when the girl in red snapped again. "Mommy and Daddy are just up ahead. I'm going to find Mommy and Daddy." After saying that, the girl in red violently ran towards the mist, but luckily, Rian Lu dragged her. When Rian Lu yanked her, the girl in red started crying. The cries attracted more monsters. An endless stream of monsters had already surrounded them in an impenetrable circle, making them a turtle in a jar. "Damn it!" Chen Fan cursed. He knew that it would never be so easy to complete Mission 2, it was just too usual along the way. There weren't even a few monsters blocking the way. Now that the back of the mists were filled with the shadows of monsters, there was no escape for them. I didn't expect the monolithic tower to give them such a great gift, it was a heavenly surprise. Monolithic towers didn't hold their farts from start to finish. Now was not the time to complain about the monolithic tower, one should think about how to solve the dilemma in front of them. To be honest, if Chen Fan wanted to stand out, it would definitely be a matter of a grandmother humming her nose and holding her hand. But bringing along a couple of tired people would be making it harder for him. Besides, he wasn't the type to leave his teammates behind and run for his life. So if we have to go together, Chen Fan didn't want to leave anyone behind. "Listen to me! Don't disorganize yourself yet!" Chen Fan glanced at Yulei's feet that had been trembling, and the expression of awe, obviously having been scared out of his wits. However, Liao Yong was unusually calm with a shotgun in his hand. "Liao Yong and I will open the way right in front. You guys find the opportunity to run forward, no turning back, don't worry about us, we will naturally meet up with you guys when we escape. If we don't escape, you guys will use your own brains to complete Mission 3, and you should be sent out directly by then." Chen Fan's words were like dying words, and a touch of lingering aura emerged on his face with them. Facing difficulties and obstacles, there is still not the slightest fear. On the contrary, Liao Yong is also the same. After all, as a special forces, he deals with death every day, and has long since looked down on life and death. "Protect the girl in red as much as you can, she's the key clue to the mission. If she dies, we all go cold." The monolithic tower wasn't kidding when it said that there could be a million ways to get whoever it wanted dead. Once he had seen the monolithic tower tactics. When they were first exposed to the copy, some people thought it was a joke, didn't take the words of the monolithic tower seriously, and blatantly disobeyed the setting of the monolithic tower, and as a result, they were punished by the heavens. The man was reduced to ashes on the spot. So in other words, the girl in red was far more important than their lives. After giving the order, a group of people nodded their heads in unison. The eyes became firm. "Go!" Chen Fan shouted. Taking the knife in his hand, he slashed at the body of the monster directly in front of him. The reason he said so much was because he had been looking for a chance to build up his strength before. Now the build-up time has expired. Active skill stored power activation. A sword slashed out, the blade carrying waves of air, and a strong wind swept out with it, emitting an ear-piercing wind-breaking sound. Thumbs up! This slash directly severed the body of the monster in front of him, cutting it in half. The monster in front of him died violently on the spot. Blood flowed out, dripping onto the ground with its foul odor, corroding the flowers and plants on the ground. Everyone was stunned. It was just a single slash that killed the monster on the spot. This monster was invulnerable to swords and spears before. But all of this was expected by Chen Fan. The knife found in the hunter's cabin was unusual. Realizing that this was a nightmare-level copy, even the hanging decorations in the NPC's house were not simple things. This is equivalent to the fact that the props picked up in the final level are definitely considered handy weapons for people like them who came out of the novice village. In fact, the sable coat on Chen Fan's body was different as well. Its defense strength was extraordinary and could be compared to a bulletproof vest. "What are you waiting for? Run!" Chen Fan's words caused them to slow down and instantly spread their legs and run. They were really shocked. Until now, he couldn't believe that Chen Fan was able to explode with such a powerful strike. In fact, it was all a fluke. If he hadn't been prepared to store up his strength, Chen Fan wouldn't have been able to kill this monster. Only this knife has the right time and place. Under the cover of Chen Fan and also Liao Yong, the remaining two people with the girl in red had already run out of sight, their figures disappearing into the mist. They were relieved to see this. At least there's no more tiredness, so they can use this as an opportunity to make a big splash. "Don't hide it. A special forces soldier's hands should be no worse than mine." Chen Fan spoke in Liao Yong's ear, the two backs leaning against each other, the gaze of his eyes not sparing a single move. Liao Yong, on the other hand, laughed out loud and instantly hooked the trigger and fired a shot. Boom! The smell of gunpowder mixed with white smoke filled the air, and the recoil was a bit too much, causing him to lean slightly. The power of the shotgun erupted immediately, causing the monster in front of him to be riddled with holes and die instantly and violently. Actually, Liao Yong was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect the shotgun in his hand to have such amazing power. In today's military, it definitely does not have guns with such a huge amount of power. But that's just one family of hunters with shotguns. He also had more than a few questions at the moment. What the hell is this place? Before he could catch his breath, the overwhelmed monsters rushed up, stepping over the bodies of the monsters that had died before. Once again, they were surrounded. Shot after shot, Liao Yong kept pulling the trigger. Chen Fan, on the other hand, kept waving the long sword in his hand, dodging the opponent's attacks as much as possible. For a moment, the two of them were caught in a tangle, being surrounded by monsters once again. Chapter 16. Just by swinging dozens of knives, Chen Fan's physical strength was a bit unsupportable. It was true that a weak body could not sustain the battle. It was right to have a quick battle. He still used his perseverance to barely make it while he could, and the shield in his hand had long since been broken, with dozens more stark scratches. If the monster's hand blade had swung at him, he would have ended up with a lifelong disability if he didn't die. It was a good thing that he had honed his reflexes and stance when he swiped copies before he was reborn. Otherwise they would have died at the hands of these monsters long ago. Although Chen Fan's situation wasn't optimistic, the monster in front of him didn't fall in favor either. On the contrary, on the other side, Liao Yong had already shot up all his ammunition and started swinging his fists in close combat. Punches were thrown, but the effect wasn't significant, the meager attacks not doing the slightest bit of good against the monster. At this moment, the two had been cornered. Situation crisis. Damn it, old me, a lifetime of fame, actually dying in this bastard's hands. Liao Yong was panting heavily, his face flushed red, and the fist in his hand still kept swinging from side to side, emitting a dull sound of breaking wind. Listen to me, first get rid of the monster directly in front of us, take the opportunity to slip out of the encirclement. Let's split up and run, it's better to die one, than all die here. Liao Yong leaned back to back with Chen Fan and shouted into his ear. Chen Fan nodded his head in acquiescence. This was the only way nowadays. Simply put, it's a matter of luck to see who attracts fewer monsters and who lives. Fuck him! The words fell. Chen Fan immediately bent down and took the long knife back to his waist, then bent down in a smooth manner and grabbed a handful of mud and sand on the ground with both hands. This was followed by a magnificent turn, spilling the mud in his hand in the process. Mud and sand are scattered all over the place, so I hope it works. As expected, the roiling yellow soil fell into the monster's eye sockets, and at once the monster let out a piercing scream and raised its claws to rub its eyes vigorously. The scream shook Chen Fan's ears. Sprinkled in my eyes. Liao Yong, who was beside him, cursed foully and turned his head to see that it turned out to be dust that had been scattered into his eyes. purely a friendly wound. Although his eyes were a little sore, Liao Yong still forced his eyelids up. The two men didn't speak, but they both knew each other by heart. Now is the only chance. In an instant, Chen Fan raised his shield in front of him, while Liao Yong hid behind him and put his hands on Chen Fan's shoulders, pushing hard. Chen Fan was like a fierce bull as he charged forward. Clunk! The monster directly in front of him was so unsteady in its weight that it planted itself directly and fell to the ground, so the two of them stepped on the monster's body and headed out of the encirclement. In the meantime, the troops were once again split in two. One left, one right, headlong run. Instead, by the time the monster slowed down, the two of them had already run into the mist, their figures being swallowed up by it. However, it was as if the monster was able to see through the mist, and its gaze was still locked on the direction of Chen Fan and Liao Yong. After a few breaths, the chase was on. Chen Fan, who was running wildly, looked back, and behind him was a huge piece of crap. Nima? Why are they all chasing after me? One can only admit one's bad luck. Why are they all after him? Is it because his meat smells good? What a damn monolithic tower, teleporting him to a nightmare-level copy and not giving any handy weapons. If it was an entry-level copy, he could pass it with his eyes closed. Being reborn for a lifetime is simply torture. Heaven wants me to die, I have to die. Chen Fan sighed, reborn for a lifetime and tortured by the monolithic tower. Why would it be a nightmare-level copy? How was he supposed to fight the boss of a nightmare-level copy by letting him, a newbie who had just walked out of the newbie village with a white outfit? He's not even qualified to stuff boss's teeth. A person who dies within a copy is literally dead. The outside world could not investigate any clues. Moreover, if this copy quest was completed or failed, the monolithic tower would automatically clean the debris within the copy, and his corpse would disappear with it, and not even white bones could be found. When all the people climbed the tower, hundreds of millions of people died inside the tower, but the bones of all these people were undoubtedly nowhere to be seen. Once the country sent a special forces detachment called 001 number, which was filled with the elite of the human race, paired with the most advanced weaponry in the world. In the end, they were judged by the monolithic tower to be S-ranked players and thrown into the purgatory-level copy, and without exception, they all died in the middle of the copy. So if you want to bring out the results of the investigation of the monolithic tower, you also have to have the capital to come out alive. Since then, the state has learned from intelligence that human weapons are ineffective against the monsters in the monolithic tower, and has thus focused on genetic modification, also known as mutants. But the mutants were still in the implementation phase when the end came. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Chen Fan's mind. Was there really a point to reliving one's life? His original intention was to lead mankind against the incoming doom, but the first time he entered the copy, he fell on his face. Fuck Nima, if I can survive today, I will slaughter all of you one day. Chen Fan's footsteps gradually slowed down, and his face turned pale, coming up for air. I'm afraid that without being killed by the monster, he'll exhaust himself first. This time, if he could escape with his life, the first thing he'd do when he got out would be to work out. If he was a 100-meter flyer, how could these monsters possibly catch up with him? They would have been thrown out of sight long ago. It's not as passive as it is now. It was at this point that a miracle happened. The depths of the mist in front of them suddenly appeared clearly visible figures. A look forward, it is Yu Lei and Lu Ruyan. The two of them also stood beside the hair of a man and a woman who have never met. Instead, the monster behind him suddenly shivered with a sense of awe. They didn't dare to continue to move forward, although they could wipe out Chen Fan with just one more step forward, they still stopped. Glancing back, one could deeply sense the monster's awe, and after a few breaths they twisted their heads away, their figures dissipating into the depths of the mists, out of sight. The crisis is lifted. Chen Fan came back from the dead. The fight is not about strength, it's about luck. Yu Lei was waving his hand toward them, his hand swinging very fast, and said with a smiling face, Elder Brother Fan, come over quickly! Chen Fan's face was flat as he walked forward. He was worried. Where is Liao Yong now? The two people went in opposite directions. How is his situation now? Most of the monsters were attracted away by Chen Fan, and with Liao Yong's skill, he shouldn't have any trouble. After all, as a Special Forces soldier, he was no less than Chen Fan in terms of means. If Liao Yong hadn't met up with them within half an hour, he would definitely take the initiative to go out and look for Liao Yong, even if Liao Yong was dead. With his friendship with Liao Yong, it was definitely a lifelong friendship. Chapter 17. This is the little girl's mom and dad. Engaged in scientific research. Yulei enthusiastically introduced a man and a woman in front of Chen Fan. A strange scene took place. As Chen Fan approached at the same time, the visibility increased, and with the red-clothed girl's parents as the center point, the mist around them receded, and there was no mist within a 10-meter radius. As they moved, the mist intentionally avoided them, receding as they moved. Such a surprising thing made Chen Fan couldn't help but start paying attention to the so-called parents of the girl in red. The same NPCs within the replica, yet they could be completely unperturbed by the mists, without even a single change, unlike the rest of the NPC inhabitants, who gradually turned into monsters after ingesting the mists. So there must be something strange about them when things go wrong. One more thing. It was why all these monsters in the mist were afraid of the two of them. It looks like they're both just plain unusual people. So there must be an end to it. Although the other side has not yet revealed itself, one must be wary. Provided that the other party has not yet been exposed, Chen Fan to borrow the two of them, to find out Liao Yong. Hello? Can I ask you guys a favor? I have a friend who got lost in the mist and his whereabouts are unknown now. I want to go find him. Chen Fan's tone was mixed with a slightly pleading tone. Wanted to see the other side's reaction. On the contrary, the couple did not refuse, but instead looked at Chen Fan with smiling faces. The smile on his face was so thick that it seemed like a murderous knife was hidden in his smile, and upon closer inspection, it was even creepier. The smiles were smiles, but they were all extremely particular, like greedy smiles. Chen Fan was creeped out. Just from a smile you can tell that this couple is anything but simple, and that there is a deeper secret hidden behind the smile. Don't ask him how he knows. Think back to earlier when you first entered the first home in the village. When that couple thought of Chen Fan as the medicine to cure their illness, that was when they revealed a smile similar to the one they were wearing at this moment. Okay. Without hesitation, the couple directly agreed. Usually, the usual people would ask about some matters first, but on the contrary, these two were full of answers, not even considering the monster in the mist. And so, the group continued to turn back to the original route. Along the way, Chen Fan was asking questions one by one, trying to knock some useful information out of these two NPCs. After all, Mission 3 hadn't been released yet, and it was important to hurry up and gather useful clues, or else the last mission would become tricky. I heard that you came here halfway through the year to live on the village for a few years, so why did you give up your life in the big city to come to a small village in the middle of nowhere like this? We are scientific researchers. We heard that unknown creatures have appeared in this place, so we came to investigate, and we didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest. The so-called windfalls are these monsters. Chen Fan didn't even hear a single bit of fear from the other party's tone. Instead, there was a feeling of superiority. Is that the monster in the mist? Did you scientists investigate the origin? Where did this weird thing come from? I don't know. Question after question followed, but the couple intentionally avoided it, not wanting to tell Chen Fan the correct answer. This reinforced the concern in his mind. He'd bet his ass there was something wrong with the couple. The sky was getting darker as they kept rushing along. While walking forward, slight blood stains appeared on the ground. The blood stains are evenly distributed and pointing straight ahead. But however, the blood was black in color and had a foul smell, not like human blood. It should be the blood of a monster. Within the copy, I'm afraid that only Liao Yong has the ability to be able to injure those monsters. So following Blackblood's route, he should be able to find Liao Yong's trail. When the time comes, continue to rush forward and feel your way. Sure enough, having this couple around is extraordinary. From start to finish, they never encountered a single monster, and within the field of vision, they didn't even see the monster's figure. The monster just seemed to circle around them. If things had gone the way they were before, they would have been swallowed by the monster, and traveling in the middle of the night was the most dangerous. Sure enough, the NPCs designated by the monolithic tower were just divine. Chen Fan obediently turned on his flashlight to catch the trail on the ground. The black blood on the road became less and less, and in its place, there was fresh blood, with a faint smell of blood within the blood-red blood. The faint odor of blood also hung in the air. If the guess is right, this must be Liao Yong's blood. Could it be that Liao Yong was in danger, or had died in the hands of the monster? The situation is in crisis. Chen Fan once again accelerated his pace. He does not want Liao Yong to die here. Recalling the lifting of the pre-birthday, Liao Yong repeatedly rushed into battle, blocking the forefront of the danger. After the crowd's search, the blood trail became more and more obvious, and finally a figure was seen lying under a willow tree. When he came closer, it was Liao Yong who was covered in blood, and next to Liao Yong's body, there was a monster's corpse. The monster's body was close to a bloody mess, covered in fist pits of all sizes. Look further into Liao Yong's hands. His hands were stained with blood, his hands revealed eerie white bones, and he couldn't stop the blood from flowing. It was thought that he must have put the creature to death with his hard fists. In an instant, Chen Fan stood in awe. He was naturally aware of the danger of nightmare-level monsters. With their current skills and their own equipment, it was by no means possible to kill the monsters with physical kung fu. Yet Liao Yong then accomplished the impossible. Worthy of being a Special Forces-born Liao Yong, his physical quality was other than normal, always bringing surprises to Chen Fan again and again. Looking at Liao Yong, who was already heavily burdened, Lu Ruyan hurriedly took out the medicinal herbs picked along the way and then applied them externally on Liao Yong's wounds. The next staggering scene occurred. The wounds on Liao Yong's body were healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and the medicine that was applied to his body continued to penetrate within his skin, nourishing his injured body. A few breaths later, the herb that was applied to the wound turned dark black, followed by turning into ashes. Looking at his body again, a bit of blood was caught in his ragged clothes, and the wound from before was gone. Ruyan Lu stared at this with wide, unbelievable eyes. Within her knowledge, there was absolutely no herb with such ferocious potency, and even the best medical technology in the world could not have such a remarkable effect. If the medicinal properties in this herb were extracted for research, the structure within the medicinal properties were drilled out and mass-produced, it could definitely benefit mankind. With such a medicine, there were many difficult problems in the current world that could be solved, and by then their discoveries in the copies would surely be pushed into the limelight. Ruyan Lu also didn't expect that a few herbs alone could have such a remarkable effect. Chapter 18. In the third year of the megalithic tower's descent, the entire population climbed the tower, bringing out countless rare and strange things from it. The first and foremost were the herbs. These herbs were not even recorded in the Materia Medica, and were clearly species that did not belong to Earth. However, its medicinal properties can far exceed any herb on Earth, and even the medical technology of the current generation cannot form a proportion with it. Scientists in China made a concerted effort to develop these herbs, and finally in the third year developed pills that could rival these herbs. One herb can create about 10 pills with the same medicinal effect. Pills can be taken orally and are convenient and fast to carry, but after the end of the world, resources are in short supply, supplies are expensive, money has become something outside of life, and more people are exchanging supplies for supplies, especially water resources and food, which are speculated at sky-high prices. Of course, if they brought out the herbs from the copy, they would definitely receive a lot of attention, and all eyes would be focused on them. But let someone else do this thankless task. Chen Fan didn't want to be exposed to the public, much less have too much contact with the state. Once there is more contact, the state will start investigating on him, and at the same time will pull him into the Confederation's secret service, meaning that he will be working for the state, going on expeditions within the copies, and bringing out useful materials for them to study. Besides, Chen Fan was not someone who was greedy for fame and fortune, he liked to be a lone wolf. Only lone wolves were dangerous. The end times are upon us, and even the state can't be trusted with all of it. But for the benefit of mankind, he would choose to let those who were in the same copy as himself, to bring these materials out for the country's research reference. Under everyone's gaze, Liao Yong slowly opened his eyes, his hazel eyes scanned right in front of him, a little blurry, but he could still make out a few silhouettes. His vision gradually became normal, and he saw the faces of the few people in front of him and broke into a long-lost smile. "You kid is really unlucky. If you hadn't lured away a large portion of the monsters, I might have really died in this hellhole." Liao Yong coughed, his body still retained residual pain, and there were several wounds with visible bruises. The color of his face shifted from white to red, and his gasping became calmer. After a few breaths, Liao Yong supported the ground with one hand and slowly straightened his back. Chen Fan assisted him and responded, "I can only say that you are unlucky. Halfway I ran into my teammates, and the little girl her parents." As he spoke, he raised his hand to point at the few people in front of him. Liao Yong also discovered the oddity that the mist that had been permeating the area actually circled around the couple. Until after the couple appeared, the monster never appeared again. While marveling, a familiar voice suddenly resounded in their minds. Task 2, protect the girl in red for 3 days, already completed. Already deep in the mists, setting up the third mission, please wait. Unlocking the mission 2 reward. Bonus cold weapon, Demon Sword Muramasa. Demon Sword Muramasa, the finest of katanas, purple quality weapon, built by the outer body meteorite, can cut iron like mud, killing invisible. There is a 10% chance that can cause the effect of doubling the damage. There is a 1% chance that can be fatal in one hit, but only for the same level of monsters. In an instant, the long knife disc at Chen Fan's waist had a subtle change, with a trace of more bizarre lines, and the color of the blade became darker. Weapons are also categorized by their quality. From low to high, they are white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold. The quality of the demon blade Muramasa should be considered a purple upper-grade weapon, and the high quality of the weapon was such that it would not be a problem to cleave through a tank with ease. In using the skills, it's totally comparable to a war machine. With this blade, dealing with the monsters in the mists would also be easy, or at least not as tricky as before. Before he had time to celebrate, the voice rang in his head again. Task 3, trash the lab and destroy the experimental data. When the sound of the megalithic tower prompt ended, the 4 people looked at each other with intriguing expressions. Laboratory? Lab data? It's something. Entering the copy from start to finish reveals no clues about this quest. Is it possible that the mist has another cause? Is this all the result of an experiment? It's just a guess, but it's very possible. There is a high probability that the experiment is the result. But the conjecture had to be confirmed. They had to find the lab, or they would stay in this hellhole. The previous clues plus the associated characters link up and everything points to the girl in red. Why did the quests released by the monolithic tower keep relating to the girl in red? Since she was to be protected, there was naturally a certain reason. And why is the girl in red going to her mom and dad, plus the strange things that are happening to this couple? Everything points to the parents of the girl in red, both of whom definitely know something about the clues to the lab. Maybe they are researchers in the lab. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Fan immediately gave Liao Yong a wink. Liao Yong was the one with the fastest brain in their group, and as expected, he immediately understood, and deliberately kept a safer distance from the parents of the girl in red. Ruyan Lu and Yulei cast their gazes on the two of them. After entering the copy until now, Chen Fan and Liao Yong were like the leaders and had the right to speak. Whenever anything comes up, it's the two of them at the forefront. However, Chen Fan was calm and collected and did not want to expose himself, wanting to test the other party first to see if he would reveal himself. Do you guys know how to get out of this place? Now that we're all together, we're ready to go. Chen Fan's other hand tightly gripped the demon sword Muramasa at his waist, his eyes staring at the other party's every move at all times, fearing that the other party would make a preemptive strike. Out? Come with us. The words fell from their lips and they began to lead the way. All the way to the deeper depths of the mists. When the couple said these words, Chen Fan had realized that the other party had revealed themselves. Now that they were in the world of copies, the prerequisite for wanting to get out was to complete Quest 3. The NPCs within the replica don't have the right to send players out of the replica world, so they must have an endgame. Chen Fan muttered in Liao Yong's ear and told him all his guesses. Liao Yong looked at Chen Fan with a look of determination and nodded his head, indicating that he agreed with him. Although Liao Yong didn't know the rules within the copy, but hearing Chen Fan say it like that, it was justified. What exactly are these two NPCs taking them to? I don't know, but it's not good. You can guess with your toes that it's definitely a case of murder for money. The monolithic tower would never show the way out of the copy, making it even more certain that these two NPCs were up to no good. Chapter 19. Already do not know how long to walk, the dark sky gradually become transparent. Without the cover of the fog, the sun's light fell on this dusty land for a long time. The damp odor that had filled the mid-air dissipated. Just as they were getting a little annoyed, a house suddenly appeared in front of them. Towering buildings rose from the ground, the architecture somewhat modern, if not far beyond modern, with the technology far beyond the world they were in. Such an architectural style was also out of place in the environment they were in, and had an abrupt feel to it. There is a feeling that such a building is particularly like a scientific research institute. Because that's where the clue for Mission 3 is located. If you want to leave this nightmare-level copy, you have to trash this research center. The crowd gazed at each other, their eyes making subtle exchanges. Only to see the parents of the girl in red raise both hands and press hard against the door. Light appeared where the palms of the hands touched, and the light spread like ripples throughout the gate. The front door is not known to be made of any material, but it is particularly technological. Ding dong. The gates opened and the double doors contracted to either side. However, the passageway inside the door directly in front of him was still pitch black, and at a glance, it was impossible to see what was in the depths of the passageway. The parents of the girl in red seemed to chant something under their breath, and instantly, light flickered out from the outside in, light set within the walls, glowing not from a light bulb, but from something else, something that had never been seen before. Voice-activated lights? Yulei asked rhetorically. From start to finish his eyes stayed on the institute in front of him. Whether it is the architectural style or the construction method, it is definitely a level that cannot be arrived at in the present society, and the style of the present building and the building in front of it cannot be compared at all. As an architect, he honestly can't build current buildings with the knowledge and theories involved. As he froze, Chen Fan tapped him on the shoulder, signaling him to follow the cue. There would be plenty of time to study this thing later. After all, there might be even more technological buildings within the copies thereafter, and this was just a mere 99% of the monolithic tower. When the end times first came, the clues they had were only 1/1,000,000th of the monolithic tower. With their current technology, there was no way to explore all of the megalithic towers. Simply put, the monolithic tower was an iceberg, and they were just the tip of the iceberg. The monolithic tower contains technological power that is far beyond the Earth's several latitudes. Led by the parents of the girl in red, the crowd slowly walked inside the institute. Chen Fan and Liao Yong became even more nervous. They were already deep in the tiger's den, their back roads had been completely blocked, wanting to escape was already impossible, and they could only face everything bravely. The sound of footsteps echoed continuously down the long passage. Tick-tock. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Chen Fan opened his mouth to speak, breaking the original silence. Just keep going forward and you'll get out. That statement was just testing the waters. He knew that it would only get more dangerous to keep moving forward while trying to pry some secrets out of the couple. Yes. Come with me and I'll get you out of here. For some reason, the tone of the other person's response was laced with something eerie, something tantalizing. Chen Fan sighed softly, then slowed down his pace and walked to Yulei's side, whispering softly in his ear. Remember the route. It's dangerous here, you can't trust the parents of the girl in red, maybe the culprits of everything are the two of them. As soon as these words came out, Yulei's mouth opened wide, so big that it could be stuffed into an egg, and his face changed significantly, with an unbelievable look on Chen Fan's face. That look, as if to say how is that possible? After all, it was the couple that had been protecting them along the way while trying to get them out of this hellhole. But the truth was indeed exactly as Chen Fan had guessed. After a word of reminder, Yulei became even more vigilant, carefully observing the details around him, etching the route all in his mind. Half a quarter of an hour passed. The people were brought to an empty place on all sides, surrounded by snow-white walls, nothing special. Just then, the girl in red and her parents were gone. It was as if he had disappeared off the face of the earth, and he didn't know where he had run off to. While everyone was still wondering, the door behind them suddenly slammed down heavily, shutting them inside the empty cubicle. For a moment, the crowd retreated and dispersed. Gathering near the entrance to the gate, they kept using their fists, banging on the gate in front of them. Dang! Liao Yong's fist kept landing on the gate, but it didn't have any effect. Instead, his fist felt some pain. Just as I suspected, there's something wrong with this couple, Chen Fan showed a calmness in the face of a crisis situation that ordinary people did not have. This situation is not a solution to rush, can find useful clues is the top priority. Taking advantage of this time, Chen Fan said all the things he had guessed. The first is the identity of the parents of the girl in red. There is a 90% chance that they may be scientific researchers at the lab, and most likely the culprits of all this disaster. Luring them to the chamber should also be for the purpose of killing them, or doing some kind of human experimentation. From the beginning, the parents of the girl in red had something up their sleeves, and the girl in red was just a decoy. The materials used to make the walls of the chamber were hard, and it should be impossible to chisel through the walls. The gates are far harder than the walls. All ways out had been blocked, and by this time they were in a jar. When Chen Fan stated his guess, the sound of applause suddenly rang out in midair. Snap! Looking for the sound, there was a recessed compartment in midair, a sheet of glass separating the compartment from the chamber. Clever man, you guessed everything correctly, and yes, it was the two of us who were responsible for all of this. We were the ones who put out the mists. What the mist does is amplify the ills in each person. Simply put, it's a genetic modification that isn't obvious, and you wouldn't understand it if I told you. Your bodies are strong and just right for experimentation. They explained everything, and there was no difference as Chen Fan had guessed. Are you guys human or not? Chen Fan uttered his last question. To be honest, from the beginning to the end, Chen Fan had a suspicion in his heart that the couple in front of him was most likely no longer human. And then there's the girl in red, who may not be normal either. No wonder these monsters were so afraid of this couple, so there was a reason for everything. The shocking big melon made Yu Lei and Lu Ruyan, who hadn't slowed down, a bit at a loss for words. They don't think about that from start to finish. Ha 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 ha! Not human anymore, both of us are creatures of the same species as the monsters you encountered earlier. Chapter 20. Have you heard of genetic modification? By taking the lead in reorganizing the DNA on these monsters and finally implanting it into the human body, it can easily tamper with the genes in the human body, reconstruct the body's functions, and stimulate the greatest potential in the human body, while also prolonging life, and it's not a problem to live for 100 years or so. The parents of the girl in red had changed their clothes, a white coat, and they wandered into the secret compartment, praising their invention with a confident and proud face, even itching to let Chen Fan's group personally experience what genetic modification was like. Regarding this kind of snubbing behavior, Chen Fan and the others deeply spurned it, and more than that, they were still disgusted. Genetic modification not only made those villagers inhuman, but also made them kill each other. The tactics are just too vicious. Placed on Earth, they would definitely become the object of everyone's scorn, and would definitely be cursed by the world. The mist you put in earlier was to modify the DNA of the people around you, causing them to change into monsters? They are nothing more than the failures of the experiment, and we are the initial successes of the experiment, but nevertheless they should be thankful that with our genetic modifications they can live so recklessly. A smug smile spread across the faces of the parents of the girl in red, as if they felt they were doing everything right. There is no remorse whatsoever. Bastard! Liao Yong cursed, the depths of his eyes flashed across a smear of killing intent. Like this kind of unforgivable people should be put on the spot. Needless to think, comparing with the appearance of the two, the inhabitants are so ugly and deformed that they have even become psychologically deformed, and are obviously experiments that have failed to the point of no return. Yet they both look exactly like normal people. If they hadn't been defeated by their nature, they probably wouldn't have been able to detect anything different about them, and could only be described as well camouflaged. Even though their genes have been modified, they are still human, but nevertheless their psyches are twisted beyond recognition. The level of technology they have at their disposal is several latitudes ahead of Earth's, and it stands to reason that the replica scenario should be constructed after Earth's cultural level. Yet all of them are high-dimensional worlds, as evidenced by the matching weapons. A hunter's shotgun has a level of technology far beyond Earth's. The second-generation test article has already entered the clinical stage, and it is also the exact time when mice are needed. It's better to come at a good time than a good time. You guys are really lucky. My 2 will definitely transform your bodies properly. With that, the parents of the girl in red turned to leave, while reaching out to press a red button on the wall. At once, an alarm sounded throughout the chamber, and red lights kept flashing overhead. White fog poured in along each ventilation duct. A powerful disorientation was mixed within the fog. Just by sniffing it, Chen Fan felt his head spinning. In a flash, he realized something was wrong. "Cover your mouth and nose to prevent inhaling the white mist." A chorus of rebukes. Chen Fan immediately tore off the corner of his coat, then covered his nose to death and crawled on the ground, carefully observing the movement. But it was too late. By the time the crowd heard Chen Fan's words, they had already fainted and passed out with stars in their eyes. On the contrary, Chen Fan was the only one who was fine, and at this moment, he had the bright idea to follow suit and put on a fainting appearance. The white mist inside the chamber's compartment faded and dissipated, and in passing he stuffed the cloth of his coat that covered his mouth and nose into his pocket, and then proceeded to assume the appearance of unconsciousness. Ding! There was a sudden cacophony of mechanical sounds at the door. Immediately after that, the door was opened, and through it came two monsters from the previous mists. The strong light shone on their bodies, and their skin looked extraordinarily dark, even glowing white, and I don't know what they kept muttering under their breath, in an unintelligible language anyway. Chen Fan opened the corners of his eyes and scanned the circle without moving. There wasn't any move. First of all, he didn't know much about this lab, and figuring it out first was the key. At all times, his other hand was gripped tightly on the demon sword Muramasa at his waist. With this blade, it wouldn't be a problem to try and take care of the few monsters in front of him. At least it won't be as passive as before. When paired with the right skills, his combat power goes up at the same time. In the space of a few breaths, the four of them were lifted onto stretchers and out of the chamber. Walking down the translucent hallway, breathing and footsteps intermingled. In order to avoid revealing his footsteps, Chen Fan simply closed his eyes directly. The overall situation of the experimental base had been understood thoroughly. If they were going to do human experiments, the destination of this trip must be the laboratory, and I wonder how many monsters there are inside the experimental base. If there were these few monsters alone, they would certainly not be enough to fear. After an unknown amount of time, the group passed through one long corridor after another, and finally came within another chamber. Chen Fan slightly opened his eyes and glanced around. Surrounding them were instruments that had never been seen before, which were full of technology, holographic projection equipment, and automated instruments. All at a level of technology never before attained on Earth. At that moment, the monsters retreated from within the chamber. Suddenly there was another rush of footsteps nearby. Taking advantage of this gap, Chen Fan immediately rolled his body and found a hidden corner within the secret room to hide. The footsteps grew louder. Finally the door opened and the parents of the girl in red walked in, their faces filled with excited smiles. Somehow there was something inexplicably hideous about that smile. "Finally, we can start clinical trials on the results of the second phase of the experiment. Whether we can rewrite history or not depends on our test subjects." The hands of the parents of the girl in red kept clicking on the electronic screen with particularly skillful movements, obviously having done something similar many times. Chen Fan grabbed the knife at his waist at all times. If the two of them made any unkind moves, Chen Fan would immediately subdue them. As expected, under a flurry of maneuvering, there was a mechanical arm with a syringe in its hand, slowly approaching. Inside the syringe should be the result of their so-called experiment, the second-generation test subject of genetic modification. In a flash of lightning, Chen Fan directly threw out the demon sword Muramasa in his hand. Chop! In an instant, the mechanical arm was directly snapped, fire shot out in all directions, and the syringe then fell to the ground and directly ruptured. The liquid that flowed out emitted a strong stench, and the steel on the ground corroded with it. Chen Fan was stunned. This kind of gene test tube really didn't know what unexpected effects it would cause if injected into a person's body. Fortunately, he was quick on his feet, which prevented a tragedy. The broken test tube disturbed the couple of the girl in red, and they stared at Chen Fan with an angry face. The gene test tubes on the ground were their hard work, and now they've gone down the drain, which will put their plans on hold. "Since you are so forthcoming, let you be the first test subject. Soon you will submit to me and be my slave." The red-clothed girls' parents' faces were ferocious, and there was a faint aura of fury in their eyes. Only to see the two of them waving their palms twice, 10 monsters rushed in through the door and surrounded Chen Fan. There were dozens of people standing in the small laboratory, and it was not at all good to stretch one's fists and feet in such a situation. Chapter 21. The space of the laboratory was less than 10 square meters, covering a small area, and its interior was filled with heavy metal mechanical objects, the value of which was even more expensive. Task 3 is the destruction of the laboratory. On the spur of the moment, Chen Fan retrieved the demon's sword Muramasa and held it tightly in his hand. His icy gaze swept over all the monsters in front of him, his eyes swirling with murderous intent, and a ferocious intent permeating between his brows. White light was reflected on the demon's sword Muramasa's blade, and its sharpness was not to be underestimated. Under a signal, the monsters rushed over in a swarm, directly surrounding him, and their hands kept swinging, their half-arc mounted arms resembling the blades of knives, and their sharpness was probably no less than the demon's sword Muramasa. Chen Fan held the demonic sword in his hand. Waves of chi appeared on his body at first glance, and his sleeves waved up with it, an indelible will permeating between his brows. The S-rank skill storing power has been activated. A knife chopped out horizontally. This knife contained a powerful force, and a piercing wind-breaking sound was emitted as it was swung out. It was as if it was going to split the space. Combined with the power storage skill, the power of this blade was increased exponentially, and its power level was far more than twice as high as the previous one, which was completely incomparable to the physical body's punching and kicking skills, but the shortcoming was that one's own physical quality was somewhat lacking. If one had a body as lean and strong as Liao Yang's, the power that could be erupted from swinging the sword would even more doubled with it, and the rise might not be small. In the nick of time, the blade flashed and scratched, only a flash of white light was seen, in an instant blood soared out, black blood stained the wall. The scene was tragic. The two monsters blocking in front of Chen Fan were directly broken by the waist, and died violently on the spot. The action just now could be described as a single movement, without a trace of procrastination. Chen Fan did not celebrate. Everything is attributed to the hand of the demonic knife. If it is bare hands, I am afraid that today will have to be planted here. Before he was reborn, Chen Fan resolved a nightmare copy's small monster with just a single flick of his blade. However, this time was different from the past, and just the effort of storing up his strength for one slash had consumed almost 30% of his strength. Looking up, there were 8 more monsters in front of them. Simply converted, while killing these monsters, he himself would be exhausted and end up dying on the experiment table, becoming a test subject for the monolithic tower. It really wasn't a good idea to scratch, because the main target wasn't these monsters, and the monsters only served to drain his stamina. The ultimate goal is to trash the lab. After all, the ultimate boss hasn't even made a move yet. Now he could only pray that Liao Yong could come to his senses and share some of the pressure for him. This would be the only way to suspend his rapidly declining stamina value. Skill storing power could no longer be used. After all, the time to use it in a day was only 3 times, and he still had to save his bottom card to deal with the final boss. It wasn't worth wasting it on these little minions. While thinking about it, the remaining 8 monsters swarmed up, like brute bulls charging across the room, making clanking noises as they collided into the surrounding instruments. Chen Fan, with the help of the favorable terrain, chose the appropriate position to defend as much as possible, pulling his body from side to side to ensure his safety as much as possible. On the contrary, the parents of the girl in red didn't have any change of expression on their faces. Even though the laboratory had been turned into ruins, they didn't feel a single bit of flesh pain. The monolithic tower is set differently for each NPC. For example, the NPCs of the first village before, their mission is set to treat every player who enters within the game as a doctor, while possessing aggressiveness towards every player. However, the girl in red would be a neutral NPC, not aggressive, but also not aggressive. On the contrary, her parents are the opposite. Their purpose is to stop and destroy the players who enter the copy. Preventing players from completing quests is the main task of all monsters as well as NPCs. Now that he had a good knife at his disposal, it became easy to deal with these monsters, and in the work of 2 or 3 knives, the bodies of these monsters were broken open with many cuts. But the consumption of physical strength made Chen Fan gradually show a decline, several times almost cut by the hand blade of these monsters. Nowadays weak body, just let these monsters touch a bit, not to die also have to lose a layer of skin. At the critical moment, a sparse sound suddenly appeared directly in front of them, only to see a figure rise up in the air and directly step on the heads of these monsters. When he looked up, it was none other than Liao Yong. Liao Yong held a finger tiger in his hand and smashed fist after fist on the heads of these monsters, his lean body exploding with unexpected force. Every punch he threw basically triggered a bludgeoning effect, and the damage that could be dealt by each punch was multiplied. In the space of a few breaths, he swung his fists dozens of times, yet the heads of these monsters were also smashed right into mush. Chapter 22. The two monsters were resolved in a few moments, and Chen Fan's crisis was solved. Of course, Liao Yong was able to inflict so much damage all thanks to this finger tiger. The finger tiger, like the demon sword Muramasa, was a purple quality weapon, and with Liao Yong's strong physical body, the power that the finger tiger could inflict was being maximized. Blades and swords constantly appeared at first glance in the laboratory. Slash after slash came out. Punch after punch slammed down hard. Only the screams of the monsters could be heard echoing continuously within the small laboratory. The fighting power that the two of them had erupted was astonishing, and now the two of them had undergone a qualitative metamorphosis in their fighting power. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the remaining 8 monsters were dealt with one by the two of them. Chen Fan understood Liao Yong's fighting skills, so they appeared to be more compatible with each other. Looking at the floor again, the bodies of the monsters were lying all over it, and the black blood that flowed out had stained the entire floor. There were still a few monsters that hadn't died through, so Chen Fan directly and cleanly went up to replenish them. In the end, this battle ended with the two Chen Fan winning. Suddenly, there was clapping in the lab. Looking for the sound, it was the parents of the girl in red. Very well! But anyone who obstructs the technology revival experiment program will have to die. Let's show you the power of genetic technology. As soon as the words fell, the parents of the girl in red began to deform, and the clothes on her body were broken with them. Her body was gradually getting bigger, her skin color became dark, and in the blink of an eye, she turned into a monster that was neither human nor ghost. A little comparison. The size of the monster in front of him was around 3 meters, his head had already reached the ceiling of the laboratory, and his entire body was covered in robust muscles, which had obvious lines that were permeated with a blood-red light. The lines on the body were similar to those on the monolithic tower. It was obvious that this was all the handiwork of the monolithic tower. The culprit for everything is the monolithic tower, and all the plots are fabricated by the monolithic tower. Facing the old boss of the final level, Chen Fan did not panic. The boss of the nightmare level copy had an absolute advantage in terms of the blood bar, and also the blue bar. The calm before the storm is finally over, but the next step will be more difficult than ever before, and the storm is finally about to begin. They were going to fight a nightmare level copy boss with the equipment of AD level player. Everything sounded so ridiculous. Like an impossible thing to accomplish. But Chen Fan himself was a miracle in his own right. Reborn in a new life, he was bound to face all the difficulties and obstacles head-on. Just in the next second of the fleeting moment, 2 giant monsters rushed across the room with an aura like a tiger descending from a mountain. Die! The 2 giant monsters squeezed the word out of their mouths with difficulty. Apparently, they had lost their original sanity, and were filled with nothing but killing. Genetic modification is actually the biggest change in personality still, and can magnify what's wrong with you in a huge way, and amplify your deepest darkness without limit. The 2 of them are like ruthless killing machines, and it's all set up by the monolithic tower. Chapter 23. The words landed. The knife in Chen Fan's hand had been gripped tightly for a long time, the faint white light also converged on the blade, the starlight continuously penetrated into the pores of the skin in his body, and the strong chi waves circled around the soles of his feet, slightly blowing a wind, and there was also a kind of nicking sound in the wind. From just now until now, he had been taking advantage of the gap in the power storage phase. The power of the demon sword Muramasa was rising in tandem with the passage of time, and as long as there was enough time to store up the power, its power could be amplified wirelessly. In fact, it is not too much to say that the power storage is the top skills, because the power storage skills set on the upper limit of the reason, as long as it is the longer the power storage time, the power that can be burst out of the power can be the same proportion of the rise. It means that as long as there is enough time, the power can be amplified indefinitely, but the monsters inside the copy won't give enough opportunity to store power. From the very beginning until now, Chen Fan had been looking for openings to build up his strength, just to give his opponent a fatal blow. The moment the red-clothed girl's parents rushed up, Chen Fan immediately lifted the demon sword Muramasa in his hand and slashed out. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed, and as the blade slashed out, space seemed to distort a bit with it. The long knife in his hand slashed through midair, emitting ear-piercing wind-breaking sounds as if it was going to split the space, and its power was unstoppable. The inertia of this slash directly forced him to instantly move forward a distance of 4 or 5 steps, slashing solidly at the bodies of the 2 giant monsters in front of him. Stabbing. The powerful attack force contained in the blade directly caused the monster in front of him to open its belly, and blood as thick and black as oil flowed out smoothly from the wound. All of it dripped onto the floor, which was then eroded by the blood. A scream ensued, so deafening that it made the eardrums sting a little. The might that erupted from the demon blade Muramasa was enough to cause the giant monster in front of him to suffer a great deal of damage. Taking advantage of the opening in front of him, Chen Fan advanced instead of retreating, slashing at the monster's body one after another. The airtight offense left the opponent with no power to fight back at all. It wasn't until Chen Fan was exhausted that he hurriedly stepped back to make way for about 5 meters, maintaining a safer distance. On the contrary, the giant monster in front of him was already a bloody mess. Not a single piece of skin on his body was intact, and large and small slash marks were spread all over his body. Looking at Liao Yong again, he followed Chen Fan's lead and rushed up as well. The two alternated their attacks with each other, just to give the other a chance to catch their breath. He knew that Chen Fan's power build-up needed plenty of time, so all he could do was to buy enough time for his opponent. At the same time, Lu Rian and Yu Lei, who were lying on the test bench, woke up from their sleep, and they opened their hazy eyes to see a scene that was shocking. Instantly, they too joined the fight. Of course, the two of them had extremely low combat power of their own, and could only do their best to assist the other two. But the final boss of the replica isn't a vegetarian. The full strength of the nightmare-level boss had not yet been displayed, and just by the previous stored power slash, it could not pose much of a threat to the monster's life, and could only injure the opponent. Liao Yong's fists fell like a torrential downpour. The overwhelmed fist kept swinging, smashing heavily on the monster's body again and again. The other monster also surrounded, pinning Liao Yong back and forth. The situation was critical. If there was no one to hold back the other monster, Liao Yong would definitely be seriously injured. Even though his own strength was too strong, he still couldn't resist the attack of the two monsters, and moreover, it was still a tricky position like one in front of the other. The slightest mistake can result in a sneak attack by the enemy, and then a serious injury. After all, Liao Yong was also a mortal flesh. If he really received a bit of the other party's attack, it was estimated that he would immediately open his belly. So there is no room for them to be half distracted. At the critical moment, Chen Fan once again stepped forward. This battle was completely impossible without him. The numbers on both sides were disproportionate. Only to see him holding a long knife in his hand, an arrow step rushed out. His stance was like an arrow off the string. His movements were quick and decisive, without a single bit of procrastination, and in an instant, he chopped out another knife. Skill build-up kicks in again. Demon Blade Muramasa's passive skill increased damage is also triggered. The long blade slashed out with raging might, cutting across the back of another giant monster, and for a moment the entire back was split in two. Even the white bones within the skin and flesh were clearly visible. The damage inflicted this time was far more ferocious than the last slash. Chapter 24. Only a scream was heard. The screams echoed through the small laboratory. Boom! Immediately followed by another loud bang, another giant monster directly responded to the sound of the bottom. The breath became extremely thin. Obviously, this knife on him caused an inestimable amount of damage. The main reason was that this slash triggered the Demon Blade Muramasa's passive, just in time to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, while the giant monster didn't react to the opening. Otherwise, this fight would never have been so easy and simple. I'm afraid that this fight will become easier if I can set off another passive of the Demon Blade. Then look at the other monster is already dying. In the entanglement with Liao Yong was repeatedly hit hard. There is absolutely no room for counterattack. Right now, as long as the remaining monster strangled, everything will be accomplished. The copy will also enter the end. With two people surrounding a boss, the battle became optimistic, and the front and back attacks made the monster powerless. The narrowness of the area, coupled with the monster's huge body, made it impossible to exert its full strength, greatly limiting the monster's mobility. Let's just say that this giant monster has a bad head on its shoulders. Choosing this unfavorable terrain to transform was undoubtedly seeking a path for himself. Attacks like a rainstorm fell on the monster's body. First, Liao Yong kept swinging his heavy fists, and then Chen Fan lifted his long knife to slash at the giant monster's back. The overwhelming attacks pulled the last giant monster back and forth. In less than 3 minutes, another monster also planted itself on the ground, and in order to prevent the gutter from overturning, Chen Fan purposely inserted 2 more knives into the bodies of these monsters. Fuck Nima! Yulei also couldn't help but go up and stomp on it twice, in order to get out of breath. Chen Fan pulled him back. The blood flowing from the monster was corrosive, the flesh could not withstand it. In just a few breaths of effort, the rubber shoes on the soles of Yulei's feet were melted. Get a test tube, fill it with the blood of these monsters, and when you leave here, turn it over to the state to take over the whole thing. The instruments here are also brought out as much as possible, which can greatly increase the level of technology in the present society, all of which is vital for the next development of the planet. The level of technology in this place is already one latitude far beyond Earth. Chen Fan gives as much as he can to his country, and today's era is about to face its end. Improve technology before then, and it won't be as tragic as it was in the last world when faced with the onslaught of Armageddon. The people understood, and from the contact down the past few days, they had a certain understanding of the world within the monolithic tower. The idea has changed with it. The level of technology within this copy was enough to shock them. But this copy is only one of the 10,000 flowers. There are countless small worlds within the monolithic tower, and what they have discovered now is only the tip of the iceberg of the monolithic tower. Even Chen Fan hadn't figured out just how many small spaces there were in the monolithic tower. But their small step has been a big step for all mankind. Yulei followed Chen Fan's instructions and did as he was told, putting everything he could on his body. If only we could get these things out there, the worldview of the entire planet would be turned upside down by it. Now it's all about the final step. By destroying the entire experimental base, they would be able to leave from their copy within the monolithic tower. This one is also considered complete. Chen Fan also didn't expect that he would be able to pass through a nightmare-level copy unarmed, which he wouldn't have dared to think about before he was reborn. Honestly, pre-rebirth was all about relying too much on skills and equipment, which led to his eventual demise. Chapter 25. The important thing at the moment was to enhance one's physical strength, to raise the physical quality to the apex in order to use every skill with all the ease. If the dodge skill hadn't been triggered when he first entered the copy, I'm afraid he would already be a dead body. Dodge is a skill that bets on your life. It was luck this time, but what about the next time? Can he always have this kind of luck? No way. With a little bit of bad luck, maybe he'd already be a ghost wandering within the copy. The difficulty factor of the nightmare level copy is so high that the next time you enter the copy, the difficulty will increase with it. Because the setting of the monolithic tower is an S-class player, this setting has been deeply rooted, will not change. The only status quo can change, that is, their own strength. When the end times come, all humans will realize how small they are. In his previous life before rebirth, mankind did not focus on investigating the monolithic tower, and with the current level of technology, he was unable to find out a result. So the matter has been put off. Some scientists have even speculated that the monolithic tower is just a meteorite fragment in the universe. If the 3 years are fully utilized, it is absolutely certain that there will be a significant reduction in the number of casualties that should be expected when the end times come. At this time, Yulei judged the location of the self-destruct system with his professional knowledge of architecture. Found a button that's red and has a skull and crossbones pattern. Also set to explode after 10 minutes. The crowd left the experimental base in an orderly manner, and after 5 minutes they all arrived at an open field directly in front of the experimental base. After resolving the 2 final bosses, the fog inside the copy dissipated. At a glance, not a single monster could be seen. Monsters and the mist are coexisting entities. Without the mist there would be no monsters. That put their minds at ease. The monsters within the mists are a nightmare. The crowd stared at the experimental base with a somewhat deeper look in their eyes, their worldviews had been turned upside down, and their brains had become confused as they were inundated and covered by what they had experienced. I'm afraid that after experiencing these things, they won't be able to feel at ease for a long time, and they'll all be thinking about what the monolithic tower really is. But one thing is certain, it will surely be a holocaust for mankind. While the crowd was still thinking, the figure of the girl in red suddenly appeared in front of them. The girl in red walked slowly towards Chen Fan's group. Chen Fan's few people revealed a surprised expression, as if from the beginning, they had directly ignored the girl in red. A few breaths later, the girl in red stood pensively in front of the crowd, her eyes coldly sweeping over the 4 people in front of her. In fact, they felt a bit guilty. After all, they were the ones who had killed the other's parents with their own hands, so that the girl in red had become an orphan. How painful is it for a little girl who is still in a stage of ignorance to be without her mom and dad? But Chen Fan did not take it seriously. He knew that when he entered the copy, everything was like a dream and did not have to be taken seriously. After they leave the replica, everything inside the replica will return to its original state, and everything will be restored to the way it was in the beginning. Until the next group comes to climb the tower and enter this copy. Copies of the monolithic tower are regular. They can't break the mold. So there is no need to carry any emotion, and emotion is a big no-no for human beings. While the crowd was still in a state of guilt, the girl in red suddenly spoke. I'm actually the system for the genetic engineering program. The 2 people killed by you created me by hand. Once I escaped from within the experimental base, not wanting to continue to be controlled by the 2 of them. But they are the ones who created me, after all, and can implant new systems into my body at the far end. Thank you, guys, for freeing me. These words turned the crowd's 3 views upside down once again. Little did they realize that the little girl they were trying so hard to protect was the one responsible for all of this, and that he was the clue to the source of the virus. Even more amazing is the technology within the replica. It is possible to design a system with a subjective consciousness, such that the technological power is far beyond the modern society. The 2 are simply not proportional. Chapter 26. Chen Fan stroked his chin and thought for a moment. If the girl in red was not destroyed along with her, the 3rd mission would still not be completed. Since the girl in red is the so-called system, she must have been implanted with all the genetic virus programs. We're getting out of here! You should know what I mean! Chen Fan clasped his hands in front of his chest and looked back and forth at the girl in red in front of him. I didn't realize that the monolithic tower had left an afterthought. From the very beginning, the quest was used to blind them so that they kept mistaking the girl in red for a neutral NPC. Needed to protect her. Turns out the girl in red is a wolf in sheep's clothing. But now that the 3-day deadline had passed, they wouldn't be punished even if they took a shot at the girl in red. Chen Fan did not detect the slightest bit of killing intent in the body of the girl in red, so he did not intend to make a move, but was prepared to persuade the other party to go and follow along with her to be destroyed on her own. Got it! I will follow the destruction of the experimental base. After all, everything is because of me, and it's time for a perfect ending. The girl in red suddenly became especially mature. It was an extremely obvious contrast to her clueless appearance. Thank you for freeing me! Until finally, the girl in red bowed deeply to all of them, and then walked towards the inside of the experimental base on her own. Chen Fan hadn't expected it to end like this either. In fact, the monolithic tower could totally change the setting of the girl in red and make her an NPC with aggression. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Fan's mind suddenly flashed through thousands of thoughts for some unknown reason, as if he had realized something. It's quite possible. It was the subjective consciousness of the girl in red that suppressed the original setting of the monolithic tower, thus making himself a neutral creature. But what is amazing is why the girl in red was able to escape the control of the monolithic tower. With the technological power of the monolithic tower, it's enough to control everything. Reborn in his previous life, Chen Fan's conjecture was that the monsters within the copy were all changed by humans, but nowadays, he had just entered the copy, and there were no more than 10 people within the Earth who had entered the copy. So that conjecture can already be dismissed. There is also the possibility that before the aliens invaded Earth, there was another planet that was invaded first. For a moment, Chen Fan became a bit finicky. Exactly what it was he hadn't figured out himself, but one day he would investigate. the moment the girl in red's back disappeared. The countdown to the base's self-destruct program has also begun. The base is about to self-destruct. Please evacuate all concerned quickly to a half-mile away. 3, 2, 1. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Boom! There was a loud bang that resounded through the sky. A huge mushroom cloud rose up and went straight above the clouds, filling the entire sky with black smoke. The entire surface of the earth trembled with it. It's finally over, a perfect ending of sorts. It was a mechanical beep that sounded in their heads once again. Task 3 has been completed. Copy, Genetic Program 1. Difficulty, Nightmare, 100% completion, grade C+. The rewards have been issued. Skill proficiency is being raised. The system is loading in an orderly fashion, please wait. Meanwhile, the crowd looked at each other in dismay, and then their figures immediately disappeared above the plains. This nightmare level copy was finally passed without any danger. Chapter 27. Identity Recognition Success, S-Class Player Chen Fan. The nightmare level quest has been completed. Copy is 100% complete and is being scanned. Please wait. The plot is being scrutinized and analyzed, please wait. This solo evaluation, A. Team Fit, A+, the plot was completed to a very high degree, and a reward is hereby sent. Skill dodge proficiency is increased with a 40% chance of not taking any damage and countering the attacker with 80% damage. The passive skill stored power cannot be upgraded and can only be fixed at the current stage of the effect. Reward S-rank passive skill Blitz, a 20% chance to inflict a blitz when attacking. Blitz damage can be increased by 100%. Reward a pair of purple wrist guards that increase damage by %, with a 50% chance of increasing damage by 50%. Over and out. Keep an eye out for it. Thank you. The voice landed, and in the next second, space became distorted in a swirling pattern, and consciousness became disoriented. When he opened his eyes again, Chen Fan was already in a different place. Looking around, he realized that the place he was in now was the very center of Liberation Square, and when he looked back, it was the monolithic tower. Rubbing! The searchlight from the watchtower shone directly on Chen Fan's body. The glare forced him to open his eyes, and there was still some vague tingling in his pupils. Chen Fan raised his hand, blocking the light in front of him as much as possible. Alarm! Alarm! Be advised, someone is approaching the alien monolith. Identity unknown. Attention all units. Alarms were pulled and countless searchlights hit Chen Fan's location, exposing him to the public. Meanwhile, troops on all sides received word and were closing in on the intelligence position. Chen Fan deliberately pulled up his collar, put on his hood, and disappeared into the spotlight in the next second. Suspect is out of sight. All units please be on the lookout and fire warning shots if you see a suspect. Searchlights hit in all directions just to capture Chen Fan's figure, but however he was as if he had evaporated, directly out of sight. Upon careful calculation, it had been 4 days since he had entered the monolithic tower, and it was estimated that the institutional organization responsible for protecting the monolithic tower had begun to investigate his background. After all, no one could believe that a large living person would disappear before their eyes without even a trace. I'm sure it won't take long to follow the trail to him. But Chen Fan had already prepared a response. Looking at the vicinity of the monolithic tower, the cordon had already been drawn up, and the guarding army had already planted eyes around the area and surrounded it, just not wanting to let go of any suspects with strange movements. Chen Fan tried his best not to expose himself to the public eye. Silent steps touched the vicinity of the cordon. Suddenly, there was a blackened gun pressed against his head, and with a pull of the trigger, his brain would blossom. What are you? Hands on your head! Get down! Please note that your every word and action will be recorded, and you are advised not to resist unnecessarily, or you will only be greeted with jail time. It's a woman. The tone was serious, biting off every word. At the same time, the woman pulled the trigger, and with a slight press, Chen Fan would die violently on the spot. Chen Fan was surprised. From the beginning to the end he did not realize that someone was following him, so it was evident that this woman was by no means ordinary. Chapter 28. Attention all units, suspicious characters detected. requesting backup, close in on me immediately. The woman pulled out her walkie-talkie and reported the situation at this point. Copy that. Remember to protect your own safety, and if you find suspects behaving suspiciously, you can open fire and shoot them immediately. Chen Fan held his head in his hands and slowly turned around. In the next second, the woman's appearance stunned him. Her hair was outlined above her eyebrows, her hair was messy in the air, blocking a small half of her face, but it was still hard to hide her stunning beauty. Let's just say she has a sense of being out of the mud and out of the clouds. Only from a distance. There's a feeling of being uninvited. In his previous life, the Earth's population had plummeted to less than 10 million, and women were even rarer, with not necessarily one female in 10 people. In the post-apocalyptic world, love is the rarest of things, and in a chaotic world, where it's hard to preserve oneself, who would desire love? To be honest, Chen Fan had a feeling that his heart was moved. But soon, this heartfelt feeling was buried in the bottom of his heart. Now is not the time to talk about love, there are still a lot of things that need to be dealt with. The woman was seen pulling out a pair of iron handcuffs from her waist, then a gun in the other hand. If you're handcuffed, it's really hard to escape. Chen Fan didn't want to have any connection with the country, and once he did, he would have to work for the country and spend a lot of time. All useful information, he had already asked the remaining few people involved in the copy to submit it to the state, so there was no shame in asking for it. On the spur of the moment, he chose to run. It may be too late if we don't run. Taking advantage of the opening, Chen Fan kicked out directly, sending the gun in the woman's hand 10 meters away. The woman's center of gravity was unsteady, and she staggered back a step, and as she grabbed towards Chen Fan's lapel, she only saw a shadow suddenly flicker. Skill dodge has been triggered. Successful dodge. The skill triggered in the nick of time. In fact, even if the other party caught Chen Fan, they couldn't catch him, with his stance and current equipment. As long as he wanted to escape, there was absolutely no one who could stop him. In a puff of smoke, Chen Fan ran out of sight. Until the woman picked up the gun, she could no longer see Chen Fan's figure. Damn! Let this guy get away! This infuriated the woman, who stomped her leg, her face full of anger. At this point, the guards arrived late. Ensign Yen! Where are the suspects? The guards looked left and right, not seeing any characters. I didn't realize that the young woman in front of me was actually a second lieutenant rank, and her status was not low. No wonder he's so agile. Let him give a run for his money, it's a difficult character to deal with. Within 3 days, give me a thorough investigation of this person's bottom line, by any means necessary. I'd like to see what kind of character it is. Ensign Yin coughed softly twice. A faint blush appeared on his face. To be honest, as a second lieutenant, actually failing to catch a suspect, it was indeed a bit of a dereliction of duty. Ensign Yen, whose full name is Yen Ryu, is a legend in the military, repeatedly earning meritorious service and turning scorching battle situations into a success every time. But this miss indirectly made him interested in Chen Fan. Now there is no way to start the boulder puzzle, but their superiors have given a deadly order that they must keep guarding the place until they dig up the secret of the boulder. There was nothing for it but to be stationed as it was, and perhaps take the opportunity to get a feel for the local flavor of the river city. Consider it a long vacation for yourself. Chapter 29. At this time, Chen Fan had already withdrawn from within the cordon and rushed towards Jiangcheng Southwest University in a hurry. In a pinch, it's been 4 days since I left. There was no contact with the outside world for 4 days, and even the school was unaware of his whereabouts. It's as if they've evaporated. Now his roommate must be anxious. Chen Fan was an orphan, growing up in an orphanage, and for the first 18 years he worked hard, went crazy, and focused on his studies. So much so that he got into the city's top university. He felt that when he checked the scores of the high school exams in that world, he had really spent all his luck in this life. In his previous life now at this time, he was still a college student who could only lift a pen, not to mention fighting and killing. Let him lift a knife, will be afraid. On the other hand, now, the change is so drastic that it is like a different person. If he hadn't been lucky enough to get a leg up within the copy in the first place, maybe he wouldn't have even had the chance to relive his life. Stopped a motorman halfway. Motorcycle master, $8 for Southwestern University to go or not? Chen Fan didn't wait for people to agree, and directly sat on a motorcycle with one but, a move called preemptive strike. Since coming to the big city, he had practiced his bargaining skills first class. He was called the feared Shinsanjia. Yo! Southwest University is 3 kilometers away from here. $8 is not even enough to pay for fuel, and now even the price of diesel fuel has risen. Young man, you are a little unkind. The motorcycle master's accent sounded very awkward, and he should not be a local. $8 is not enough? Honestly, right now it was already considered a miracle that Chen Fan could pull out $8 on him. Maybe there's a possibility that even a whopping $8 can't be shelled out. Pants searched his left and right purses, a couple of dimes pounded, pulled them out and saw that there were exactly 8 dimes. Master! To tell you the truth, I'm in straitened circumstances. I can only afford 8 dimes, you see I'm still a poor student. Go on, go on! You're lucky you ran into me today. If you ran into another motorcycle master, it'd be weird if I didn't tell you to get lost. As soon as the words fell, the motorcycle master twisted the gas pedal to the bottom and rushed out in a puff of smoke. Chen Fan, on the other hand, was disheveled in the wind, his hair constantly fluttering. The motorcycle master is like a beautiful scenery on the road, straight cut through, weaving in and out of the streets and alleys. Within 10 minutes, he arrived at the main entrance of Southwestern University. The young man has arrived! Chen Fan hadn't reacted yet. All the way over here, it basically flew by. Chen Fan took out the scattered 8 dimes from his wallet and handed them to the motorcycle master. For his part, the Mo's master frowned for a moment, then looked back and forth at the clothes Chen Fan was wearing, then pushed his hand back. Young man! You college students just like to overspend, saving I've heard that you young people like to be some kind of cash boy. I don't understand it, but I'll advise you to economize from the perspective of someone who's been there. I've seen poor, I've never seen this poor. Count me unlucky, this trip is a wasted pull. Without saying a few words, the motorcycle master will pull the throttle to the bottom. Speeding motorcycle once again disappeared around the corner. Chapter 30. Looking at the back of the motorcycle master, Chen Fan nodded. Poor. He is indeed poor. So poor that you have to see if you have enough money in your pocket to even eat an egg fried rice. But he has the power to make a difference. Happiness is earned with your own hands. Walked into Southwestern University, showed my student ID to the security guard at the gate, and was then let in. Straight ahead to the dormitory. Since he usually didn't have many friends, Chen Fan was walking with his head buried in his hands the whole way. The dormitory is on the first floor. One of the most celebrated things about my college years was not having to be afraid, but now that joyful time can't last long. The whole monolithic tower thing is about to come to light within 2 years, which is within 2 years according to the rate of development in the previous world, but now there's been a change and the timeline should move forward a few months. When the time comes to take a full break from school to enter the tower climbing era, and people all over the world respond to the country's call to climb the tower enthusiastically, the social system will also collapse and money will no longer be the almighty thing. Come to the dormitory and push open the door. Cackle! Everyone looked towards Chen Fan with a slight hint of surprise in their eyes. There was even a bit of surprise. Vanzi? Where are you these days? You don't answer your phone, you don't reply to your messages, and the guidance counselor can't find you, so he's going to report you to the school leadership, saying that he's going to give you a disciplinary action. Let's not talk about anything else, the chick outside has hooked her soul. Look at your eyes, the dark circles under your eyes are drooping to your nose. Young people still need to focus on their studies. You guys don't guess blindly. We fancy which is the kind of person who does not abide by the moral bottom line. I guess there must be some difficulties. Say it out so that the buddies can help. Say if there are difficulties, don't hide it from the brothers. Fancy you're not going to borrow from a loan shark, are you? We can still come up with $1,000. Buddy, if you have a hard time you must say so. Keeping it inside will crush you sooner or later. Upon seeing Chen Fan, the rest of the housemates swarmed around him, surrounding him in layers, asking questions to the left and to the right, but they were all nothing but concerned for him. Chen Fan had mixed feelings in his heart. What the hell is this all about? This roommate's brain hole is just too big, right? But those words do warm the heart a bit. The friendships in college are genuine. everyone catching up on each other's memories for each other. So in this life, he wasn't going to give up on each of his housemates and seek to develop them into his sturdy backers. Reborn in his previous life, let's just say he didn't have the ability to protect his roommates. After his roommates started climbing the tower, dead and wounded, he was the only one left alive at the end. I went back to the orphanage and took a look at the old man. He is still quite strong. I saw that there was no major problem, so I came back immediately. Chen Fan wanted to find a random excuse to put it off. It was still too early to tell them about the monolithic tower. Upon hearing this, the roommate brothers sighed in relief and broke into long overdue smiles. I say, you kid usually don't always play what disappearance. The guide said that if we can't find you people tomorrow, we will call the police. We thought you were taken by aliens to do experiments. They were right, but Chen Fan was not captured by the aliens, but rather entered the monolithic tower of his own accord. The megalithic towers have caused a lot of panic, so that the school authorities are also a little bit alert. In order to avoid untoward incidents, issued notices for students to minimize the time of going out, and try not to get close to Tahrir Square. From the time he entered the dormitory, Chen Fan had not had the chance to interrupt, and had been listening to his roommates, chattering away. Tomorrow you find something to go and talk to your guide to clarify the situation. Try to plead for mercy, don't let the school discipline you, otherwise it will be a trouble to find a job after graduation. Hello? What's gotten into you, kid? Did you hear me? Chapter 31. I know! You guys are making a big deal out of it. It's just a little thing. The disciplinary action didn't even matter to him. After all, he hadn't even waited for graduation before all the people started climbing the tower. Not to mention looking for work. Most of the stores on the market are paralyzed, all because of understaffing. When the end times come, money is a pile of waste paper, all outside the body. You came just in time. Buddy is discussing to go to the bar. Good, not as coincidental. Tonight about 4 girls. I heard that there is a police flower, just one of our brothers. Let's go together. A housemate named Lu Jianba put his hand on the other side of Chen Fan's shoulder, hooked his body and said with a smile. Lu Jianba and the 4 people are considered the most generous people, while the family environment is favorable, is a typical second generation of rich. Although he had the life of a rich kid, he didn't have the temper of a rich kid. On weekdays it can be said that Chen Fan is good from the heart, and without Lu Jianba's support within his college days, he really might starve to death. Don't worry about the money, it's on me today, buddy. As long as you can go, that's the biggest face you can give to your buddy. Lu Jianba had just gotten his words out when another housemate grabbed Chen Fan's shoulder. This roommate named Hao Jian, weekdays is really like to make a bitch. Everyone called him a good bitch, especially also looks like a cheap look, thieving eyes, smile up when 2 eyes are squinted into a slit. Don't worry about it, relax with abandon. College time is fleeting, let's have fun in time. With those words, before Chen Fan could respond, the housemates directly pulled Chen Fan out of the dormitory building. Riding in Lu Jianbao's limousine, all of them sailed away. Chen Fan's right eyelids were jumping along the way, always feeling that something bad would happen, and his heart was always panicked. Lu Jianbao parked the limousine in front of the bar, which attracted a lot of people's attention, and they came out of the car in a smooth manner, and became the center of attention of the whole place for a while. To tell the truth, Chen Fan's looks had a few moments of beauty, only that his face had no air, and his face had no meat, it was all bone structure. The group didn't choose to enter the bar first, but lingered at the entrance. Wait a moment! They'll be here soon! Just ahead, at the corner of the intersection, there were a few more voices, squirming and pushing each other, as if reluctantly. Told you I don't come to such places, what's my status? If I come to a place like this and my superiors find out, I'm sure I'll be criticized. Tamayura Haru, we'd better go. There's always something familiar about hearing that voice. At first glance, it was actually Ensign Yen Ryu. At this moment, she was wearing a half-skirt, revealing her slender legs. Her skin was white and tender, bouncing. Compared to half an hour ago, she had shed some of her mature and serious flavor and replaced it with shyness and ignorance, and with her face heavily made up, it was undoubtedly the icing on the cake. With her current face value, it was estimated that thousands of young men would fall under her pomegranate skirt. But only it always felt like Yen Ryu was a bit squirmy in her short skirt. Don't be in a hurry! I've come up with my own treasures for you today, and tonight they're all male college students, so make sure you take advantage of them. Yuluqing was her best friend in Jiangcheng, her bestie from childhood, and the two were so close that they could wear the same pants. Both ancestors are also family friends. And the college students she was talking about were none other than Chen Fan and his 3 roommates. What are you nervous about? Our Yan Big Beauty is definitely the main character tonight. After saying this, Yuluqing jokingly slapped her on the buttocks, then made a funny face and ran straight to the front. However, Yan Ryu had a lowered face, her face filled with a blush color. A few feet down the road, the two sides met in front of the bar, chatting away. But at this time Chen Fan was still relieving himself in the toilet, completely unaware of the situation in the outside world. If he knew the situation in front of the bar, he would not come out even if he killed himself. Chapter 32. Guess what I saw in the restroom? There was a guy who was so drunk that he fell headfirst into the toilet, and it was a disgusting scene. Chen Fan waved at a few housemates at the door. But the words came to an abrupt end, the hand stopped in midair, and the feet stayed rooted in place, not advancing another half step. Because that's when he saw Yan Ryu and thought to himself, how could there be such a beautiful woman? Yan Ryu also happened to be looking at him, thinking in her heart, how this guy looks a bit familiar? There was always a sense of déjà vu. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other in all directions, and the atmosphere became bizarre, with a strong smell of gunpowder permeating out and rendering the atmosphere. It's you, boy! Holy shit! It's you! Both men had recognized each other and raised their fingers to each other. A cry of alarm rang out. Chen Fan immediately spread his legs and ran behind him. In front of him is a small alley. The alley is dark, cannot see the end of the end, and the end is not thoughts. Now we can only beat a dead horse and take a gamble that there is only this one day road behind us. Yan Ryu immediately followed, and in passing, she pulled out the matching gun on her waist, but touched an empty space. Now is not the stage of the mission, she does not carry the gun around with her. Shit! In a puff of smoke, the two disappeared into the alley, only leaving behind the remaining 6 people who were dumbfounded. They hadn't even understood what was going on before the two of them put on an epic show of chasing each other. They know each other? Maybe? What's Fancy running for? I guess I'm just too excited to see a pretty girl? I guess so. Looking down the alley again. Inside the dark alley, he couldn't see a finger, so Chen Fan could only run forward on his own, and in 3 or 2 steps, he had left Yan Ryu behind him without a trace. What a touch of ghost! Let's just say why the right eyelid keeps jumping. Chen Fan slowed down his pace, patted his chest, and let out a long breath of relief. Before he could get a chance to rest, there was the sound of hurried footsteps behind him. Stand still! Don't run! Holy shit! Big sister, you don't always chase me. I didn't do anything wrong. Helpless, Chen Fan could only continue to run. If Yan Ryu caught her, she would definitely not have a good time. Before he could get more than a few steps away, there was a scream from behind him. Chen Fan immediately stopped and looked backward, and before his eyes was a blackness. Can it be that Yan Ryu has met a bad guy? The kind of bad guys in movies often hide in these dark alleys. Naya! What a misstep! Chen Fan cursed, then turned back and walked away, groping forward while saying, Big sister, are you alright? Don't scare me! A few feet down the road, he saw a figure in the darkness. Taking a few steps closer, a closer look was exactly Yan Ryu, but she was sitting on the ground with a grimace on her face, and it didn't look promising. Chapter 33. Big sister? Did you break your ankle? I told you not to chase me, but you just didn't listen. As he spoke, Chen Fan had already bent his waist, while reaching out to assist Yan Ryu in front of him. After all, people's little girl broke her foot because she was chasing herself. As a man, it was more important to show a gentlemanly demeanor, or at least not to leave Yan Ryu alone here. Yan Ryu in the darkness did not speak as she followed Chen Fan's outstretched hand and put it on his shoulder with force. So much strength? Chen Fan could feel as if his shoulders were being pinched with a tingling sensation, and his body trembled with it. The other hand was on his shoulder at the same time. Big sister, don't touch it! Chen Fan exclaimed, a scarlet color flashing across his face. Throughout his past life and present life, Chen Fan was resoundingly single in motherhood and had never even touched a woman's hand. But just a second before, he broke his fast. He touched Yenryu's hand. For a moment, a tingling sensation ran through his entire body. He could clearly feel the warmth on the palm of the other's hand and the smooth skin. As he froze, there was a scolding from behind him. "Shut up!" In the blink of an eye, Yenryu's hands immediately rested on Chen Fan's chin, and then leaned back with force, pressing her weight all over his body. By the time Chen Fan realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Yenryu obediently clamped half of Chen Fan's body with her legs, while her hands had locked the entire head in a headlock, unable to move at all. "You tricked the bomb!" Chen Fan let out a cry of alarm, and just as he tried to break free, the force of the restraints grew by another point, causing his entire face to turn red with suffocation. "I didn't expect to be able to fall into the hands of a woman in my new life. It was a bit humiliating. It's true what they always say, that women are the most dangerous creatures in this world, and it really comes true." "Huh! How can I catch you, the slippery one, without playing a trick? Don't try to run away today. Go back with me and explain the purpose of your approaching the boulder, or else I have countless ways to put you in the brig." Yenryu had begun to threaten. However, the threat did not act as a deterrent to Chen Fan at all. Since the other party had obvious intentions, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless and hot-headed. He was someone who had survived the tipping point of death time and time again, and Yenryu's skill was still far inferior to his. In an instant, Chen Fan lifted his foot with force and made a carp stand up, followed by a quick jerk of his upper body, using all his strength to break free from the restraints. Then, jerking his hands up, he ripped them straight away from the hands locked around his throat. The action was done in a single motion, and the series of maneuvers was completed almost in a flash. The violent reaction caught Yenryu a little off guard, and just as she slowed down, Chen Fan had already broken free. With another carp, Chen Fan directly stood up, then ran towards the depths of the alley without looking back. Gradually the figure disappeared into the darkness. Chen Fan ran without a trace, leaving only Yenryu frozen in place. "Is this really a college student?" She's surprised. A college student could be so athletic? Even she, a second lieutenant, was a bit taken aback. Having already lost him, Yenryu did not intend to continue chasing after him, and even if she did, she would not be able to subdue him, so she simply left the alley. Now that we have the basic information about Chen Fan, as long as we slowly investigate, we will be able to find out. It's just a matter of time. On the contrary, Chen Fan, from one end of the alley, ran to the other end without looking back. At this point, he was already sweating profusely, panting greedily, looking behind him from time to time to see if Yenryu had come after him. Good thing there's been no sign of her. That was a long time coming. Worthy of being a woman of honor, her hands were really extraordinary. If not for her own resourcefulness, she might really be caught by her. Just then, the phone on his belt rang. Ding ding ding. Chen Fan picked up the phone and fed it with great impatience. Chapter 34. "Vancy, where have you been? We're already in the bar, come back here. And what's your relationship with that woman? I'm guessing it's your lover outside. Did you knock someone up? How come she keeps chasing after you?" It was Lu Jianbo's voice on the other end of the phone. "Going back? Going back is shooting yourself in the foot." Maybe he might start a direct war with Yenryu inside the bar, and then the scene would be even more out of control. Obviously, turning back is no longer an option. "I'm not going back. It's too late to explain so much to you. Transfer some money on my cell phone." Chen Fan didn't make any small talk and directly hung up the phone. 3 seconds later, a transfer of $1,000 was received. Lu Jianbo is worthy of being the son of a rich family, and his hand is to be more generous than usual. Now that the host is long closed, it's completely impossible to go back, so you can only find a hotel room. The things he had experienced in the past few days were just too much, so much so that he could clearly perceive his body's exhaustion. Drowsy eyelids were slipping, and sleepiness had swept over his head long ago. He just wanted to find a place to sleep in peace. Got a hotel close by. After opening his room, Chen Fan slightly washed himself, and directly laid down on the fluffy bed. In his previous life before his rebirth, he had never had a good night's sleep, waking up every night in a nightmare, fearing that he would become a monster's dish in his sleep. But things are different now. There were still 3 years to go before the end of the day, and he had absolutely plenty of time to prepare everything. Lying on the bed for less than a minute, Chen Fan went straight into dreamland. Until the first rays of sunlight poured into the room from the window in the early morning. Chen Fan unconsciously stretched and slowly opened his hazy eyes, rubbing them and looking out the window sill. The sun is just right. Comfort. Looking up, it was 8 o'clock. Without delay, he shuffled around, pulled on his jacket, and headed out of the hotel. Must go to school today. Ask his counselor for a favor. He doesn't want to be cut off from his college years when he's just halfway through his contact. Skipping class for 4 days is a serious situation, and the school administration has taken the matter seriously. Come to the door of the hotel and look around. Just in time to see a motorcycle driver with his back turned. Motorcycle master! Are you going to Southwest University? Jiangcheng University again? $12 a bite, not a penny less. Mo's master looked back at the sound, and the person who came into his eyes in the next second made him freeze. However, after seeing Mo's master's looks clearly, Chen Fan also froze. You again? The two men said almost in unison, still pointing at each other. It's a real losing proposition, and this time $10 can't be less. The tone of the motorman's voice was laced with a slight hint of crying and a slight tone of pleading. Although Chen Fan was proficient in bargaining, but nowadays he had long since lost the concept of money. Plus the time before, $20 to Southwestern, okay? Chapter 35. That sound? Is a sure thing deal? Don't want it for nothing. Sit tight! The words just fell. Chen Fan tugged the handle beforehand. He knew the strength of the master of the motorcycle, and even more so, he knew the horror of sitting in the back of the car. Boom! Throttle horsepower to the maximum, they once again became a beautiful scenery in the streets and alleys of Jiangcheng. On the road, they brushed with death countless times. Chen Fan's heart is even more in his throat. To be honest, the monsters within the copy are not as scary as the motorcycle master's car skills. The congested morning rush hour, everyone stalled, except for a motorcycle barreling through, riding hard through every gap. It was about half a quarter of an hour before the motorcycle came to a stop in front of Southwestern University. Chen Fan slowly walked down from the motorcycle, only to feel the soles of his feet trembling a little, his body trembling, his head spinning, and his stomach turning over. Master, sweep the code to pay! Chen Fan tried his best to restrain his uncomfortable reaction, resting his hand on his mojo, his face looking bad. It's a total waste of money. The motorcycle master instead laughed out loud and said to Chen Fan's departing back, Little brother, call me in the future for hustling. So far, the city has had another blacklisted motorman. Returning to the school, Chen Fan was the first to report to the school about his recent trip, to the point of how he was going to be disposed of, for which he was unconcerned. At the same time, inside a certain underground research institute in Jiangcheng, someone was repeatedly watching the videotape about Chen Fan over and over again, and knew his recent trajectory like the back of his hand, and there was also a detailed file report about Chen Fan, and on the file bag was his headshot. On the electronic screen, the image of Chen Fan disappearing in front of the monolithic tower at that time was reproduced, and the screen went back again and again as Chen Fan's figure ghostly disappeared in front of the monolithic tower, as if it had been sucked into the interior of the monolithic tower. After watching it hundreds of times repeatedly, the old man sitting in front of the screen pushed the frames of his glasses that had slipped off the bridge of his nose. The lenses were shrouded in a white haze that glowed with white light, but it was still hard to hide his deep gaze. Unlocking the file bag, he spent half a quarter of an hour gaining some understanding of Chen Fan's origins, and finally wrinkled his brow. Elder words. Any progress? The higher-ups have given a death order that we'd better give a satisfactory result within half a year. Otherwise we won't be able to suppress the public opinion pressure. There was a youngster beside him who urged twice with an anxious face, slightly anxious in his tone. The public opinion pressure of the major platforms of the internet is extremely great. Alien Strange Stone has been dominating the top position of the major internet platforms for a long time, and has become the hot headline news today, causing panic. The news of the megalithic towers has spread all over the world, and friends from overseas have also taken to the platform to make their own statements. Everyone was speculating about the purpose of the monolithic tower. Chapter 36. Some people say that the monolithic tower is nothing more than an insignificant meteorite within an alien planet that fell on Earth in an unbiased manner because of cosmic turbulence and spatial fluctuations, so there's no need to make a big fuss about it. But such a statement could not even begin to explain the strange runes on the megalithic tower, and from its appearance it didn't look like an alien meteorite at all, and the material of the megalith was different from the meteorite that had fallen on Earth before. There's another theory. They compare the megalithic towers to alien murder weapons. Surely the aliens wanted to invade the Earth, and the megalithic towers were their means of doing so. The two schools of thought each have their own views, and for a while in the internet bickering. In fact, from the deduction of these times alone, the monolithic tower can never be so simple as the speculation of an alien meteorite. The official has long been in possession of certain clues, but in order to avoid causing panic among the public, the official still chose to hide the news of these strange events. Recently, the frequency of strange occurrences in the neighborhood of Tahrir Square has become more frequent. From the beginning of the month to the present, missing persons have been as many as 30 people. These people's whereabouts are unknown. All seem to be the same as the evaporation of the world, and all have one thing in common, that is, before the disappearance of all appeared in the vicinity of the liberation of the square. But the cameras near Tahrir Square didn't capture the disappearance of these people. All of them disappeared in the dead center of the cameras, in a bizarre situation. And the disappearances are all basically in the same time frame, and there are also some cameras that suddenly malfunction for some reason, as if they were man-made, so one has to wonder about that as well. Listening to the young man's words, Elder Yen did not respond, but instead watched Chen Fan's travel track over and over again, and as he zoomed the camera out, he could see what seemed to be muttered around Chen Fan's mouth. Until half a quarter of an hour later, Elder Yen slowly exhaled a breath, and immediately said, "This Chen Fan is an orphan, fatherless and motherless, growing up in an orphanage. There are no half-surprising things in his file, and he has no previous convictions, but he seems to know this boulder very well, so we might be able to investigate some useful clues from his body." Elder Yen had already taken a keen interest in Chen Fan, and his eyes stayed glued to Chen Fan on the screen with a thick smile on his face. "Make an appointment with this little guy for me. I want to have a good chat with him. Remember not to be rough. Don't kidnap people to the research institute like last time. We are not bandits who always do such rude things." Elder Yen was the relevant person in charge of this megalithic incident. He had a prominent position in the country's scientific research, and also had a very high voice. With a single order, there would be many people willing to sell their lives for him. Immediately after, he continued, "Arrange for someone to follow this little guy, and report all of his whereabouts to me. Keep an eye on his movements at all times." The young man on the side lightly nodded his head, and then immediately ordered someone to go and interview Chen Fan. In his eyes, Chen Fan was nothing more than a young man who was too ordinary to be common. There was no need to go to such great lengths to investigate from him. There was nothing he could do. After all, his superiors had already given him a deadly order, and he didn't dare to disobey Elder Yen, so he could only do as he was told. Just then, there was suddenly more of a rush of footsteps outside the institute's door, followed by someone ringing the doorbell. "Enter!" Elder Yen spoke into the microphone in front of him. There was a mechanical opening of the door just outside. The visitor was a middle-aged man who was also a staff member of the institute, only to see his hands holding a mule of reports, and his face was also filled with a look of urgency and panic. While also panting heavily, his face flushed. "What is it?" Elder Yen turned the wheelchair underneath him and faced the middle-aged man directly in front of him. "Elder Yen, the experiment report has come out. There is a shockingly big secret. Please take a look." Chapter 37. The middle-aged man placed a mule of lab reports held in his hands on the table so that Elder Yen could access them. Yen Lao, on the other hand, was calm and relaxed. What could make him what panic? What scene he has not seen? But when he flipped through the report in front of him, he suddenly did not calm down. His eyes showed a color of surprise that could not be hidden, not that he did not want to calm down, but simply could not calm down. The data analyzed in this report was provided by a special forces soldier named Liao Yong a few days ago, who said that he had entered the inner world of the monolithic tower, and of course what he brought out immediately attracted a great deal of attention from the military as well as the scientific research department, as it was highly likely that this item was closely related to the clues of the monolith. In order to block the news, the superiors have long issued a dead order. The beautiful name is protection. Directly Liao Yong detained in a small black room, until the experimental report came out, and then he was released. but also ordered Liao Yong cannot leak the news of the boulder, you must rot in the stomach of these news. The report pointed out that the core brought by Liao Yong contained high technology, in which the level of mechanical construction was completely beyond the scope of the Earth. With the present level of Earth science and technology, it was by no means possible to create such a delicate thing, and while analyzing the construction of the parts, it also discovered that many of the structural places were minerals that the Earth had never had before, and there were also some unique places where even the scientific research institutions couldn't give precise answers, and could only hit first on the hello. A short period of time certainly cannot give a perfect answer, but the core leading the world's level of technology, if it can be modeled, it can definitely make the whole of Huaxia's level of science and technology leading the world by an epoch. Simply put, with the current level of science and technology on Earth, even if the world's most famous scientists gathered together, but also unable to give a conclusion, much less extract useful information from this object, only from the outside to the inside of the slow dissection and analysis, In addition, there is also the report of the blood specimen, which points out that the blood was found to contain an unknown virus, the structure of which is complex and several grades higher than that of the Ebola virus, which cannot be explained by today's medical standards, but it is certain that if the blood specimen is allowed to flow into the hands of unlawful elements, the whole world could be destroyed as a result of it. And the viral blood specimen activity is very high, after a day and a night, in which the blood cells actually still continue to reproduce phagocytosis, the structure of the body has become more complex, and now can only be the blood specimen temporary storage, to the current medical standards, touching such a difficult problem, undoubtedly is in the egg on the stone. The last is about the analysis of the herb report. The report clearly marked out the herb has a rich variety of medicinal properties, the degree of its medicinal properties to be far greater than all the medical means of the world, for the medical profession is a major discovery. If the herb in-depth analysis of the medicinal properties within the stripped out absolutely can cure many of the current helplessness of the difficult and complicated illnesses, can be said to be when the world's gospel. However, it was an absolutely impossible thing to work out the results of the herbs in a short period of time, and it would take a long time to study the medicinal properties thoroughly. Half an hour later, Elder Yen placed all the research reports in their place and gently exhaled a long breath, his face becoming particularly deep as if he was thinking about something. It was only after a few minutes that he was able to digest all of this into his brain, and after calming down a bit, he immediately turned his head to look at the middle-aged man, and immediately spoke. Liao Yong really entered the inner world of the boulder? He brought out all these things. To be honest, Elder Yen was still a bit unable to believe such a statement. It was a bit too metaphysical. A small world naturally formed in the boulder? How is that possible? With the appearance of the boulder, it was only the size of the circumference of a square. How could it possibly incorporate a small world? It was simply comical. Chapter 38. We tried the lie detector. The instrument shows that every word Liao Yong said is exactly true, no lie. With his reputation, also does not seem to be a person who will talk, and according to the videotape of that day, he did go to the Liberation Monument nearby, and finally disappeared bizarrely under the camera, and then appeared again when appeared in our encirclement. All kinds of evidence pointed out can completely prove that what Liao Yong said all true, especially the items he took out can also prove that the modern society cannot be so technologically advanced core, as well as a series of things. The only explanation for this is only this so-called boulder. In that case, it should be possible to draw the conclusion that the boulder is not an alien meteorite at all. First of all, this can be completely ruled out, but there is a naturally formed small world space inside the boulder, and this boulder has neither an exit nor an entrance. How on earth did it get in? Elder Yen stroked the already white beard on his chin, and his eyebrows twisted into a twisted ball. How to get into the inner space of the monolith was a mystery, and it seemed that to solve it, you had to find the people who had strangely disappeared under the camera, and with Skynet around, it would be a piece of cake to try and find these people. The young man suddenly came up and said respectfully into Yen Lao's ear. Since there is already a conclusion, then I will now write out a report to the higher-ups to cope with the task. I can't help it if the higher-ups are pressing me hard. When Elder Yen heard this, he waved his hand with extreme reluctance, very dissatisfied with the young man's behavior. What's the hurry? This is all just our conjecture. We haven't come to a real conclusion yet, so what if the superior is a big official? Let him come to me, still dare to rush? They are all working for the country, They are anxious to give a result to the people, are we not anxious? Yen Lao's tone had a reprimanding tone in it. Looking at the entire scientific research community, Elder Yen was considered an anti-Ting figure, so even the head of state had to give a few points of face when he saw him. Realizing that the situation was not right, the young man blushed and didn't dare to look directly at Elder Yen's face, so he could only lower his head and let Elder Yen reprimand him. Immediately afterward, Elder Yen pushed his wheelchair and left a message before leaving the institute. Remember to make an appointment with that young man for me. The secret he carries should be related to the giant stone. Just like that, Elder Yan's back disappeared into everyone's watching eyes, while at the same time the people who were also involved in the nightmare-level copies with Chen Fan received the official news. Inside Southwest University, Chen Fan nibbled on a steamed bun one bite after another. A chat box suddenly popped up on his cell phone screen, an encrypted message. Clicking in and sweeping his face to take a look, he calmly put down the steamed bun in his hand. Because the one who sent the message was none other than the official organization of Huaxia. Chapter 39. The text message is as follows. Dear Mr. Chen Fan, a department of the Huaxia Scientific Research Group found that you have recently been to the Liberation Monument. If there is any information, please report it to us. Today at 3 p.m., we invite you to meet us at the cafe in the downtown area of Jiangcheng City. Please cooperate positively with us in accepting the investigation, so that we can solve the megalithic puzzle more quickly. And I wish you a happy life, thank you. It was official words and techniques. Chen Fan was especially clear about the bottom line of the Chinese Scientific Research Department, and must have already discovered some clues and wanted to open up from his body to find the entrance. Chen Fan hadn't thought of hiding. With the means of the Skynet satellite, it was useless even if he hid to the ends of the earth. In the era of big data, all personal information was in the hands of the officials. Trying to hide was simply a waste of effort. But he also does not want to get involved in any relationship with the official, so why not make a break this time? First of all, the rebirth of the matter must not be found by the other side, as long as this time in the copy of a series of things that happened inside the truth on the line. He did not want to become the official leg of the Chinese government, when the official dead in the hands of the official, to become their tools to sell their lives. You have to be a lone wolf if you want to carry a threat. At the time of the end of the world, the Chinese government was the #1 power in the country, and it held countless clues about the monolithic tower. Liao Yong has been working for the Chinese government, because there are some people with evil intentions within the government, and they only want to save their own lives at the end of the day. This kind of chaotic world where the evil of the human heart is infinitely amplified, the Chinese government has no qualms about letting other people work for them, so much so that sometimes they still make wrong judgments. Reborn in his previous life, he remembers it clearly. Once the official in the secret implementation of a climbing tower mission, 10 belonged to the official S-class players to go to break a nightmare-level copy. In fact, the intelligence is wrong, is not a nightmare-level copy, is a purgatory level of difficulty of the copy. The last 10 S-class players all in the copy of the death, resulting in the power of the Huaxia seriously damaged. Then someone just couldn't stand to watch and expose the matter, and for a while public opinion was all over the place. Only later did he realize that it turned out to be someone within the Chinese officialdom who wanted to usurp the throne and seize the real power, and purposely set up a bureau just to seize control of this power of the Chinese officialdom. Until now this person has not surfaced. However, Chen Fan had a guess that the person who stabbed him in the back should be trying to bring down the entire Chinese officialdom. There was an unlikely guess that that person was most likely a spy sent by the monolithic tower. This was one of the reasons why Chen Fan didn't want to work for the officials. He didn't want to live in a world of hook and line every day. As a lone wolf, in this life he would build up a power strong enough to intimidate the monolithic tower. After a quick glance at his cell phone, 2 more messages were sent from the other side. Clicking on it was a video, and another message was the location of the cafe. What was captured within the video was exactly when Chen Fan disappeared in front of the monolithic tower. It seemed that the officials already had conclusive evidence to confirm that he was related to the clues of the monolithic tower, and there was no way to hide, so it would be better to face it directly. Chen Fan directly rested the phone screen, did not reply to the other party's message. Of course, his heart already has an answer: go and meet with the official people of Huaxia. First try the depth of the other party. The first half of the day's classes were full, and Chen Fan fell asleep within the classroom until he went to the cafeteria at noon to solve the problem of food and drink, and then he rushed directly to the city center. This time he chose to take a taxi. Taking a motorcycle is simply asking for his life. Chen Fan does not want to die on the road teeth at a young age, because the location of the Southwest University is a suburb, so it is still a little bit of a distance from the city center, about an hour's drive. At 2 in the afternoon, he arrived early at the cafe marked on the location. The environment inside the cafe is relatively quiet. There are not a lot of people. Usually white-collar workers in office buildings buy coffee and take it away directly. To stay in the store to chat with very few people, there are only a few. Looking around, Chen Fan finally found himself a seat. Just before he sat down for no more than 2 minutes, an old man sat right in front of him, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than the Institute's Yen Lao. Chen Fan also knew of this person, but had never met him in reality. In his previous life, Mr. Yen would often appear on the electronic screen as the official spokesperson of Huaxia, calling on all people not to give up, and for young people to enthusiastically participate in tower climbing activities. Elder Yen revealed a meaningful smile, smiling in an amiable manner. "What's to drink?" Elder Words beckoned the waiter over. Chen Fan's face was as flat as water. He squeezed out 2 words from his mouth. "No need, let's get straight to the point. If there's anything you want to ask, you can ask directly. If I'm informed, I'll tell you all. I'm still a student, and there's still a class in the afternoon, so hurry up." When these words came out, a burning aura filled the air for a moment, and Elder Yen was still smiling, and his eyes had long since narrowed to a slit. He was exceptionally kind, though, and not at all standoffish. "You know the monolith at Liberty Monument, right?" "No." "I want to know why you suddenly disappeared right in front of the boulder that day. Did you also enter the naturally occurring small world within the boulder? What exactly is inside?" "In that world I was walking around the perimeter of Liberation Square, and I had a feeling that the monolith was calling him, and my body walked towards it uncontrollably, and then I was sucked in by the monolith, and it was true that there was a very different world in there, but it was very strange inside, and there were so many monsters that didn't fit in with our worldview, and it was so scary." The 2 asked and answered questions. Chen Fan feigned an expression of awe, and a look of fear flowed from the depths of his eyes. Honestly, with Chen Fan's acting skills, it was enough to rival an Oscar-winning actor. But Yen Lao was half believing. For Chen Fan's words, he couldn't believe all of them, nor could he disbelieve them. Everything that Liao Yong had told was similar to this. "Boy, how old are you? How are your grades? Are you interested in working at the research center after graduation? Huaxia specializes in providing 5 insurance and 1 gold. The salary is also definitely better than you working outside. I heard that you are still an orphan. Why don't you come to the research institute to help out during your schooling? You can also earn some pocket money." Yen Lao already had the meaning of pulling in. He wanted to take the opportunity to pry Chen Fan to his side, also to dig deeper into the secrets on him. Always felt that Chen Fan did not confess truthfully. In the face of such a tempting job, if an ordinary student had heard these words, he or she would have absolutely agreed to them with a full heart. But Chen Fan didn't even think about it. He directly rejected the invitation of the old man of speech. He didn't want to get involved with the official Huaxia with half a hair. Chapter 40. Moreover, he is a law student. To take over the work about scientific research, this is not the bull's head does not match the horse's mouth. It's not the right specialty, is it? It was obvious to see that Yen Lao had a dig in. Having contact with the Chinese officials would definitely hinder one's actions. After all, disappearing for a few days every now and then would definitely arouse Elder Yen's suspicion, and the secret might not be able to be hidden at that time. "I'm sorry, I'm still a student. I don't usually have much time to devote to work, and Southwestern University has given me a full exemption from tuition fees, so I can still get by on a shoestring." As soon as he heard that Chen Fan had turned himself down, Elder Yen revealed an expression of disappointment, and sighed amongst himself helplessly. He could only say that it was not meant to be. The 2 chatted for another quarter of an hour before they simply went their separate ways. It was already evening when he went back. Chen Fan walked on the streets of Jiangcheng, and without realizing it, he walked right in front of the Liberation Square, while his eyes kept gazing at the monolithic tower. Everything that has happened in this life is ahead of schedule, and it is clear that the trajectory of the previous life has been broken. The time of the opening of the end times had been successfully set by the aliens, after 3 years, and could not be changed at that deadline. When the Chinese officials first received these messages, it was already 3 months after the first tower opening, and this time the timeline was directly advanced by more than 2 months. The way things are going, the timeline for the Universal Tower climb will surely advance with it, and everyone will realize the importance of climbing the tower. When the time comes to deal with the chaotic world after the end times, it is not completely without a way to deal with it. In short, the number of deaths will definitely be much less than in the last life. All in all, things are still moving in a thriving direction, but trying to raise the level of technology to a point where it can match the aliens within 3 years is simply an impossible task. Earth is still in the era of the Third Information Revolution, and the level of technology of aliens is far beyond the existence of modern civilization. The legendary Atlantis is far more developed than the modern society, but from a professional point of view, the level of technology of aliens is far more powerful than Atlantis, and the strength of the two are not at all in a plane. It is believed that it will not be long before the Fourth Industrial Revolution will take place around the world, and the pace of development in the past 3 years is sure to far exceed that of the previous hundreds of years. But only if someone can bring out the high-tech items inside the copy. Just as Chen Fan froze, there was suddenly an additional shouting voice beside him, as if it was calling out his name. Looking back, it was actually Liao Yong. At this time, Liao Yong looked even more vicissitudes than the previous days. Must be these 2 days have been worried about the matter of the monolithic tower. He could not figure out what in the end is inside the monolithic tower. Will it be a threat to the Earth? Is there any possibility that it will destroy the Earth? Such a coincidence? Chen Fan squeezed out a smile with difficulty from the corner of his mouth. Liao Yong ran to Chen Fan's side in 3 steps and put his hand on his shoulder. What's it for? Going for a drink? Liao Yong unloaded his previous rigor. After all, the two of them were lifelong friends in the copy, and their relationship had sublimated without realizing it. Good, Chen Fan directly agreed without half a hesitation. Somehow it always felt like staying by Liao Yong's side. His pressure disappeared without him realizing it. It wasn't until late afternoon that the two found a random roadside stand and ordered a case of beer. The atmosphere also began to rise at this moment. One glass of wine after another was swallowed into their stomachs, and by now both of them were already a little bit drunk. At this time, Liao Yong raised his wine glass high and spoke directly. Nima, I sold my life for China, but they locked me up in a small black room, treating me like a criminal. It's really pissing people off. Before Chen Fan could open his mouth to respond, Liao Yong swallowed a mouthful of wine and then continued. What exactly do you think is inside the boulder? Is it hard to believe that it's really something that can threaten the whole world? Do you think it's good or bad for us to know this in advance? When the words were said, Liao Yong's dark skin was mixed with a slight redness, and with his current appearance, he should be drunk. Chapter 41. Don't think about it too much, it's just that you're too much of a worrywart. Drink less. Chen Fan dares to say that his drinking capacity is rare in the world. When the 3 housemates added up to pour him one, a whole night he hard to drink the remaining 3 housemates down. However, he still remains sober. Drinking is a mistake. Wine is not a good thing. See, Liao Yong lifted the wine glass and wanted to swallow a mouthful. Chen Fan hurriedly pulled back, and then said, Stop on the line, we two are also considered to be born into the death of friendship. There is no need to use the wine to talk. Want to say what directly open is. Speaking of this, Liao Yong laughed, smiling happily, and his eyelashes curved into a half-moon shape. Do you think we will die someday? If the guess is right, the boulder should be a weapon dropped by aliens in order to destroy the Earth, right? Indeed, but Chen Fan did not want to admit that right now was not the best time to tell this matter out. There were only bad things and no good things. This devastating news will only be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Liao Yong must be allowed to slowly explore everything about the monolithic tower on his own. That's the only way to do more good than harm. I guess not. If the aliens had that kind of means, they could have just exterminated the creatures on Earth. Why would they have to go through all this trouble? You should be well aware of the aliens' level of technology by now. Do they need to go to such lengths? That's how others comforted Chen Fan in the beginning. End times. All those who survived carried the idea that they would live. They were the spark of the Earth's humanity. Can't just die in humiliation. It's when all people are in danger that they realize how wonderful it is to be alive. Yeah? Sooner or later I'm going to fuck that bullshit alien up. Saying that, Liao Yong, directly lying on the table, both eyes closed, directly fell asleep. Grunts followed. Chen Fan sighed softly. Liao Yong is still like this. When he drinks, he talks incessantly. And the alcohol consumption was also particularly bad. Chen Fan was still just in the warm-up stage. Liao Yong was directly fighting to the end. There was no choice but to send him home. The place where Liao Yong lives is not far from the city center, which is about half a quarter of an hour's drive. He called a cab, then sent Liao Yong home in a flaming hurry. Any later and the dormitory would be closing and he had to get back before lights out. But when he dropped Liao Yong off at home, he realized he had no money on him. It's at least $100 to get from downtown to suburban southwestern. It's really hard to beat a penny. Now I guess I can only stay at Liao Yong's house. It's a good thing that no one is at his house, otherwise it would definitely be a bit awkward. Chapter 42. Liao Yong divorced. The living room wall hangs a group photo of the former family, and his ex-wife has a 3-year-old daughter, named Tong Tong. Because of the busy schedule of the special forces, they stay at home for no more than 2 months in a whole year. There was no time to take care of the child, so the court eventually awarded the daughter to the ex-wife. In fact, Liao Yong's heart repressed many things, only more optimistic, and do not like to put these trivial chores on the stage. Lift Liao Yong to bed. Chen Fan has been tired and panting. Listening to his snoring simply can be a match with the sound of thunder, so Chen Fan directly ran to the living room sofa to deal with the night. Until early in the morning, Chen Fan touched up the alarm in his ear. Although there was no class in the morning, he was still ready to make a trip back to school. Pulling on a coat, he headed straight out of the neighborhood. The wind hanging in the early morning was cold and biting. Jiangcheng is a first-tier big city. Early in the morning there will be one after another commuters go out to squeeze the bus and subway. Chen Fan stopped by and bought 2 brains at the entrance to the neighborhood and squatted at the road crossing to chew on them. For some reason, from the time he stepped out of the cell door until now, he always felt that there were a pair of eyes staring at him closely behind his back. But several times I turned around and didn't see anyone. Chen Fan wondered, could it be that it was his own illusion? But with his perceptions from years of being inside the replica, it was absolutely impossible to be wrong. To be precise, someone must have been following him, and that person's tracking was so clumsy that it revealed itself. And it was highly likely that he had been following him for more than a day. Perhaps when he met up with Liao Yong, that person had already followed behind. Who the hell is following him? Or maybe this person was following him or her for what purpose? Nothing is known. He was just a college student who couldn't pull out $30 on him, so what was worth stalking the other guy for? Obviously, it must be because of the monolithic pagoda, and the person following it must be related to the Chinese officials, or to be precise, it must be the spies sent by the Chinese officials, who wanted to find out Chen Fan's whereabouts, so as to get hold of some clues. To investigate him? And go to the trouble of sending someone to follow him? This had touched Chen Fan's bottom line, and had wanted to remain incognito, so it seemed that it was time to give the other party a little lesson. Why is he not willing to work for the Chinese officials? It would seem that this counts as one of the reasons. While thinking about countermeasures, Chen Fan immediately wolfed down the bun in his hand and swallowed it into his stomach. Then he turned down the path in front of him into an alley. As expected, the secret agent behind him followed, and the exposed footsteps also allowed Chen Fan to discover his presence, and with that, the smirk on his face became thick. Since the other party had to give an inch, don't blame him for using some inhuman means. Definitely let this secret agent learn a long lesson that there is no benefit in working for the official. The secret agent sent by the official also followed Chen Fan's footsteps and turned into the alley. But the moment I had just stepped out of the corner, directly in front of me was a long corridor, and there was not a single person in sight. Shit! Lost him! This kid should have discovered me. The secret agent muttered a dark curse, then turned around and prepared to leave. The moment he turned around, the sound of ticking footsteps immediately came from behind him. Chapter 43. Looking back, it was none other than Chen Fan, but how did he suddenly run behind himself? It's found you, now that you're here, don't go away! Chen Fan clenched both of his fists, the bones were crunching, while slowly walking towards the secret agent in front of him, a faint killing intent showing in his eyes. The secret agent was nothing more than a lapdog of the Chinese officials. To be precise, he was just a staff member of the Ministry of Scientific Research sent to follow Chen Fan, which was the reason why his tracking skills were so poor. After all, the majors don't match. Looking at Chen Fan, who was approaching step by step, the secret agent panicked for a moment. His heart was a bit panicky. If the other party really wanted to do some inhuman atrocities to him in the alley, he didn't even have a chance to escape. A few screams later, the secret agent fell straight to the ground. Chen Fan directly used a traveling over-the-shoulder slam to ruthlessly smash his opponent to the ground, while also clamping his legs around his opponent's body. Even though the secret agent used all his strength, he was simply unable to break free of his restraints, and his movements in turn caused Chen Fan's movements to grow larger and larger. Until the end, one can only beg for mercy. "Bro! Be gentle with your hands!" The official secret agent revealed a miserable expression. Chen Fan was unmoved and still bound his opponent with his hands. "Say! Who sent you?" Chen Fan's tone was serious, without the slightest hint of joking. Although he already had the right answer in his mind, he still wanted to know the exact result from the mouth of the official spies. At first, the official secret agent was keeping his mouth shut. But after Chen Fan greeted down with a few punches, and the hard mouth was also pried open, after all, the taste of being punched indiscriminately was not good. I say, I confess everything. You don't fight, how can this small body of mine carry your fists?" A few punches and the official secret agent had a swollen nose and was even a bit incoherent. Chen Fan also slowly dropped his fist, but in order to threaten the other party, he still raised his fist and worshipped in front of the other party, blundering a bit to serve as a deterrent. The official secret agent immediately became well-behaved, and he didn't even dare to take a breath when facing Chen Fan. At the end of the day, he trays everything out. "It was the #1 department of the Huaxia Research Institute that asked me to secretly come and investigate your whereabouts, just to get hold of all the information about your trip, just for fear that there is something you haven't told all of them, and also as a precautionary measure to try to take control of you in a closer step." Sure enough, it was exactly the same as Chen Fan's guess. The cause and effect of everything pointed to the Chinese officials, and it seemed that their main goal was clear. They wanted to pry some vital information from Chen Fan's body. Perhaps Elder Yen saw the clues and felt that Chen Fan was intentionally hiding something, which was why he made such a move. After all, I'm afraid that there are only a handful of people in the world today who have come out alive from within the naturally occurring small world of the monolithic tower. So these few people who managed to get out of the monolithic tower were the only breakthrough in the investigation of the monolithic tower. But what was never expected was that the people sent by the Chinese officials were actually backfilled. "Go back and tell your family master not to send anyone to investigate me in the future. If in the event that I find out something similar happens, it's definitely not as simple as punching you twice. Maybe next time I'll directly remove your arm." Chen Fan's tone of voice was grave and spoke word by word in the other party's heart. He had to give the Chinese official a downward spiral, otherwise the other party would keep stomping on his nose. Chapter 44. In his heart, Chen Fan did not want to get involved with the Chinese officials at all, and even hoped that the two sides would not have a single bit of involvement. Getting involved with the officials was not good, that was the conclusion he had come to in his previous life. This is only the first time that WAC officials have taken offense. But if the other party offended again and again, he would definitely not give the Chinese officials half a bit of mercy. Because the other party had already interfered with his normal life, and if he wanted to reach out and involve himself, then the Chinese officials would pay for it. He had already been merciful and righteous enough, selling his life to bring out the things within the copy in order for the Chinese officials to study. It was considered to be pointing them to a clear path. If they followed the path he had pointed out, sooner or later, they would be able to investigate the boulder to a T. It was just a matter of time. But the Chinese executives have been trying to find out clues on his body, so it's only his fault for not being polite. After chortling, that secret agent directly fled without looking back, fearing that Chen Fan would suddenly backtrack and might really do something like removing his arm. Nowadays, Chen Fan and the official departments of Huaxia did not interfere with each other, so if anyone stirred up trouble beforehand, it would surely cause unnecessary strife. It was still imperative to put together a strength that could compete with the official forces of Huaxia. Wanting to fight against the national forces, the Charge Master Alliance must be a large force where the group of heroes gathered, and Chen Fan focused on casting his pull towards those who had become S-rank players in their previous lives. To be able to become an S-ranked player in the end times, definitely not relying on one's own luck, definitely too much of a normal person's heart and strength, these are the most important things. In their previous lives, most of the S-classes were working for the Chinese officials, so much so that they were only bound to the Chinese officials for the rest of their lives. The charges at the time were so large that even the Chinese officials didn't dare to mess with them easily. Reliving in a new life, he wanted to create a civil alliance that was even larger than the chargers, and he had to steadily press the Chinese officials head on, or else discussing some major things. The Chinese officials occupied the absolute right to speak, and they would be passive because of that, so they had to have enough say and dominate the international side in order to lead everyone toward thriving development. Don't end up toward slowing down the process. If it goes according to what Chen Fan expects, the level of science and technology after 3 years can definitely far exceed the previous world. If they wanted to not be controlled by the Chinese officials all the time, they had to have their own scientific research team, or else the Chinese officials would hold all the developed technologies tightly in their hands, and they would be in a passive situation as a result. Chen Fan now occupies a great advantage. First of all, he entered the replica in advance to climb the tower. I think it won't take long for his strength to far exceed everyone's level by a large margin. Coupled with his own understanding of the end of the world, he can definitely make a preemptive strike. This is where Chen Fan's advantage lies. Now, although they are all standing at the same starting line, but Chen Fan has already won. In short, the most vital thing is to pull together. He was going to add some fresh blood to the original foundation of the punchers. The first target is Liao Yong. Liao Yong is a special forces soldier, belonging to the Chinese official, so the rebirth of the previous life has been by the Chinese dead in the hands of the Chinese. Liao Yong for them is an indispensable chess piece. So Chen Fan's first idea was to dig in and take Liao Yong under his wing, and with his understanding of Liao Yong, this was not an impossible thing to accomplish. After resolving the matter of the official Huaxia spies, Chen Fan directly rushed towards Southwest University. Southwestern University has a great group of people, so why not start at Southwestern? Because Southwest University is a double first-class top university, in which the people who study, none of them are the top talent in the community, want to form a scientific research team. It is better to start from the college students, compared with those old backbone of the scientific research community. They are only short of the experience. In terms of knowledge is absolutely not weaker than those old backbone of the scientific research community. Trying to poach the old backbone of those official Chinese research teams can be an impossible task. If he could, he would choose to pull Elder Yan into his command. After all, his power of speech in the relevant field was well known, and with him at the helm, it wasn't an impossible thing to form a scientific research team of his own. Inside Southwest University, all the students were still leisurely living a comfortable life, oblivious to the fact that they were now in a dangerous situation. The reason why he would return to Southwestern University in such a hurry was because he wanted to take his housemates out of the school, because just a short while later, a group of dark forces would infiltrate the interior of the school and kidnap the students within the school. The purpose of this group of black forces is very obvious, is to take the opportunity to blackmail the Chinese officials, want to make a fortune from the Chinese officials. After all, within the Southwest University are all the top high-tech talents in the country, are the elite of the society in the future, so the Chinese officials will be extremely careful. This group of black forces is a typical antisocial personality, because they are dissatisfied with the official control of Huaxia and want to take a close step to retaliate against the society. These bandits are equipped with firearms and guns in their hands, so they are a force to be reckoned with. Chen Fan didn't want to watch his housemate who had been with him for several years in danger, and at the same time, he didn't want to be forced to get involved, and adhering to the style of more is better than less, he wouldn't take the initiative to make a move against these bandits. Their main purpose was to coerce the Chinese officials and would not make a move against the students of Southwest University. Plus a little more. According to what Chen Fan had learned, the gang of bandits that kidnapped Southwest University seemed to be the #1 black force after the end of the world. Chen Fan had fought with them a few times, and this black force had countless masters, a force that could not be underestimated. Right now, Chen Fan was still barehanded, so he tried his best to avoid it, and not to have an open fight with these black power elements, and by the time he was targeted by this group of black power, it would all be too late. Back to school! He headed straight for the dormitory building, but there was no sign of his roommates. Where did these guys run off to? After making a few calls, it was an unanswered state, which made Chen Fan even more bored. What is the situation? It was also at this time that Chen Fan felt his stomach flip. The timeline of the kidnappers entering the campus was still 2 hours away, so he might as well go to the restroom first. Chapter 45. Just as he was full of joy in the crouch, a cacophony of voices suddenly came out from the corridor of the dormitory, which was interspersed with loud screams that went on, and even the sound of gunshots was heard. What's the situation? Chen Fan secretly clenched his fists. Is it hard to believe that the timeline has moved forward again this time? The Black Force bandits have invaded into Southwest University? I'm afraid that's the only reason that makes sense now. The timeline was once again advanced. He originally did not want to get involved with these black forces in the slightest, but he did not think that it would be better than God's plan. He was still in the wrong place with these black forces bandits. Hiding in the toilet all the time? This was not like Chen Fan's style, but he didn't want to have anything to do with these black force bandits. Besides, he believed that it wouldn't take long for the Chinese officials to send a special forces squad for rescue opportunities. But the other side of the hand has a gun. He is bare hands. Want to resist? How easy. If it is negligent, maybe as will die in the hands of these black force bandits. Torn between the two, Chen Fan decided not to show his face for the time being. And all he had to do was stay honestly inside the toilet cubicle in the meantime. The hallways of the dormitory were a hail of gunfire, filled with an endless stream of screams. All of you be honest with me. One by one, form a column and go to the school cafeteria. The bandits began coercing the students and herding them inside the school cafeteria. The space inside the cafeteria was relatively large, enough to accommodate thousands of students. According to previous official reports, this time the Black Force had sent out as many as hundreds of bandits. Of course, this was only the tip of the iceberg of the Black Force. Chen Fan had once secretly investigated this force. They were an organization called the Anti-Huaxia Alliance, of which there were thousands of players below the S rank, and even the S-rank players had nearly hundreds of them. Its size was also far bigger than the Chargers by a few times. Of course, the current Black Forces were not so exaggerated. There were many people who joined this Black Force organization because they were dissatisfied with the official actions of Huaxia during the end times. There was quite a lot of fresh blood. Just as Chen Fan was thinking back to previous events, a gunshot startled him. Then there was a scream. Dare to resist? With that, the man simply left the dormitory building. Killed someone? The Black Power bandits should have just shot a student who resisted. Didn't Black Power not shoot a single student, according to reports from a previous life? From this, it seems that this gang of Black Power bandits is extremely dangerous and will most likely harm the students, and in a university of tens of thousands of people, it is inevitable that a few people will resist. This was not a good situation. If Chen Fan did not make a move, it was likely that more students would be killed. So he had to take the initiative. He was not a person to sit back and do nothing. After all, these students were innocent. The Chinese officials arrived in the estimation that it would take a little more time, and the thugs would definitely negotiate with them first to maneuver around. This puts the students in a dangerous situation all the time. The timeline of past lives and present lives had been disrupted, and it was even likely that some things that wouldn't happen would be disrupted as a result, and he couldn't guarantee that the bandits would do anything unthinkable. Plus, if the Chinese officials were sure to send special forces deep into the campus first. If this move alerted the Black Power bandits, they would surely forcefully kill the students again as a warning. As he was in a dilemma, Chen Fan still decided to take the initiative. Though his intention was to do more, these bandits had shown themselves to be threatening, possibly even threatening the lives of the students. Wait until the corridor falls into dead silence again. Chen Fan directly pushed the door and looked around and did not find any trace of the bandits. Chapter 46. Looking down the hallway, there was a student collapsed in the middle of a pool of blood, looking dead through and through, not half breathing. Chen Fan looked at the wounds on his body. That bandit had more than just fired a shot. The means were extremely cruel. He could be murderous to an unarmed student. What threat could a student be? They could have completely knocked the student out and taken him away. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Fan unconsciously clenched his hands, the veins on his forehead rippled, and his eyes swirled with killing intent. This time he decided to step in and give these Black Force bandits a little color. Since he had already decided to make a move, it meant that there was already a connection with the Black Forces, and it was estimated that in the future, the Black Forces would definitely pay attention to Chen Fan, or they would find someone to assassinate Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Chen Fan looked around and surveyed the outside of the dormitory. The campus was surprisingly quiet, not even a single student. It is assumed that the majority of the students were escorted to the cafeteria, or some others managed to escape the campus and retrieve their lives. Now that he was alone, he always felt a little unsettled in his heart, and if he had Liao Yong behind him, he dared to say that just the two of them would be able to single-handedly dry out the entire Black Forest bandits who had kidnapped Southwest University. Chen Fan walked out of the dormitory building, looking for cover as much as possible to cover his tracks. The first order of business was to find a lone bandit and take the gun out of the bandit's hand, so that he could have a fighting chance. Having a gun in your hand also increases your fighting ability dramatically. After all, a bullet is always faster than a fist. In half a quarter of an hour or so, he gradually touched the school's indoor stadium, quietly watching to see if any bandits were searching inside. When he saw the interior of the indoor stadium through the window, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Inside the indoor stadium were the bodies of two students. Their blood had flowed on the floor and there were countless bullet holes all over their bodies, so it was not necessary to think that they must have been shot by the bandits. After looking in a few times along the window, he finally locked on to the bandits' location. The large indoor stadium was also planted with just one bandit. This bandit was holding a long gun as if he was coercing the students around him, and he even fired 2 shots towards the ceiling every now and then, scaring these students in front of him and making them scream all the time. It was as if the louder they screamed, the more excited this bandit became. Even his eyes went a little crazy and his face became hideous as a result. Honestly, it's a little scary. Chen Fan wasn't sure if this bandit would harm the students again, so he had to hurry up and subdue this single guy. It was a good thing that this bandit was only one person. If it was two, I'm afraid the difficulty would have gone up a notch. Without delay, Chen Fan found a back door and drilled inside the indoor stadium. According to the current situation, it was important not to startle the snake so as not to disturb the bandit in front of him, and it was necessary to subdue this fellow without a sound. Chen Fan had been lying in the shadows and observing the bandit's movements, realizing that he had been using his gun to threaten these students to perform a talent show for him, which greatly attracted his attention. What kind of fetish is that? He had no time to think, and now was an excellent opportunity. He could take the opportunity to circle back and collect the bandit's little life in the process. In a few minutes' time, he had already touched the bandit right behind him, and the bandit had not noticed Chen Fan's traces from beginning to end, still watching the show on his own. Chapter 47. When the opportunity to make a decision, Chen Fan held his breath and stood straight up. The students behind him saw him. In the nick of time, Chen Fan made a silencing gesture. He signaled these students not to give out any motivation so as not to expose his whereabouts. The students immediately understood, a moment to put away the expression of surprise on their faces, and instead, they performed more vigorously, which directly removed the bandit's defenses, and he clamped his gun to his waist and applauded. Good! Very good! Continue to dance for me! Don't stop. If anyone dares to stop, I'll shoot them dead! The bandit's words were a bit crazy, but now Chen Fan was getting closer to the bandit step after step, and was just one step away from success. Suddenly, the bandit suddenly detected a wrong look in the eyes of the students and frowned tightly, immediately picking up his gun and preparing to turn around and look. Between the flash of lightning and fire, Chen Fan directly took a big step, rose up in the air in the same trend, and kicked the bandit's body directly and fiercely, and this kick was not very well defended, and directly flew him out, and he didn't even have a chance to shoot. The gun in his hand also dropped as a result. Chen Fan did not hesitate for half a second, rolled his body on the floor, then directly picked up the gun on the ground with his hand, immediately pulling the trigger and firing, a series of actions flowing smoothly. Bang! One bullet hit the bandit directly in the vitals. Killed directly on the spot, without even the slightest chance of resistance. Chen Fan slowly spat out a breath. His face was also much better. It was a close call. If this bandit had turned around a second earlier just now, maybe the one who died would probably be Chen Fan. It was good that he was more decisive in his actions, which did not allow the bandit to have a chance to take advantage of. These students in front of them directly collapsed to the ground. Their legs couldn't stop weakening, but their lives were really hanging in the balance. The Black Power bandits are so crazy that they might shoot all the students in the indoor gym, but it's a real walk in hell. Chen Fan had no time to rest. He had a more important task. He had to get these students settled, and at the same time go and save the rest of the students, or at least save as many as he could. You guys find a hiding place inside the indoor stadium and don't come out. I believe it won't take long for the Chinese officials to send special forces for rescue. By then you guys will just follow along and leave. Saying put, Chen Fan searched the pockets of a dead bandit and took out all the bullets from his body. After scavenging, he was ready to leave the gym. But at that moment, a female student stopped him. Classmate, it's very dangerous out there right now. The entire Southwest University should be controlled by the bandits. You're undoubtedly sending yourself to death if you go out like this. So please join us here and wait for rescue. It was a woman's voice, and it was particularly gentle, and for some reason there was a familiar feeling, as if I had heard it somewhere before. Suddenly in front of the flash crossed a familiar silhouette, looked up to see a woman, carefully observe her figure. From bottom to top figure is good, convex and curved, in line with the public aesthetic type. When I looked up, it was actually Cheng Mei Shui? Cheng Mei Shui? Chen Fan was frozen, his brain was like lead, he didn't react at all. He knew who this woman was. Recognized by all the boys as the flower of Southwest University. Her name is Cheng Mei Shui. Why Chen Fan was so familiar with her was because after the end of the world, the two had gotten closer. The end of the world, he and Cheng Mei Shui gradual affection, the two people from the bottom of their hearts like each other, but never stabbed through the window paper. After all, the chaotic end of the world, the most important thing is to protect themselves. Who has the leisure time to talk about love? Chapter 48. Until Chen Fan died in the copy at the end, the two did not pick out their love. Let's just say it's a shame. Because the two were also from Southwest University and were both S-rank players, the two would often meet, so they naturally got to know each other. Cheng Mei Shui looks like an untouchable iceberg on the surface, the appearance of a high cold imperial sister, often drooping face. There is a kind of uninviting feeling. But from the long contact, Cheng Mei Shui is a person with a lot of words, and very enthusiastic, and the appearance of a stark contrast. It's because she's so cold-looking that she doesn't have many friends, but she has many suitors. The total number of people in the school was 40,000, the male-to-female ratio was 6-4, and those who had a crush on Cheng Mei Shui accounted for 5,000. I didn't expect to run into an old acquaintance from before in this kind of scene. Moreover, the way he forcefully killed the bandits just now would not have charmed her to death. Just as Chen Fan was still in a daze, Cheng Mei Shui continued to speak. Classmate, are you listening to me? Chen Fan immediately stopped his flashbacks, and looked at Cheng Mei Shui in front of him in a serious manner. Just listen to me. I have more important things to do. You guys just need to stay here without fear, and naturally the army will come to the rescue. After saying that, Chen Fan turned around and was about to leave. It wasn't that Chen Fan wanted to play the hero. In this time of crisis someone had to be elevated out, otherwise the number of dead and injured would only gradually increase with the passage of time. Just as Chen Fan was about to leave, the cell phone in his pocket rang, and the caller was Liao Yong. It must be that Liao Yong should have received the news that Southwest University had been invaded by the Black Force bandits, and as a Special Forces soldier, he was obligated to deal with this matter. Chen Fan immediately picked up the phone. The tone on the other end of the phone was urgent. Chen Fan is really in a hurry. You finally answered the phone? Are you inside Southwest University right now? Do you know about the school having been invaded by bandits? What exactly is the situation over there now? The series of questions caught Chen Fan a bit off guard, and after thinking for a while he still responded. I know! I just killed a bandit and was about to rescue the other students. You officials send someone as soon as possible. This time the bandits are bigger. According to my estimation there are hundreds of them. They have already occupied all corners of the school. Most of the students are being held in the cafeteria. Chen Fan informed the other party of all the useful news. At the same time, he also hoped that the Chinese officials could send a special forces squad to take over this mess as soon as possible, so that there would be nothing left for him to do. Just then, the other end of the phone sighed. Southwest University is in the suburbs. Our main troop forces are basically planted in the city center's Tahrir Square. I don't know why there are a few more accidents on the highway intersection. It will take at least 2 hours to get there if we take the national highway. Words have meaning. This statement meant that the troops would not be able to arrive within 2 hours, and Chen Fan would need to continue to carry out the rescue mission at his own risk. Chapter 49. It must be that the several accidents on the highway are the means of the black forces, whose role is to slow down the speed of the official support of Huaxia, so that they can set up a dragnet in a close step, and in a short period of time, control the lifelines of the entire Southwest University, thus preventing the Chinese officials from sending special forces to counterattack. In this way, the situation seemed to be more anxious than expected, and it would take 2 hours for the Chinese army to arrive at Southwest University. That being said, the timeline of the rescue mission has also changed and is now pushed back a long time. Wanting to minimize casualties, it seemed that they had to rely on Chen Fan. The noisy sound on the other end of the phone once again interrupted Chen Fan's reverie, as if he was in a hurry to ask what the big deal was. Were there any casualties? Did the bandits prey on the students? The first order of business is to first determine if the bandits are extremely offensive and aggressive. If casualties had already occurred, the Chinese officials could only adopt another strategy, which could only be taken by outwitting but not by force. If this kind of bandits with aggressiveness are made to feel threatening, they will definitely attack indiscriminately, and I am afraid that the students will be the ones to suffer then. There have been casualties. At the rate things are going, the death toll is already 3, and all of them were students who were shot because these students resisted their atrocities, and these are just the deaths I've found within half an hour. I'm afraid that the real death toll is far greater than these. Chen Fan revealed the truth. After all, when such a big thing happened, their official failure to arrive at the scene at a timely and critical moment was a heavenly negligence, and they would surely be blamed for it. Now that lives have been lost, I'm afraid it's an impossible task to try to silence public opinion. After thinking left and right, the other end of the phone finally issued a voice. Do something for me. Special Forces troops still need 2 hours to arrive. I hope you can hold the bandits at this time, as far as possible to minimize casualties, otherwise things get big and it's hard to end. I'm now on fire to the Southwest University to rush. Once there is a situation, must be real-time report to me. The other end of the phone hung up directly, and Chen Fan slipped the phone into his pocket and looked around. Now it meant that he had to wipe the ass of the Huaxia officials? To be honest, he was very reluctant. Why should he have to clean up the mess left behind by the Chinese officials? Wasn't this just plainly a case of the dog taking the rat and minding his own business? But this was an idle matter he had to meddle with again. When Chen Fan shouldered his gun and was ready to leave directly, the schoolgirl Cheng Meishua stopped in front of him again. Chen Fan frowned and said impatiently, "Get out of the way!" Cheng Meishua didn't say anything, but took out a walkie-talkie from her back. The walkie-talkie was an item recovered from the dead bandit, and must have been a tool used to contact the general organization. Chen Fan skillfully drew out the antenna on the walkie-talkie and smoothly turned the volume button on the side. The sound of a zippy electric current came out, but it didn't take more than a few seconds for shouts to come from the other end of the intercom. The school's security guard has been subdued. The school's security guard has been subdued. Any further instructions from the commander-in-chief? Seal the gates. Try to keep uninvolved people from escaping. Roger that. There was a current sound in the voice that made it a little hard to hear. Chen Fan's mind suddenly turned and mimicked a very raspy voice to the other end of the phone, which was not very audible because it was filtered through the intercom. This is the gymnasium. There is nothing unusual in the gym. All students have been taken hostage. Please give the next command. It didn't take more than a few seconds for a response to come from the other end of the intercom. Take control of the gymnasium, coerce the hostage students in the gymnasium, and the Chinese officials won't be able to do anything about us. The reply from the other end of the walkie-talkie was very clear. It was clear that they were going to defend this place to the death. That is, they wanted the Huaxia officials to give an example, or they wanted to pry some benefits from the Huaxia officials. It wasn't hard to hear from the words that they wouldn't send anyone else to guard the gym, and it also proved that the gym was an extremely safe place, and I'm afraid it was the only safe place in the entire Southwestern University. Turn off the intercom. Chen Fan looked squarely at the fellow alumni in front of him, and his eyes became serious and fierce. I'm afraid these students won't be at peace until they're given a little credit. See these bodies on the ground? If you guys want to live properly, stay here honestly. I'm going here to save the entire school. If you guys delay me like this, I don't know how many more alumni will die. Chen Fan glared fiercely, and then he left with a long walk. But right at this moment, they rushed up in a swarm, directly surrounding Chen Fan in layers, while there were also 2 alumni using their bodies to deadlock the entrance to the gate, completely blocking Chen Fan's way out. At this point, he was really getting a little impatient. What the hell are these students up to? It's a real emergency yourself. Take us with you, we are all alumni of Southwest University. We also have the obligation to share the difficulties of this time. Together in trouble, together in retreat, this is our belief, and how can we let you face the difficulties and dangers alone? Suddenly, someone with righteous indignation walked up to Chen Fan and said. Obviously it was the words Chen Fan had said earlier that had inspired them, causing them to rekindle the flame of fighting spirit in their hearts. After all hands make light work. These students naively thought that as long as they were united and twisted into a rope, they would be able to remove all the hardships and obstacles. But this is not the case. They have to face vicious gangsters, criminals who are unforgivable, and as long as they have the slightest thought of counterattacking, these gangsters will try every means to strangle this thought in the cradle. If Chen Fan brought along these tired people again, he was completely dragging himself down. Trust us. There will be absolutely no mess for you, and we will organize the operation according to everything you say. Right. Right. Dozens of students said in unison. In fact, some students are still a bit scared from the bottom of their hearts, and there are still some who are not willing to put their lives on the line to fight with the bandits. All girls stay in this place. Boys come with me. In the end, he couldn't argue with this group of college students, so Chen Fan had to bring them along. It wasn't until they were leaving the gymnasium that Qingmei Shui suddenly followed them, saying as she ran, "Take me with you, I want to be with you too." Chen Fan first wanted to refuse. But on second thought, as long as Qingmei Shui is determined to do something, she will definitely be stalked to the end. If he didn't bring Qingmei Shui with him, he might have her sneaking around alone. Chapter 50. The premise is covenantal. Without Chen Fan giving the order, everyone had to be on standby and not act without authorization so as not to cause unnecessary trouble for him. He didn't want to wipe his ass for these students. Secondly, when in danger, try not to just keep charging forward, meaning just try to leave the most dangerous places for him, and everyone else just quietly watch him play hard to get. After all, these students will only hold pens, and I'm afraid they dare not even think about something like holding a gun. In fact, the former Chen Fan was exactly like them, not to mention holding a gun. Even if he was allowed to take a knife and kill a chicken, he would have to be scared for many days. After all, they were all college students who had never seen blood, and wanting to slowly adapt to survive in the apocalypse. Being exposed to this kind of scene earlier would be a favorable thing for them. Before leaving, Chen Fan and the others disposed of the bodies of the bandits in that gymnasium, so as not to be seen at that time, and surely be inevitably suspected. The students in the gymnasium will be in trouble. They are unarmed schoolgirls. How can they fight against the vicious bandits? After dealing with this chore, Chen Fan's first thought was the surveillance room. It was imperative to seize control of the room before the bandits discovered their whereabouts. The monitoring room is crucial. They could see all the important places within the school, and could analyze more closely where the bandits were distributing their main firepower, and how many bandits there were this time. The bandits who invaded Southwest University in his previous life were as many as hundreds of people, but in this life, the story timeline was all completely messed up, and he couldn't be sure how many bandits there were, but there were definitely quite a few. After all, looking at the entire scope of Southwest University, it would take a lot of manpower to complete the occupation of the entire Southwest University. The dozen or so people were dodging the cameras along the way, minimizing the commotion as much as possible for fear of making a commotion that would be heard by the bandits in the nearby building. Chen Fan was carrying a fully automatic rifle in his hand. As long as any suspicious person appeared within his field of vision, he could guarantee 100% of the first time to hit the head and directly shoot to kill. This all stemmed from his self-confidence. In his previous life, he had killed countless monsters, and his marksmanship was even better. He could shoot through a leaf 100 meters away, and that was his skill. On the contrary, these bandits, their physical qualities must have been subjected to intense training, but there were still a lot of bandits who hadn't experienced actual combat, and to be precise, they could only shoot without any semblance of marksmanship to speak of. For this kind of newbie, it was simply a matter of raising his hand if Chen Fan wanted to abuse them. The only disadvantage was the disparity in numbers. There were hundreds of bandits in the university town, and each was armed. Trying to avoid the view of the surveillance, all of them touched the door of the surveillance room. There were noisy murmurs in the surveillance room, and Chen Fan pressed his ear against the door just enough to hear the commotion inside. "Buddy, do you think we can get out in one piece this time? This time, we've offended the Chinese officials, and it won't take long for the Chinese officials to set up a dragnet around the entire Southwest University, so we'll really be caught in a trap by then." One bandit was a little scared inside and his tone trembled a little. "What is the brat afraid of? Since the boss has made arrangements, he must have thought of a way back. Besides, there are tens of thousands of college students in total at Southwest University. Now that all of them are under our control, the Chinese officials wouldn't dare to act rashly." The other bandit's tone was smooth, not half as flustered, and even a little irritated. After listening to the wall for a few minutes, it was initially possible to determine that there were only 2 bandits in the surveillance room. Chen Fan wanted to solve these 2 bandits. It was a matter of moving his fingers. Chapter 51. On the spur of the moment, he directly stretched out his hand and rapped on the door, and then said in a low voice, "Old Big told me to come and take a look at the monitoring room. Afraid that you two can't guard this place." At these words, the 2 people in the monitoring room immediately shut their mouths. The next second the door opened. In the nick of time, Chen Fan immediately shoved a gun barrel through the doorway and then directly pulled the trigger to fire. In a few seconds the magazine was empty. Chen Fan smoothly kicked open the door of the room and sideways pressed himself against the wall to look inside. The 2 bandits had already fallen in a pool of blood, and just in case, Chen Fan added a few more shots to their bodies. I'm afraid that these 2 bandits didn't expect that they would be killed by a student before they died. After seizing the 2 guns, he assigned them to the other students while teaching them the use of their fully automatic rifles. After mastering the surveillance room, Chen Fan tuned into all the cameras. Look no further. There were 53 bandits exposed to surveillance in the cafeteria. The number of students being held hostage was countless, a huge crowd, estimated to be around 1,000. The number of bandits in the rest of the place added up to 73, but these were only the bandits exposed to the view of the surveillance cameras, and it was not guaranteed that there were other bandits hiding in the shadows. I'm afraid there may still be snipers on the roof of the building, whose role is to watch for movement around them. Chen Fan videotaped all the messages in front of him and sent them to Liao Yong, letting the Chinese officials know about the situation within Southwest University beforehand so that they could formulate a strategy for rescue. I'm afraid that the number of special forces that will be deployed by Huaxia this time will be in the hundreds or more. After occupying the control room, Chen Fan arranged for 2 students to be planted inside the control room, and at the same time handed the walkie-talkie to the 2 of them, while warning, "If someone talks across the walkie-talkie, you guys just tell them truthfully in accordance with the monitor room's screen. I think they won't send anyone to the monitor room. You guys lock the door behind you, and don't let any of them come in." The monitoring room is crucial. As long as the surveillance footage was under control, the task of the Chinese officials would be eased by a large margin. I'm afraid that the black forces are not clear about the situation now, and have no idea that there will be people who have gradually eaten away and disintegrated their forces. In their plan, the Chinese officials would not arrive until 2 hours later, and the students of Southwest University would have no chance to fight back. Chen Fan's appearance was a change. Where we're going now is going to be even more dangerous, and we need to take over as much of the premises as we can, except for the cafeteria, before the Chinese officials arrive. Chen Fan spoke his thoughts. Going to the cafeteria was impossible. Once he entered the cafeteria, he would surely be beaten into a cork. After all, more than 50 guns were pointed at him. Even if he had the strongest stance in the world, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to stand up to the firepower of more than 50 fully automatic rifles. That's why the cafeteria is marked as a no-go zone. Can't go. Just leave the hardest part to the Wahaba officials. Chapter 52. Within half an hour's time, Chen Fan had already hand-torn 17 bandits, and nearly almost half of the campus had been successfully taken over again. Nowadays, Qingmei Shui was the only one accompanying him, and the rest of the students were planted in various places on campus to snoop around. The black forces at the moment didn't notice anything the least bit unusual. At this time, Chen Fan's cell phone rang again. The caller ID was Liao Yong. He picked up the call decisively. There was a cacophony of gasps on the other end of the line, one after the other. Chen Fan! Chen Fan! Say something, I'm in the middle of something. Chen Fan responded perfunctorily, then looked around vigilantly. I borrowed a motorcycle at the police station and drove 120 yards from the city to the suburbs, and now I've tumbled into the playground of Southwestern University. Where are you? The voice on the other end of the line was still interspersed with sharp gasps. Chen Fan was shocked. 120 yards? Is this car speed sure to be able to drive on the national highway? Being a law enforcement officer and breaking the law can be a real crime, but the situation is urgent and justifiable. Since Liao Yong was there, his mission was half over. Chen Fan took Qingmei Shui to the playground to receive Liao Yong. As soon as Liao Yong saw Qingmei Shui, his eyes first surveyed her body for a while, then he looked at Chen Fan with a smile and said softly in his ear, "You kid can do it! To get such a beautiful girlfriend at such a young age, you have the demeanor of your old brother me back then. Worthy of praise." Chen Fan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth twice and smiled awkwardly. In his previous life, when Liao Yong first met Qingmei Shui, he also said such words. It's not what it used to be, but it's really sad. Now was not the time to wax lyrical, there were more important things waiting for them to take care of. Chen Fan informed Liao Yong truthfully about the current situation at Southwest University, and now that a large portion of the campus had been put back under their control, the situation had improved. Liao Yong, on the other hand, looked extremely surprised. A student actually dared too hard to shake the bandits, and rely on their own strength, hard to shoot 17 bandits. This kind of performance, if placed in the military, is definitely considered a legend. Its combat ability is even far more than some of the Army's special forces. At this moment, Liao Yong moved compassion, so talented in their troops, will definitely have a way out, and the future achievements will certainly far exceed him, and even to gaudy pressure him a big cut. For this one feat alone, the title of first-class merit can be withheld. The Chinese officials won't arrive for another half hour, and our negotiators are already dealing with the bandits. They want us to hand over $500 million, and then prepare a carrier for them to leave. They've also buried a bomb comparable to the equivalent of 2 tons of TNT in the center of Southwest University. As soon as it explodes, the entire Southwest University will be flattened in an instant. With 2 tons of TNT, this is definitely considered a big killer. I remember when I was involved in the tower climbing copy with the Black Power insiders. The Black forces were particularly frantic as they took out all sorts of unprecedentedly large weapons and bombarded the entire replica. Chen Fan didn't know where they got these weapons of mass destruction from. In short, it was feared, and that was why the Chinese officials were holding off. The main reason was that the level of technology and military power held by the Black forces was not at all weaker than that of the Chinese officials, and it was perfectly possible to fight a firefight with the Chinese officials under pressure. Chen Fan was even more aware that this time he had already formed a bond with the Black force. There would definitely be strife in the future, and the Black force was originally a vindictive stop. Once they went crazy, they would do things that people would not expect. It was necessary to discuss with the commanders of the Black forces, and if the official attitude of the Chinese government was a touch tougher, I was afraid that the Black forces would really make an unexpected move. Chapter 53. Can't add to the dead and wounded. The number of dead and wounded today has already exceeded the budget, and if there are any more deaths and injuries, China will not be able to suppress the pressure of the public opinion of the beacon when the time comes. Capturing a thief is the first step. Their main leader must be inside the cafeteria, and by taking the prime mover hostage, they can hold the king hostage. Liao Yong spoke up with a solution. This is the optimal solution today, to hold the enemy leader hostage in order to strategize. But there was plenty of firepower in the cafeteria, so how easy was it to hold the leader of the Black forces hostage? Is it hard to go to the cafeteria and feel the gunfire? Even the two of them would be riddled with holes in an instant. And with the large number of students inside the cafeteria, Firing during the chaos was bound to result in accidental injuries. So the hard break-in approach won't work. Chen Fan suddenly had a bright idea, and immediately took off the clothes from one of the dead bandits, and disguised himself as one of their kind. Liao Yong did the same. There is a pathway on the side of the cafeteria that leads to the second floor. Once again, Chen Fan and the others scaled the wall into the school in the middle of the night to avoid the searching security guards, and at the same time discovered this side passage. The side passage is deep in the cafeteria, and the bandits no longer send people to occupy the side passage. On the spur of the moment, the three men rushed to the sidewalk. Before that, Chen Fan ordered Xing Mei Shui to only stay inside the stairway and watch. The interior of the cafeteria is out of occupation, and the slightest misstep will result in the bandits shooting you as a rebel. This was only done to protect Xing Mei Shui's life. At the same time, Chen Fan and Liao Yong directly climbed up to the second floor. Lying in the shadows, they looked inward. According to the report from the surveillance room, there were about 20 bandits guarding the second floor, and each of them was paired with military bulletproof vests and fully automatic long guns. The encirclement was airtight and surrounded every dead corner of the second floor. Liao Yong's eyes rolled for a moment, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his wallet, and then directly pushed open the door of the stairway with a big stride and entered the interior of the second floor. Chen Fan was puzzled. Wasn't this kind of behavior just sending people to their deaths? He just wanted to go up to stop him, but he was a step too late. The gates are open. Almost everyone's eyes glanced at the two of them, and for a moment the atmosphere within the wide second floor was a bit delicate. What are you looking at? Just searched a pack of huazi from a hairy egg. I didn't realize that students nowadays are quite good at enjoying themselves. The cigarettes they smoke are even more expensive than ours, and we don't work as hard as these students do to enjoy themselves. As he spoke, Chen Fan lit one for the person next to him, and then revealed a deep smile, while trying to get close enough to blend in and get inside the enemy. Because wearing all the same reason, so next to a few people bandits did not get suspicious, but on the contrary, a smiling face received the cigarette. Also responded. Isn't that so? Eating from home and using home, unlike us, happiness can only be fought by our own hands. Liao Yong also responded with a sentence, momentarily unloading the enemy's wariness, while Chen Fan followed the trend. Chapter 54. Having successfully penetrated the enemy, at least the bandits on the second floor of the cafeteria didn't have the slightest suspicion about the identity of the two of them. So much for being halfway there. How come I haven't seen you two before? Newcomers? Suddenly someone spoke up and asked. The number of people within the Black Forest was only in the hundreds, and trying to memorize everyone's looks was not a difficult task. The bandits didn't immediately choose to open fire to hang them, obviously not suspicious of the identity of the two of them, otherwise they would have died in the second floor. Liao Yong pushed Chen Fan away and shielded him. As a veteran Special Forces soldier, he was often tasked with spying, so he knew the drill like the back of his hand. You can fool everyone in a couple of tries. In Liao Yong's first image, Chen Fan was just a college student, so he was afraid of revealing anything and tried his best not to let Chen Fan speak. But unbeknownst to him, Chen Fan behind him to be more than he can pretend, although now as a student, but the degree of sophistication is by no means less than Liao Yong. Aing? I just applied to join the organization 2 days ago, and I haven't had a chance to get acquainted with all of them yet, and the boss has asked us to participate in this mission in order for us to get used to the organization's collective. Liao Yong touched his head and laughed awkwardly, then took 2 steps forward and slightly moved closer towards the bandit in front of him. In fact, from beginning to end, this bandit in front of him didn't have the slightest sense of suspicion, completely treating these two in front of him as his own people. At the same time, this bandit smoothly put his arm around Liao Yong by his side and said with a concerned face, "A newcomer to the organization? No wonder I've never seen it before. The boss is also really sending a newcomer to participate in this mission. Not well thought out at all." Not waiting for Liao Yong interjected, the person in front of him continued, "Do not be afraid, something brother to top, you two little brothers on the side to watch the show on the line. Do our business is to be bold, or sooner or later we'll die under the barrel of a gun." Saying that, the bandits in front of them sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. People like them who were constantly hovering on the edge of the line between life and death had long ago put life and death at risk. Surprises and mishaps may come back someday, and all they can do is to cherish every day, at least in the present, without regrets. Facing these outlaws, Chen Fan's heart was mixed. Can become the first black force in China, of course, there are corresponding reasons, the ability to have so many outlaws. The composition of the black force in China is a matter of necessity, no need to make a fuss. In the days to come, one should be careful when encountering these outlaws. After this incident, this so-called black force would definitely focus on Chen Fan as well as Liao Yong. If not for the two of them, I'm afraid that this plan wouldn't have been interfered with. Taking this opportunity, the bandit in front of them actually nagged them. Chen Fan and Liao Yong didn't have the time to chat with him. The priority was to kidnap the bandit leader. They couldn't afford to delay their time. After all, countless lives were clutched in their hands. This was no joking matter. So the subject must be pulled away. Oh, right? Didn't the boss just look for you for something important? We can't possibly forget about this matter, or else if the boss blames us, the two of us won't be able to afford it. Chen Fan directly improvised on the spot, and immediately put on an appearance of being in a hurry. Even the skin on his face moved along with him, his eyes full of panic. Liao Yong immediately locked gazes with Chen Fan, understanding each other's meaning in seconds. Immediately tend to inflame the situation with a model response. Right. I forgot, the boss is looking for us and important things. We cannot be delayed. Let's quickly go to the first floor to find the boss. Seeing that they had something important to do, that bandit didn't dare to stop them, and could only look at their departing backs until they disappeared. Chapter 55. Arriving at the dead end of the stairway, Chen Fan and Liao Yong did not choose to go down at the first opportunity, but instead conferred. Once on the first floor, one must minimize one's presence as much as possible, and not expose the front to the gaze of the bandit leader. As a leader, it is natural to know all the details within the black forces clearly, so it's still a matter of seeing what happens. Again, before they were fully prepared, just in case, they directly changed to a full magazine and then pulled the trigger ready to fire. Come to the first floor of the cafeteria. Now the first floor of the cafeteria is overcrowded, a huge piece of all the students of Southwest University. They crouched on the ground with their hands on their heads, and even hear the mournful sound of crying. After all, the first time something like this happened, it must be a normal thing for the mental defenses to not be able to accept it. Facing dozens of gunmen, the students being held hostage were tantamount to teetering on the edge of life and death, and it wasn't out of the question that if these bandits weren't happy, they'd kill them all. The situation was very bad. There were more bandits within the first floor than they had imagined. They had thought that there were only about 50 bandits, but they hadn't realized that there were actually more than 20 bandits standing in the dead center of the camera. The total number of bandits has exceeded 80. The situation was worse than they had expected. Fortunately, there were a lot of students being held hostage, and the sound they made obscured Chen Fan as well as Liao Yong's footsteps, and taking advantage of the gap, the two of them directly melted into one with these bandits. A quick glance will tell you who the bandit leader is. Directly in front of him, tens of meters away, there was a man sitting on a chair with his legs set up, looking at everything in front of him with a face of contempt, with two gun-toting bandits standing beside him. Those who could be treated like this were usually not of low status, and must have a voice in this group of bandits. Having already identified their target, they waited and watched, slowly moving themselves towards the bandit leader's side. At this moment, Chen Fan seemed to see a few familiar figures in the crowd. At a closer look, it was actually Lu Jianbo and the remaining two roommates. Lu Jianbo's gaze also fell on Chen Fan in passing, and for a moment both of them revealed a more surprised expression. What are the housemates doing in the cafeteria? Looks like they didn't dodge the bullet either. At this point, Lu Jianbo appeared to be more surprised, and the excitement in his heart directly exclaimed. The cry of alarm immediately startled all the surrounding bandits, and almost in an instant, there were dozens of guns aimed at Lu Jianbo in unison. Lu Jianbo was startled, directly shivering, hands holding his head, mouth also muttered. Do not shoot! Don't shoot! How much money you want I'm willing to give! The gazes of all the bandits followed the voice and landed directly on Lu Jianbo's body. Come here! The bandit leader sitting on the chair stood up, carefully sizing up the youth in front of him before hooking his hand towards him, a teasing smile also appearing on his face. The smile was creepy. The eyes were also laced with a faint sense of evil. Chapter 56. The scene fell into awkwardness. A burning smell filled the air. Everyone looked at Lu Jianbao quietly. Even the sound of crying came to an abrupt end with it. Chen Fan's heart was even more in his throat. He was afraid that something would happen to Lu Jianbao. After all, these were all murderous bandits. What does the bandit leader want? If something bad happened to Lu Jianbao, should he shoot or not? If he shot, he would surely put himself in a quandary and become a target at that time. All that can be done now is to pray silently. Liao Yong seemed to be able to tell that Chen Fan was suddenly out of sorts and hurriedly tugged on his lapel with his fingers while whispering in his ear. Don't act rashly? Things haven't happened yet, we can't be defeated. In fact, Liao Yong's meaning is to sacrifice the small to protect the big, not because of one person and alarm all the bandits present. If they were angered and thus attacked indiscriminately, the students would die and be injured. Chen Fan could only try his best to suppress his emotions. In his previous life, he was reborn because he wasn't capable enough to protect his 3 roommates, causing them all to end up dying in the copy. This incident alone had left him depressed for a long time, and it had taken him nearly half a year to emerge from his low state. From then on, he went all the way through the thorns and became a resounding god-killing figure in the monolithic tower replica, all the way from a D-ranked player, transforming into an S-ranked player. He did it all to avenge the blood of his roommates. Because he was an orphan, he had genuinely had good playmates since he was a child, but within his college years, the 3 roommates had taken care of him in dribs and drabs, and had taken root and grown into a huge tree. The 4 of them could be called lovebirds, and without the succor of his housemates, I'm afraid he would have had to starve to death on the streets during his time at the university. Now that he had been relived in a new life, he already had the strength to protect his housemates, but if they still died in front of him in this situation, Chen Fan would surely shrivel up once again, and I'm afraid that he would never be able to get out of the haze. This kind of thing hits him too hard. So no matter what happens, he will step in and save Lu Jianbao. This is their friendship. Love is stronger than gold. Even if it means that he or she will never be able to return. He would never let the tragedy of his last life repeat itself again. At this moment, Chen Fan's eyes were staring at the bandit leader with a murderous intent swirling through his eyes. Brother! Do you have something? Forced to do nothing, Lu Jianbao could only stand up. If he didn't, maybe the next second the head of the gun were against his head. For a moment, the entire room went obediently quiet. However, Chen Fan took advantage of the fact that everyone was distracted and moved his position as much as possible, trying to pick the best angle position. Kid! What were you screaming about just now? The bandit leader said, racking his legs. I just got spooked. Lu Jianbao swallowed his saliva. He must not give Chen Fan up. Facing the bandit leader with a powerful aura, Lu Jianbao only felt a chill on his back. His limbs became limp and weak, and even standing up was a difficult thing. Seriously, he's afraid to die too. Now I can only pray that God will let me dodge a bullet. Come here, let me take a closer look. The bandit leader hooked his finger towards Lu Jianbao. Although he was reluctant from the bottom of his heart, he was pressured and could only slowly walk from the crowd to the bandit leader's side. At least now it was clear that the bandit leader hadn't found any end in sight. It was just a false alarm. Then the pressure was given to Lu Jianbao's body. Chapter 57. He stood next to the leader of the bandits against everyone's gaze, his eyes not daring to meet each other squarely. Brother! I have an old man and a young man, and I haven't done anything wrong. Take mercy, leave me a little life, okay? Lu Jianbao begged bitterly. But the bandit leader put his gun directly against his head and laughed with a contemptuous face. So timid? The official Huaxia people don't care about you guys, so I have no choice but to find a random person to open up first. With just one sentence, Lu Jianbao was directly startled, and his entire body suddenly went limp and collapsed on the ground, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Fan had now circled around to right behind the bandit leader, clutching his gun tightly in his hand, ready to poise himself at any time. The moment the bandit leader pulled the trigger, Chen Fan also took the opportunity to put his gun against the bandit leader's head. The whole room was silent. Half of the people were looking at Chen Fan and the other half were looking at Lu Jianbao. For a moment, all the bandits in the room aimed their guns at Chen Fan and subconsciously pulled the trigger. Who are you? The bandit leader didn't dare to act rashly. He glanced around with his afterglow, and his limbs became stiff. Liao Yong directly snatched the gun from that bandit leader's hand, and then also pressed the gun in his hand against his head. Who am I? The one who came to kill you? Chen Fan had a thick smile on his face. Then gave Lu Jianbo a look. He directly understood in seconds and directly rushed into the pile of people without looking back. The next stage was left to Chen Fan. It's their home turf now. Come to kill me? You are the official people of Huaxia? I didn't realize that you could infiltrate us so quickly. All a bunch of rice buckets. The bandit leader thought the plan was foolproof, but he didn't expect to miscalculate in the end. Never in a million years could I have counted on such a turn of events. That's a lot of nonsense. I'll give you two choices. Either remove all your people. I don't want to make the situation so stagnant. Or the second is that I'll kill you, and we'll all die together. Needless to ask, anyone would pick the first option. The leader of the bandits had crawled and fought for half of his life, and it was not easy for him to climb up to his current position if he was allowed to die. Seriously, he would definitely be upset. At his command, all the bandits will withdraw. But then the plan would go down the drain, and they would definitely be rounded up and suppressed by the Chinese officials because of what they did this time. After all, the commotion was just too big this time. It can be a real loss. Young man! After more than 10 years, you're the first one who dares to talk to me like that. Do you know who you're holding a gun against right now? You will regret this. The bandit leader was still talking tough. Chen Fan was no longer the ignorant college student he had been in his previous life. He only saw that he directly raised his foot and viciously kicked the bandit leader in the ass. Nima? Told you to make a choice and not be such a pain in the ass. Believe it or not, I'll crash you right now. When Chen Fan opened his mouth, all the bandits in the room pulled their triggers. As long as Chen Fan once fired, he would surely be set on fire in a second, and then beaten into a cork. Chapter 58. The leader of the bandits was lying on the ground with his hands on his head. The look was like a dog. Even if his heart was angry, he didn't dare to express it on his face. He could only clench his teeth fiercely and didn't even dare to breathe a breath. He had no choice but to do as he was told. All of you put down your guns! Is it hard to believe that you guys want me to die? The leader of the bandits swept a circle to the surrounding henchmen, forcing them with a ferocious look. Living up to his name, the leader's words just worked. Just one sentence made all the bandits present put down their guns in their hands, and although they were a bit reluctant, they could only do as they were told. This shows the status of this leader within the Black Power. Chen Fan scanned the circle, which made him satisfied, but of course the crisis was not lifted as a result. In less than half an hour, by then the Chinese officials will fully surround Southwest University, and when they are pushed to the edge, they can do anything unexpected. Rather letting go than sitting on their hands, that's the way these bandits are. It was definitely not possible to make them obedient, and the crime committed just this once was probably enough to keep them inside the cell for the rest of their lives. So when the Chinese officials really surrounded them, these bandits would never bother about the face of this leader. A dog will jump over the wall if he is pushed too far, and besides, they are all living, breathing human beings, and a lifetime in prison is the same as a death sentence, or worse than a death sentence. The leader of the bandits obviously realized this matter as well, and he was anxious in his heart. Even if he didn't get anything this time, he was reluctant to lose his life in this way. Name a condition! I'm perfectly fine with not wanting a single cent from the Huaxia officials, and I'll also withdraw my people without harming the students here. How about we make a deal? The bandit leader was obviously afraid. There was even a sense of supplication in his tone. They had to withdraw their people before the Chinese officials arrived. Negotiate with Chen Fan? Does he have the authority? Does he have the authority? Most of all, the situation would have been in Chen Fan's hands now. He also didn't have the capital to negotiate with Chen Fan. Negotiate? Do you think you have the qualifications? The deaths and injuries at Southwest University were serious this time, and everything was caused by you. Shouldn't you give an explanation? Do you want to just leave the matter unsettled? You are truly whimsical. Chen Fan's tone was slightly accusatory. As soon as he said this, he felt that his heart involuntarily sprang up a ball of anger. Thinking about it, he directly used his foot to step hard on the face of this bandit leader, but it is still difficult to resolve the anger in his heart. Liao Yong, on the other hand, had been standing on the side, quietly watching Chen Fan's performance. Of course he was also puzzled. Was this the kind of mind that a college student should have? In his eyes, college students were usually the kind of ignorant youth. Why did he feel that Chen Fan in front of him was so precocious? From the start of the previous nightmare level copy until now, Liao Yong had always maintained a stage of suspicion towards Chen Fan, and had once privately investigated Chen Fan's bottom line, and the file did show that he was a standard college student, and even the file didn't have any exciting points at all, it was just a mediocre ordinary person. Chapter 59. It was such an ordinary person who repeatedly surprised him. Now Liao Yong even had an elusive feeling, thus concluding that Chen Fan was definitely not an ordinary college student. Now was not the time to think about this. They were being surrounded by 50 bandits. These were more than 50 devils with blood on their hands. To negotiate with people like them, I'm afraid that in the whole world, only Chen Fan would be able to do such a thing. It seemed that the bandit's head mother also sensed the passivity, and immediately closed her mouth and stopped talking. Chen Fan, on the other hand, gave Liao Yong a look and then said to him, "Surrender all the guns, as well as telling all the bandits around to gather on the first floor of the cafeteria. Hand over all the weapons on your body, and don't try to pull any tricks on me. I'm keeping a close eye on you at all times." The simple meaning of this statement is to tell all the bandits to throw themselves into the net. Now the bandit leader could only look to do it, took out his walkie-talkie, and said to the other end, all of you, gather on the first floor of the cafeteria, during which you may not make a move on the students within the university. Violators should know what the consequences are." After saying that, the bandit leader revealed a look of despair. Less than half a quarter of an hour later, all the bandits stationed within the corners of Southwest University converged on the first floor of the cafeteria, while Liao Yong collected all their firearms, more than 100 of them, and all of them were fully automatic rifles with extremely high lethality. Just as Chen Fan was holding the bandit leader hostage and preparing for his next move, a scream suddenly came from the stairway, and as everyone looked for the sound, a girl was being held hostage by the bandits in the stairway. While going up the stairs, the bandit also said excitedly, "Boss, I found a woman when I was going up the stairs. This woman is definitely a resounding special thing. Let's give you a moment to enjoy it first, and then let the brothers enjoy it." This bandit obviously didn't know what was going on inside the cafeteria. The moment these two people appeared in sight, everyone froze. Basically everyone present knew who the person being held hostage was, and that was the recognized Southwest University school flower Qingmei Shui. The moment he saw that it was Qingmei Shui who was being held hostage, Chen Fan's eyes had a subtle change and his face became odd. The leader of the bandits also seemed to have observed the change in Chen Fan's expression, revealing an evil smile and speaking directly on the spot. "Kid? Do you recognize this woman? My brothers didn't hit her lightly, so it might hurt this girl." In a trance, the bandit leader climbed up from the ground while patting the dust on his body. Now Chen Fan also had a handle on the other party, and the situation was reversed on that. Chen Fan instead remained clutching the lance in his hand, dead against the bandit leader's head. From this moment on his heart was already in turmoil, and it was obvious that he could no longer threaten this bandit leader. He didn't want Qingmei Shui to die here because of himself. "In that case, let's make an exchange choice. You let all of us go, and I'll have my men let this little girl go, and we'll definitely make sure that she's safe and sound. I'm a man of my word, and I'll make sure that she gets out of here without dropping a single hair on her head." The bandit leader continued to put up a fight. "I'm afraid that the only thing that can threaten him now is the gun on his head. It's imperative that they must all of them evacuate before the Chinese officials arrive. Once they let the Chinese officials send out a special forces army to surround this place, they will have no way out. When it comes to that time, it might really be a situation of a fish dying in a net. And no one will be able to collect any good fruits to eat." Chapter 60. Faced with this situation, Chen Fan was a bit indecisive. The right to choose was now in his hands, and human lives were in his hands. It could be the reason for just one thought that would lead to thousands of students all losing their lives here, so his decision was crucial. When the Chinese officials surrounded the entire Southwest University, perhaps all the bandits would let go of the fight, and even if they made a fish out of water, they wouldn't care one bit. "Release him! I'll be your hostage. I have more say than all of them. I'll go with you." Chen Fan handed over the gun in his hand to Liao Yong, then whispered a sentence in his ear, and randomly walked directly towards the other bandit's side. In fact, when those words were uttered, the bandit leader was a bit surprised for the first instant, but on second thought, it was a good choice. From this point on, it was clear that the little girl who was being held hostage was important to Chen Fan. Now that there was a threatening bargaining chip, the unfavorable situation was brought back in an instant, and everyone looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Please keep your promise. Before exchanging the hostages, Chen Fan glanced back at the bandit leader. The bandit leader nodded lightly before signaling all his men to retreat. Hundreds of bandits lined up in a neat formation and finally left the place with Chen Fan, until finally the bandit leader followed along. They put a hood on Chen Fan beforehand, and then held him hostage and tied him into a van, with the leader of the bandits sitting right next to him, a thick smile on his face. You should be a student of Southwest University, right? Chen Fan's first thought was, how did the other party discover his identity as a student? You must be wondering how I know, right? Look at the fine skin on you. Surely you won't be one of the official and exclusive Special Forces legions of Huaxia. They are all brown men. Without waiting for Chen Fan to respond, he continued the conversation. Fine skin indeed. After all, a student who clutches a pen every day. This does not let him recall the rebirth of his previous life. At that time the whole body of the skin is not a piece of place is intact. The whole body is full of bruised skin. Everywhere you can see are scars. There are a number of times to break into the tower, are seriously injured. If not, the newly developed elixir works, may have long become a dead body. It's really lamentable. I believe it won't be long before this body will be bruised and battered again like it was in the previous life. It's a necessary part of growing up. But if you want to become a strong person who will change the history of the world, what's this injury worth? There are always setbacks on the way to growth. Besides, the next road will only get harder and harder. He didn't know what kind of strange settings the monolithic tower had. As the number of times they climbed the tower increased, the difficulty would also increase. If they entered the purgatory level copy by then, would they really have the life to come back? Just thinking about this made Chen Fan a little sad. Is being born again really a good thing? Could he really change the history of all mankind with his own power? Will the thousands of years of Chinese history really not be overturned by aliens? To realize that the gap between the two sides is simply like the white moon on the floating river, simply cannot be compared. While Chen Fan was still in a state of reverie, there was suddenly an additional shouting voice beside him, and it was none other than the bandit leader. Hello? Are you listening to me? Are you not afraid that I will kill you here? Then destroy the corpse. There are my people all around. Oh, you are now a wolf in a tiger's den. As the words landed, the bandit leader revealed a wave of evil laughter, but Chen Fan was not amused. Chapter 61. The space inside the van was very narrow, although he was blindfolded, but with his super-perceptive 5 senses, he could still judge how many people were around him, and he was sure that in just a split second, he could take care of a few people around him, and even if it killed him, he could still kill 2 more bandits before he was killed, and this way, it was actually not a loss when converted. If you really want to take a shot at me? I'm afraid you shot me the first second I entered the compartment. Besides, with such a small space inside the van, do you really think you guys are safe? At these words, the bandit leader sucked in a mouthful of cold air and couldn't stop the corner of his eye from twitching. What kind of devil was the guy in front of him? Clearly he was in a deep dilemma. But he was able to say something that threatened the other party in a critical situation. Although in front of him was just a college student without no threatening power, the bandit leader could still feel his backbone chilling all the time, and had a feeling of awe from the bottom of his heart. For a moment the whole compartment was in an awkward atmosphere. But after a few seconds, the bandit leader laughed out loud, and then opened his mouth to say, "You're really a fucking talent, this time I'm afraid of you. But are you interested in joining our organization? Monthly income of millions is not a dream. Oh, like you so young and ruthless. In the future there is definitely a great work." I didn't expect the bandit leader to move so quickly to dig in. Of course in his eyes, Chen Fan was a rare talent. How could he be a simple character if he could remain in such a chaotic situation without fear? How could Chen Fan possibly be complicit and join these murderous fellows? Inside 10 years, you are the first person who dares to turn his gun against me. It is really admirable that you have guts. Unlike these subordinates of mine, they are all some rice buckets. A group of people can still be killed by an unarmed college student in return. It's really a waste of money. As soon as he said this, the anger in the bandit leader's heart immediately burned up, angrily rebuking a few of his subordinates around him. Those few henchmen were silent, and didn't dare to retort, they just watched the scene quietly. Until finally, the van drove into an alleyway and then stopped on a dead-end road. "And I won't go back on my word. Since I promised not to hurt a hair on your head, I'm sure I won't do anything. Go down! We will definitely meet again sometime in the future." Suddenly, the car door opened. Chen Fan nodded. It was true that there were many chances for them to meet in the future, and they would surely cross paths many times in the future, thinking that an antisocial organization like them would definitely go on the opposite side of the fence from Chen Fan, but all of this was after the end of the world. The next second, Chen Fan decisively stepped out of the car door. Then the van directly took off. Chen Fan withdrew the cloth that was covered in front of his eyes and made a round to the surroundings, not finding anything unusual. "I didn't expect these bandits to be so true to their word, but it's a rare thing. In Chen Fan's memory, these bandits should be some guys who don't keep their word. Today's sight can be really impressive. I didn't expect that the ruthless bandits still have the time to keep their word." Also, while Chen Fan was thinking, the phone in his pocket rang once again. The caller ID was Liao Yong. Chapter 62. A cacophony of voices filled the phone. After a few breaths, the other end of the phone once again fell into dead silence. Chen Fan did not open his mouth, waiting for the other party to speak first. "Hello? Chinese officials have fully occupied the entire Southwest University. After a preliminary count, it is estimated that there should be about 10 people dead or injured. It should be difficult to suppress public opinion this time. In the last decade or so, this is the most significant tragedy in all of China. You hurry back to be investigated. The senior personnel of Huaxia wants to see you." The tone on the other end of the phone was urgent, and it could be heard that Liao Yong was very anxious. Chen Fan had long expected that once this matter was over, the top management of Huaxia would surely look for him, maybe still pulling this matter together. In fact, what makes them more strange is not these, but Chen Fan as a college student, but he can change the whole situation with his own strength, and a person has completed dozens of special forces cannot complete the task. If he wanted to deal with these guys, he would have to find a suitable reason to perfunctorily pass over. Chen Fan did not want his peaceful life to be disturbed by these disgusting guys. In fact, as long as the Chinese officials were a bit vigilant, this matter of raiding Southwest University would definitely be nipped in the bud. Such a sophisticated plan, the Black Force bandits are absolutely early has been planning for a long time. In this period of time, China's top brass actually did not have a tiny bit of alert, even did not find the slightest abnormality. So the problem must be with them. Chen Fan also didn't want to become a puppet of the Huaxia officialdom, and thought that the Huaxia officialdom would surely have an entangled relationship with him in the future. Just thinking about this gave Chen Fan a bit of a headache. The phone caller suddenly came back with a sentence that interrupted Chen Fan's reverie. "Right? Why did you tell me to hide all the guns of those bandits? I've already done as you said. What's your idea? You have to tell me. You can't leave me in the dark too." Before Chen Fan was taken hostage, he whispered to Liao Yong. The content of the whispers was for Liao Yong to hide all the searched and seized firearms, as far as possible, from the Chinese High Command. Of course, Chen Fan naturally had his own purpose for doing so. Since he wanted to form the Chargers Alliance he would definitely need strong firearms support, and these energetic, fully automatic rifles were a good batch of weapons. Chen Fan's idea was to let everyone within the alliance match a fully automatic rifle first, so that when the time came to head to the inside of the replica to break in, they would at least have a means of defense, and wouldn't be as helpless as Chen Fan and the others. With the current Chen Fan's wealth, cannot afford to buy any high-grade weapons. To buy weapons also have to go to the black market to shop around. Besides, he even the location of the black market don't know where, so can only send this thought to cut off. Now it can only slowly build up, and one day they will eliminate these fully automatic rifles with more powerful weapons, and these rifles will be nothing more than tools to be used in excess now. "Now you find a quiet place and memorize every word I said." Chen Fan's tone was serious. Although Liao Yong was a bit blinded, he still found a quieter place to talk. "Go ahead. In 3 days, the monolithic tower will open once again. At that time, we will definitely enter the small world of the naturally occurring small world within the monolithic tower once again, and the difficulty should rise as a result of this. We have to be adequately as well as completely prepared before this. I want you to take these weapons, and then find Rian Lu as well as Lei Yu, and teach them to use the fully automatic rifle skills, as we are all S-ranked players and should be. Assigned to the same copy. These rifles are also for preparedness. There was no response on the other end of the line. Liao Yong was in deep thought. Chapter 63. He knew exactly what the matter Chen Fan was talking about was. The boulder in Liberation Square. There's also that little naturally occurring world inside the monolith, the thing known as the replica. At first, Liao Yong was nothing more than an absolute dream that there wouldn't be a next time, but when he heard Chen Fan say that he would enter again after 3 days, he had a bit of mixed feelings in his heart. Last time, they had already barely managed to escape from the copy by clearing it, so if the difficulty was raised, could they really survive? Not necessarily. Although he didn't know if what Chen Fan had said was true, he chose to believe it, so he had to make foolproof preparations before this so that nothing untoward would really happen. Good. I know, I'll go and do my best to fulfill whatever you arrange, it's just that the pressure you're going to face next may be even greater than mine, and the Chinese officials will surely try to do everything they can to find useful information from your body. Indeed, it was unlikely that the Chinese officials would give up their investigation of Chen Fan just because of a few words. Besides, there was also the matter of entering the monolithic tower. I'm afraid that the current Chen Fan had already been targeted by the personnel at the top of the Chinese hierarchy. It's fine, they won't be able to do half as much with me. Chen Fan laughed lightly before hanging up the phone. As long as he does not say, the Chinese senior take him will not have half a law, may have been his personal imprisonment, such as shut in a small black room face. Of course, this situation cannot be maintained for a long time. The Chinese senior if the Iron Heart, and Chen Fan against, Chen Fan will not give each other half of a good face. Hang up! Chen Fan walked out of the alley and looked around. The streets and alleys were basically filled with the sound of ambulances, which should all be rushing towards Southwest University. This street is very familiar to him. From the Southwest University is not far, about only a few blocks apart. Take a shortcut, within half a quarter of an hour will be able to arrive at the Southwest University. Sure enough, within half a quarter of an hour, Chen Fan arrived at the entrance of Southwest University. Only now the Southwest University is surrounded by uniformed Chinese officials, gathered at the entrance of countless people. Every person who wants to enter the campus have to go through layers of screening and questioning. All people are closely watching this shocking event. Southwest University was attacked by bandits. The matter has also long since exploded on the internet live. A moment are all over the reports. This incident is also successful to Monolithic Tower squeezed off the headline hot search first position. The main target of the direction of public opinion is the Huaxia official, and many people accuse the Huaxia official of having an incomplete sense of defense. A first-tier city can still be invaded by bandits. Chen Fan stood at the main entrance of the school and walked directly towards the inside without even thinking. What he was about to face could be a questioning from the top brass in China, but he was ready for it. Stand still! Special period, please show your student ID. Just after walking in front of the main entrance, Chen Fan was stopped in his tracks. Chen Fan handed over his student ID. In an instant, the face of the official personnel of Huaxia changed. Chapter 64. The visitor was really the one they had been searching for. The senior management of Huaxia had given a death order that anyone who saw any sign of Chen Fan must try to take him away by all means and means. In just an instant, dozens of official Chinese law enforcement officers surrounded Chen Fan tightly, each looking at him as if he were an enemy, with strange eyes. What is it? Chen Fan frowned and looked around at all the law enforcement officers. What's the deal with the Chinese officials? Is it hard to believe that they are going to kidnap him? This was perhaps too much of a disregard for Chen Fan. The group of rescued students from Southwest University stood in the distance, their eyes full of worry. This was their benefactor, but now they were treated like this by the Huaxia officials. This kind of behavior was a bit chilling. Mr. Chen, the senior personnel of China have asked you to come with me to talk about some matters related to this raid. Do you have the time? Do you have a minute? Although it was just a casual question, but even if Chen Fan said that there was no time, the other party would still forcefully take him away. This is the style of action of the Chinese officials. Of course, what they said are just polite. Chen Fan laughed out loud. He was mocking these official Chinese lapdogs who could only sell their lives for the rest of their lives. Is it all right for me to say that I don't have the time? Chen Fan asked rhetorically, at the same time provoking the face of the other party, and even more so, the face of the entire Chinese officialdom. Everyone present watching pinched a cold sweat for Chen Fan, none of them wanting the Chinese officials to use strong-arm tactics. At this time, the crowd walked out of a young man wearing a suit and tie, and the eyes of the surrounding law enforcement officers suddenly showed a sense of awe, which can be reflected in the suit man's status within China is definitely not low. The man in the suit straightened his lapel and walked towards Chen Fan with a smile on his face. It was as if there was a knife hidden in the smile. It was very ghostly and made people's backs go cold. Mr. Chen? This Black Force raid has caused great impact. If you don't cooperate with us, it might be a bit hard to deliver. We need to know the information of the Black Force personnel, so we can only start with you first. The accent of the man in the suit was very strange, with a kind of eerie feeling, obviously not putting Chen Fan in his eyes, only treating him as a mediocre college student. Of course he hadn't witnessed with his own eyes how Chen Fan had strangled these bandits, and dozens of them had died in his hands. Unless, of course, he didn't care about that, people belittling him? Why should he care what others think? Just think of it as a joke. Is it necessary to find me? I'm nothing more than a mediocre college student, and besides, I've got other things going on, and everything that happened today has nothing to do with me, so don't involve me and hold me up in class. Chen Fan buried his head and tried to barge inside the school, but however was directly stopped in his tracks by a group of official Chinese law enforcement officers. The law enforcement officers directly surrounded Chen Fan and stopped him at the gate, all of them with a fierce intensity in their gazes. Please do come with us, or I'm afraid it will be very difficult to end this matter today. This statement clearly carries a slightly more personal, saber-rattling meaning. To take Chen Fan away. If you don't take it away, you're bound to be fish out of water as a result. For a moment the scene was rendered awkward. Chen Fan frowned and didn't say anything, but only gave a soft laugh. Since the other side is so tough, what's the harm in taking a trip? Chen Fan wouldn't be afraid of the Chinese officials either. Until after the end of the world, he would let everyone see what a king was. Go! I'm willing to walk with you. Chen Fan didn't want to mess around with these guys. Tangling with them in an unclear manner would only waste his time for no reason. But right at this moment, a figure in the crowd suddenly rushed out, then leaned towards Chen Fan with quick steps, and in one fell swoop wrapped Chen Fan's arm, then directly blocked him with his own body. Pointing at these law enforcement officers, he angrily rebuked. The real culprits are still at large. Why are you taking a good man away instead of arresting those bandits? This is too unmanly, isn't it? It's really chilling. I thought that the Chinese officials were awe-inspiring, but it's nothing more than that. Chen Fan's eyes focused on the human hair in front of him, and at first glance it was actually Qing Mei Shui. Qing Mei Shui blocked her body right in front of Chen Fan to block all the gazes, and her tone was even more overbearing, with a kind of air of a heroine. In this instant, Chen Fan froze. He did not expect Qing Mei Shui to step in to protect him. It was completely unexpected. I don't know why, but in the face of this situation there is a feeling of heartwarming, always feel inexplicably solid in the heart. At this moment, all the law enforcement officers rushed out in a breath, trying to pull Qing Mei Shui away. However, how could Chen Fan stand by and watch letting his woman be bullied by others? How can he stand it? In a flash of lightning, Chen Fan directly wrapped his arms around the woman in front of him, turned around in a smooth manner, and protected her behind his back, then gently chanted in her ear. Don't be afraid, I'll be back soon, just be good and wait for me. The same tone as in his previous life. Chen Fan always couldn't help but speak to Qing Mei Shui in this tone, even though the two of them didn't have much of a connection in this life. As soon as he saw Qing Mei Shui's face, his heart couldn't stop thumping. The words landed in his mouth, and he made a split-second decision to turn around and face all the law enforcement officers directly in front of him. After seeing these ugly faces of theirs, Chen Fan's brows furrowed into a ball and twisted into a twist shape, and a wave of qi instantly emanated from his toes. With him at the center, a clear breeze constantly blew around him. This is one's aura. The surrounding people could even detect a clear killing intent from Chen Fan's body. The killing intent even made the people around him stop trembling. To be honest, Chen Fan's current appearance was too scary, like a devil. The surrounding law enforcement officers froze in place, their bodies became stiff and didn't dare to move. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, it was because they were so frightened that they didn't dare to move at all, and they could even feel that the blood in their bodies was stopping flowing. "It's fine for you guys to move me, but if you dare to touch the people around me, you will definitely be made to pay an incalculable price. It's fine if you guys want to provoke me, you must consider the consequences. So what if you have the official shelter of Huaxia? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Chen Fan's words caused everyone present to freeze like a papaya, and even the students who were watching did not dare to breathe a single breath. Chapter 65. The words just fell. Chen Fan blasted out with a fist, his palms cupped into a ball, and the veins on his eyebrows bulged. Skill stored trigger. The skill had just been cast halfway. Chen Fan immediately drew back a step and held his hand to the strength of his fist, forcing it to stay in front of the man in the suit. A breeze blew on the man in the suit's forehead, and his hairsprayed hair was blown in all directions. The look is rather like that of a man. On the contrary, the man in the suit, at this moment, his entire body froze, his gaze was frozen, his expression was frozen, and even his heart came to a screeching halt in that moment just now. In just the second he had just been there, he could clearly feel death passing him by. He was certain that as soon as that fist of the other party landed on his face, his entire head would immediately turn into mush. It's even possible that the whole head will be blown to mush. He literally smelled death on that punch. If it gets a little closer, maybe he might even be incontinent. The rest of the people looked at this scene, just stayed down and watched, and the Chinese law enforcement officers didn't dare to come forward to help at all. "Scared? Better not mess with me, or else Jedi will make your death very ugly." Chen Fan put away his stance of throwing punches and stood upright in front of the man in the suit with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Right now, the man in the suit had completely lost the unrivaled stance he had just had, and what he had replaced it with was a feeling of being a bereaved dog. At this time, the man in the suit didn't dare to continue clamoring. The person in front of him was too terrifying. Was he really a student of Southwest University? The fact that students could still have such amazing vigor honestly made it hard to imagine. "Mr. Chen, please come with us. My superiors would like to have a good talk with you about what happened today, so please show some mercy, thank you." After slowing down, the man in the suit immediately changed his accent and began to flatter the young man in front of him. If he could bring the young man in front of him into the official forces of China, it would definitely be a great joy, and it would be a great honor for him to be able to match up with the young man in front of him. Not bad for an official Chinese lapdog, simply a wallflower, a lapdog who will wait and see what happens. But Chen Fan was satisfied with the other party's performance. He wanted this effect. He wanted to make these Chinese lackeys fear him. "Go!" Chen Fan gave an order, and all the law enforcement officers followed closely behind. The group arrived in front of a Maybach, and the man in the suit opened the door for Chen Fan in advance. But to be honest, with his understanding of the Chinese officials, for this aspect of salary, the Chinese officials were undoubtedly particularly generous, and everyone who worked for the Chinese officials were powerful people with status. A few people got into the car. The man in the suit had been sitting next to Chen Fan. He could clearly feel the pressure that Chen Fan was bringing. The huge pressure made him a little breathless. Even breathing became a difficult task. Chen Fan, on the other hand, was erecting a two-legged leg and looking around with full of concern. He was well aware that this time he was about to go straight to the official Chinese stronghold in Jiangcheng, but didn't let it mess him up. He had long prepared a strong set of sayings for dealing with the official Chinese jargon, and it was impossible for them to find a single break in Chen Fan's body technology will. The Maybach sped down the road. Half an hour later, it was straight to the city center, the official Chinese stronghold set up in Jiangcheng. It's a towering office building. The office building is surrounded by uniformed Special Forces handles. Each Special Forces hand carries a long gun, vigilantly staring at every move around. Looking at so many guards around him, Chen Fan laughed out loud. A single official Chinese stronghold could be sitting on hundreds of Special Forces to protect it. If half of these Special Forces were allocated to the surroundings of Southwestern University, could it be that there would still be a surprise attack today? Even if it was a raid, the number of casualties would be reduced by half. So the problem really came from within the Chinese officials, that is, those law enforcement officers were too greedy and afraid of death. Chen Fan couldn't help but let a ball of anger flare up in his heart. If it wasn't for him and Liao Yong in this raid, he was afraid that he didn't know how many students would have to die, and he was deeply angry at the inaction of the Chinese officials, who could only say that they were incompetent. Now, instead of dispatching manpower to pursue those bandits, he was invited to the door, and this kind of reverse thinking was really hard to understand. Led by the man in the suit, Chen Fan got out of the car and walked inside the office building. The defense works inside the office building were even tighter. There were at least 7 or 8 special forces around, and this was only the first floor. After successfully swiping their faces, the two of them took the elevator and went straight to the top floor of the office building. The topmost layer? Generally, they were basically the top personnel of Huaxia. It seemed that the person who interviewed Chen Fan this time should not be small in origin, and was considered a leading figure in Jiangcheng. Because of this small matter? Sending a high-ranking official figure from Huaxia to meet with him? That's a bit too much. But however, it was also considered to give face to Chen Fan. After all, being reborn in a new life, the first time that he would meet would be a character with such a high position. I didn't expect the Chinese officials to pay attention to this matter. Even so, Chen Fan still didn't want to give the other side half a good face. Topmost layer, layers of encryption. After a password door, there is a fingerprint recognition. Fingerprint recognition is followed by iris recognition, and finally the view of the highest floor is reflected in the eyes. At a glance, the entire river city came into view with it. Chen Fan is also the first time to stand in such a high building overlooking the entire Jiangcheng scenery. Think when the end of the world came, the whole Jiangcheng was plunged into chaos, the streets were full of dilapidated scenes, and now the gorgeous Jiangcheng is not even comparable to the capital. "Boss! I brought the man," the man in the suit said towards an electronic screen deep in the highest level, his eyes and tone full of respect. The level of fear was obviously greater than the fear of Chen Fan before. Chen Fan wondered why he should fear an electronic screen. And he could see that the man in the suit's feet were trembling uncontrollably. Why was this happening when Ben was all from the same organization? From this point on, it was clear that this so-called high-ranking figure in Huaxia was definitely not a good person. It is assumed that he is also extremely high up in the headquarters. "I know, there's no more business for you here, so just back off." I don't know where an old hoarse voice suddenly came from. Chen Fan looked around and didn't know where the voice came from. Chapter 66. The man in the suit bowed and bent over, and from the afterglow, Chen Fan could feel that his eyes were filled with awe. After 3 words, the man in the suit was sent straight away. When he glanced back, Chen Fan clearly heard a burst of electricity. The sound was nourishing in the ears. The electronic screen in front of him lit up with a white light. Snowflakes flashed continuously in front of the big screen. Chen Fan's eyes were dead set on the screen in front of him. In an instant, a person's back appeared, and the reflection projected within the screen was of a person with his back to Chen Fan. Tall back, definitely a man. But the man had a head full of dark hair, so he shouldn't have been older. Let Chen Fan's first impression of him not be very friendly. Overall, he is not very friendly with every official HWA person. "Say what you have to say and fart, I'm still in a hurry to get to class." Chen Fan directly put up a fight. He didn't have time to spend with the official Huaxia people. Inside the screen, the man turned around and faced Chen Fan directly. Chen Fan could feel that the other party's eyes were like a sharp sword that could see through him at once. Characters like these who have worked their way up within the workplace are the scariest of all, mindfully going about setting up schemes just to move themselves up the ladder one more time. The fundamental reason Chen Fan was unwilling to make contact with the official Chinese people was that the other party's mind was too deep, and he couldn't play with them. "I'm sure you know what I'm looking for you for, right? According to your file, you have a mediocre life, yet you were able to show amazing strength when the bandits invaded Southwest University. I'm afraid that you are harboring a heavenly secret. You don't have to worry about it. I'm not interested in the secrets you are harboring." The other side spoke out of turn. Long ago saw through Chen Fan's body. There was a deeper meaning in his words. Chen Fan always felt that the other party's purpose was on the boulder's body, and not on the events of this raid. Before Chen Fan could respond, the other party spoke again. "I have already sent someone to investigate the matter of the bandits' raid, so you don't have to worry about it. What interests me more is what exactly happened to you guys in the inner space of the monolith. Fittingly, the ultimate goal is the monolithic tower." But how could Chen Fan possibly inform the other party of everything he had experienced? He still chooses to be perfunctory. Ran into a couple monsters, killed them, and then we got out easy. The man on the screen merely laughed softly at this response, clearly not believing it. I've got the answer I wanted. What's inside the boulder will come out one day. You can go now. Ready to go? It's that simple? It's a little hard to imagine, to be honest. However, Chen Fan could sense that the other party might have guessed the situation inside the boulder. After all, he wasn't the only one who had entered the monolith, and the remaining few might have long ago informed the higher-ups of Huaxia of the situation within the monolith, as well as of their own changes. Chen Fan did not choose to answer, but instead left the place directly. As he left, the man within the screen smiled a wry smile. After returning to Southwest University by special car, Chen Fan directly buried his head inside the dormitory. In these few days, he planned to tone up his spirit and then go all out to face the monolithic tower that would open once again in 3 days. The 3 days flew by. Chapter 67. Chen Fan basically repeated the 2 steps of going to class and going back to his dormitory to rest so as not to have his cell phone tapped, and he did not choose to contact Liao Yong. It wasn't until the evening of the 3rd day that he took a 3-day extended leave of absence from the school's leadership and then headed straight for Tahrir Square in the center of the city. Compared to the previous days, Tahrir Square is now even more heavily guarded. The surrounding police force numbered in the hundreds, and there were even people planted in the shadows, observing the movements. It seems that Chinese officials are paying more and more attention to the issue of the monolithic tower, and this is a good start. At least they don't ignore the threat posed by the monolithic tower. At this time, Chen Fan carefully observed the movements near the monolithic tower. After roughly half an hour of observation, he finally figured out the pattern, and seized this gap in time when the guards were changing shifts, and directly pulled back the cordon and rushed in. The noise he makes also attracts the special forces stationed around the area. Countless lights hit Chen Fan's body, yet he was still running forward on his own. The footsteps should not be slowed down for a moment, perhaps a step late, will be shot by these special forces. Attention! Someone is approaching the boulder, all personnel be advised. If you see a threat, open fire immediately. Stop in front of you! If you don't stop, I'm going to open fire! Attention please! I'm really going to fire. At this time, countless special forces were rushing towards Chen Fan, and had even fired warning shots. The sound of clattering broke the peace that had been part of the night. Countless bullets came towards Chen Fan as the special forces began to carry out indiscriminate attacks just to kill Chen Fan. But however, Chen Fan didn't even think about it. Luckily, he was quick enough on his feet to dodge all the bullets. If he had been exposed to the public, he would definitely have been shot into a cork in a flash. Half a minute hadn't passed before his figure reappeared next to the megalithic tower. He rested his hand on the megalithic tower and murmured softly, chanting incantation-like words under his breath. Finally his figure disappeared into the illumination once again, and all the special forces were still searching for Chen Fan. But there was no sign of a half-dozen or so. At the same time, these special forces started to report this incident to their superiors, and once again a living person disappeared in front of the boulder. This made it even more certain that the cause of the disappearance was from the boulder. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The intruder's whereabouts track as well as his personal identity were quickly picked up and placed directly on the desk of the relevant person in charge of the monolith. After they saw that it was Chen Fan, they all revealed a stunned expression. Living again, this was the 2nd time he had entered the monolithic tower. The monolithic tower had been an old friend for a long time, and Chen Fan was especially familiar with the monolithic tower's pissiness, so he immediately closed his eyes, and a feeling of dizziness instantly struck him, and there was even a bit of regurgitation. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in another world. Looking carefully towards the surroundings, it was the interior of a rather vintage building, with objects placed around it that were supposed to be older. The floor and walls of the building were stained with blood that had dried, clearly a place with a story. An eerie atmosphere was baked inside the building, and there was even a constant ghastly wind blowing through, making people's backs stop chilling. Player identity detected, S-rank player Chen Fan being scanned. Ding! A copy of the D-rank trial quest is opened. Chapter 68. This time it was another nightmare-level mission, but this time Chen Fan already had the means to deal with it. Tasks are being developed. Please hold. The sound of electric current constantly appeared in Chen Fan's head. Task 1. Find the dead soul who are in the building, within a day's time limit. If you don't find it, you will be wiped out directly. Task 2. Dodge Hai's attacks. Please note that Hai has an aggressiveness that far exceeds that of all the creatures in the building, and if you die within the copy, it means you are truly dead. Task 3. Find the grandmother in the building. Quest 4. Unlocked after completing the first 3 quests. Nightmare level quests have begun. Please prepare everyone. 4 quests? Chen Fan was first a bit surprised. This was the first time he had stumbled upon a copy with 4 quests. I'm sure the difficulty will be a level higher than before, with the monolithic tower customizing the latest copy as well as the quest difficulty based on the player's strength, and thus, compared to the last time, his own strength had increased, so the copy would also increase as his own strength strengthened. Looking around, there were tiny granular objects floating in midair, while the air was permeated with an unpleasant moldy smell that made people want to cover their mouths and noses. Finding the weir in the building? And it's an orphan soul, so it seems that this copy has a slightly spooky atmosphere. Although he was an atheist and didn't believe that there were any bulls and ghosts in the world, the copy set by the monolithic tower wasn't the same as the rules in real life. Since the quest had been posted out, it really meant that there were dead souls in the building. He was somewhat looking forward to what kind of appearance this so-called dead soul would have. In fact, what worried Chen Fan the most was Mission 2. The monolithic tower hinted that the key character within the copy was aggressive, and the aggressiveness was stronger than all the creatures inside the building. Since the monolithic tower emphasized this point, it also represented his importance at the same time, or else it wouldn't have been possible for him to say such a thing. In terms of the danger level of the key characters of the replica, it shouldn't be something they could fight head-on. In fact, what made Chen Fan more worried was still the other people who had entered the tower. It could be initially determined that the people who had practiced in the tower last time should have all entered the monolithic tower. What made him curious was who he would actually run into this time. Could he run into someone he knew? It's about time his plan to pull the strings was implemented. Chen Fan examined the tools he was carrying, and the demonic sword Murakumo hanging on his waist was right there. The demon sword Muramasa is Chen Fan's biggest card at the moment. All demon sword Muramasa is vital to him, and must be carried on his body at all times. Keeping your weapon away from your body in a nightmare level difficulty copy was tantamount to pronouncing a death sentence on yourself. On top of that, Chen Fan had also brought a fully automatic rifle, a gun weapon left behind by the bandits from last time. Melee and ranged are paired together to maximize strength. Although modernized and built with a crap level of craftsmanship, a fully automatic rifle is at least a long-range weapon that can at least serve as a hold. Suddenly the overhead lights lit up white for a moment, but the white light turned yellow again moments later. It's dry, be careful of fire and candles, and lock doors and windows tightly to prevent traitors. It's dry, be careful of fire and candles, and lock doors and windows tightly to prevent traitors. Chapter 69. Suddenly there was a shout from inside the building. It startled Chen Fan at first, but he was immediately relieved when he realized that it was the man who beat the night watch. He thought that he had just entered the interior of the copy, and was being targeted by NPCs. But what is curious though is why the sound of a night watch is not in the building. Don't the night watchmen usually take turns shouting a line from door to door? There's no way around it, that's how the monolithic tower is set up. He could only accept it gladly. But as soon as he came up, he heard the sound of a night watchman, and from this he could see that this night watchman was definitely a key figure in the search for clues. Although he didn't know if this NPC was aggressive, Chen Fan still agreed to scout the situation first before looking around for any sign of his teammates. Following the stairway made of wooden boards, Chen Fan headed down. A few minutes passed, and the sound of the beat was still there, and as if it had taken root right inside the building, the sound hadn't slowed down a bit. I'm sure the night watchman should be right downstairs. Looking downstairs along the gap within the stairway, Chen Fan could see half of the night watchman's face in a vague manner, and upon seeing that half of the face, he revealed a surprised expression. The changing face of the night watchman had been twisted beyond recognition, and the extent of the distortion could be seen to be definitely caused by fire, with the flesh of his face twisted together in a frightening manner. Surprised to find that the night watchman actually had no shadow, and his body was still hanging in midair, and what he was carrying in his hand was not a gong, but a red lamp, which was constantly emitting a rattling sound. Although in terms of physics this was very inconsistent with the setting, but on second thought the logical idea of the monolithic tower would have been inconsistent with the conventional setting, and Chen Fan had experienced people drilling out of computer screens before. When you look at it this way, it seems like the setup of a red light making a sound makes a little more sense. This night watchman had been hovering downstairs, and Chen Fan was pondering whether to greet this other party. When Chen Fan sprouted this idea in his mind, it was directly cut off by him in an instant. First of all, he didn't know whether this night watchman was aggressive or not. If he was not the night watchman's opponent single-handedly, he would definitely die in the other party's hands. That's why it's better to be careful in all things. After all, you can't be too careful. Since the night watchman had been keeping watch downstairs, he had no choice but to turn his aim around and head upstairs. Not knowing exactly what was going on inside the building at the moment, it was important to keep yourself safe before exploring the situation. Looking upwards, the stairway could not be seen at a glance, and the number of floors was now unknown. The number of floors Chen Fan was on was also unknown. Looking down, the stairway is also as far as the eye can see. In that case, start gathering clues from the floor you're on now. Quest 1 has a time limit, and it's still 1 day to find the lone soul Weir's trail. Every second is vital to him. Chen Fan looked around at the situation, because there were no lights in the aisle, so a glance was all darkness, unable to reach out, and visibility was extremely low, which also drastically limited his mobility. It's also just a matter of seeing what happens first and figuring it out as it goes along. Just as he had moved to move forward, he felt as if something had gotten under his feet. Looking down, it was a note. Picking up the note, it was filled with bizarre runes, which were slightly tinged with a hint of blood, and the dried blood was a dark red color. Chapter 70. The characters on the note were so bent and twisted that it was hard to distinguish them, but it was still possible to see exactly what was written on the note. You must lock the door to your room and not leave the house before 9 o'clock at night. Remember never to go out. There are man-eating monsters outside. 9 o'clock at night? Chen Fan glanced at his watch. The hands on the watch were beating fast, different from the usual flow of time. Because the inside of the monolithic tower was a very different space from the outside world, the settings inside were not something they could control. On second thought, suddenly Chen Fan felt fine-tuned, since the flow rate of this monolithic tower copy was faster than the outside world. That way it can't be calculated according to Earth's time flow, it has to be calculated according to the time flow inside the copy. According to this, the limit of 1 day would be much shorter. Chen Fan stared at his watch for a minute. The approximate flow of time had roughly doubled in speed, and the limited time of a day had been shortened by half, or 1/2 of the time. Within 12 hours you must find the copy clue character Weir, or you will be obliterated by the monolithic tower. It was a good thing that Chen Fan had discovered this, otherwise he would have definitely died at that time, and it was imperative to determine the present time now. Because the clues just searched clearly show that it's best to stay inside until 9 p.m. That is to say, he must act before 9 o'clock. After 9 o'clock the building will certainly become unusually dangerous. Now that you have so much information, it's time to find other partner players. With his subtle observation he could spot these endpoints, but the others might not, all the more so as he had to find the rest of his teammates to rendezvous with before that happened. From the small building, shrouded in darkness, came a slight cry, a mournful, chilling sound. Since there were cries, it meant there was someone on the same floor. Who could it be? That would probably be unknown, but it could be heard as a woman. Keep going forward. After a few minutes, Chen Fan appeared at the stairway again, and the furnishings around the stairway were exactly the same as just now without any half difference. It seemed to be an infinite loop. There was no end to the corridors and no end to the flights of stairs going up and down. The range increased. The difficulty of trying to find Lone Soul Hwao has increased as a result. Now we'll just have to trigger the plot of the floor dweller NPCs first, or there won't be a single clue. From this, Chen Fan directly aimed his gaze at the occupants directly across the street. That is, the source of the cries. After hesitating for a long time, Chen Fan still chose to knock on the door of the room. Although he didn't know what the monolith tower was setting the player up for this time, there was definitely something fishy going on, and the monolith tower he perceived was holding back a lot of bad blood. The sound of a thud echoed within the empty corridor, The sound was like a drop of water falling on calm water, flooding it with ripples. Within seconds, the door opened and it was a teenage girl. She stepped aside as if she wanted to let Chen Fan in. "Sir, you're finally here. Our building is haunted. Today you must do a good job of dispelling these ghosts for us. I don't want to live these days of fear and trepidation." The young girl brought a cup of water and handed it to Chen Fan. But instead of water in the cup, there was a puddle of cloudy, unknown liquid, and an unpleasant, pungent odor. "What's that supposed to mean? Is it hard to let him drink?" Chen Fan refused from the bottom of his heart, and directly backhanded the water cup on the counter, then shot a glance towards the young girl. The young girl had no feet under her skirt, and her body was an inch off the ground, suspended in midair, and she had a very somber complexion. Her face had no semblance of radiance, and her skin was loose, as if it would soon fall off. Chapter 71. If not mistaken, this young girl should also be a ghost, but she should not know the fact that she is dead. In that case, this maiden should also be an aggressive NPC, and it was unknown whether she would initiate an attack. Got to get myself to try this thing out. "Sir, you sit down first, the house is messy, don't you suggest That young girl raised her sleeve and wiped the chair, then let Chen Fan sit down. But no matter how much I wiped, the chair was sticky with dust. Chen Fan directly waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for the young girl to be so troublesome. It was all trivial. "What's the deal with your building and why is there no exit? Who is the night watchman downstairs?" Chen Fan tried it out first, at least to get out the useful information. It took a close conversation with the young girl to learn that. She circled the building many times, again never finding a way out, and judging by the dust that littered the corridors, it must have been a long time since anyone had been here. This happened about a year ago. A woman died in the building. That day the woman was dressed in red and leapt from the topmost floor, then died. The death was gruesome, and I heard that the whole body was in pieces. Since then, strange things have often happened in the building, and sometimes the sound of a woman crying would come from within each floor. Some people have tried to find the source of the cries, but each time they have failed. This incident has caused a lot of distress to the residents of the building. And I heard the woman committed suicide. Usually people who commit this kind of suicide have a lot of grievances, and their ghosts can't be dispersed for a long time, so they have to find a few famous Taoist priests in the neighborhood. Wanted these Taoist priests to try to transcend the woman's grievous soul as a way to resolve the matter. The Taoist priest had set up a large spell in the hallway, so it was no wonder that every house in the promenade had a charm marked in blood taped in front of it. The spell went well, but curing the root of the problem was not enough, and the sound of the female ghost crying could still be heard in the promenade. It ended in failure. Because these Taoist priests are all fakes and only know how to fool people, how can they fool ghosts with their tricks? Maybe it's because of offending the ghost girl. In the end, all of these Taoist priests also died bizarrely in the building's hallways. I heard someone say that the night watchman downstairs is supposed to be the dead Taoist priest in disguise. But no one knows what's going on. Chen Fan listened with great interest and probably figured out the situation within this building. Exactly as he had guessed, this copy was probably related to the paranormal event. It seems that the so-called female ghost should be a very fierce character. At this time, Chen Fan pulled out the paper he had picked up in the stairway at the beginning and slowly handed it to the young girl. "Right. I just found a note in the stairway that says you can't go out before 9 p.m. and that it's dangerous in the stairway, so can you talk to me about what's going on?" The young girl took the note, but he frowned and surveyed it as if he hadn't noticed the words on it. Chapter 72. Word? What word? It's a blank slip of paper? Where are some words? Strange. The young girl returned the note. What's the situation? Is there something wrong with one's eyes? Absolutely impossible, then the problem is coming from this young girl. But Chen Fan couldn't reveal this fact. It was possible that the NPC settings within the copy just couldn't see the handwriting on the note. Revealing this fact could cause the young girl to realize she is dead and then be aggressive at the same time. After 9 o'clock at night, there's a chance that ghostly figures will appear in the corridors. All those who died in the building will echo in the corridors and then lay their hands on the living. That's why I was in a hurry to drag you in here. We're bound to die if we run into those ghostly figures. Since this was the case, Chen Fan had to look for the clue characters even more before 9 o'clock. After 9 o'clock, the difficulty would then greatly increase. Before Chen Fan could respond, suddenly, a bell rang inside the building. Knock! 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 The sound of the bell kept echoing, breaking the silence that had been dusty for a long time, and the corridor suddenly became noisy as a few more doors suddenly opened around them. Chen Fan subconsciously took a step back, and suddenly saw the young girl's body actually suspended in midair, her gaze becoming empty. Holy shit! Chen Fan exclaimed. What's going on here? Only the young girl slowly floated in front of the door and pushed it open with both hands, joining the queue of wandering souls in the corridor. It seemed that, as he had suspected, the young girl was also a ghost. Just the moment the young girl went out, Chen Fan directly raised his hand and closed the door of the room. Looking out from the cat's eye, a single wandering soul floated in the aisle. They wandered around aimlessly. Suddenly, a wandering spirit suddenly hesitated in front of the room where Chen Fan was, raising his head with a jerk and staring straight at the cat's eye in front of the door. Chen Fan was startled, and directly subconsciously took a step back, his heart beating faster. Nima scared me! Chen Fan raised his hand to calm himself, and his breathing became rapid as a result. When he had slowed down, he looked up at the cat's eye again. The wandering spirit had just left. It didn't seem to have found itself. Or perhaps, there was some kind of prohibition in the room, and these wandering souls couldn't enter the room on their own accord, and wouldn't initiate an attack on the people in the room anyway. It also means that the house is a safe house. After slowing down, Chen Fan directly sat down paralyzed along the corner of the wall. Just now it really scared him. He couldn't forget the face of that ghostly creature. The entire skin of the face was crooked and twisted, the two eyes were rolled outwards, and the skin of the face was so loose that it felt like that skin might fall off at any moment. Especially with that spooky smile. Chen Fan could feel that the ghostly creature seemed to know that he was in the house. Now was not the time to sit back and wait for death. Chen Fan clapped his hands to calm his panicked and constantly beating heart, and turned around and let out a long sigh of relief. Time to search for some useful clues. Chen Fan found some tables and chairs and blocked them directly in front of the main entrance, preventing those ghosts and monsters from invading in. The house was furnished with old furnishings and some old antique-like objects. This copy is supposed to be set in an older time period, at least a few decades before the story is set. The house was full of dust and ashes, from which it could be judged that the young girl should have been dead for a long time, and that she had never realized that she was a wandering spirit. But when the clock struck 9, the young girl suddenly changed her appearance and joined the ranks of the wandering souls, a matter that could not be fathomed for a fraction of a second. Chapter 73. It should also be a setting within the copy. Until after the corridor became quiet outside, Chen Fan also walked to the door again with small steps. Looking out from the doorway, the wandering spirit from before had already disappeared. Initial guess would be that it's headed for another floor. It should be considered safe for now. On the contrary, inside the house, it was a 3-roomed household, a type of household that would have been a rich family in those days. Chen Fan wandered around the house, rummaging through every corner for clues. He found a picture frame from the counter with a portrait embedded in it of the young girl, but it was nothing more than a black and white photograph. The black and white photo shows a smiling young girl with a puckered dimple, a big smile, and an adorable sense of humor. A girl with a good reason has turned into this appearance now. It seems that all the reasons are from the woman who jumped from the building. She should be the one who made these wandering spirits into the ghosts they are now. But why did she do it? Harm the whole building? Most importantly, there is a reason why that woman went and jumped to her death, and everything happened for a reason. Chen Fan felt that there was not a single clue as to where to start the investigation. Besides, there were still wandering spirits patrolling the promenade outside the house all the time, and there was no telling when it would end. All the difficulties were intent on stopping Chen Fan from moving forward. Keep sitting around and waiting to die, and you're bound to be obliterated by the monolithic tower after 12 hours. Looks like a break-in to this building is a must. The first target location is the roof of the building, and perhaps it is on the roof that the clues will be found. When Chen Fan was just about to set off, a gust of wind blew outside the window. It seemed as if he intentionally blew a note to Chen Fan's feet. Chen Fan bent down and picked up the note on his foot. The note was filled with tiny words. The handwriting was very clear. Chen Fan carefully scrutinized it and finally took a long breath. It seemed that this young girl from earlier was still hiding something from him. The woman who jumped from the building, the cause of death is exactly from certain people, and this so-called certain people are the tenants in this building. How can someone jump to their death for no reason? Everything happens for a reason. The situation has become clear. This building was the staff building of a certain school, and the people living in it were basically teachers and school leaders. Their children are also largely enrolled within this school. Unfortunately, because the woman who jumped from the building was so prominent and dazzling in school, she became what people call someone else's child. It was her dazzling performance that drew a lot of jealousy. As a result, she is often ostracized as well as bullied within the school, which is known as school bullying. She used to recount this incident to her parents again and again. But the parents always thought it was a minor issue and didn't want to break the relationship with the neighbors because of it. So have not been taking this seriously. This, in turn, made the abusers become more aggressive, and the bullying became more and more rude, to the point where they all started to get physical. At first the abusers started with a few people and gradually increased to a group of people. Chapter 74. Simply put, the kids in the entire building are the culprits. They're basically the root cause of the jumping woman's suicide, so it stands to reason that they're all murderers. This would explain clearly why everyone in the house had turned into ghosts. This is all supposedly the work of the woman who jumped off the building because she was bullied in school and her obsession remained long after her death. All these ghosts and goblins roaming the corridors should be accomplices to this tragedy. To put it in another way, in fact, what that jumping woman did is not wrong. If Chen Fan is that jumping woman, he also liked to think of the other side, make such a move. The best solution to school bullying is to fight violence with violence. The only way to cure the root and the root cause, but no way to end up in a tragedy, can only say that these abusers deserve it, if not their behavior may not let themselves into today's appearance. Chen Fan often breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the female ghost she dealt with this time is still someone with a backstory. Although the female ghost had killed countless people, none of it had anything to do with him, so what if he had killed so many people? It's all nothing more than a copy of the game's plot, it's all just something virtual. All Chen Fan needed to do was to find the mission-critical clues and then complete the mission this time. But why did that teenage girl deliberately hide these things just now? He clearly knew the root cause that led the jumping girl to commit suicide. It's all a mystery. But nevertheless everything is starting to come to a head and everything has been revealed. This time, Chen Fan's ultimate goal was the topmost floor, the place where the woman had committed suicide. Perhaps the girl's lonely soul could be seen there. At the same time, Chen Fan stood at the doorway, holding the demon's sword Muramasa tightly in his hand, his eyes flashing across with a touch of ferocity. This time out is bound to be a vicious one, so in order to make sure that nothing goes wrong, he still checks his own equipment first, and directly opens the door to the room after it's correct. This time he will kill God in God's way and Buddha in Buddha's way, and anyone who stops him will definitely be decapitated. Pushing open the door, Chen Fan first poked his head out from the mouth of the doorway, and after there was no difference, he tiptoed and closed the door without making a single murmur. Looking down the stairway, the night watchman was gone as well. Maybe it's run off to some other floor to beat the clock. Standing at the entrance of the stairs, Chen Fan looked upwards. The stairs were one section after another, and one could not see the end of it. It seemed like the roof of the building should be a long way from where he was now. Chen Fan is a bit puzzled. This dozens of floors of the flat room, why not install an elevator? The people on the top floor must not die of exhaustion from walking up and down every day. And was the technology to build such high floors really available decades ago? Chen Fan thought for a moment. This was probably a loophole in the monolithic tower, probably just to pit the players within the copy a bit more and purposely let them climb the stairs. There was nothing Chen Fan could do but follow the stairs up one after another. Each stairway is identical and there is nothing unusual about it. Only after walking for a long time, he still didn't reach the top of the building. Chen Fan looked down at the watch in his hand. About 10 minutes had passed and the top of the stairway was still endless. At this time, Chen Fan could feel that his physical strength was flowing out in large quantities. Bean-sized beads of sweat slid down his back. His breathing became rapid as a result, and his eyebrows knitted into a ball. Chapter 75. I'm afraid I may be exhausted before I get to the top of the building. Chen Fan directly sat in place and rested for a while, adjusting his condition to the best before standing up again. It wasn't a solution to keep walking like this, never getting to the top of the building. Chen Fan guessed that this might be the reason why the copy was set up. How could a nightmare-level copy put such an obvious passage in front of the player? How could it be possible for the player to complete the mission so easily? Chen Fan especially understood the peevishness of the monolithic tower, and this passageway was a blindfold set up by the monolithic tower to cover up the truth in it. So where was the real way out? Was he going to have to climb slowly up every window? No way. There must be a special passageway, just that you didn't realize it. Just as he was thinking about it, there was a sudden gust of wind blowing past outside the stairway, and even the sound of the wind had a creepy feel to it. Chen Fan could feel that he was being surrounded by a ghastly wind, and there must be a demon when things go wrong. On the spur of the moment, he got straight down and used the cover around him to hide his figure. As expected, it was the same as what Chen Fan had guessed. These wandering souls happened to pass by the floor he was on, and from the gap Chen Fan also saw the young girl from before as they walked straight towards the end of the corridor. Chen Fan held his breath, not allowing the other party to discover a single trace of him. But then, the wandering spirit that had startled him earlier seemed to glance his way as he passed the stairway. Chen Fan thought that maybe this was just his hallucination, so he didn't take it seriously. After a few breaths of time had passed and all the wandering souls had disappeared at the end of the corridor, Chen Fan stood up and glanced toward the end of the corridor. Nah? How do all these wandering spirits lead upstairs? Is it possible to walk through walls? Chen Fan was about to follow up and find out what was going on when suddenly there were a few more footsteps behind him. Who is it? Someone was getting closer to Chen Fan. He was so creeped out that he tightly gripped the demon sword Muramasa in his hand, while constantly glancing around with his afterimage. In an instant, he slashed out behind him, but however, someone used both hands directly to remove the force from his shoulders, and then took control of his wrists. Chen Fan can feel the back of the guy's hands have temperature. The original is a person? Directly back to look, thousands of counting did not think actually Liao Yong, as well as Lu Rian and Yu Lei. This time it was the four of them together again, but apart from Liao Yong, the other two people's faces looked very bad. They should have been frightened by the copy set up by the monolithic tower this time, and they still had a kind of soulful feeling until now. And attacking a teammate? To start so viciously, you really want to chop me to death with a knife. Liao Yong retracted his hand and put it behind his back and said slowly with a smile on his face. Chen Fan instead hummed lightly, "Who is Liao Yong? Resounding Special Forces leading figure, himself especially can hurt him? With his ability, he could completely go 50-50 with Chen Fan." Seeing Liao Yong smiling happily, it was estimated that after the attack on Southwest University, Liao Yong should be able to get a promotion as well. Want to chop you to death? That's really harder than chopping 100 ghosts to death. Chen Fan joked in boredom, then obediently put away the demon sword Muramasa in his hand. Looking back, he greeted those two teammates behind Liao Yong. Chapter 76. Chen Fan noticed one thing: both Yu Lei and Lu Rian had a fully automatic rifle on them. And they both had their hands on their firearms at all times, bearing a nervous look. It seems that what was told to Liao Yong last time didn't disappoint. He really went to teach Yu Lei as well as Lu Rian how to use the firearms, as the time of the opening of the monolithic tower had already been informed, and it was believed that they were far more prepared this time than last time. So the difficulty of this one will be cut down considerably as a result. The first thing they did when they met, Chen Fan directly asked them if they had found any clues about Mission 1. But the result led a person some great disappointment. The three of them shook their heads in unison. Obviously are nothing. It seems to cast hope on the three of them is impossible, but also have to do their own hands to look for clues. The only way to do it yourself is to be able to have a good meal. At this point, Liao Yong asked rhetorically, "Have you found any useful clues? Hurry up and share it." In fact, Liao Yong's heart is very clear. Chen Fan must have grasped the clues, with his meticulous observation, did not find the clues is a strange thing. Chen Fan unreservedly informed the three people in front of him of his clues. After experiencing the last copy of the monolithic tower, a heavy camaraderie had sprung up between the four of them. Both mentally recognized each other as comrades in arms. After the remaining three learned of the clues, they all couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, and Rian Lu's face instantly turned white, and even her eyes became dull. To be honest, if it was the ignorant Chen Fan back then, after learning of such a plot, he would have reacted in the same way, even far more exaggeratedly than them. After all, who can accept that they are in a haunted building? And those ghosts are aggressive. I'm afraid that some people will die of fright before they are killed by the ghosts and monsters. I told you why those guys were floating in midair, each with a strange look and no shadow, so they were all ghosts. The performance that was the most bland was actually Liao Yong. The knowledgeable man was not impressed. He had a lot of blood on his hands, so this kind of thing didn't scare him at all. In contrast, Lu Rian's face was pale. Trembling teeth slowly said, I often work night shifts at the hospital, and once in a while, I heard an old man say that ghosts will follow the smell to find people. Do you think they will follow the smell to find us? I believe that in the future, Lu Rian's heart will also sprout a shadow because of this, and I'm afraid that I won't dare to work the night shift in the hospital in the future. Liao Yong let out a soft laugh, then turned to Lu Rian and soothed her. Don't take what happened to you in the boulder seriously. The world we're in now, everything that happened is virtual, so when this mission is over, forget all about it. In fact, ever since leaving the monolithic tower for the first time, Liao Yong had learned a lot of things from the official parsing. It could also be tentatively determined that the Chinese officials already had a smattering of knowledge about the monolithic tower. All of that aside, the most important thing right now is to find that key person for Mission 1. Chen Fan had a question in his heart and immediately spoke. Why are you following these ghosts and monsters? Is it because you have discovered something? He kept going up the stairway and didn't notice any semblance of a person, all a bit puzzled. We followed these ghosts and monsters and saw them pass straight through in front of a wall. We didn't realize that they were ghosts and monsters at first, that's why we followed them. Liao Yong explained. Straight through in front of a wall? It seems that the correct way to get to the roof is not to climb the stairs, which are in an infinite loop and can't go any further. There's another way to the roof, and maybe following these ghosts and goblins will reveal a little clue. On the spur of the moment, Chen Fan directly followed with the three people behind him, jogging all the way to finally catch up with the queue of these ghosts and monsters. They kept a safer distance in order to ensure some safety. Chapter 77. At least give yourself time to react. It's really exactly as Liao Yong said. These ghosts and monsters passed right through the front of a wall, and then all disappeared. Chen Fan realized this in a flash. No wonder he had been going around and around the corridor before without being able to get to the end, but it turned out that there was another special way to do it. If he hadn't kept up with the queue of these monsters, I'm afraid that Chen Fan wouldn't have been able to figure out the pattern of going up the stairs until he died. One can only call it luck. So it was that the four of them followed directly behind the queue of ghosts and monsters, and together they passed through the wall. The moment they passed through the wall, sure enough, they came within another hallway, which was furnished completely differently than before. Chen Fan was even a bit surprised, never expecting there to be a way to climb a building like this. Upon closer inspection, for once the end of the hallway wasn't a wall anymore, it was a large iron door. The big iron door was tightly locked by an iron lock, and there was a strange rune attached to it. It should be left behind by those Taoist priests who performed the rituals before. I guess after opening this big iron door, the clues from Mission 1 will surface as a result. Just as the four of them had been following the gargoyles stopped one by one right in front of the iron gate, hesitantly. After a few minutes, all the ghosts and monsters suddenly turned their heads and headed in the opposite direction, the direction of the four of them. For a moment, they outright panicked. If these ghosts and monsters found out, the end would definitely be disastrous. The four of them directly turned their heads and ran in the opposite direction as well. But it stopped in front of the wall at the end of the corridor, and they were just about to go through it when they were bounced right back. The walls are the same again. What the hell is going on? It was able to penetrate through the wall a few minutes ago. Now was not the time to think about that. The ghosts and goblins behind them were closing in on them, and it wouldn't be long before they were behind them. The question to ponder now is how to avoid these ghosts. Chen Fan pondered the problem calmly. Thousands of thoughts flashed and scratched through his mind. Right now perhaps he was the only one who could find a way out of the danger. He was the hope. A sudden flash of insight. Chen Fan directly raised his arm and slammed the door of the house beside him. Everyone did not understand the purpose of what Chen Fan did. Of course, Chen Fan was the only one who understood that the house was a safe house, and as long as they hid inside, they could escape this crisis. "What are you standing there for? Come over and help!" Chen Fan exclaimed, vigorously banging his own arm against the door of the room. Boom! Boom! Crash after crash came out. Chapter 78. The four people worked together. The door revealed a small crack, the critical moment. The people's afterglow at the shadow of the ghosts and monsters can already be seen wandering in the long corridor. If these ghosts and monsters found out, the consequences will be unimaginable. One could not dare to imagine them being eaten up by the ghosts and monsters, and in time they would join the queue and become yet another one of the ghosts wandering around the ancient building. So, the crowd increased the impact, just in the nick of time, only to hear a loud bang. The door opened. The crowd did not have time to hesitate, directly swarmed into the door, and then used their backs against the door, tried to lower the sound they make, so as not to let the ghosts and monsters find out their existence. The four men's sharp gasps echoed in the small house, and they could clearly hear the low roars of the ghosts and monsters outside the house, as well as the evil wind that kept blowing through the end of the corridor. A few breaths later, Chen Fan bravely looked out from the cat's eye on the door. The ghosts and monsters that had been wandering around before had long since disappeared. They should have left the top floor and gone to other floors to continue wandering around. At this time, Chen Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. The cold sweat on his forehead dripped onto the ground. Then again, if it was one or two ghosts and monsters, he might be able to cope with it alone. But with dozens of ghosts and monsters, even if he had heavenly means, it was still difficult to defeat them with one fist. After a few more minutes, after ensuring a certain level of security, Liao Yong bravely opened the door and looked out from the doorway. The lights in the corridor were flickering, and the figures of the ghosts and monsters had long since disappeared. The crowd's long-hanging hearts could finally be put down. So, once again, out the door and once again, gathered in the hallway. Every second of time was crucial to them. Time flowed faster inside the ancient building than outside. If there was no sign of the clue woman behind this iron door, they had to be prepared to look elsewhere with plenty of time to spare. Now they could only pray that there was a clue behind the iron gate that they wanted. If this one broke, they would be clueless. Retreating back again, I'm afraid that the probability of encountering ghosts and monsters is extremely high, and the probability of dying in the mouths of the ghosts and monsters is also extremely high. Walking straight ahead from the corridor, it was strange that there was no stairway within this floor. It was actually a completely confined space. No wonder Chen Fan could never walk to the topmost floor. It turned out that there was no stairway at all on the top floor. If he kept choosing to walk upwards within the stairway, was there any possibility that he would lose himself? From experience, the stairway is a blindfold. It should be a place where people often say ghosts hit the wall. If he keeps walking on the stairway, I'm afraid that his will be slowly worn down, and by then he will become a walking corpse with no consciousness. It's something that sends chills down one's back just thinking about it. Chen Fan could only say that it was his luck that he had discovered the clues in the nick of time, or else he would have definitely fallen into the hands of this copy this time. Worthy of being a high-difficulty copy set up by the monolithic tower, every step is a step in the right direction, and it seems that one must also think about all the possible consequences before making all the choices. If he had taken one more step upstairs, he might be lost in the ancient building now, but his life was really at stake. The crowd slowly came to the iron door, in and out of the dilemma. Just now they had just tried, the wall behind them still could not be passed through. Obviously the previous method had failed, or only the ghosts and monsters could pass through the wall by touching it. Now there was just one way out in all directions too, the iron gates. The iron door was imprisoned tightly by a lock, and there was that strange rune. Chen Fan groped his way to the door. Chen Fan directly drew out the demon sword Muramasa, and swung down with a direct slash. There was a dazzling flash of fire as it dawned. The flames were all over the place. That lock also came right off and fell to the ground. Chen Fan did not even think about it. Directly on the hand want to push open the iron door. Now the time is not abundant, and not hurry may not be able to complete the first task. But no matter how hard I pushed, I couldn't push the iron door. Obviously the lock had been removed just now, but it always felt like there was still something imprisoning the door. Chapter 79. Chen Fan looked up at the bizarre rune. He lifted his nose and sniffed. He could clearly smell a faint scent of blood, perhaps because of the age. The blood on that rune was also starting to fade. For some reason, Chen Fan felt that the reason for everything came from that rune. I guessed that the young girl's narration from before, someone had once invited a few Taoist priests to try to overtake the dead souls, but all of them ended up sacrificing themselves inside the building. However, Chen Fan always felt that the young girl's words could only be believed in half, and among the things she told, about half of them were false fabricated things. You can't trust the words of a ghost. So, without even thinking about it, Chen Fan directly made a move to rip the runes off the wall. Suddenly, the iron doors shuddered violently with a clunking sound. Iron doors were rusting at a rate visible to the naked eye, and in the work of just a few breaths, an iron door was transformed into an embroidered door. Chen Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. It was too late to think. He kicked his foot directly at the iron door, and with a bang it opened. Chen Fan subconsciously put that rune just now inside his pocket. He always felt that this rune was extraordinary. A piece of paper could actually confine an entire iron door. It could be really surprising. Now is not the time to think about that. Outside the iron door was the wind that constantly blew by. The wind was so strong that when it blew on the body, it made people stop shivering and goosebumps popped up all over their body. The crowd looked up. This would be the rooftop they were going to investigate. This is where the woman who jumped off the building killed herself in the first place. The group carefully felt around and stood on the rooftop, glancing down towards the bottom. All of them were in darkness, and at the moment they seemed to be on top of the clouds, wrapped tightly in black clouds. Because of the needs of the plot, there was only one building around them that they were in, and no other places, and all the plots and quests that they needed to trigger were all within this building that they were in. The cold wind was so strong that Lu Rian was so weak that she couldn't help but sneeze twice. Suddenly, another gust of demonic wind blew by, and Chen Fan always felt that someone was watching them from behind, but after he turned around to look for that watching gaze, he didn't find a single figure. Is it hard to believe that there is no sign of the woman who jumped from the top floor either? Looks like they were looking for the wrong one. In the nick of time, a mechanical prompt suddenly sounded in the minds of the four of them. Congratulations on completing Quest 1. Find the key character we are in the copy. Rewards are being sent down. Please wait. Have you found Huyer? But there's nothing like that around. Where's Huyer? All of them wore expressions of discrepancy, not having half a clue. Chapter 80. At the critical moment, Chen Fan appeared to be the most calm and collected. Now this situation messing up his position was the most fatal thing. Now that Task 1 has been completed, there are some things that no longer need to be kept in mind. It was important to first determine the location of Huyer. Perhaps an oversight was a crucial point of fatality. Suddenly Chen Fan felt a gust of wind blowing in his ears, and the cool whooshing wind stopped the creeps. Chen Fan looked back and continued to look around, directly in front of the unknown from when suddenly more than a silhouette, close to see, that guy dressed in a crimson dress, cloaked hair cannot see the looks, but look at the skin and flesh on the guy, only skeleton. Are you all here to bully me too? What a crime! Why are you all here to bully me? What mistake have I made? You all go to hell. I died a miserable death. All of you come down here to be with me. I will make you all my slaves in hell, so that you will never be able to live in eternity. Since you did not let me have a good time in life, I will not let you have a day of peace. Chen Fan was in a trance for a moment. If he guessed correctly, the red-skirted woman in front of him was the key clue character of the mission, the one who had been killed as the lone soul Huyer. It seems that there was no mistake about what was recorded in the previous note. I'm afraid that Huyer should have been treated inhumanly, bullied by the students in the entire ancient building, which eventually led to her death. So much so that even Huyer's consciousness was now severely eroded, and after turning into an unjust soul, she no longer had any semblance of spirituality, and I'm afraid that her mind was filled with thoughts of killing. Suddenly the figure of the woman in the red dress flickered and disappeared directly, and in the next second it appeared directly in front of Chen Fan in a position about 10 meters away. Thinking back again, there are matters about Mission 2 that tell of Huyer being highly aggressive and supposedly indiscriminate in her attacks. There was no time to hesitate, and thinking so much, they would all die in Huyer's hands, and it must be that the cause of death of the residents in the ancient building was all because of this Huyer. So Huyer will definitely attack them. Moreover, from Huir's tone, it could be heard that Huir had already treated them as bullies, so without even thinking about it, Huir would definitely take the initiative to attack. On the spur of the moment, Chen Fan directly shouted, "Run! Don't stop!" All four of them turned their heads in unison and ran towards the iron door, and in an instant, all of them went through the iron door and out into the corridor, while Huir kept close behind. Chen Fan chose to put the brake at the end, only to see that he unhurriedly pulled out the rune that he had ripped from the iron door at the beginning, and directly glued it to the iron door. At that instant, the runes appeared at first with a dazzling red light. The narrow stairway was filled with floods of red light, and the red light was mixed with an aura of an ancient and long time ago. Makes you wonder where this rune came from. When he raised his eyes, the iron door had been completely sealed, and Huir was blocked out. Just a thud. Higher is slamming the door. And there was a gradual loosening of the iron gates. Every time Huir slammed the door, the red light on the rune would dim a tiny bit, and I'm afraid that the rune wouldn't be able to support it for long, and could only temporarily control Huir. So now they had to grab a safe place to hide. But they had explored before, there was no stairway to go down in the first place, it was a complete dead end. If they stayed in the house and waited until Huir searched the houses one by one, they would only have a dead end. So you can't just sit back and wait, you have to take the initiative to find a way out. The four men retreated into the corridor, they searched it with no way out. Chen Fan, on the other hand, had been thinking about an answer that would allow him to escape the top floor. The iron door kept rattling. It made a thumping sound. The current situation shouldn't last much longer, and I'm afraid that within a few minutes, the runes on the iron door will fail with it. Chapter 81. At the critical moment, Chen Fan drew out the demon sword Muramasa in his hand. Stuck hard in the wall at the end of the hallway. It was this unintentional act that clipped a life back into all of them. The wall at the end of the corridor didn't seem to be made of stone bricks. Chen Fan lifted the knife again and made a few hard strokes. One finally surfaced. The wall that covered the end of the corridor was actually built with a template. Chen Fan directly slashed 2 times with force, and the wooden boards all broke apart hard. Thinking back to what the four of them had seen earlier when they were hiding in the house, they could conclude why the boards were in the way. It should have been when things got heated. Someone was afraid that whoever could not think of committing suicide again, all just blocked the way to the roof with wooden boards. Perhaps because of the uncleanliness of the roof, the occupants of the topmost floor had also moved out, and the previously empty house, without a single piece of furniture, clearly showed signs of not having been lived in. Since there was a way to live, everyone hoofed it downstairs. Just then, the bell rang again. Knock! Knock! The sound of the bells echoed within each corridor. The sound was dull and poured out a depressing feeling. Unable to care that much, the four of them had no time to care about the source of the bells, and could only run forward on their own. It wasn't until they were exhausted from running that the crowd stopped. Chen Fan boldly stuck his head out and peered around the stairway. It seemed that the stairway changed back to its original form, with a view of both the top of the building and the very bottom of the floor. What a surprise! How did it go back to being the same again? What is the principle of this, and what exactly is the setting of the monolithic tower? It looks like this copy is a brain burner, a time to test your wits. Since the stairway was restored to its original state, Chen Fan bravely led the remaining 3 people toward the stairway toward the downstairs. Until they ran to the bottom of the building, the crowd breathed a little sigh of relief, but it was really a scare. I can't imagine what would happen if I was caught by Huir. Could she be scared to death? Or she might kill them. It was an unquestionable thing that he would surely become a lone soul in the building by then anyway. Recall the other tasks. Quest 2 is basically the main reminder message, in order to remind the player of one thing, which is that Hwile is aggressive, and also mark one obvious thing, that with their strength, they can't kill Hwile, so don't get any ideas about killing Hwile. Based on the setting of the monolithic tower, Huir should be one of the more invincible characters within the replica. It's imperative that we find the grandmother from Mission 3. After completing Mission 3, Mission 2 should come naturally as well. But where would Granny live? And it's worth giving some thought to what unknown connections this grandmother has to the plot of the replica. Task 3 had no time limit, all also left the 4 of them a chance to catch their breath. Chapter 82. Chen Fan decided to rest for a few moments at the bottom of the building before going to look for the key character of Quest 3, the old granny. There is no need to rush the search for the grandmother. One must first raise oneself to the best possible condition and keep oneself at 100% of the best moments. With the exception of Chen Fan and Liao Yong, the other two were still in a state of shock. Being chased by a female ghost is a scary thought. I'm afraid what happened in this copy can't be explained by science. Chen Fan was used to seeing this kind of big scene, so he wasn't surprised in any way as he braced himself and slowly stood up, while giving a cursory glance towards the stairway. He was going to explore the reality of the situation around him first. A little observation. The door downstairs was in a locked state, and Chen Fan had tried several times to cleave it open with the demon sword Muramasa, but the iron lock would not budge. Apparently it can't be split. According to the conventional setting, the monolithic tower's prescribed range of activities this time should be inside the entire ancient building. That's why the iron door downstairs is locked. I'm afraid that even if nuclear weapons are used, I'm afraid that they won't be able to hurt this lock even a little bit. As long as things are set by the monolithic tower, regular people can't break the original rules. If in the unlikely event that the rules could be broken, I'm afraid that the monolithic tower would simply obliterate those who broke the rules in the name of disrupting the main line of the replica. Of course, this is just a simple guess, and who would go out of their way to try and break the rules regardless of their lives? It's better to die than to live. Who would do such a thing without a life? Until a quarter of an hour later, everyone slowly got up. They didn't want to stay here for a moment longer, only wanting to hurry up and finish the mission, then leave the inner space of the monolithic tower. Of course, it's naturally good to have this thought, after all, not letting yourself become negative because of all the changes that have happened. Negativity is actually the most feared part of climbing a tower. To give up resistance and choose to live and die within the naturally occurring space of the replica would be a real loser. Moreover, it is estimated that the preliminary inference is that there are no usable substances in the house, and that the water resources and food have been sitting there for a long time and can no longer be consumed. So not every space is suitable to go and survive. Chen Fan once had this idea of finding a safer copy to live on, but on second thought, instead of spending every day in fear, he should take the initiative. Put your mind back on task 3 again. It is assumed that the so-called grandmother would be a resident living in the old building. Based on what had happened earlier, all the occupants of the building should have moved out, or else they had all become gruesome departed souls. Initially, this grandmother should also be an undead soul. It was just not known if she was aggressive, and if she would actively carry out attacks. This matter was unknown, so the source of the clues had to be found first, before Hua found them. Chen Fan suddenly had an idea. Not knowing when the wandering spirits would return to the house again, he wanted to keep going back to the maiden's house to keep watch. Perhaps some important information could be learned from that young girl's mouth. After all, they were all residents within the same floor and should know a little bit about the situation. Thus, Chen Fan returned the same way with the remaining 3 people. Along the way, as much as possible to ease the sound made by the footsteps, and did not find Huir's traces. I think for a moment Huir also cannot find them. A few minutes later, the 4 people once again came to the door of a room, and Chen Fan could clearly remember that the house in front of him was the address of the young girl based on the furnishings in the corridor. Chapter 83. But he vaguely remembered that he hadn't locked the door to his room before he left, but now it was in a state of confinement. What the hell is going on? It's hard to believe that the young girl is back. There is that possibility. Thus, Chen Fan bravely knocked on the room again. Within seconds, the door opened. It was that young girl from before again. She first poked her head out and glanced around towards the surroundings. The moment her eyes locked onto Chen Fan, the young girl's tightly wrinkled brows also loosened up, revealing a creepy smile. Come in, it's not safe in the hallway." The young girl opened the door to the room and gestured for them all to enter. Chen Fan did not hesitate and led the way in first. The young girl was as enthusiastic as ever. It was as if she hadn't realized she was dead and had long since become an undead soul. "Taoist! I seem to have fallen asleep without realizing it just now, and I haven't had a chance to talk to you about this situation." The young girl well thought did not have any memories of what she had just seen, not realizing that she had joined the ranks of the wandering spirits. Since the young girl took him as a so-called Taoist priest, Chen Fan could only go with the flow and admit his identity first. I just went out to see what was going on, and I think the dead female ghost should be echoing on the rooftop of the building quite often. Chen Fan utilized the existing clues and opened his mouth to respond, at least to ensure that he didn't reveal his footsteps now. He had to get some information from the young girl's mouth that could be utilized up first, so that he could prescribe the right medicine. The young girl's face turned strange, and in a split second she continued. It's like this, please save us, this female ghost haunts us every day, saying that she wants to kill us all. Chen Fan laughed lightly in his heart. Why did the female ghost wheel want to kill you guys? It's not because you went and bullied people, you're the real culprits who caused them to commit suicide. Until now, this young girl is still afraid to bear the truth. Let me ask you something, is there a strange old grandmother living inside this ancient building, someone who should be associated with the female ghost? Stepping directly into the main topic, Chen Fan did not want to waste half of his time on this young girl, trying to find that so-called granny as soon as possible. He always felt that the young girl in front of him gave him a very strange feeling. Looking at the young girl's face, he always felt uncomfortable in his heart. The young girl's brow knit into a frown once again, and the skin on her entire face twisted together. Granny? I guess I know who you're talking about. The woman who jumped off the building had a grandmother. That grandmother took care of the female ghost since she was a child. It's reasonable to say that the female ghost and her grandmother had a very good relationship. After the female ghost jumped off the building, that grandmother was sad for a long time, and the whole building was filled with her miserable cries. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as what Chen Fan had guessed. That old granny from Task 3 must be related to the female ghost who jumped off the building. That would make sense. All the clues have finally been combed out to a major source. Now all you need to do is know the grandmother's address to complete the remaining 2 quests, and then unlock quest 4. What's that granny's address? She's the key person in eliminating the female ghosts, so you have to tell me. Chen Fan fabricated a random thing, trying to get the address of the grandmother from the young girl. Chapter 84. The young girl's face changed suddenly, her eyes flashing across a deep color, a sense of panic in her trance. This subtle change in expression was also captured by Chen Fan. It seemed that the young girl was still deliberately hiding certain things. I vaguely remember the grandmother living on the 11th floor of 1101. The young girl reported the grandmother's address quite clearly. Having now gotten the most crucial information, it was now just a matter of heading to the 11th floor to find the supposed grandmother. The wandering souls were now done wandering, but there was a good chance that Hai-chan would be seen in the corridors on every floor. Compared to these wandering souls, Huir seems even more terrifying, and she's the most terrifying character in the background of the story. Chen Fan just wanted to prepare a suitable reason to excuse himself from the young girl in front of him, only to see the young girl flinging her hands slowly afterwards. Thirsty, right? I'll receive a glass of water for you first. With that, the young girl plunged headlong straight into the house. Chen Fan looked around at his companions beside him with a simple gaze while softly chanting into their ears. This young girl is a ghost, but she hasn't realized that she's dead until now, so don't you guys try to dismantle this fact. We just need to find a chance to leave this place. The remaining few nodded, their expressions subdued as they too seemed to notice the fact that the young girl had no shadow. Just at that moment, a sudden scream came from inside the house. All of the people looked in search of the sound, revealing expressions of surprise, not knowing what had happened. What's going on? At that moment, the young girl slowly stepped 1 foot out of the house, holding a picture frame in her hand, inside which was her black and white photo. So I'm dead? Am I really dead? When did I die? The young girl held the picture frame, blood-red tears trailing from the corners of her eyes, and her expression turned livid, a slight sob laced in her voice. Now, Chen Fan suddenly recalled that before, because of his negligence, he had taken out the photo frame and did not put it back. By now the young girl should realize that she is a dead and dying soul. Chen Fan subconsciously gulped, not realizing that an unknowing move could cause such a dangerous situation. He nudged the lapels of a few of the men around him with his finger, the corners of his mouth slightly open, signaling for them to lean as close as they could towards the door, and if they noticed anything wrong, to immediately leave the room and run upstairs. At this time, the young girl spoke again and looked up at Chen Fan. Taoist priest? Let me see me? Am I really dead? Chen Fan did not respond. The young girl continued. Have I become a ghost? Are you trying to overtake me? Are you trying to kill me? No way, I won't give you that plan. You all deserve to die, all of you. The words just fell. The young girl bared her fangs at the side of her mouth, a creepy expression on her face that was particularly frightening. Chen Fan clenched the demon sword Muramasa in his hand. If something untoward happened, he would directly slash out. You are indeed a ghost, and it was because of your bullying that was the real cause of Hire's jump. You don't have to cover up these facts, and there will never be justice to cover up your crimes. These words came out. The young girl in front of her once again became maniacal, even as her body began to distort. In an instant, he directly rushed towards Chen Fan, and at the same time opened his mouth to say, It wasn't me who killed her. It's that she deserved it. She deserved to die. She deserves to die. Apparently, the young girl still didn't realize her mistake and didn't want to accept the fact. The moment the young girl was about to touch Chen Fan directly drew out the knife in his hand and directly raised his hand to slash out. Stored active skill trigger. Blast effect triggered. The chowder. The demon sword Muramasa slashed out with a piercing sound of breaking wind. The knife slashed directly at the young girl's body. The solid chop hit her body, only to see a fleshly slash appear on her body. The young girl slammed heavily directly onto the ground, a grimace on her face, supposedly hurt by the slash. It was expected that the young girl would not have the energy left to chase her out any time soon. Chapter 85. If she dared to chase out, the combined efforts of Chen Fan and Liao Yong would be enough to kill the young girl. Chen Fan just didn't want to spend too much effort on this young girl's body, as he would have to face an even more ferocious enemy next. Huir was far more powerful than the lone soul inside the ancient building. Taking advantage of this time, Chen Fan directly ran towards the stairway without looking back, and at the same time, he also closed the door with his hand. He took the remaining 3 and ran straight for the 11th floor. 1101. It's the grandmother's address. Chen Fan didn't want to stay in this dangerous environment for one more second, because without one more second, their lives could be seriously threatened at every moment. Because the grievous wise guy is everywhere. Now it's best to pray that you don't run into Huir on your way up the stairs. But unfortunately, the last thing they expected to happen still came across them. Huir was standing at the stairway of the 11th floor, as if she had been waiting for the arrival of Chen Fan's 4. The moment their eyes were on Hai-chan was also watching them. Eyes facing each other, Chen Fan could feel the raging killing intent hidden in Huir's eyes. What do you want to run to? All of you die for me! Go to hell, to the 18 layers of hell. As the words landed, an ear-piercing scream came out of Huir's mouth, and the shriek was deafening. There can be no hesitation now, you must look back and run downstairs. It's not like we got you killed, so why do you keep chasing us? Is there any justice left? Before leaving, Yulei directly spat out a sentence. Reasoning with these ghosts? Obviously an impossible thing. In fact, all of this is the setting of the monolithic tower, the ring is intertwined. I guess Huir's setting is to get all the players who enter the inside of the copy. Chen Fan directly pulled Yulei's arm and ran downstairs. Nima and ghost reasoning? Want to die ah? Sharp footsteps came from the stairway. The sound of footsteps echoed continuously. Can't go to the first floor. The first floor is a line of thought. So halfway through the climb, Chen Fan decided to find a household to hide in first, and after this matter had been calmed down, it wouldn't be too late to go out again. On the spur of the moment, the 4 ran straight out of the stairway and into the hallway. At this time, the night watchman appeared before them. He still held a candle in his hand. Chen Fan locked eyes with the night watchman. Now there is really a wolf in front of us and a tiger behind us, and we are caught in a dilemma. According to the giant stone tower's pissy nature, since it had already been said that Huir was an invincible existence, then there's no point in trying to tangle with her. So the breakthrough now is the night watchman directly in front of us. There was no time to think anymore. One had to find a way out, or sooner or later one would die by Huir's hands. Chapter 86. The night watchman was motionless, standing in the middle of the hallway with a sharp look in his eyes. Unlike before, The candle he carried in his hand, which had at first emitted a reddish light, now emitted an eerie green light. The green light filled the narrow corridor aisle while still reflecting on everyone's face, rendering an oppressive atmosphere. Now perhaps the only way to make a proper way out is to defeat the night watchman in front of you. Get behind me! The night watchman raised the fire candle in his hand slightly, and the bright light came close enough to the other half of his face that the creases could be distinctly seen. This is not a normal face. To be precise, normal people can't grow such a crooked and twisted face. The night watchman might be a ghost too. Even when the candlelight shone on him, not a single reflection could be seen, so it seemed that the night watchman was also a ghost. But however, he was surprised that he actually let Chen Fan and the others hide behind it. Couldn't it be that this night watchman was a friendly NPC, not aggressive? Seems like that's the only way to explain it usually. So everyone hid behind the night watchman. The night watchman stepped forward, blocking the crowd with its own body, its eyes clear, its body inexplicably glowing, like a heavenly god descending into the world, a kind of metaphysical feeling. Bastard! You're already dead and you still come out to haunt us. Haven't you harmed enough people? Do you want to do more evil? Mutilate more living beings? I advise you to let go of your evil thoughts and follow me to the beyond. Earlier, I heard the young girl introduce that the watchman downstairs should be the residual soul of the Taoist priest who was invited before, and because he could not defeat Huir, he ended up directly dying within the ancient building. I'm sure he has stayed here because of his obsession, and the souls of those who want to die at the hands of ghosts usually can't be transcended. Chen Fan was a little surprised that this Taoist priest actually still had the spirit of his life, as if he had not changed his character by becoming a ghost. Like those ghosts before, all of them become another character, most likely because of the nature of their previous life. After the death of the bad character is unlimitedly amplified, directly exposed nature. The Taoist's previous obsession might have been to overtake the undead within the house, however he was sent killing by the undead instead, and the reasoning in his heart was greater than the greed, which was why they assisted the players who entered the copy. Of course, it's all set up by the monolithic tower. With the Taoist priest's strength, he was no match for Huir in life, and even less of a match for her in death, or else he would have gone to overtake Huir's dead spirit long ago. Why wait until now? I'm afraid that the existence of the Taoist priest is only for them to slow down Hui's footsteps, treating the root cause but not the root cause. I'm afraid that after this tangle with Hui's, he himself will have to die out of the Tao. It was inevitable that the Taoist priest would not be the key figure in eliminating Huir, but of course Chen Fan had actually roughly guessed what the last task was, and the odds were that it would be to eliminate Huir. Huir's delirium and spoke with a creepy laugh. You're all here to bully me, you all deserve to die, all of you go to hell for eternity. Saying that, Huir directly stretched out her claws and rushed towards the Taoist priest who was beating the night watch right in front of her. Only to see the critical moment, the Taoist priest's hands quickly made a seal, and his hands faintly drifted out golden light like star points. Star points filled the midair, rendering the entire promenade. Chen Fan stood not far from the Taoist priest and could clearly hear the other party's mouth seem to be muttering some kind of incantation. For a moment, the ground all tangled up with it. Gird your loins! The Taoist priest snarled. Then one foot stomped on the floor and one finger pointed straight out. A yellow paper floated out directly from his fingertips and finally landed on Huir's head. Chapter 87. The yellow paper had a blood-red pattern, which should have been engraved by clutching blood. A bright golden light appeared on Hui's head at first glance. A tingling sensation instantly swept through her entire body, and for a moment it was as if she was being restrained. Even with all her strength, she was unable to shake the prohibition on the yellow rune. Turn back to the shore! The Taoist priest spoke word for word. It was like the sound of the great Tao Brahma, the aftermath of which could not be dispersed for a long time. The yellow talisman above Huir's head became even more shining. As the words landed on the ground, Huir let out a miserable scream that was deafening. It echoed throughout the entire ancient building. Being able to see the Taoist's moves was extremely lethal to Huir. I'm afraid that Huir is also seriously injured right now. But this was a nightmare-level copy, and the monolithic tower had already shown that Huir was an invincible existence, and even if her strength was 1 in 10, it was not an existence that the player could take on hard. I'll stop her for you. Go do what you want to do. Fulfill my last obsession for me. I hope you guys can do it. The Taoist priest lifted the fire candle in his hand and gradually approached Huir, who was directly in front of him, and as the two of them got closer and closer, the light on the fire candle became weaker and weaker, flickering and flickering. Finally the light disappeared into the corners of the corridor until the two of them were out of sight. Yet the sound of rattling could be heard at the end of the corridor, and the whole floor trembled a few times with it. I'm afraid that after trying their best in this battle, the Taoist priests will cease to exist with them. It is imperative not to care about this. The Taoist is nothing more than an NPC of a level copy within the monolithic tower. His death or life is an insignificant matter. The important thing was to complete the mission, and now that the Taoist priest had delayed enough sufficient time for them, they had to reach the 11th floor before Huir and find the so-called granny in Mission 3. Thus, the crowd darted towards the 11th floor without stopping, everyone not daring to slacken off or even stop for a moment. Death accompanies them. If there is a slight pause, it may be death that they have to face. Less than 2 minutes. The four reappeared in the hallway of the 11th floor. First, he looked around and there was no Huir. In that case, go to the door number of the house in 1101 first. 1101 would be the first house at the end of the hallway, and the four of them glanced slightly at the door number before all of them stopped in front of the house the clue pointed to. After much hesitation, Chen Fan took the lead and knocked on the door of the room. It was necessary to reach inside the house before Hua realized them, the only way to save a small life. Because they didn't know when Huir would break free and return, they were in danger at all times. Knock knock. A few knocks on the door echoed down the hallway, and the light bulb in the aisle broke contact, always flickering on and off. Chen Fan pressed himself against the door and gave a soft greeting inside. May I ask if there is anyone in the house? After a long time, there was no response from the house. Is it hard to believe that it's an empty room? Or maybe the young girl gave a false message? It's all possible. Chapter 88. Perhaps the grandmother in the quest doesn't live in the household of 1101, and the young girl is an NPC full of shit. Had he known it was the situation at hand, he should not have listened to every word the young girl said. Damn megalithic towers, again it set things up and apparently got laid out again. One can only say that it's bad luck that anything can happen to them. Now the only thing left to do is to go back the same way and comb through the original clues again. If we return the way we came, there is a great probability that we will encounter the so-called Huir, so it seems that the next road will be exceptionally dangerous. Just as the crowd turned around, the door behind them burst open, the door of the 1101 occupant. Looking in through the doorway, it was pitch black and it was impossible to see what was really there. Why didn't they open the door just now and wait until they were about to leave? This matter is very bizarre. But looking at the current situation, I guess I can only explore the situation inside the 1101 tenant's house first, and if I don't find the so-called granny, I must also find useful clues. Chen Fan took the lead and pushed open the door. There was a creak. The door opened and everything inside the house was reflected in the middle of the room. Only in the living room of the house, there was a wheelchair, and in the wheelchair sat an old man with a head full of gray hair. Connecting with the previous clues and carefully analyzing what he was experiencing now, it didn't take any guessing to know that the person in front of him should be the most crucial person in Mission 3. The reason the door wasn't open for a while just now might have been that it wasn't very convenient to be in a wheelchair. Ding dong! Suddenly a mechanical-like voice sounded in everyone's head. Congratulations to the player who has completed Quest 2, he was not attacked by Huir during this time. Congratulations to the player who has completed Mission 3, has searched for the granny. We are in the process of unlocking Mission 4 and setting up the characters for the players, so please wait a moment. The quest completion reward is being sent to the player, please wait. Dabbing his head, a sudden glow appeared at first glance in Chen Fan's mind. S-Class Skill Self-Recovery, Passive Skill. Once the player has received 50% damage from hostile creatures, the skill will directly activate to heal itself for the player's body. The probability of activation is 100%, and can only be activated once a day, self-healing about 20% of the value of the damage, which can be improved according to the level of proficiency. Hearing the introduction of the skill in his mind, Chen Fan was simply astonished. The skill of self-recovery was actually one of the skills that he wanted the most, no matter how much damage he suffered, as long as he could hang on to his breath after activating the self-recovery skill. If you are seriously injured within the copy, you can also have the rest of your teammates' players take you out of the copy and heal your wounds after you finish the copy. Definitely a divine skill among divine skills. Although not the slightest bit offensive, it is an indispensable skill in terms of assistance. Now that the active and passive attack skills were all in place, there was only one auxiliary skill missing, but right now it was really saying what was coming. Chen Fan once again looked back at his other teammates, and the rest of them had smiles on their faces, obviously having all gotten what they wanted from the rewards of the copy. It seemed that everyone had a more lucrative harvest this time, not just Chen Fan alone. But now is not the time to revel in the joy. There is still the last mission 4 left to complete. Chapter 89. Suddenly the response reappeared in the minds of the crowd. The duplicate is of nightmare difficulty, and quests have been developed for the appropriate nightmare difficulty. Quest 4, Seal Huir. The final task 4 is just 4 simple words that look simple but contain very little information. What to do to seal Huir, the monolithic tower didn't explain, so one could only find ways and clues on their own. The monolithic tower only pointed out one path, yet the next path would require one's own feet to walk. When the crowd's eyes focused again, the wheelchair in front of them suddenly turned around, and Granny's face protruded directly in front of everyone. Seriously, all 4 of them froze when they saw the grandmother in the wheelchair. Was actually taken aback. The grandmother's whole face was wrinkled and she looked so old that even taking a breath was a difficult task. It was assumed that if this granny wasn't a ghost, she was most likely a half-embodied person. What's coming is coming. Before Chen Fan and the few of them could speak, the granny was the first to open her mouth and forcefully squeezed out a few words from her mouth, looking very strained, always feeling that her whole body's strength was used to speak. Chen Fan and the others first froze for a moment, a bit at a loss for words. Turning his thoughts around, he responded. Granny? Are you Huir's grandmother? There was a meaning of testing in these words, and Chen Fan also wanted to take the opportunity to pry out some key information from this granny's mouth. Since it was the monolithic tower that deliberately guided them to this granny, there must be clues in the granny's body, and based on all the clues strung together, the granny NPC could definitely play a key role. Everyone could only pin their hopes on this granny. Suddenly Granny pushed her wheelchair and came in front of the crowd, who took advantage of the light shining on her face to finally see the whole face and her deep eyes. You can tell by the look in her eyes that Granny is a storyteller. Huir. It was more than 10 years ago. It's time for her to transcend. Let me tell you the truth. It's been more than 10 years since I had a living person to talk with me. Chen Fan could see the grandmother's reflection in the light. With everything that has happened before, it can be stated that the granny is a living person. Chen Fan's few people directly closed their mouths and listened sideways to what the granny was telling them. In fact, at first, Huir's personality was very cheerful, with a youthful smile every day, until one day she came back dragging a broken body, and then I realized what had happened, but it was already too late. This was a story that Chen Fan had heard long ago, only this granny had told it in more detail. Exposed every storyline in the most nuanced language. From this, it seems that Huir's life is actually quite tragic. After all, she was ostracized by her peers and bullied, and even an optimistic and cheerful person would be devastated. As she spoke, tears came to Granny's eyes and dripped onto the ground. Chen Fan was a bit touched, but didn't know how to comfort, and could only respond with a warm voice. Grandma, you shouldn't be too sad. The most important thing now is to send Huir away, so as not to let her scourge even more people, rather than letting her be relieved as soon as possible. Chen Fan thought to himself, this granny must know how to seal Huir. All want to get the words out of her mouth. The process is not important. What Chen Fan wants is the result. Chapter 90. Granny's face became somber, not smiling, just full of sadness, obviously having a bit of a hard time deciding. Since she was already hesitant, it could be seen that this granny was definitely clutching a card against Huir in her hands. But Huir was her own granddaughter. How could she do such a painful thing? But now the whole ancient building has become a ghost building. If we don't eliminate Huir, only more people will be persecuted. So Granny's choice is about more lives. Thus Chen Fan and the rest of his 3 teammates bombarded the granny repeatedly, just to convince her, and then find a way to seal Huir. In the end, Granny was unable to resist the rounds of bombardment by the four of them, and eventually lost the battle and could only give the truth. Actually, it's all my fault. The people in the building weren't supposed to die, but I'm the one who caused it. All of this was like shocking material, and Chen Fan's few people looked at the granny in front of them with unbelievable faces. He always had a feeling that there was a hidden agenda in all of this, and it was. Chen Fan's several people did not say anything, just quietly looked at the granny directly across the street, wanting to learn more exciting stories from her. In fact, that Taoist priest who was invited before could have opened the altar and performed the spell to send Weir away, but however, I took away a crucial thing, which is this yellow talisman. In the end, it led to the failure of the spell. Along with this Taoist priest, all the people in the building were spared. If I hadn't done these things in the first place, there wouldn't have been this situation today. In fact, according to common sense, one cannot judge the rights and wrongs of the granny. After all, what she did was only to avenge the death of her own granddaughter and to do her granddaughter justice. But she didn't seem to expect such an impasse. Just then, the granny's fingers slowly lifted and pointed to the yellow talisman on the table. Taking a closer look at the yellow amulet with special patterns written on it, they didn't know much about this, so they couldn't read what was actually written on it. Based on the setting of the monolithic tower, this yellow amulet should be the prop that was crucial to sealing Weir. Since it was impossible to eliminate Weir with the player's strength, the monolithic tower would surely give a way to live and set up appropriate props in the replica game. Chen Fan's few people collected this yellow talisman and carefully hid it on their bodies. This yellow talisman was equivalent to the key to their passage. If they wanted to leave the copy, they would have to rely on this yellow talisman right now. This thing has tormented her for too long, and it's time to set him free, and I hope you can help me with this. The grandmother's voice was hoarse, and you could hear her doing her best to squeeze the words out of her mouth. The four Chen Fan nodded. Without the need for Granny to remind them, they would all do their best to accomplish this to the best of their ability. But now there was still one thing that was unclear: how to use this yellow talisman. Chen Fan directly stated the concerns in his mind and hoped that Granny would be able to answer them. On the lower level of the building, there is a magic altar. It's something that was left behind by that Taoist priest back then. It should be able to help you guys in some way. The method of use is ambiguous. After all, the Granny is not a professional in this line of work. Naturally, she does not know the usage of this yellow talisman. So the method of use can only be explored by them. But Chen Fan recalled one more point: the door leading to the first floor was deadlocked, so how could they lead to the first floor? So they still have to seek the Granny. Granny! There's a locked iron door on the first floor that we can't open, and I'm afraid it's a little difficult to get to the Dharma altar. Chapter 91. After uttering the last question, they waited silently for the Granny's reply. As an original inhabitant of this ancient building, she should know how to get to the first floor. Perhaps there may be other trails. The iron door on the first floor won't open. Maybe it's because of the old age. It can't be. The iron door on the first floor has never been closed. I can't give too much help for this matter. I haven't walked out of this door for a long time. Everything should be to rely on yourselves to solve. After saying goodbye to the Granny, their group made their way outside the corridor. They gathered to survey the yellow amulet with furrowed brows and didn't find a single thing strange about it. But since it has been stated that the yellow talisman is a crucial prop, it must have its use, just not known now. But one thing was certain: the runes they held in their hands were extremely similar to the runes that had been affixed to the rooftop's iron door earlier. Perhaps the two have something to do with each other. Not thinking that much, now they must get to the first floor before Weir shows up. If Weir shows up to block their way, that would be disastrous. We are now just one last step away from completing this copy. With one crisp footstep after another, the group once again arrived at the stairway on the first floor. What could be seen was that the previously locked iron door was opened. Who opened it? The matter was a problem, but it was soon behind them. The priority was not to care about who had opened the iron door, but how to use the yellow talisman and then seal Weir. The crowd came to the front of the altar of the law, which was decorated with many things that they had only seen on movies, not realizing that one day they would actually be able to experience such a thing for themselves. Suddenly at that moment, a cool breeze blew under his feet. All the confetti in the sky swirled in midair, and the tablecloth on the puja altar fluttered with it. Chen Fan subconsciously took a big step forward, a look of determination in his eyes. Because he knew that Huir was coming. This time they were going to confront the final boss of this copy head-on. This matter was something they could not avoid and had to deal with it head-on. So the calm before this storm is gone. The four of them looked into midair in unison, as if they realized something at the same time, their eyes becoming deep. This wasn't the first time they faced the final boss, and although this time they didn't act as panicked this time as they did last time, they still hadn't adapted to this current environment, and their hearts would still be a bit intimidated. It's still a matter of taking your time and reaching out if you want to accept adapting to such an environment. Like Chen Fan at the time, he was also bold enough to touch the monolithic tower, and only by not resisting the copy of the monolithic tower could he get rid of the panic and fear in his heart. Obviously it's a long process, with many things to change in the process, and most of the secrets within the monolithic tower will be pulled out over time. Then the whole world will enter the age of tower climbing. Chen Fan believed that it wouldn't take long for this to come. And perhaps what he could do was to relieve a little bit of the burden for these few people who broke into the copy with himself. After all, it was a nightmare-level copy, and if there was no one to lead the way, I'm afraid that they would have already been dead corpses. Chapter 92. The whistling wind kept blowing past his ears, one gust after another, never stopping. The first floor is a large open space, surrounded on all sides by ancient buildings, and you can see any of the homes from downstairs. Suddenly, the bell rang again. Knock knock. The bells echoed through the building. It took a long time to dissipate. When the bells dispersed, there was a sudden strange ringing in the surrounding floors, and the sound of many doors being pushed could be clearly heard. It must be that the wandering spirits have been stirred out again. All because of this bell. What exactly was this bell? From the time they entered the replica until now, they hadn't been able to figure it out. And why is it that as soon as the bell rings, the rest of the wandering spirits rush out of the house again? Now was not the time to care about this matter, because the wandering souls had already appeared one after another on the aisle of the first floor, and were walking straight towards Chen Fan and the four of them. It could be seen that their target this time was the four Chen Fan. The situation was a bit grim. If so many wandering souls were to make a move against them, surely they wouldn't be able to take such a strong attack, and now Huir hadn't appeared yet. If these wandering souls used up all their strength, what would they have to fight against Huir then? In the nick of time, a disembodied voice appeared from nowhere. Light the yellow talisman! Send someone to attract Huir over! Listening to the voice and thinking about it, it looked like the Taoist priest from before. What he said should be the best way to deal with this, when the time comes. On the spur of the moment, Chen Fan directly took out that yellow talisman and lit it up. Now he could only beat a dead horse, and he didn't know if this imitation was useful, so he hoped that it could be of some use. But in this situation, who was sent to lure Huir over, it was a daunting character, and meeting up with the final boss was definitely a dangerous thing. Liao Yong seemed to be interested in taking this matter down, but however, it was rejected by Chen Fan. The reason for the refusal is very simple. Liao Yong has an old man and a young man. He is the backbone of his family. This kind of dangerous task cannot let him do. Moreover, Chen Fan didn't have any of his relatives in this world, so even if he died, he didn't have any worries. In the end, Liao Yong couldn't argue with Chen Fan. The task of bringing Huir to the first floor could only be given to Chen Fan. The moment the yellow talisman was lit, a light suddenly floated away in midair. This light intentionally went to dispel all the filth around it, and the bright light shone on the entire ancient building, finally revealing the original appearance of this ancient building. It's kind of a wash. Any wandering souls that were caught in the radiance were all reduced to ashes. Right now the crisis had been solved, and all that was needed was to go upstairs and draw Huir in to complete this crucial final step. Chen Fan first reviewed whether he was ready or not, then ran straight upstairs. Now I'm not sure which floor Huir is on, so I can only look for them one by one. Until he found the roof of the building and Chen Fan came to the iron door, there was no sign of Huir. It's as if they've evaporated. Now there's just one last place left to visit, and that's the rooftop. Perhaps Wal is on top of the rooftop right now. Chen Fan directly leapt out with a big step, and it was really exactly as he had guessed. Huir was suspended in midair, her head lowered as she gazed at the Dharma altar below. Chapter 93. The sound that Chen Fan made also attracted Huir's attention. Only cackling laughter came out from midair, and Hui's head slowly twisted over, looking straight at Chen Fan, who was directly in front of her. You can see that Hui's cheeks have visible tear marks on both sides, and this tear mark takes on a blood-red color. Why? I haven't offended you guys. Why do you hurt me over and over again? Is it just that I'm so easy to bully? There was a sense of madness in Hui's tone. She's delirious and doesn't have the right subjective sense, so there's no need to argue with her. Arguing would just be a waste of time. Chen Fan also cannot go to judge the right and wrong of this matter. Things have presented such an ending. It seems that no one will be wrong. It seems that everyone is wrong. All Chen Fan needed to do was to attract her downstairs and then complete the final task. You are no longer human! Chen Fan stated the truth, while backhandedly copying out the demon sword Muramasa, poised to strike. Hui stretched out her bloody twin grasps, not knowing how many lives she had stained on these hands. Now it was necessary to go and get Haiel's attention. Chen Fan thought without thinking, and directly slashed out. Perhaps Hui had gone through too much, and given her life, it was just too miserable. But all of this is nothing more than the setting of the monolithic tower. As poignant as the story is, it's ultimately a story, not something that actually happened, all nothing more than thoughts implanted by the monolithic tower. Players entering the tower cannot use their emotions. Emotions are a big no-no for humans, and the creatures inside the replica will be based on human emotions, thus tricking them into harming them. The knife slashed directly at Hui's body. At once, Hui's anger was directly inspired. Her eyes were aimed at Chen Fan, and she directly darted towards him. Seeing this, Chen Fan had already attracted Hui's attention, and now drawing towards the first floor would be a great success. Now that Hui had been blinded by hatred, she no longer had a subjective consciousness, and now she just wanted to chase after Chen Fan and strangle him. But Hui's speed was extremely fast, and in 3 or 2 clicks of effort, she appeared behind Chen Fan once again. Hui violently raised her hand, wanting to understand Chen Fan's life. Skill dodge triggers, as does counter damage hidden skill. Only a loud boom was heard. Hui flew straight out. The hidden skill counter injury caused Hui to be severely injured as well. Once again, the two sides were separated by a great distance. Right now is the time. Taking advantage of this gap, Chen Fan immediately darted downstairs, not daring to turn back or stop. The slightest carelessness could be the next dead soul to die in the hands of Hui. No running! It didn't take long for Hui to catch up again, and in the nick of time, she immediately caught Chen Fan again. You might not get as lucky this time as you did last time. The skill dodge has a low chance of triggering, it's just a skill used to gamble with your life. But at this time, there was suddenly an additional figure behind Chen Fan. At first glance it was actually Liao Yong. Only to see Liao Yong raise his fist and slam it directly out, heavily bombarding Hui's body. Hui probably didn't expect someone to be crouching at the stairway either. A bit blindsided for a moment. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run! Liao Yong directly roared at Chen Fan. Then immediately pulled Chen Fan to run downstairs. Now is not the time to be dumbfounded, delay a second may die here. Chapter 94. So the two of them hoofed it to the first floor, and behind them, Hui kept shouting and screaming, with a sound that seemed to force the eardrums to ache a little. It's too late to worry about that. Right now they're in what amounts to a race for their lives. If Liao Yong hadn't intervened in the middle of the day, maybe Chen Fan would really have become a dead soul under Hui. The light in the hallway was gray until around the corner, when the light from the first floor could finally be seen. Don't run! Behind her, Hui was still in hot pursuit, and the cries made the entire stairwell shake, inexplicably having a miserable feeling. In an instant, the two of them ran straight out from the stairs to the center of the open space on the first floor. At this time the open space on the first floor has set up a dragnet, always waiting for Hui's arrival. As the saying goes, invite the king into the jar. The chance to end the second copy of the monolithic tower was close at hand, another scare. Only this time the difficulty was actually a little less menacing compared to the last time. Only the storyline is a bit frightening. Let's just say we got lucky now, but not necessarily in the future. At this point, Hui was already blinded by hatred and only thought of striking down her bullies. He was seen rushing out of the stairway and heading straight for the first floor. The yellow talisman that had been burned emitted a dazzling golden light. The light enveloped Huir and actually turned into countless tiny golden yellow lines, directly confining Huir. Although she couldn't figure out what was going on, she could tell that Huir should be in a lot of pain, and that she still couldn't break through the bindings even though she had used all of her strength. The restraints had trapped her firmly in front of the altar of the law right in front of her. Perhaps the only way to return is to eliminate Haichan. Suddenly, the gloom no longer shrouded the ancient building, and instead it was replaced by a dazzling sun. The dazzling sun shone in the sky, removing all the filth from before, and there was a fresh smell in the air. After the year of time, the ancient building finally came back into the light once more. Everything will sink in. Instead, Huir actually stopped resisting, and her originally cloudy eyes became crystal clear, the color of her eyes becoming deep. It's time for her to be relieved, too. At this moment, the yellow talisman suddenly appeared from nowhere, and was directly affixed to Huir's head. The yellow talisman suddenly burst into flames, and the ashes flowed down every inch of Huir's skin and into her body. All of a sudden, Huir's body burned right along with her. Ah! The screams echoed above the clouds for a long time. In a few breaths of effort, Huir's body burned right through, and likewise turned into ashes. This time the story is once again moving towards its conclusion. Compared to the nightmare-level copies that Chen Fan had experienced before, this should be the simplest and easiest one, resolving the final boss without much effort. One can really only say they were lucky. After all, Chen Fan was a person who had been there and could be considered a leader. He was good at feeling out any clues within the copy and nothing could escape his eyes. There may be others who have entered this nightmare-level copy as well, they just haven't realized it. There was another possibility that some misguided S-rank players had already perished at the hands of the ghosts and monsters within this nightmare-rank copy. For these newcomers who didn't have the slightest bit of experience, trying to clear a nightmare-level copy without someone to lead the way was definitely a lot harder. If there weren't two capable partners by his side, in fact, Chen Fan wouldn't dare to break into a nightmare-level copy. No one would dare to gamble with their lives. It's good to see that this nightmare-level copy has once again ended without a hitch. Really looking forward to exactly what the rewards will be. Climbing the tower is both beneficial and harmful. The benefit is that you can obtain physical gains, such as a variety of skills, can strengthen their own strength, but also from the rewards of the monolithic tower to obtain a variety of strange weapons. And these weapons, whether in terms of material or power, are considered top of the line. The technology of the aliens is not comparable to the current technology of the Earth. The two simply cannot be compared. In fact, Chen Fan didn't understand the reason why the aliens invaded the Earth. To be honest, they are not interested in Earth's modern technology. Is it possible that the invasion as a game? It's not like that's not a possibility. If Earth wants to take this opportunity to improve its technology, it must slowly drill down from the aliens' technology, and one day it can have the chance to drill down something that will be beneficial to Earth. By this time, Huir had been dispersed. The copy is over. Suddenly, a mechanical-like beep sounded in everyone's heads once again. Task 4, Seal the Huir. Completed, 100% completion. Nightmare level difficulty copy completed again. All with 100% completion. Overall player rating A. Overall plot rating B. The rewards have been issued. Skill proficiency is being raised. The system is loading in an orderly fashion, please wait. The people looked at each other and looked at each other, and in the end, they all revealed a deep smile. This time the copy was finally over. It was considered a great success. Everyone's hanging hearts were released, and the question of safety and security was finally lifted. But vigilance could no longer be minimized, for soon they would enter the replica again, and in the face of the unknown they had to be alert to everything at all times. Maybe getting an early copy would be a good thing for them too. After all, the end will come one day, and whoever enters the monolithic tower earlier to break through the barrier will receive more rewards. So if you want to protect your loved ones around you, strength is the most important thing, or you can only become a dead soul after the end. Just then, an echo sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Identity recognition success, S-Class player Chen Fan. The nightmare level quest has been completed. Copy is 100% complete and is being scanned. Please wait. The plot is being scrutinized and analyzed, please wait. This solo rating, A+. Team Fit hesitant face. The plot was completed to a very high degree, and the reward is hereby sent. Skill dodge proficiency is increased with a 50% chance of not taking any damage and countering the attacker with 100% damage. The active skill stored power cannot be upgraded and can only be fixed at the current stage of its effect. Passive skill blitz proficiency increase. There is a 30% chance of inflicting a blitz when attacking, and blitz damage can be increased by 120%. Reward S rank active skill stun. This skill has a 50% chance of stunning hostile creatures, and the duration of stunning hostile creatures ranges from 3 to 5 seconds. Chapter 95. Chen Fan was shocked in his heart. According to this speed of development going on, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for him to return to the strength he had at the peak of his previous life, and there was a great possibility that it would make the achievements of this life to surpass his previous life. At this rate of development, the specific situation is much better than the previous life, although the nightmare level copies are very dangerous. But in addition to the danger, the benefits that can be obtained are often proportional to the danger. It wouldn't take long before one should be able to enter a purgatory level copy, which was far more treacherous than a nightmare level copy, but the rewards that could be reaped could make a qualitative leap in a player's strength. At the thought of this, Chen Fan only had excitement in his heart, not fear. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Leaving aside whether or not we can drive the aliens off the planet, at least being able to survive 2 more days in the end times is a good thing. The beeping of the monolithic tower in his head had disappeared. The crowd was smiling. Nowadays they could be considered a small group. After all, they had shared the same life and death a few times, and had thus laid the foundation of their relationship. There were still a lot of things they had to go through afterward, so they still had to help each other out. Chen Fan decided that after leaving the monolithic tower this time, he would gather certain capable generals and then create the Chargers Alliance first. The primary scale of the Chargers would be created first, and then it would be slowly replenished with fresh blood to replenish the backup force of the Chargers, and then become the number 1 force in all of China and even the world. It's imperative to have a goal. Now these few S-ranked players around themselves are the initial candidates, and with the recent observation, except for the 2 people other than Liao Yong, they are more receptive. At least it didn't give up its hope of surviving because of cowardice. Although there was still a long way to go next, Chen Fan felt that they could have a very long-term development space. In the future, if there were still suitable candidates, Chen Fan would collectively pull them into the Punchers Alliance. Suddenly, the vision of the 4 of them became cloudy. The space the body was in began to distort, and the consciousness became disorganized. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the middle of the small world naturally generated by the monolithic tower. When he opened his eyes again, Chen Fan had already arrived in the outside world and looked around. It was right in front of the monolithic tower, the center of the Liberation Square, surrounded by darkness. The quieter it is, the more hidden the crisis. Chen Fan could feel countless gazes around him staring tightly at him. These people should all be people sent by the Chinese officials specifically to keep watch. It was estimated that they should have also discovered Chen Fan, who had disappeared in front of the giant stone again at the beginning, and that was why they had sent someone to stay at this place, trying to pry some useful information from those who had entered inside the giant stone tower. This time, the Chinese officials are finally learning their lesson. But did they really think they could catch Chen Fan? Obviously it's a non-starter. Because they wanted to ensure Chen Fan's personal safety, they didn't use all kinds of firearms, as if they wanted to use words to convince Chen Fan. It could be seen that they were very concerned about the situation of the boulder, and they were actually able to send out such a large number of people. Suddenly, countless searchlights hit Chen Fan's body. Expose his position to the public eye. Chen Fan could have pulled the hat off his head, blocking a whole face to keep the official Chinese people from realizing who he was. Now, he had to find a way to escape from here, and he couldn't be caught by the Chinese officials for a single moment, or else it would definitely be hard to get out of here at that time. The Chinese officials would surely do everything they could to pry out of him things about the interior of the monolith. In an instant, Chen Fan directly pointed 1 foot on the ground and his body burst out like an arrow off the string. His speed was so fast that only a shadow was seen directly flashing and rowing. Chapter 96. The shadow's speed was like a black ball that traveled through the darkness of the night, unable to catch its bearings and unable to see Chen Fan's figure with the naked eye. Chen Fan suddenly vaporized in front of the crowd, as if he had disappeared out of thin air. Even if the Chinese officials searched any corner, they could not see a single shadow of Chen Fan at all. How does a good man disappear into thin air? No way. It's definitely an impossible thing to do. How can a large living person suddenly vaporize in front of you? If the top management of the official Chinese government knew that dozens of them had lost Chen Fan, they would definitely be furious and would definitely be outraged at that time. The consequences will be unimaginable when the time comes. How can a living person suddenly disappear? And so, the official Chinese law enforcement officers immediately sounded the alarm, and then ordered the special forces around them to pull up a cordon and issue a call for all suspicious persons encountered to be left behind as long as possible. Of course, Chen Fan had actually never left this place. He remained beside the boulder. Just now it was just a slight trick to fool everyone. He hadn't taken half a step out of the place from start to finish, so let's just say that these guys were still slightly behind when it came to playing with their brains. Want to catch Chen Fan? I'm afraid they won't be able to do it in their lifetime. Chen Fan also didn't want to get too entangled with the top brass of Huaxia. It is best for both sides to continue to stay in the well. It was better not to worry so much about it now. Getting out of here was vital. Trying to catch me? Dream on. After saying that, Chen Fan's figure disappeared once again in the vicinity of the monolithic tower, and then it was as if he had evaporated from the earth. Even though the alarm has been sounded. However, Chen Fan still found a place where the defense was the weakest, and then effortlessly rushed out of the encirclement. How could these fleshly mortals block Chen Fan? At least Chen Fan had gone through the gate of the monolithic tower, and now his body had been baptized, and even professionally trained special forces could not even compare to him. Chen Fan dared to say that with his current physical fitness and condition, he could definitely fight 4 or 5 special forces without getting the upper hand, and if it was him in his previous life, it would not be surprising for him to hang a platoon of soldiers with one hand. After escaping the encirclement, Chen Fan hoofed it towards Liao Yong's home. The storm must now be dodged, and no one can return to Southwestern just yet. Because Southwest University would definitely have someone set up a dragnet, waiting all the time for Chen Fan to take the bait, and then invite him to make peace with the tea. He was already familiar with these paths of the Chinese High Command and had completely touched them, so these people were completely childish tricks in Chen Fan's eyes. Of course, Chen Fan was looking for Liao Yong in order to discuss the matter of creating the Chargers Alliance. He felt that it was necessary to inform Liao Yong of this matter first, as he already had the idea of digging in his heels to get him to voluntarily give up the idea of continuing to work for the Chinese officials. Because Chinese officials will only slowly suppress free labor like Liao Yong. Chapter 97. It is believed that the current Liao Yong should also be secretly investigated by the Chinese officials, and various directions near the monolithic tower have been set up by the Chinese official law enforcement officers in a dragnet. But what can be explained this time has been explained long before that time, and I'm afraid there is no other major message other than revealing the main content of this copy. So the Chinese officials can't trap Liao Yong for long before they have to release him. If the Chinese officials repeatedly used strong-armed methods to imprison personnel that were already theirs, such behavior would definitely chill Liao Yong, and pulling him in at that time might not be an impossible task. Sooner or later, Liao Yong would be drawn into the Punchers' Alliance. It was just a matter of time. When pulling in talent, one must also be careful to be compassionate, because after the Chinese officials feel threatened, they will certainly send their own subordinates to cause trouble. As expected, a few hours later, Liao Yong dragged his tired body back to the small area again, and the moment he saw Chen Fan, the first thing he did was actually a bit surprised. Why did Chen Fan appear at the door of his house? Is it hard to believe that something is wrong? So Liao Yong immediately put away that tired and exhausted expression and immediately revealed a rather sunny smile, then patiently asked, "What is it that you are looking for me for?" Right now Liao Yong just wants to get some rest. He had been so tense within the copy that his physical strength was extremely depleted, and now it felt as if his body had been emptied out, and all he wanted was a comforting sleep. Then digest the recent events within the copy. Although he was adaptable, he was also a flesh and blood human, so he needed to be given a period of time to adapt as well. Moreover, when he came out from within the monolithic tower, he had been pursued by the official people of Huaxia, causing his spirit to be hit hard once again. It's like double torture. Wanted to discuss something with you. Liao Yong didn't say anything, but took out the key and opened the door to the room. After going in, he first brought a pot of tea, because in the slow contact, he had already gotten acquainted with Chen Fan, although up to now he didn't figure out why the other party knew his name and also his deeds. But Liao Yong could obviously feel that Chen Fan's heart was not bad, and if he compared it with the Chinese officials, it was simply a big step better. What is it you can just say? Liao Yong leaned back in his chair and rested for a while, his eyes becoming deep once more, and a hint of exhaustion faded from his face with it. Chen Fan first sorted out his thoughts, because the things he was about to say were very informative, so he had to filter out the shortest and most important words to say. I want to create an alliance, and would like you to take a second-in-command position. Would you like that? I'll be honest with you, with the slow passage of time, everything about the monolith will surface with it. In simple terms, this monolith is the alien's killing weapon. It will regularly inhale us into it, and then improve the body mechanism. According to my investigation, it shouldn't be long before the internal organs of the monolith will all be turned on. When that time comes, the whole world will be facing the end of the world. However, the skills as well as the weapons that we got inside the replica are the key to turning the tide. Chen Fan's words were like a shocking melon. For a moment Liao Yong was unable to digest it. These messages washed over Chen Fan's cerebral nerves again and again, even making him feel a bit powerless. Aliens? Will they really be able to fight back? Chapter 98. On second thought, he still suppressed the negative emotions in his heart as well. After a long moment of staring, he chose to accept this fact. But when he was just about to open his mouth, Chen Fan continued to speak. Of course, all of this is a conjecture that I have gotten from my recent observations. The correct result will have to depend on what happens next. Chen Fan didn't want to expose the fact that he had relived his first life, so he directly found a very simple statement to gloss over. Liao Yong followed Chen Fan's topic, then immediately added, What is the so-called alliance? Is it critical? Will it pay wages? You're not thinking of treating me as a free laborer. Liao Yong joked with a smile on his face. Of course he was quite interested in the matter of the alliance in Chen Fan's mouth. He always felt that they were plotting a shocking event, a great event that was enough to shock the whole world. Of course there's no salary. If the end times come, do you think paper money will still matter? That will all be rotten by the end of the day. I want to create an alliance to explore the monolith. The name will be the Chargers, and one day all the secrets of the monolith will be unearthed. Chen Fan had a feeling of ambition, just like a spirited teenager, his eyes gleaming and his body full of energy. It was because he trusted Liao Yong in particular that he had deliberately pulled the other party together, and if he didn't, how could he have done so? I think with the back we can protect the people we want to protect with our own strength. These words were the key to moving Liao Yong's heart. For a moment, something touched his heart, and even his eyes changed slightly. Yes. With someone to protect, to accomplish this crucial point, one must have strength, without which all is in vain. Tell us the details of the matter. Apparently Liao Yong had become interested and began to delve into the topic to start a detailed conversation. Chen Fan also followed with a slight smile, then continued to add, Every time we complete a copy mission we will be given a reward. The reward can increase its own gain effect. I think that after the end of the world, these skills as well as weapons are the key to turn the tide. We must utilize every time we break through in the tower to collect a large number of talents, then sweep the copies within the monolith. Chen Fan made his purpose obvious. However, Liao Yong was still hard to digest for a moment, only to see him slowly lower his head and contemplate for a while. His gaze also went from cloudy to clear with the passage of time. After a few minutes he still raised his head, then said to Chen Fan, I'm joining the Charge Master Alliance. In the end, Liao Yong made a crucial decision and chose to join the alliance. Although the choice made was simple, it was a big step forward, and since he chose to accept it all, his life in the future would surely be closely related to the monolithic tower, and he could not get rid of this fate. Because Liao Yong had someone he really wanted to protect, he made this decision. From what he'd been through lately, he had to come to terms with that, too. There is a real possibility that the end will come, because the monolith is just too weird, especially the interior space of the monolith, which cannot even be explained by the current level of technology to see what exactly is inside the monolith. Chapter 99. The only decision that can be made just in case is to take the initiative, not to be afraid of the unexpected. The Punchers League will return to glory in the near future. Of course, the power of only 2 people is still too small. Chen Fan's idea is to pull Yu Lei and Lu Ruyan into the alliance. After all, both of them were set to be S-ranked players with considerable potential, and they were a force to be reckoned with after joining the Onslaught. Of course, since Liao Yong was already the second in command of the Onslaught, it was natural for him to give a little time to the development of the alliance. Chen Fan looked at Liao Yong with a treacherous look. A sinister smile appeared on his face, then he spoke. Arrange a task for you. Inform Lu Ruyan as well as Yu Lei of what I said. Pull the 2 of them into the alliance as much as you can, and exercise the 2 of them with the specialized knowledge that you've learnt in the army. The road will only get easier and easier in the future, and will be faced more than just monsters within the copies. It seemed that Liao Yong hadn't expected Chen Fan to give him the task either. Isn't it more convincing for leaders to do this sort of thing? However, Chen Fan used a simple sentence of no time to directly put Liao Yong to the side. Indeed, there is no time, there are still a lot of preparations he needs to do. Doomsday comes in 3 years, which seems like a long time, but it's close. The most critical issue after the end of the world is still the supplies, and most of the Earth's land as well as its species have been overrun and wiped out by the aliens. So few resources can be fully utilized. Within this 3-year period, Chen Fan had to stock up on sufficient supplies, already a strong scientific research team, and with a scientific research team behind them, they could also alleviate a lot of burdens. Against the monolithic tower, relying on brute force alone was still far from enough, and one had to use one's brain to outsmart it. Chen Fan, as a law student, was irrelevant to the matter of scientific research, and could be said to be 8 to 1. But Southwestern University is full of talent within, and he can use the opportunity to pull in the best researchers from the same school. Take them under your wing before they are drawn in by the official Chinese. Of course, all of this would have to wait until after the news of the monolithic tower broke out, and Chen Fan would utilize the key message in his hand in exchange for the defection of these scientific research talents. That's all for later. It's still imperative to get fresh blood to the Chargers. From there, you can fully collect the supplies that can be utilized within the copy, and it is not necessary to give all of these supplies to the official Huaxia. I'll stay at your house tonight. Tomorrow you'll go and do all those things I told you about, and I'm sure it won't be long before you have to go to the little world inside the monolith again. After saying that, Chen Fan directly laid down on Liao Yong's bed and then drifted off to sleep. Sleeping well this time. So much so that when the alarm clock woke up in the morning, Chen Fan didn't even realize it, or was it Liao Yong beside him who informed him? Today is a double holiday, there is no professional class in the school, so there is no need to go back to school, plus Chen Fan has no money on him, so he might as well mingle here in Liao Yong. When you turn on the TV show, you are greeted with the time when Southwestern University is invaded by bandits. Paper can never hold fire. In the end, we had to let this one fester on the internet. The identity of Chen Fan and Liao Yong was not reported within the news, only the pronouns of 2 mysterious people were used perfunctorily, if the identity of the 2 of them were exposed. It's easy to get targeted by unscrupulous people and then retaliate, and it can end badly. Of course, there was no need for them to deliberately conceal this information, and it was expected that the Dark Force had already figured out the full details of the 2 of them. But until now, the Black Forces have not carried out any retaliation. Although there was nothing out of the ordinary, they still couldn't let their guard down. There might be a killer waiting for them outside the door right now. If the Black Forces dared to make a move, they would definitely die without a burial site. Chen Fan also had a decision for the time being, to improve his physical fitness within these 7 days, and tried to keep his body functioning at its peak. The college thing was no longer relevant, he had gotten someone to go through the motions for him, and as long as he didn't make any mistakes in society, the school wouldn't be to blame. During these years, Liao Yong has been alone. The special forces are paid very well, because often rubbing shoulders with the god of death, occasionally he will take some private work. Look at Liao Yong's appearance is very simple, but he is really half a rich man, with millions of savings in his hands. At Chen Fan's suggestion, they rented out an entire gym for less than $100,000 a year. This small sacrifice was insignificant in order to start the Punchers Union. Money will only become less and less useful in future times, so it's a shame to take advantage of this time to spend what you need to spend, when it will turn into a pile of scrap paper. At this moment, the two of them split up. Liao Yong was in charge of pulling in Yulei and Lu Ruyan, while Chen Fan was working on his physical fitness. It wasn't until the next night that Chen Fan appeared at the entrance of the gym with two people. In order to prevent anyone from eavesdropping on the wall, Chen Fan deliberately closed the door. So Chen Fan took a direct step into the topic. "Have you guys thought about joining the Punchers Alliance?" Chen Fan asked tentatively. Yu Lei as well as Lu Ruyan both stood in place, neither of them hesitating for half a second. All of them nodded their heads firmly. "They are willing." And there wasn't a hint of rejection. "In order not to arouse suspicion, we must keep this secret." The others in Chen Fan's mouth were none other than the Chinese officials. The Chinese officials must be keeping a close eye on their movements at all times, so they can't reveal themselves yet. The crowd nodded in unison. It was clear that they were sincere about joining the Punchers League. So then Chen Fan once again said, "I hope that you guys can take the time to come here every day for the rest of the year to work on your physical fitness. It's not always the case that other people can protect you, and sometimes you need to protect other people as well." In terms of what happened within the previous copy, in fact, Yu Lei as well as Lu Ruyan's role was minimal, accurately speaking dispensable. To come in handy, you have to use some specialized means. After all, there are specialties in the arts. Professional peoples do professional things. As long as you find the right direction, you can maximize your own usefulness. Since you can become a S-class player, there must be a superiority. Chapter 100. Identity position is different, and the copy of the field is also very different. Yu Lei as well as Lu Ruyan in the physical quality of this aspect of the upper limit, if you want to exercise enough to rival Liao Yong's hands. I'm afraid that a year and a half could be far from enough, as the two of them were not suitable for practicing martial arts themselves, so as long as they didn't drag their feet. The key combat is still handled by specialized people, and not only fighters are needed within a team, but also auxiliaries. A team still needs to develop in many directions, and if they only go in one direction, they will only limit themselves later on. During these few days, in fact, the Chinese officials still haven't stopped their own investigation. He kept poking around the people who had entered the monolithic tower, gathering all their dossier information together just to sort out a major and crucial clue, and at the same time, he also wanted to bring those who had entered the monolithic tower under his banner, so as to grow his own power. This time, it is estimated that another large batch of people entered the monolithic tower, only their identities are unknown, and it is estimated that those who were able to break through successfully from the monolithic tower have been secretly imprisoned by the Chinese officials, and have begun to start their investigations. There was also the giant stone overseas, and the same began to work on contacting the Chinese High Command to explore the secrets of the giant stone together. But the messages they all possessed could not even be compared to what Chen Fan wanted. Not only did Chen Fan know the bottom of the monolithic tower, he even knew all the various uses of the monolithic tower. After the world was unaware of the importance of climbing towers, Chen Fan had to seize every second of his time to climb towers and break through levels, accumulating enough skills in case he had to face the next doom. One day, he would enter a purgatory-level copy, and it would be really difficult then. Nowadays the world is still peaceful, and no one realizes the crisis brought about by the megalith. Even the monolith's hotness is getting lower and lower, gradually faded out among the public's vision. Nowadays the major internet is no longer popular monolith. A month had passed, and all of them thought that the boulder was nothing more than an alien meteorite, and not the slightest bit threatening. After all, after a month had passed, the boulder didn't even feel the slightest bit threatening. But this kind of thinking does them only harm and no good. It is important to think in terms of peace of mind. It was this kind of thinking in his previous life that led to the postponement of the day when all the people opened the climbing tower, and if the time to climb the tower was advanced, it wouldn't have led to a sea of deaths and injuries. Therefore, the matter of wanting to climb the tower in advance still depends on the official program of China to deal with it. Now that the monolithic tower was mainly controlled by the Chinese officials, for a while the Chinese officials would not expose the news of the monolithic tower. Moreover, the Chinese officials do not have all the information about the monolithic tower, and now there is not even a little doorway. Even after a month had passed, the Chinese officials didn't know the importance of climbing the tower. In his previous life, It was about half a year later that Chinese officials realized the importance of climbing towers. At first, he also wanted to monopolize the entire monolithic tower with his own power, but paper can never wrap fire, and in the end, he failed to suppress public opinion and was forced to enter the era of universal tower climbing. The entire population entered the monolithic tower and climbed it with numerous deaths and injuries. But the situation could not be contained, and anyone who wanted to take the opportunity to increase their strength to prevent the aliens from coming down and leaving them with no power to fight back. In this life, Chen Fan was ready to take the opportunity to expose this matter, and then let the time for all the people to climb the tower to advance. To fight against the raging aliens with one's own strength is an impossible thing to accomplish. More people must work together to have the power to fight. Chapter 101. Chen Fan had been exercising his physical fitness over the past few days, improving his physical fitness to the best possible state to ensure that the next time he entered the monolithic tower, he would allow his strength to increase exponentially. The last time he entered the monolithic tower copy, he was physically overdrawn due to climbing over a dozen floors, and if he was physically fit, it certainly wouldn't have led to such a result. So now Chen Fan's physical fitness was a drawback. These few days Chen Fan was almost living a two-point life between the school and the fitness space. During that time, he also ran into Qingmei Shui, the school's flower girl. Qingmei Shui was very different from before, changing her cold and icy character from the past, but she was as passionate as fire to Chen Fan. Wherever Chen Fan would appear there would definitely be Qingmei Shui's figure. In fact, it was Qingmei Shui who had been following Chen Fan. The reason why she would act like this was all because the last time Chen Fan stepped in and requested for her protection with a hostage for hostage exchange, and such behavior also plucked at her heartstrings. It meant that Qingmei Shui had already liked Chen Fan with just one glance, and was still dead set on liking him. But she didn't dare to express her meaning, so she could only use some special ways to attract the other party's attention. To want another person to fall in love with you, first you have to get into their life. And that's how Qingmei Shui does it. After all, a woman chasing a man is a veil. But now Chen Fan can have the heart to get married. After all, he still has a bunch of chores behind him that he hasn't accomplished. What other heart to fall in love? You can't even protect the mountains and rivers? How can you protect the ones you love? The next time he entered the tower was imminent, and he only wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible, and then he would have a way to deal with unexpected situations. In fact, the observant and subtle Chen Fan had discovered this long ago. In fact, when Qingmei Shui entered the monolithic tower, he would naturally find his way to the door consciously. Because Qingmei Shui was likewise an S-ranked player in her previous life, if she entered a copy, it would definitely be a nightmare-ranked copy, and in order to ensure the safety of her life, Chen Fan would definitely step in to help as much as possible. At the same time, there was another idea, and that was to pull Qingmei Shui into the Punchers Alliance. First of all, Qingmei Shui had a wide network of contacts within the school, and with her connections, it could be beneficial in recruiting useful talents to fill up the Alliance's reserve force. The second thing was that Qingmei Shui was also an incomparable talent. Although she looked extremely quiet on the surface, she was an incomparable martial arts fighting genius. In his previous life, Chen Fan's memory, Qingmei Shui can remember every martial arts action without forgetting it with just one glance, so her talent in this aspect of melee fighting is extremely high. Even he himself is a little envious. So when the time came, he would naturally let Qingmei Shui know about the monolithic tower. It was only that the time was not yet ripe, and the matter of the monolithic tower was still too absurd, and who would believe such a ridiculous thing? In addition to Van waiting for her own personal experience, or the Chinese officials to reveal all the things about the monolithic tower. This is the optimal solution. The good days were numbered. A day to cherish was a day, and Chen Fan couldn't bear the thought of his beloved woman going into contact with these things too early. Chapter 102. Time flies, and almost in the blink of an eye. A week goes by in the blink of an eye. It was now less than 3 hours before the monolithic tower opened. After Chen Fan took care of everything at the school, he took public transportation all the way to the city center. Along the way, he always felt that there was a pair of eyes behind him staring at him dead in the face, but he didn't realize who exactly had been following him. Just in case, he looked for a few side streets before finally circling around to the neighborhood of Tahrir Square. One had to be more careful this time, the first 2 times he had sneaked in next to the boulders in Tahrir Square, he must have attracted the attention of the Chinese officials. I'm sure that since the last time, the defense force near the boulder will definitely be strengthened in this regard, and also lest someone take advantage of the situation again. As expected this time, the guards near Liberation Square were twice as many as before, and this was only the guards in the periphery. If it was near the monolithic tower, then the guard force would definitely be too many to count. And all of these guard forces were loaded with the finest weapons, and all of them were loaded with live ammunition, so it was definitely a lot harder to get close to the boulder this time. But this little matter could not be difficult for Chen Fan. There are quite a few people of all shapes and sizes out walking around Tahrir Square right now. Chen Fan directly scurried into the crowd in order not to attract attention, walking along with the crowd before finding a place with weaker defenses. Only to see Chen Fan directly put on his hood, covering his entire face, then taking advantage of the inattention of the special forces on guard, he directly broke into the cordon. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party hadn't noticed him yet, Chen Fan made a snap decision and knocked out these people with his hand and sword in a flowing manner. Then without looking back, he headed for the interior of Tahrir Square. At this time, the searchlight also hit Chen Fan's body. The police team had already discovered Chen Fan's whereabouts and started to chase him. This time, the police force did not hold back a bit, and directly loaded the bullets and fired them, synthesizing the actions together in one fluid motion. Chen Fan, on the other hand, kept running wildly amidst the gunfire, dodging bullets with his weird stance. In the nick of time, his hand finally touched the boulder, when the police force was already about 10 meters apart, and had issued an ultimatum. You are already surrounded, and you can still get a lighter sentence by tying your hands, so please put your hands on your head right now, and if you do anything else, we will definitely shoot straight. With a rumble, countless searchlights hit Chen Fan's body, exposing his position within everyone's line of sight, yet Chen Fan was unimpressed, and although countless gun barrels were aimed straight at him, he remained unafraid of danger. Since he was sure of getting close to the boulder, he wasn't afraid of being hurt by these vigilantes. Seeing that Chen Fan hadn't raised his hand, the police team fired decisively. At the very moment when Busy and the others fired, Chen Fan's figure disappeared right in front of the boulder, his body seemingly twisted as if he was directly caught in space. Only a bunch of helpless vigilantes were left behind. They could only watch Chen Fan disappear without a single thing they could do about it, so they could only report the news to the official Chinese top brass. Let the top brass give a solution. It was certain that Chen Fan would definitely be arrested by a group of people this time after he came out of the monolithic tower. Now that the Chinese officials have figured out the general pattern, it is expected that the boulders will be layered afterward. But that's all afterward. The main thing now is to see what kind of copy is set for the monolithic tower this time around. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in another world. Chapter 103. The world inside the megalithic tower. Surrounded by countless rooms were connected, and at a glance, you basically couldn't see your head. A hallway covered in yellow wallpaper. It looked a little weird with its dim hues, stale lighting, and a very strong smell of dampness. But there was no danger to be seen, and the surrounding area was empty, which can only be described as a bit spooky. Player identity detected, S-rank player Chen Fan being scanned. Ding! A copy of the D-rank trial quest is opened. Subtitle, Back Room. Players should please note that the difficulty of this copy is nightmare level. Please wait while the appropriate tasks are being developed. Mission 1. Please find the safe house inside the back room. There are limited resources inside the safe zone for players to survive. Task 2. Kill 10 monsters in the back room. Task 3. Survive in the back room for 10 days, and you can leave the replica directly after completing the task after 10 days. Please note, warm tips, after the indoor monsters immediately refreshed, the house also followed the player's movement with the refreshed, limited supplies. This time the monolithic tower gave a hint, so it seems that the copy should not be too difficult. Chen Fan had once heard of the legend of the back room, which was rumored to be an endless world. There are countless rooms within this world, and perhaps there is a monster crouching in a corner somewhere. It's all possible. With regards to the back room, Chen Fan actually knew a little bit about it. After all, who would go overboard with this kind of sci-fi stuff? But I never expected things to happen to me. To survive for 10 days inside the back room, not to mention the problem of food and shelter, but just the monsters that might appear around from time to time, survival was a great potential danger. But let's be thankful that there is a safe house. If one could find a safe house, it wouldn't be too much of a problem to try to survive for 10 days, but 10 days without food or water certainly wouldn't do, and given the pissy nature of the monolithic tower, it probably wouldn't provide an abundance of food. Otherwise, the difficulty within the replica would be greatly reduced with it. The toughest was still Mission 2, hunting 10 monsters in the back room. First of all, it wasn't where the monster in this back room was hiding, but just the strength of the monster. I'm afraid that we can't fight it. What exactly is the back room? What does so much room really mean? All this leaves nothing to be desired. The environment gave a feeling of restlessness, always feeling as if something odd was hidden within each room. There is even a sense of curiosity that springs up in the mind, making you want to explore what's inside each room. However, Chen Fan was trying his best to suppress that desire in his heart. He knew that if he didn't make a mistake, he wouldn't die, and curiosity would kill the cat. The difficulty of this copy was extraordinary, perhaps far beyond the scope of his cognizance. Must be prepared. The most important thing is to first meet up with his teammates, and then formulate a plan to deal with the next, so as to be foolproof. First of all, now that we don't know the location of our teammates, we have to be careful to preserve ourselves, and the safe house thing is on hold for a while, so we don't have to rush the matter. Now that you've finished analyzing your surroundings, it's time to get a feel for it. Chapter 104. There's no time limit on the mission, so there's no need to rush. The key is to figure out what a back room is first. Inside the back room there are thousands of strange and homogeneous rooms, without any characteristics, and it is not even possible to distinguish which room is special. It is not possible to determine the standard orientation, but only to vaguely feel around. The carpet was sticky and filled with a corrosive odor that was very pungent. Without taking a few steps, Chen Fan could feel that the soles of his feet were already wet, and not only that, he was completely lost within these same rooms, unable to find his way back. Every room has a sense of déjà vu. Perhaps the scariest thing within this replica isn't the monsters, but getting lost within the back room and then self-extinguishing. It couldn't be further from the truth. There were faint yellow lights on the ceiling in each room, bright and dim, and a faint sound of electricity, a nuisance sound that was a little distracting to hear. Chen Fan didn't dare to make noise for fear of attracting the scary monster in the back room. The back room is said to be divided by a myriad of levels of evolution, standing in a certain way. Each room is the same, but coming from other angles, each room is completely different. It's up to you to try to figure out what the pattern is. Chen Fan always felt that he had been circling around this space, so much so that it was unknown if he would get lost in this space. The first thing to figure out is whether or not you've been circling around a place, and if you've been circling around, there's always going to be a time when you're physically exhausted. To survive for 10 days inside the back room without encountering monsters, it was necessary to have sufficient living supplies. 10 days without food isn't much of a problem, but 10 days without hydration is a sure way to kill someone. Since the monolithic tower was able to set up this copy, there would surely be a way to live. So by discovering this living path, one can live with it. With Chen Fan's understanding of the monolithic tower, although the monolithic tower was a criminal, it wasn't the kind of guy that didn't have humanitarianism. If he wanted to enter the death of a player within the replica, it was merely a matter of lifting a finger. Chen Fan suddenly had a flash of insight. Maybe think outside the box. At the first opportunity, he crouched down and touched the carpet with his hand. It was not water that stained the carpet, but an unknown liquid that was sticky. After arriving at the back room, Chen Fan realized that the wristwatch he was carrying was out of order. From previous memories, it seemed to indicate that the flow of time in the back room was different from the outside world, but it wasn't clear exactly what the time ratio was. Electronic tools for locating things like think compasses and GPS all fail once they get to the back room, perhaps because the magnetic field in the back room is different, so they can't come in handy. You'll only lose yourself if you go on blindly. Solely Chen Fan thought of a way to take off the jacket on his body and spread it flat on the ground, then walked straight towards the front. After about 10 minutes or so, Chen Fan saw the jacket. It seems as if there are no limitations to this space. So Chen Fan changed direction and continued to walk forward, this time walking for a long time without seeing the jacket. At the same time, he could feel that he was in a very different space than before, this time in a new location. Perhaps by following this approach, a way out could be found, but there was nothing left in Chen Fan's entire body that he could continue to utilize. Chapter 105. But at that moment, Chen Fan suddenly felt a gust of cloudy wind hanging behind him. Glancing back, a dark figure in the distance was staring straight at him. Although Chen Fan couldn't see the fellow's appearance, he could tell from the figure that it was definitely a monster in the back room. Now that Chen Fan was single-handed, without knowing the strength of the other party, it was still most important to avoid its front. If he really died in the hands of this monster, it would be more than worth it. Although the quest was clearly marked to hunt 10 monsters, going to hunt a monster single-handedly would firstly take a beating amount of time and energy, and secondly, it would not necessarily be possible to hunt it down. If it was a case of teamwork, trying to hunt a nightmare-ranked monster would be a handful. Therefore, Chen Fan did not choose to fight with it, but instead ran towards the front without looking back. Chen Fan wasn't sure if the other party had noticed him, but he could feel a sense of threat. One could not belittle every monster within the monolithic tower. Once Chen Fan remembered an S-ranked player who belittled an entry-level monster. Eventually the creature just cannibalized him while he was asleep. The monster's attacks were strong, however, the humans were all flesh and blood, and they were all able to fight against one another with the skills given by the monolithic tower, or else they would never be a match for the monsters. Chen Fan did not dare to take him lightly, especially the nightmare-level monsters. He did not dare to have the slightest slackness. If there is a slight slackness, maybe it will really become the monster's dish, then it will not be worth the loss. So Chen Fan directly ran towards the front without looking back. After this period of intense workout, his body functions were stimulated to 30% of his potential. The speed is also up dramatically with it. In a puff of smoke, the guy was out of sight. After a few minutes, Chen Fan also stopped, taking advantage of the gap to catch his breath, his face returning to normal. Now it was considered safe for the time being. At least this monster didn't follow, and there was also a possibility that this monster didn't even care about treating Chen Fan as food. All in all, it's a good thing that it's at least safe. That is to say, I don't know if the others are still safe. Chen Fan is struggling so much, let alone the others. One could only pray that the space they were in was a safe area. The first order of business was to find teammates to gather together. Having just created the Onslaught Alliance, Chen Fan didn't want to see anyone die in the vice himself, although these few times of spending time together hadn't fostered a sturdy relationship, but one more person was equivalent to one more force. It would also be a great loss for the rusher if there were casualties. Just as Chen Fan adjusted his physical strength to his best, he suddenly looked up and actually saw a door. He seemed to remember that there wasn't a door in front of him when he stopped a moment ago. When had this door appeared? It's a little weird though. However, Chen Fan still held a curious heart, and gradually groped his way towards the front. It was also the first time that something very different was found in the empty area. Although he didn't know whether it was dangerous or safe inside this door, Chen Fan still groped forward with the mindset of trying, hoping that it was a way out. So it was that Chen Fan strolled forward and pressed his hands hard on the gate. Cackle. A bright light appeared in front of Chen Fan. Chapter 106. In an instant, the bright light dissipated, and Chen Fan also braced his stinging eyes to see exactly what was inside the hut. The house was simply furnished. A simple wall-mounted lamp on the ceiling is surrounded by empty space, with a table and chairs in the center of the hut. There was a book on the table and chair, and a pen. Chen Fan held his curiosity and walked forward, closing the door in his hand before he left. At least his heart would be a bit inexplicably safe. Glancing toward the table, it was a manual with a blurry script that vaguely read the word back room. A few steps later, he sat down on a chair with one hip, then picked up the manual in front of him and flipped through it. The back room handbook, dedicated to everyone who enters the back room. A word of advice: never mess with those monsters. They don't actively attack, but if once an intruder reveals his killing intent, they will kill you in a flash. It's best to run away without looking back when you encounter such monsters. The level of the back room could not be fathomed for the time being, but its plates were huge, enough to rival an entire China, so it was possible that the intruder would stay in this place for the rest of his life until he was born, grew old, and died. There are ample supplies on the 15th floor, and we've set aside ample supplies on floors 10 through 20, so the intruders behind us can share the supplies to their heart's content. So much so that there is no clue as to how to escape the back room, but we are sure that with more people breaking into the back room in the future, there is bound to be a chance that we can find a way out of here. The fonts at the back became a bit scribbled, as if they did not belong to the language of the earth, and Chen Fan could not understand it, and finally closed the manual in his hand, then slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, and his tightly wrinkled brows stretched. At least there's a tiny bit of a clue now, which can be a good thing. According to the books, it's hard to believe that some other players have come to this copy. But on second thought, Chen Fan snuffed out the thought. The monolithic tower would reset the copy after each end of the copy, and these things placed in front of Chen Fan might just be props for the monolithic tower, all of which were important items to develop the plot. At least it was a good thing for Chen Fan Kai. No wonder that monster didn't take the initiative to attack him before. It turned out that it was going to pull hatred. It was good that he didn't reveal his hostility, or else he would definitely be caught in trouble. Chen Fan sighed thankfully. There were supplies on floors 10 to 20, which was a godsend, and if you had substances you could replenish your strength. After a long period of exertion, Chen Fan could also feel that his physical strength was drastically draining away. It was imperative to find a way to the 10th to 20th floors first, and staying stuck here was a sitting duck. Thus, Chen Fan shuffled open the door again and puffed out his chest towards the door. There was another bright light that shone so brightly that Chen Fan could not open his eyes, and even his eyelids felt a little stinging. In an instant that light directly dissipated, and once again opened his eyes to see that the scenery outside the door was no longer that dark yellow corridor, but to another place. Chen Fan felt a bit magical. This door was really a strange thing. Right at this moment, Chen Fan glanced back and saw that the door had actually disappeared into thin air, leaving nothing behind him. Although it was weird, Chen Fan was not surprised. For him who had been in the battlefield for a long time, these things that happened within the monolithic tower replica had already been strange for a long time. Thus, Chen Fan looked back and directed his gaze right in front of him. There are 4 large doors that show the various levels. The first is the 17th floor. The second one is 50 floors. The third is the 70th floor. The fourth is 370 floors. It wasn't the case that the higher the layer the higher it was, and although Chen Fan hadn't figured out what the pattern was, he decided to set his sights on the first layer above. Chapter 107. According to the previous manual, at least 17 floors have enough food to keep one's stamina up. Thus, Chen Fan directly pushed open the door of the room on the 17th floor without even thinking about it. It was followed by another bright light. Chen Fan felt a wave of dizziness, then fell straight to the ground. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in another place, but he could still clearly feel a headache and a tearing sensation in his brain. But Chen Fan immediately ignored this matter. A headache was an unimportant thing. The important thing was to find supplies and replenish his strength first. Chen Fan didn't know exactly how long he had slept. He couldn't tell time in the back room, but he could still feel the emptiness within his body, and his stomach made a rumbling sound. At this point, looking up and around the place, it seemed to be a warehouse with 4 doors around it. As with the previous information in the manual, there were indeed supplies here. Chen Fan didn't even think about it, and directly picked up this food and wolfed it down, and he didn't stop eating until his bodily functions were restored to their peak. At the same time, Chen Fan could clearly feel that there was an ample amount of power surging into his body. All that food that he had just digested actually turned into power in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan stretched his back. Now that his bodily functions had been restored, the first order of business was to explore what exactly this place was. There were 4 doors around, which were Chen Fan's main targets. Chen Fan first walked towards the closest door, pushed open the door to look inside the black hole, but also constantly have a cold wind hanging out. On the spur of the moment, he closed the door decisively. He did not choose to go this way. The darkness always had a sense of danger. Thus, Chen Fan once again opened the other doors. All the other doors were exactly the same, all black. Since they were all the same, Chen Fan chose to keep some food with him before exploring the other rooms. Suddenly, one door actually opened of its own accord. Chen Fan subconsciously looked for a hiding place, then looked for the sound, and there was actually a silhouette. And a woman. Chen Fan was a bit nervous in his heart. First of all, he didn't know whether the treatment was a monster or not, and he didn't know whether the other party was a foe or a friend, and they were also in an area. A little carelessness can get you hurt. But it didn't take long for the woman to just burst into tears. What the hell is this place? I want to go home. Chen Fan felt that this voice was a bit inexplicably familiar, as if it was déjà vu. So it was that he kept feeling his way forward, still with a wary mind. At that moment, the other man suddenly looked up. At first glance, Chen Fan actually saw that it was Cheng Mei Shui. How did Cheng Mei Shui appear in this place? By all rights, she should have learned about the monolithic tower only later, when all the people were climbing the tower. But he just have to accept that for now. Chapter 108. Cheng Mei Shui is a tower-climbing budding white. If it is not lucky to run into Chen Fan, I am afraid that this encounter nightmare-level copy, life will have to be accounted for here. The difficulty of this backroom copy was far more difficult than the nightmare-level copies encountered previously. While in a daze, Cheng Mei Shui had already walked in front of her and reached out to shake her hand in front of Chen Fan's eyes, while whispering, Chen Fan? To be honest, Cheng Mei Shui was a bit surprised, not expecting to actually run into Chen Fan here. Thinking back to everything that had happened before, her hanging heart fell. At least there was someone she knew, and her heart would feel better. She didn't really know about the monolithic tower yet. I only remember that when I first arrived near Liberation Square, I passed out without realizing it, and when I woke up again, I was already in a different place, which was this ghost place. At first, Cheng Mei Shui thought that she had been kidnapped, but she was very smart, and soon discovered the end. This ghost place had been going on forever. The space was far more vast than imagined. What kind of trafficker would spend so much money to abduct someone? Instead of earning money, they have to pay a large amount of expenses. Immediately, Cheng Mei Shui killed this idea in the cradle. On second thought, where the hell is this? And the voices that flashed through his head from time to time, pointing everything at the monolith in Tahrir Square. Although Cheng Mei Shui couldn't figure out what the situation was, she believed that it was all unrelated to the boulder. Just as she was thinking about all this, she unknowingly arrived at the warehouse and then ran into Chen Fan. Cheng Mei Shui had informed Chen Fan of everything that had happened to her, and nowadays the only person she could rely on was perhaps Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't know how to explain it. He could only say that the place they were in now was the interior of the boulder. Everything that he was experiencing now was a game, a copy set up by the monolith, and only after completing all the tasks to pass the copy could he leave this hellish place. Cheng Mei Shui's comprehension was very strong, and in 3 words she understood the general meaning of it. At this time, Chen Fan couldn't help but mention a word. How did you come here? It should have been following me all along. In fact, Chen Fan had discovered the end of it long ago. Earlier he had come all the way from Southwest University to Tahrir Square, and from beginning to end he had felt that someone was following him. Left to his own devices, there weren't many students at Southwestern who knew him. Now with the addition of Cheng Mei Shui's sudden appearance near Liberation Square, and also being caught up in the monolithic tower by mistake, it seemed that everything was strung together, and the spearheads were all pointing at Cheng Mei Shui. Actually, Cheng Mei Shui being caught in the monolithic tower was a complete accident. It seems that the plot of the previous life has mostly deviated from the main storyline, and there are no rules for the monolith to accept people into the tower. It's full of randomness. At this moment, Cheng Mei Shui lowered her head and didn't say anything. The small dimples on her face were filled with the color of scarlet. Obviously she was shy, and at the same time, she also blew herself up. It was her right, from Southwest University to Liberation Square. It was Cheng Mei Shui who had been following Chen Fan. Chapter 109. I didn't. I also just happened to come to hang around Liberation Square by chance. I'm not some pervert. Why would I follow you and make a fool of myself? Cheng Mei Shui tried her best to cover herself up, that is, she didn't want Chen Fan to discover her abnormality. But couldn't Chen Fan see this little trick? He hadn't gone through all this stuff in his previous life. He was still a straight man and might be dumb enough to believe what Cheng Mei Shui said. Now that he had experienced so much, he had long since turned into a sophisticated fox, and Cheng Mei Shui's mind had long since been exposed. But Chen Fan didn't intend to tear Qingmei Shui apart. After all, she was a girl and needed some face. Although he didn't know why Qingmei Shui was following him, Chen Fan could be sure that the current Qingmei Shui seemed to have some affection for him. Perhaps following Chen Fan was just a way to further cultivate her relationship with him. Because Chen Fan had always been a godsend lately, she also wanted to get a deeper understanding of what Chen Fan was really like. Chen Fan raised his eyes and glanced at the clear-eyed woman in front of him, his heart filled with love. Originally, he did not want Qingmei Shui to learn about matters concerning the monolithic tower too early, but plans can never catch up with changes, and today's change of events has caught Chen Fan a bit off guard. It was also only possible to incorporate Qingmei Shui into his plans ahead of time. Let Qingmei Shui know about the matter of the monolithic tower before it's too late is also a good thing. From now on, start to accumulate strength. In the future, the end of the world will come. The response will also be a little more relaxed. Thus, Chen Fan picked up the food within the warehouse and directly handed it to Qingmei Shui, thinking that after experiencing so much, Qingmei Shui should be exhausted as well. Next time, just talk to me squarely if you have anything to say. No need to tailgate me. It's weirdly obscene. Chen Fan couldn't help but dislike it. This was Qingmei Shui choke lightly. The food she had just swallowed was directly stuck on her throat tube. She hurriedly slapped her chest and said eagerly with a reddened face, "Who is following you? All said I was just passing by." After saying that, Qingmei Shui muttered a mouth and turned to the other side. Now was not the time for flirting. The back room problem had not been solved, and there could be no long stay in the warehouse, for the food resources would one day be exhausted. Before the resources were depleted, they had to find the rest of their teammates and combine their efforts to complete the task set out by the monolithic tower. Chen Fan informed Qingmei Shui of the situation here, as well as the aggressive monster. Qingmei Shui had a curious look on her face. "I've heard the story of the back room. A while ago, the story of the back room exploded on the internet. I didn't expect that we could actually be born in the middle of the back room. It can be inexplicably a bit exciting." Excited? What's this particular fetish? Shouldn't they be nervous in the face of this situation? Because they are in constant danger. In fact, Qingmei Shui was a person with a very peculiar personality. Her viewpoints were going to be opposite to others every time, and this might be the reason why it attracted Chen Fan. Since Qingmei Shui knew some clues about the back room, Chen Fan wanted her to give an account of all that she knew. Qingmei Shui nibbled on the cookies in her hand while staring at the ceiling and said, "The back room is an independent space that doesn't belong to Earth. According to the netizens, the number of spatial layers in the back room is still unknown to this day, and there are a lot of things in there that modern science can't even explain. The warehouse we're in right now should just be a staging point for supplies, that is, a place to replenish the status in the game. Since you said that we can get out by completing the mission, there is no need for us to search for the exit of the back room. I'm afraid that there is no exit in this place of the back room as well. And it is estimated that we can't finish exploring the back room even in our entire lives." Chapter 110. In fact, no one can explain what the back room is really like so far. I don't know when the internet started such a storm, and most of the statements about the back room are vague. After all, no one has experienced the back room firsthand. Qingmei Shui shook out everything she had learned from the internet. Of course, the netizens can't be trusted in their entirety, and at best they can only be taken as a reference point. But why is there a back room in the setting of the monolithic tower replica? Shouldn't this be a world virtualized by internet users? Is it hard to believe that the monolith has begun to replicate, and at the same time started to learn more about Earth's culture? Quite possibly. In the face of aliens whose technological means are far beyond the level of the Earth, mankind has always been in danger, and I just don't know why the aliens don't take the initiative to directly exterminate the entire species on the Earth. Maybe they're enjoying the thrill of torturing lowly creatures. Getting back to the point, none of this matters. If you can't survive now, what's the point of mentioning fighting against post-apocalyptic alien species in the future? After solving the food problem, Chen Fan packed some food in the warehouse by the way. Now can't continue to stay here to sit and wait for death. Must take the initiative to seize the opportunity. Time waits for no one. Every minute and every second they delayed is crucial. May now seek a layer within the number of teammates are suffering from the monster's attack. Since he was able to run into Qingmei Shui by fluke, it also meant that there was a certain probability that he could run into other teammates. Maybe the other teammates had already converged and were looking for Chen Fan. Without further ado, Chen Fan directly brought Qingmei Shui to embark on the journey to break through the barrier. They first ruled out the door Qingmei Shui came in through, and finally headed straight for the closest door. Behind the door was dark and cavernous, not knowing what crises lurked within the space beyond, and now there was nothing to do but try to feel for them. And so it was that they walked inside another door. When they just entered that door, the door behind them actually closed by itself, and when they looked back, the door behind them actually disappeared into thin air? How could it be so weird? Even though Qingmei Shui tried her best to control the anxiety deep inside her heart, it was still difficult to hide the subtle changes in her expression. Chen Fan saw that her body couldn't stop trembling, and on the spur of the moment Chen Fan directly pulled her hand. The warmth of Chen Fan's hands immediately made Qingmei Shui drop her guard, and the two of them exchanged glances and walked towards the front. As he took his first step, a faint light suddenly lit up above his head, emitting a creepy electric sound, so strange were all the rattles and sounds in this silence. Because of the light, Chen Fan was slightly able to see clearly what kind of space they were in. Looking forward, it was a long corridor connected to the underground, which was irrigated by water and was deep enough to roughly reach Chen Fan's waist. "This is the only road in front of us, there is no turning back, now we can only grope forward." Holding the mentality of testing, Chen Fan first squatted down his waist, letting the water spread to Chen Fan's ankles. When he felt the cold water temperature, he still couldn't help but tremble a little, and touched the water in front of him with his hand. The slimy didn't look like water. There was no way out, they could only go forward, there was only a road directly in front of them. But this long corridor was so dark that it was impossible to see what was at the end of it. Behind her, Qingmei Shui was also very knowledgeable, and without speaking, she directly stepped into the water with one foot. Chapter 111. This scene is like a sewer. The water spread over his waist, and although Chen Fan was cold and clammy, he still tried his best to restrain the particular situation he was in now. Within a few steps, the ceiling overhead was getting lower and lower, only a hand's length away from the top of their heads. At this time, Chen Fan realized that there were some dark things on the wall, and came close to see that they were actually handwriting. The handwriting on it was so crooked that it should have been soaked with water. It was impossible for Chen Fan to let go of any of the clues, and at that moment, he stopped continuing forward. "Don't go any further. Intruder, retreat, retreat, retreat. There are unknown creatures directly ahead. It's really scary and it's trying to eat me." The writing on the back is a little blurry and hard to read. But there were enough clues in hand now to mean, quite simply, that there was a good chance that the monster in the back room would appear not far directly ahead. In such a narrow space, if one encountered a monster in the back room and was in a dilemma, it would definitely be a 9 deaths and 1 life situation. Plus there was also Qingmei Shui as a liability. Chen Fan's task had been aggravated a lot more. It couldn't be helped, although he didn't know what would happen if he went further, but there was only one way to go nowadays, or he would surely be trapped here. Just as Chen Fan was analyzing the current situation, the lights at the entrance when he came suddenly went out, and strange rattling sounds kept coming from the narrow passageway. It sounded like a monster's scream. It was harsh and creepy. Chen Fan did not hesitate, and directly pulled Qingmei Shui's hand and ran behind them, but half of their bodies being in the water made their mobility much slower, and now it was best to place Qingmei Shui in a safe place. It wouldn't be too late to take Qingmei Shui away after he lifted the immediate crisis. But it seems to be a step too late. A black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, and half of the black shadow's body was also in the water, and he moved his body so fast that he didn't seem to be affected by the water resistance at all. At the moment of danger, Chen Fan could only protect Qingmei Shui behind him, and his other hand tightly pinched on the demon's sword Muramasa. Skill build-up is always ready at all times. Waves of air emanated from Chen Fan's body, his feet swayed slightly, and rippling waves rose from the calm water. For a moment, Chen Fan's brain raced, and with such a narrow space, he observed the terrain clearly and formulated a perfect plan to check the enemy in his mind. The moment the black shadow approached, Chen Fan directly drew his sword and slashed out. But coincidentally, the black shadow suddenly disappeared out of thin air, directly under Chen Fan's gaze, and there was not a single trace of it. He kind of couldn't believe his eyes, thinking that this was nothing more than a trick of the monsters, and remained vigilant as he looked around. But after a long wait, there was no sign of the monster. It was only at this time that Chen Fan slowly let out a sigh of relief. It's not a good time to relax. Where did the monster go? Unable to locate the monster, they are always in danger. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. It is a very bad situation. Right now, he couldn't care less. Chen Fan only wanted to leave this floor as soon as possible, leading to the next floor as soon as possible to find his teammates to rendezvous. Chapter 112. Walking forward along the passageway, Chen Fan's mind constantly appeared to have a setting for the back room. There are countless realms of space in the back room, and the medium is each door, which may be pushed open to be transported to any level, and each realm space is in a state of interconnectedness. Chen Fan guessed that perhaps the monolithic tower on the back room of this copy of all the settings are from the internet on the back room of the introduction to build out. The back room recently on the internet is very hot, but for Chen Fan, such atheists guess this so-called back room is just a virtual creation of the netizens of a small world only. After backroom weirdness became hot, a lot of people started creating more backroom weirdness, and it's assumed that all of Monolithic Tower's settings for backroom came from worlds created by inspiration from the internet. As long as internet users keep creating, the backroom will only grow, so the backroom is an endless space. Of course, this was just a guess by Chen Fan, a guess that could not be proven. While pondering the question, Qing Mei Shui suddenly tapped Chen Fan's shoulder. Chen Fan instantly withdrew his mesmerized gaze and looked back at Qing Mei Shui behind him while speaking. "What's wrong?" His eyes locked onto Qing Mei Shui's body. Chen Fan realized that she actually couldn't stop trembling, reaching out to feel the temperature of her body. It was very cold. "Chen Fan, I'm so cold." As she spoke, Qing Mei Shui's mouth was still trembling. The situation was not optimistic. If she stayed in the cold water, Qing Mei Shui's body could not maintain a constant temperature for a long period of time. Something would definitely go wrong if she continued like this. If she got sick with a fever, and there was no means of saving her life in the back room, it was highly likely that Qing Mei Shui would die here. So now he can't care so much anymore. He must find a way out. He doesn't want to see Qing Mei Shui die here, and he can't possibly watch his woman being tortured by the copy. Chen Fan directly picked up Qing Mei Shui and tried his best not to let her touch the cold water. The passage became narrower and narrower as it went forward. Suddenly Chen Fan saw a beam of light. The light was weak and flickered from time to time. After seeing the light, Chen Fan sensed hope and immediately took a step towards the front. In a short while, his body gradually surfaced, shaking the water stains on his body. He put Qing Mei Shui down. Now he must exercise a little to keep his body at a constant temperature. If the body's temperature is out of whack, it's likely that the blood won't be able to circulate, and things will be even worse then. Qing Mei Shui forced her difficult body to reveal a smile as she followed Chen Fan's advice and had been keeping her body at a constant temperature by exercising. Not a moment later, another door appeared directly ahead. This door seemed to appear in front of Chen Fan's eyes out of nowhere. How come he hadn't noticed it before when he had been walking forward? There's no way to describe the back room with the word routine anymore, and everything that happens in there is unexpected. Not caring so much, Chen Fan only wanted to hurry up and leave this hellish place. He didn't even think about it, and directly pushed open the door of the room. And behind the door of the room, another brand new bit of space that. The moment he pushed open the door, a beam of light shone on his face. The warm light made Chen Fan feel especially cozy. When they opened their eyes again, the space around them was very different from the previous second. This time being in a small town on a road with not a single person on it, like a town in the middle of nowhere. Chapter 113. Chen Fan closed the door of the room directly behind him without even thinking about it. Compared to before, this place at least looked less dangerous, and Qing Mei Shui's body temperature was very low, so he had to hurry up and change a set of clothes for her. The two of them groped their way to the door of a house in the town. Chen Fan knocked on the door of the room tentatively with his hand, and after a long time there was no sound of response from inside the house. It is assumed that there are no inhabitants living in this town. Chen Fan simply pushed open the door of the room with force, then casually found two pieces of clothes inside the house, one set for himself and the other for Qing Mei Shui. After a little rest, the sky outside became much darker, and it should be night time. He couldn't be sure exactly how much time had passed since he'd arrived in the back room because all the electronics had failed, but it had left him a little tired after the mental torture he'd been subjected to. Especially Qingmei Shui, she had never experienced this kind of situation before. The sudden change made her a bit overwhelmed, and for a moment she couldn't fully integrate into the copy of the monolithic tower, which couldn't be blamed on her, who asked the monolithic tower to set up a nightmare-level copy for a player who had just stepped out from the novice village. To be able to come this far, it could only be said that Qingmei Shui's willpower was relatively strong. Although Qingmei Shui was forcing a smile along the way, Chen Fan could still capture the fear revealed in the depths of her eyes. At the same time, Chen Fan slightly explored the interior of the house. Without exception, no trace of any living person was found. After locking the door of the room and closing the doors and windows, Chen Fan took out the supplies on his body and distributed the other half to Qingmei Shui. The two men sat around the campfire. By now night had fallen. Chen Fan, who was originally a person who was afraid of embarrassment, hadn't said anything, but stared at the fireplace all the time, and the house was filled with a strange atmosphere, with a feeling that one couldn't tell. On the contrary, it was Qingmei Shui, who had been staring at Chen Fan with interest, itching to stick her whole face on Chen Fan's body. "Why is it that from start to finish you didn't have the slightest feeling of panic? An uninitiated college student should have been directly disorganized when encountering such an unexpected situation." This question had been held in Qingmei Shui's heart. Ever since the last Southwest University raid, she felt more and more that Chen Fan was different from normal people. First of all, in the face of the vicious bandits, he showed an unusual calmness, but also managed to repel the bandits with his own strength. Even the special forces could not do such a thing. The second thing was that in the middle of the backroom copy, Chen Fan was calm and collected from start to finish. It also made one wonder about Chen Fan. "This isn't the first time I've been sucked into the inner space by a boulder. What I experienced before was far more terrifying." Chen Fan did not intend to hide anything. For Qingmei Shui, he had 100% trust. In her previous life before rebirth, Qingmei Shui was also one of the few people worthy of Chen Fan's trust. When he stayed with Qingmei Shui, he could always feel relaxed like never before. "What the hell is a boulder? Why is it so strange?" Qingmei Shui was still curious about the monolithic tower. Chen Fan pondered for a moment, then told Qingmei Shui about some matters related to the monolithic tower in a conjectural tone. Chapter 114. The long silence was also broken by the intense banter between the two. For some reason, an ambiguous atmosphere was suddenly rendered in the room, and Qingmei Shui's eyes never drew away from Chen Fan's body from beginning to end. There was even an odd ambiguity in his eyes. Ever since Chen Fan saved her last time, Qingmei Shui had fallen deeply in love with the man in front of her. Although he didn't know exactly what Chen Fan had gone through in these days, to be able to turn from a college student of Qing Pheasant into such a sophisticated person, he must have gone through something unexpected. And everything that happened to Chen Fan would also repeat itself in Qingmei Shui's body, and it seemed that she was going to face encountering the same thing as Chen Fan. But she didn't dare to guarantee that she could face these things so steadily as Chen Fan did. Chatting away. It was already evening, and at this time a wave of drowsiness surged up, and Qingmei Shui felt her eyelids fighting. Without thinking too much about it, she went straight to sleep in a reclining chair in the house, a smile still lingering at the corners of her mouth. These days the only safest place to be is in your sleep. Chen Fan quietly watched his beloved woman sleep, a pleased smile on his face. Although his body was also tired, he didn't dare to be half negligent. He couldn't sleep yet. There was a hidden crisis within the copy. Nightfall was the most dangerous. He had to protect Qingmei Shui and always watch the surrounding movements. Just then, the windows in the room out a few more rubbing sounds. Looking for the sound, the dark night stood a monster, because the curtains were not drawn, so you can see the monster outside the window. Likewise, the monster outside the window can see them in the house. Chen Fan's heart was violently startled, and he directly drew out the demon sword Muramasa on his waist, and groped straight towards the entrance of the room. He slowed his pace to reduce the sound his feet made. He didn't want to disturb Qingmei Shui, who was already asleep in the middle of the night. This hard-won peace. Let her enjoy it. This short day, Qingmei Shui experienced too much. This monster outside the window, let him take care of it. Was the monster in the back room really as terrifying as the netizens had described? Chen Fan licked the tip of his blade. It was the right time to take advantage of this, and try the strength of the monster in the back room. Chen Fan had actually been impatient for a long time, and without Qing Mei Shui by his side, his burden had been lightened quite a bit, so he could just go all out and touch base with the monster. Chen Fan slowly pushed open the door of the room. Carrying his sword, he walked towards the window. At that moment the monster protruded right in front of him, and the two looked at each other in all directions. The monster let out a low roar while looking at Chen Fan. It was as if he was warning Chen Fan not to get close to him, or else he would definitely make Chen Fan suffer. A virtual monster that dares to shout at this great master? So what if you have the monolithic tower to back you up? Today, my lord is going to take you on to quench my hatred. A wicked smile swept across Chen Fan's face, and the smile was mixed with a slightly ghostly feeling. He had long wanted to try out the strength of the monsters within the backroom copy, at least so that he would have a bottom in his heart, and he didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. The darkness of the night blended with the monster in the back room. Observing from a distance, Chen Fan couldn't see the monster's appearance, so he stepped away and kept moving closer to right in front of him, and the knife in his hand was clenched a little tighter. If the monster in the back room dared to take the initiative to attack, Chen Fan would definitely draw his sword and slash up without hesitation. The monster also seemed to sense a very strong hostile intent, and kept letting out high-frequency roars, trying to scare Chen Fan away. Chapter 115. But how could Chen Fan be that kind of coward? The roar that the monster let out in turn inspired that desire to fight within him. We'll take this monster today. On the spur of the moment, Chen Fan rushed out. The speed of his feet was extremely fast, and in a puff of smoke, he scurried directly in front of the monster. This was finally a good look at the monster in its entirety. It could be said that its appearance was unimpressive, and perhaps describing the monster as unimpressive was a compliment. There were countless tentacles on the monster's body, and a sticky liquid remained on each of them, and the whole body was inky black, rather like an octopus, but the head was much smaller than an octopus, but the body size was far bigger than an octopus. Short for giant-like octopus monster. The octopus monster still kept on emitting high-frequency roars, but this did not have the slightest effect on Chen Fan. Instead, Chen Fan's steps were getting faster and faster. The octopus monster realizes that his warnings don't threaten his opponent, so he can only use his strength to bring him to his knees. In a flash, countless tentacles came straight towards Chen Fan. On the contrary, Chen Fan stood calmly where he was, his eyes staring deathly at every tentacle coming towards him. He could distinctly smell a very strong stench on these tentacles. The stench was like the smell of mold in a sewer. It was awful and pungent. The sword in Chen Fan's hand also swung. Suddenly the sword light and sword shadow flashed and scratched. Just at the moment when the tentacles were about to touch him, the countless tentacles actually broke directly and hard. The octopus monster seemed to have sensed the pain and immediately retracted its tentacles, its roar becoming more and more violent. Chen Fan frowned tightly and chided. "Shut up, you beast! Cheng Mei Shui is sleeping. If you dare to disturb her, I will let you die today." The octopus seemed to not understand what Chen Fan said, and the roar it made became louder and louder. This had pissed Chen Fan off. "You don't listen to me, do you? Then don't blame his men for not knowing what to do." On the spur of the moment, Chen Fan directly pointed one foot to the ground and rose up in the air. His body stalled in half-control for roughly a second or so. After determining the approximate position of the octopus monster, Chen Fan directly copied the knife and slashed at the octopus monster's head without hesitation. Almost instantly, the octopus monster in front of him directly split into two, and a very sticky liquid flowed out of the body wound. Chen Fan put away his knife and glanced coldly at the octopus monster in front of him. This monster in the back room was actually so unbeatable? It couldn't carry it after only a single stab? It was really not too much to describe it as a waste. But just as Chen Fan turned around and prepared to leave, a surprising scene occurred. The body of that octopus monster behind him was actually healing itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. This octopus monster turned out not to be killed and could still heal itself. It seemed a bit interesting. Just now, Chen Fan didn't even feel like warming up and felt a bit bored. But looking at the way things are going now, the show is about to get slow. At this moment, Chen Fan felt an unprecedented excitement. "Little sample! I didn't expect you to have two skills, but you still have to die for me. Chapter 116. Chen Fan's hand once again flashed the sharp edge of the demon sword Muramasa. The blade was glowing with a faint white light, and under the moonlight, the blade appeared even sharper, vaguely permeated with a feeling of cutting iron like mud. Only to see Chen Fan leaping up, his body suspended in the air, the knife in his hand slashing down fiercely, his movements decisive, without any delay. Obviously trying to kill this octopus monster in one blow. The octopus monster wasn't a good guy either, only to see it once again draw out countless tentacles and violently attack Chen Fan. However, Chen Fan did not panic, and as he watched the tentacles continue to approach, he reversed his blade, and the countless knives swung out once again. So cool! Countless tentacles fell from midair and dropped onto the ground. However, the tentacles seemed to be inexhaustible, constantly approaching Chen Fan. At this time, Chen Fan also landed on the ground from midair. The tentacles were still chasing after him. There were hundreds of tentacles cut down by Chen Fan, but the more tentacles he cut down, the speed of the octopus monster's growing tentacles became more and more on the contrary. What the hell is the principle? Is this guy undefeatable? It seems that the monster in this back room is a bit difficult to deal with for a while. Octopus monsters are extremely resilient, and their ability to heal themselves far exceeds their ability to grow. Animal? I don't believe I can't kill you! Chen Fan had actually dealt with this type of monster before, and the speed of self-healing was even faster than the octopus monster in front of him. The solution to this octopus brother was simple, and that was to kill it in an instant so that it had no chance to recover. Easy to say, but practically hard to do. It's never a three-way street. Moreover, after reliving his life, Chen Fan was not even 1/10 as strong as he was in his previous life. Whether it was equipment or skills, it was far less than his previous life. So dealing with such a monster that could heal itself was still a bit tricky. Didn't let that mess it up though. Now that we've pulled in the hate, I'm afraid it's impossible to get out of it. Both sides are bound to fight to the death. Chen Fan didn't expect that any random monster in the back room would be so difficult to deal with, and I was afraid that it would be as difficult as climbing up to heaven if he wanted to solve a similar 10 monsters. Blame the setting of the monolithic tower pit, how to also make a back room, this kind of strange place. Chen Fan really does not want to stay for a second more, always feel uncomfortable all over. While Chen Fan was pondering how to checkmate his enemy, countless tentacles attacked again. The situation was different now. One could no longer fight the octopus monster hard, it would consume a lot of stamina and it wasn't worth it. It might not have solved this octopus monster yet, and perhaps even exhausted itself early in advance. On the spur of the moment, he chose to avoid it, and not confront the octopus monster head-on. Of course, the octopus monster would not let Chen Fan live so simply. Seeing that he was going to run, the octopus monster drew out its tentacles and immediately chased after him. Although the octopus monster had a strong self-healing ability, there were major drawbacks in other areas, such as mobility. It moved slowly and its attacks didn't seem to be as strong as expected. Since there are drawbacks, there must also be weaknesses. Although Chen Fan was ostensibly running away, he was in fact constantly meandering around this fellow, pulling and pulling all the way to maintain the safest distance, not letting this octopus monster have a chance to harm himself. As long as this octopus monster leaked the slightest bit, Chen Fan would immediately kill it. After meandering for a long time, Chen Fan's stamina was obviously a bit exhausted. But the octopus monster was even more difficult. It was originally a creature that moved in the water, and now that it had been on land for so long, it was inevitably a bit uncomfortable. Moreover, the octopus monster's body was very large, and it was even more troublesome to move it. Now was the best time to decapitate this octopus monster. Chapter 117. The octopus monster seemed to realize the situation was bad and tried to turn around and run. But it's late. Since he was caught by Chen Fan, he should be prepared to die. Want to leave here alive? It's just an impossible thing. At this moment, Chen Fan immediately stopped his meandering steps and turned his head to face the octopus monster, the demon sword Muramasa in his hand held tightly. In a flash, several white waves of air were added to his body, and the waves caused the ground under his feet to sink in for a minute. Skill build-up activated. Chop. A knife cuts out. The skill storing power even brought Chen Fan's body, together moved forward tens of steps, the knife in his hand heavily chopped on the octopus monster's life door. The movement was so fast that the octopus monster couldn't react in time. Just one slash. The octopus monster directly exploded in pieces, turning into countless tiny fragments. There was even a viscous liquid that exploded out of its body and stained the highway. The slimy liquid was still writhing like some kind of excrement, and it was disgusting. Chen Fan couldn't help but cover his mouth and nose, lest he ingest any toxic gases. Maybe this octopus monster never figured out how he died until now. Unknown to him, he was accounted for in Chen Fan's hands. After solving a monster in the back room, Chen Fan had a feeling like he was relieved. In order to solve this octopus monster, Chen Fan could be said to have done his best. If he was accompanying that octopus monster to wear out, who would lose and who would win was really an indisputable thing. I didn't expect that it would be so hard to solve a nightmare-level copy monster now, so it seems that it's still not strong enough. If one was strong, dealing with these few little mole crickets was a matter of hand-to-hand combat. Just then, a mechanical tone suddenly flashed in Chen Fan's mind. Quest: eliminate 10 monsters in the back room with 10% progress. For the first moment, he froze, then immediately slowed down. It seems that the octopus monster he killed counted towards the total number of monsters that needed to be destroyed in the quest. Now that the progress bar had sort of moved slightly, it could also prove that Chen Fan's efforts had not been in vain. But solving one monster was so troublesome. If the remaining 9 monsters were to be dealt with by Chen Fan, I'm afraid it would be enough to wear him out. There's only one step to take now, and at least now a small step has been taken on the way to accomplishing the mission. That is, I don't know what happened to the other companions who entered the replica, whether they are alive or not. He could only pray in his heart that he would meet other people soon. Otherwise, Chen Fan's long-suspended heart could not be put down for a long time, and he did not want to see the newly formed Chargers Alliance have a shortage of members. These few patriarchs who had accompanied him in founding the Punchers had to live to see the end. Chen Fan raised his head and gazed at the sky. I didn't realize that the back room was made quite realistically, even the moon could be virtualized. I can't believe how far the aliens have come in their technological prowess. How big is the gap between Earth and them? Everything is an unsolved mystery. Chapter 118. Putting away the demon sword Muramasa, Chen Fan straightened up his dressing gauge and tentatively glanced into the house. The sound of the fight just now was not small, and he was afraid of disturbing Qing Mei Shue's rest, so when he approached the hut, he even deliberately slowed down his footsteps, trying his best to reduce the sound he made. Seeing that Qing Mei Shue was still asleep, Chen Fan sighed in relief as if he was relieved. It was midnight by now. Fighting with the octopus monster just now had taken a lot of time as well as energy, so much so that the current Chen Fan was a bit tired. The already tense nerves of the day, coupled with the overexertion of his physical strength, had left him a bit out of shape. So Chen Fan decided to take a good rest and prepare to continue the journey tomorrow. Before going to bed, Chen Fan left a heart and soul, locking the door of the room at the same time, also closed all the windows, and incidentally also pulled the curtains. Finally he lay down at the gate and fell asleep. As long as there was a little bit of wind and grass around, it couldn't escape his sharp awareness. If once a monster had the idea of trying to sneak attack, just a slight footstep might be able to startle Chen Fan. Chen Fan was very sensitive, and the main reason for this was that it was still tempered within the replica. There were often monster raids at night, and over time he had honed his sensitivity. It was like this until early morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone on Chen Fan's face. He dragged his lethargic body to stand up slowly. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he looked towards Qing Mei Shue in the living room recliner. Qing Mei Shue woke up very early. At this moment, she was looking straight at Chen Fan, her eyes full of love and admiration. Awake? Not going to sleep a little longer? Actually, Qing Mei Shue knew that Chen Fan went out for a long time last night, so in order not to disturb Chen Fan, she chose to pretend to be asleep. Chen Fan rubbed his shoulders and responded to Qing Mei Shue. No need. An inch of time is an inch of gold. An inch of gold can't buy you an inch of time. We still have a lot of things left to do. They are the ones who have a lot of things they haven't gotten to, and they really don't even have a clue about the back room right now. The first order of business is to find clues from the back room to complete the mission. Of course, the first and foremost task is still to find other teammates first. The people work together. The chances of completing the task will also be greater. Chung Mei Shui muttered something, and after cleaning up a little, she immediately went out to catch the road. Walking out the door, Chen Fan glanced around slightly twice. It's amazing. Where's the corpse of the monster from before? Why did it suddenly disappear after one night? It's weird. However, Chen Fan did not take this matter to heart, and so he continued to rush on. Each floor of the back room has unimaginable features. Like the town they are in now. There was actually not a single living figure within a large town, it was an empty city. There isn't even a single NPC for the monolithic tower setup. But this is a backroom space after all, and the lack of NPCs fits right in with the backroom setting. So Chen Fan didn't pay too much attention to this. They kept going along the highway, hoping to find a way out. But after driving around on the highway, once again, I came back to the same place. Chen Fan didn't believe it and turned around along the highway a few more times until noon, which was the 5th time he had returned to the original point. Why? Is it possible that this is also an infinite space, where no matter where you go, you will return to the starting point again? It seems that to get to the other levels, you still need to find the most crucial door. The door is the medium to the other layers. Chen Fan didn't even know until now which layer he was currently in. The only way to find clues is to search door to door for clues. Just then he noticed a sudden string of footsteps on the highway. Chapter 119. The feet are disorganized and of different sizes. Chen Fan froze, frozen in place watching the footprints for a long time. Could it be that there were other living people in this town? This is extremely likely. But nevertheless, Chen Fan still held the attitude of trying to find clues to the footprints. Just seeing the footprints leading to the hut in front of us broke the trail. It was assumed that the few living people should have gotten inside this small room. Is the opponent a living person or an NPC inside the monolithic tower? This question instantly entangled Chen Fan, and his footsteps stopped right in front of the house. Assuming that what was inside the house was a few monsters, wouldn't he just go in like that and get himself killed for nothing? So Chen Fan was a bit hesitant. At the first opportunity he still chose to explore the house first. It was a good thing that the curtains weren't drawn, so Chen Fan took the great risk of lying on the windowsill and looking in. But the room was dark and it was hard to see what was really there. In the end, Chen Fan decided to bravely walk through the gate. He first signaled Chung Mei Shui to stay on the road teeth. The farther away from this house, the better, if there is any unexpected situation. As long as you watch Chen Fan run out, Chung Mei Shui also good to have a buffer time. After finishing everything, Chen Fan pushed open the door of the room in front of him. Cackle! The sound of the door being pushed echoed through the cabin. Chen Fan held his breath and clenched his teeth, minimizing the possibility of him making a sound. Meanwhile, his eyes looked straight into the interior of the hut. In a flash, Chen Fan always felt that there were several pairs of eyes staring straight at him, but Chen Fan's back was turned to the sunlight outside the house, and the few people in the house couldn't see what he looked like. Just as Chen Fan took a step toward entering the house, suddenly something sparkling suddenly flashed in front of him. Fixing my eyes, I saw that it was actually a knife. The knife came straight at Chen Fan's face. Chen Fan cursed, then his body flicked out and directly dodged. Can really have a scare, if by this knife to cut, when the time to disfigure again, and the same as in his previous life, he does not want to repeat the mistake, must be well protected this handsome face. After dodging past the flying daggers, Chen Fan was sure that there must be someone in the house who didn't dare to lay a hand on him in the open. Since it was a human being, the heart hanging in Chen Fan's heart sort of fell. At least it wasn't the monster inside the back room. Could it be that the ones inside this room would be the players of this copy? Or maybe it's an NPC from the monolithic tower setting? It's all possible. Thus, Chen Fan directly turned around and backhanded the door behind him, and in the darkened room, he could hear a few faint breaths. The breathing was rapid, and it looked like it should have been intense. It seems there are quite a few people hiding in the shadows, at least 3. I'm not the monster inside the back room, you guys don't hide either, if you have the ability to come out and fight head on. Chen Fan directly shouted angrily into the air. He did this to provoke the other side as well. Suddenly a few sparse voices came out of the clutter on the side. Chen Fan looked for the sound and someone's head emerged from the clutter. Chen Fan? Couldn't see the man's face though. But the voice was particularly familiar. Chapter 120. Chen Fan followed suit and answered in surprise, calling his name? The other party must know him. When it comes down to it, who could it really be? Without waiting for Chen Fan to think of a reason, the lights inside the hut suddenly lit up. Several people suddenly crawled out from within the surrounding clutter. At first glance, wasn't this precisely the remaining few members of the Punchers' Alliance? Liao Yong took the brunt and put his hand on Chen Fan's shoulder, his smiling appearance causing Chen Fan's heart to well up with a burst of warmth. Chen Fan never dreamed that he would actually run into a few of them under such opportune circumstances, and he couldn't even believe his eyes. What he experienced within the backroom copy this time was too much, and for the first time, Chen Fan felt the disadvantages of not having a teammate by his side. Before Liao Yong had time to stir up emotions, Chen Fan backhanded a tackle to directly subdue Liao Yong under himself. Just now that knife as you threw towards me, right? I did not expect the hand is quite ruthless. Almost small life will be planted in your hands. We are what has a deep hatred, to me under such a heavy hand. Of course, Chen Fan knew that Liao Yong didn't do it on purpose. Chen Fan guessed that they should have encountered a monster attack as well, and that was why they were on guard, or else they certainly wouldn't have thrown out a knife indiscriminately and directly. Phew! Letting go hurts. Ouch! 3 or 2 times Liao Yong broke free from his bonds, then touched his head with a smiling face and continued to Chen Fan. I thought it was a monster inside the back room, and in my haste I threw out the knife in my hand, but I didn't think it would actually be you. Sure enough, it was exactly as Chen Fan had guessed. After a little banter between the two of them, the atmosphere in the cabin eased up a lot. The remaining 2 had their hearts much more solid after seeing Chen Fan. After going through all these storms, they had completely taken Chen Fan as a leader, and whenever Chen Fan made a move, he was able to turn danger into safety. So Yu Lei and Lu Ruyan were respecting Chen Fan from the bottom of their hearts, even though he was just a college student whose hair hadn't even grown. Just then, there was suddenly a violent knocking on the door outside the house. Everyone looked toward the door, and their faces changed in unison. Open the door for me. If you don't open the door again, don't blame me for not being polite. I advise you to hurry up and release the people who just went in. I've already brought people here. Don't blame me for not giving you face. On the count of 3. The voice outside the door was none other than Qingmei Shui. Just now, Chen Fan had been shushing the other members of the Chargers in the house, completely forgetting that there was still a Qingmei Shui outside the house. As soon as he thought of Qingmei Shui, Chen Fan directly ran to the front door in 3 steps and opened the door with force. Seeing that the door was opened, Qingmei Shui consciously took a step back. She could still be an unarmed little girl, so if she ran into something she probably wouldn't be able to run in time. Yet she was willing to give everything for Chen Fan. Auntie, I'm not in the least bit fine. Come on in, the house is full of our own people. Chen Fan pulled Qingmei Shui's hand. Before Qingmei Shui could understand what was going on, she pulled into the house. Meanwhile, the other people in the room reached out to greet Qingmei Shui with smiling faces, but there was a hidden awkwardness in the air. Liao Yong had a bright idea and took a big step forward to hook up with Chen Fan, then introduced Qingmei Shui's identity to the crowd. This is the daughter-in-law that Chen Fan found in the university. Looks watery, right? I really envy this kid. He can still find such a beautiful daughter-in-law with such a bearish look. Hearing this, Chen Fan gritted his back teeth. Where was he bad? Why was he described so poorly by Liao Yong? Chapter 121. Speaking of this, Qingmei Shui also lowered her head. She didn't bother to defend this matter, but rather shyly lowered her head, her face filled with redness. Now that everyone is together, it's time to discuss the most crucial things. How to complete the quests within the backroom copy. Chen Fan asked what they had gone through yesterday. Don't ask, don't tell. Liao Yong and a few of them experienced more yesterday. Their birth points were in the same plane, and they didn't have to go more than a few steps before they met. When they first entered the replica, they also investigated the situation in the backroom a bit like a clueless person. But they were unlucky that the birth point was a monster's lair. Before they could take a few steps out, all sorts of monsters surrounded them. At that time, that scene was enough to be described as shocking. Chen Fan had once told a few of them that when they encountered monsters that they couldn't beat within the copy, their first reaction was to run, and only stupid fools would fight these monsters hard. As a result, later on, Liao Yong took a few of them and ran towards the weakest part of the encirclement. If it wasn't for Liao Yong's superior skill, maybe all of them would have planted themselves in that hellhole. But in the end, there was a shocking escape. Just as they were escaping, they saw a small room with a door in front of them. They had been pushed to the brink, there was no way back, so they were forced to open the door and rush in. Once inside, you come to this town. According to the timeline, Liao Yong and the others came to the town much earlier than Chen Fan. Of course, last night, Liao Yong and the others were also attacked by the monster's raid, but in the end, he was driven away. That's why they're wary. All in all, it's a blessing that there were no accidents. Chen Fan informed the others of what he had experienced, exchanging information in hand with each other. Of course, it was actually Chen Fan who had more information, and he had been the one who had been speaking incessantly from beginning to end. Chen Fan in this matter was like a leader. It didn't take long for his speech to come to a close. As far as I can see, to map out the back room, you still have to search floor by floor until you finally find that so-called safe house. After saying that, Chen Fan took out a little bit of supplies and distributed it to his other partners. I don't think you guys have eaten yet, so hurry up and eat, get your spirits up to the best they can be, and then we'll be on our way. Chen Fan did not mince words and took out almost all of his private stash of supplies. That's just the way he is, and since we're all partners already, there's no need to keep it hidden. The members of the Chargers Alliance looked at Chen Fan with a look of gratefulness. To be honest, they were indeed hungry. The physical exertion within the replica was too great, and there was not enough food to replenish them, causing their bodies to be a bit limp and weak right now. Chen Fan didn't say anything and just quietly looked out the window. The first order of business was to find the gate that amounted to a medium. There were no supplies in this town, and they didn't have many more with them now, so they could probably hold out for another day or so. So it's important to find the next storage point for supplies and replenish the resource problem. Chapter 122. After everyone had replenished their status, they slightly organized their own equipment and set off straight away. The group arrived in the town, now in the afternoon. If they delayed any further, by night they would be forced to stay in the town again for the night, and it would be dangerous and inconvenient to travel at night, in which case they would be delayed for another day, which was very uneconomical. So the best solution is to find the door to the next level of the realm before it gets dark. Now they were like a headless fly with no semblance of a clue. When they ran into the door before, it was all unintentional and suddenly appeared in front of them. Now if you look hard enough, you won't find it at all. They split up and rummaged through the entire town, unable to find the gate to the other levels. Like today, it's almost dark too. It seems that we will have to borrow another night in the town. It was dark on the way back. They walked down the highway, picking up their pace slightly. It was dangerous in the dark and they had to get back to the house as soon as possible. Say what you want. Just as everyone was burying their heads in the sand, a shadow suddenly appeared directly in front of them. Immediately after that, countless shadows appeared out of thin air around them, and these shadows were constantly growling lowly and moving forward slowly, obviously preparing to surround them. Liao Yong clenched his teeth and cursed in a low voice, and now he also clenched his hand. With this situation in front of us, it seemed like a vicious battle was inevitable. It was necessary to stand out and return to the hut as soon as possible, or else the monsters gathering around them would become more and more numerous. They would definitely not be able to run away, and by then they would all become the food of these monsters. But in a queue of 5, only Chen Fan and Liao Yong had any fighting ability. So the two of them wrapped up the task of playing the lead, also giving orders. The other 3 were ordered to wait until they broke out of the encirclement and had to run forward without looking back. After the division of labor was completed, Chen Fan once again gripped the demon sword Muramasa tightly in his hand. With the experience of dealing with the monsters last time, Chen Fan had a certain understanding of the monsters in the back room, so he would definitely be more comfortable dealing with them. Liao Yong had also fought with the monsters in the back room and had a certain understanding of how they attacked. In the end, Chen Fan and Liao Yong looked at each other for a moment before charging out directly towards the front. Run! Chen Fan ran forward while not forgetting to remind the other teammates behind him. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Chen Fan had already gotten close to a monster, and without even thinking about it, he directly slashed heavily at this monster's body. Although the shapes of these monsters in front of him were different from the octopus monsters he had encountered before, their approximate performance was still exactly the same, and they were also able to heal themselves. After having Liao Yong as a capable helper, Chen Fan's task of dealing with these monsters was eased a bit. The two worked in unison, and in 3 tries, they took care of a monster directly in front of them. But in order to deal with this monster, Chen Fan's physical strength was also consumed by nearly half. Liao Yong's situation was slightly better, but not much better. Just then, an opening appeared in the encirclement as well. So he took Qing Mei Shue's hand and ran forward without looking back. Suddenly, a gate appeared on the highway directly ahead. Chapter 123. This door appeared out of thin air again. There was no time to be surprised. This door was their hope. The monsters behind them were in hot pursuit, and right in front of them came out of nowhere an untold number of monsters. If they didn't open the door and go in before, they were bound to be surrounded by monsters again. After approaching the door, Chen Fan did not hesitate for half a second and directly opened the door, leading Qing Mei Shui to jump over. Suddenly a strong sense of dizziness swept over Chen Fan's entire body, and he only felt that his body was limp and weak before he fainted. When he woke up again, he was already in another dimension. He rubbed his bleary eyes and glanced back at his side. Thankfully his teammates were still there, and hadn't been harmed in any way. Meanwhile, the teammates woke up one by one, and they were initially as blinded as Chen Fan, curiously surveying the place. This floor seems to be an underground garage, and is particularly empty. There were puddles of standing water on the ground and a constantly flickering white light bulb overhead. At least this place has light. Light equals hope shining into the hearts of all. Not being able to rest any longer, Chen Fan hurriedly greeted the remaining few people and told them to quickly go and investigate the situation on this floor. The underground garage was a large space, the size of 2 soccer fields. After exploring around, there didn't seem to be any monsters here, so the crowd's hanging hearts were released. Well, at least there's a little peace and quiet. This underground garage was surrounded on all sides by walls sealed with cement, and it smelled very strongly of mold. Chen Fan wiped his nose slightly, and racked his brain to think about what the end of this place was. At this time, Yulei suddenly spoke. He was silent for a long time, as if he knew a little about the situation. As an architectural engineer, I used to follow what was being said about back rooms on the internet, and to put it simply, I'm actually an avid fan of back rooms. The space we're in now is very much like the statements I used to make on the forum. This space seems to have been created by me. Once that was said, everyone was a bit finicky about how coincidental it was. At the beginning of the encounter, Chen Fan shakes out everything he's learned, including the clue that the boulder setting is the back room of the internet. But unexpectedly, this guess of Chen Fan's was actually confirmed now. It's a bit of a fine line to think about it this way. Since the monolith can delve into everything about the internet, is everyone's personal information now in his hands as well? Highly likely. Is there a clue to this secret room you created? Or perhaps you should know how to leave this place. Chen Fan walked to Yulei's side and patted his shoulder and said. Yulei was instead startled for a moment, and his body couldn't stop trembling. He knew a way out of this dimension, but it was dangerous. In the end, under Chen Fan's forced questioning, Yulei could only give the whole truth. It's easy to get out of this chamber. We each stand at the corner and keep walking in the same direction until someone touches something and we're out of here? Of course the thing touched is unknown. It could be a monster, or it could be the door to leave. As soon as he said that, Yulei lowered his head, and he seemed to have a sense of self-blame. But Chen Fan didn't blame him. Instead he said to him with a smiling face, "Then let's work together to break through this hurdle. Having you there can ease a lot of the burden for us." Chapter 124. Having a key person who understands the construction of the back room is the equivalent of pie in the sky for them, an absolute blessing. Nowadays, they didn't have much information about the back room, and if they could gain some understanding of the back room, they thought that it would be easier to complete the 3 tasks set by the monolithic tower. The underground garage couldn't stay for long, there were no supplies here, and spending time here would eventually exhaust his physical strength, so he had to follow what Yulei had said and use a special method to find a medium to other levels. After Yulei slightly introduced the process, this time the plan directly excluded Qingmei Shui. First of all, Qingmei Shui was a newcomer who had just entered a copy of the monolithic tower, and she didn't know much about everything in the monolithic tower, so if she was a little careless, she might get hurt. Secondly, this time, the planned mission only required 4 people to complete, rightfully excluding Qingmei Shui. Qingmei Shui didn't say anything either. She knew that Chen Fan was just caring about her, that's why he made such a decision. After all, she was just an unarmed girl, and helping would be more than helpful. After the division of labor was completed, the 4 members of the Punchers Alliance stood toward each of the 4 corners of the underground garage. There is a lot of space inside the basement, so it takes a lot of time to walk from one corner to another. If something bad happened along the way, the remaining few teammates couldn't possibly support them in a short period of time, so they had to find a way to defend themselves. It was a good thing that the underground garage was airy on all sides, and there was still bright light, so you could at least see that there were people standing in the remaining corners. If one of the 4 of them triggered the hidden organ, the remaining 3 would swarm to help. Now all 4 of them were not what they used to be. First of all, they had the skills rewarded by the monolithic tower on their side, coupled with the body that had been worked out under the previous high-intensity training. Their strength had long since skyrocketed. Even the weakest Lu Rian might be able to get tough with a grown man. At the same time, Yulei introduced the rules at the top of his voice. No turning back in the middle, you must keep your head down and walk forward until you touch something. They could only listen to Yulei and do as he said. After all, this secret room was constructed by his hand, and there was no one in the whole world who could know this secret room better than him. For a moment the crowd nodded, first looking back, and after Yulei gave the order, all of them lowered their heads and followed the rules, keeping their heads down as they walked forward. To be honest, at first, I didn't feel a scary atmosphere rendered around me in this underground garage. But as soon as I lowered my head and kept going without looking at the road ahead, there was an inexplicable horror. Because you can't raise your head, you don't know what's going on around you, especially since there will often be gusts of evil wind blowing in your ears, giving you the creeps. The ceremony has begun. There is no turning back, and there is no way to escape from here without completing this ritual. No one wanted to be trapped in such a dark place, they just wanted to escape early. The backroom copy was just too torturous. It's going to be 10 days inside the backroom copy. These 10 days were a nightmare, every second would be torture. Chen Fan was also worried about the mental problems of the others. After all these things, they must be physically and mentally exhausted. But the most important thing right now is to get the hell out of here. Chen Fan really didn't want to stay in this underground garage for a minute. Time was passing slowly, and the 4 of them kept their heads down as they walked forward, turning corners as usual when they came across them, and it was good to see that so much time had passed without anything halfway out of the ordinary happening. Qingmei Shui had been standing in the middle of the underground garage observing the situation, nervously clutching the lapel of her coat, her palms still sweating from time to time. She had already experienced the horrors of the backroom copy, and had gained some understanding of the monolithic tower, and was worried about what might happen to the 4 of them. Just then, the light bulbs in the underground garage all flickered in unison, the lights flickered and dimmed, the atmosphere was very weird. There was a little hiccup, but it still didn't stop their ceremony. Chapter 125. Suddenly, Chen Fan could only feel a gust of wind power cutting through his side, and along with that gust came a choking odor. Chen Fan lifted his nose in question, and immediately felt his stomach flip. What's that smell? It's almost more lethal than the stinky socks he's been harboring for 18 years, it's disgusting. Chen Fan directly raised his hand to cover his mouth and nose. Just then, he felt as if he had hit his head on something that had been against him, unable to continue to move forward by half a step. Been? By me. Chen Fan was shocked in his heart. He didn't even need to think about it. It should be that he had stumbled upon something hidden in the secret room. He didn't half hesitate. He just lifted his head and shot a glance directly ahead of him. Find out if what you've come across is a monster or a medium to other levels. The moment Chen Fan looked up, he regretted it. There was a pair of dark eyes staring straight at him in front of him. At first, Chen Fan froze for 2 seconds, and after realizing that the situation was not right, he directly exclaimed loudly, and then took 2 steps backward without haste. His pupils contracted violently, and it was only then that he took in the appearance of the monster in front of him. Honestly, like a slime, but more like a piece of shit, all slimy and moving around on the ground. The look is not too intimidating, and there's a sense of contrast and dorkiness. Hearing Chen Fan's exclamation, everyone subconsciously raised their heads to look for the sound. After seeing the monster's figure, the remaining few people didn't dare to slack off in the slightest and ran towards Chen Fan in a fiery hurry. Chen Fan also pulled out the knife on his waist, at least to defend himself before his teammates arrived. Not sure how aggressive this slime is right now. But the monsters in the back room are no good. As expected, before the rest of his teammates arrived, this slime directly popped towards Chen Fan. Because it was so elastic, this slime popped up so high that all of a sudden the top of his head was next to the ceiling. Chen Fan had no time to care about this and desperately tried to pull away from a safe distance. Although this slime's movements were slow, the distance between one bounce was far, and in a flash of effort it appeared in front of Chen Fan again. Chen Fan simply stopped escaping and directly chose to fight this slime hard. If you run away, you'll be caught up, so it's better to just tough it out for nothing. Only to see him slash directly at the slime's body. The slime's surface skin was brittle, and it split it in two in one go, but then something amazing happened. A viscous liquid flowed out of the slime's body, and the body recovered once again. It's different from the previous octopus monster. The octopus monster has strong healing abilities, and swords can hurt it. But the slime didn't have the ability to heal, it just had a strange body structure, and the swords didn't seem to be able to hurt it. Chapter 126. Who cares, cut it down. Chen Fan's hand was heavier than once, and even his arm couldn't stop shaking twice when he chopped. But each slash didn't pose a single threat to the slime. Instead, it fueled the slime. Since the knife in his hand didn't work, Chen Fan simply used his fists directly, only to see him directly retract the demon sword Muramasa and swing his fists instead. Two sandbag-sized fists kept dangling in front of the slime. In fact, Chen Fan's greatest strength was not his sword skill, but his fists. In his previous life, he was not accustomed to using a sword, and when he climbed the tower in a copy, from the most ordinary copy all the way up to the nightmare-level copy, he had always fought his way through with his two fists. Of course it was different now. Chen Fan's fists were flimsy, instead borrowing some weapons could drastically increase his combat power. Chen Fan threw his punches quickly. Swish is two punches. The two punches slammed heavily into the slime's body, but were however bounced right back, forcing Chen Fan to also take a few steps back before stabilizing himself. I didn't expect this slime to be so amazing in the area of defense. Chen Fan was a bit annoyed in his heart, and immediately rolled up his sleeves and copied his fists. In a flash of lightning, Chen Fan carried his fist and swung out dozens of punches to the flesh, and gusts of wind-breaking sounds came out. However, it didn't help. The slime was not threatened, but instead grew much more rampant. Chen Fan cursed under his breath. This slime had been draining his stamina. He had to delay until his other teammates came to support him. If he wanted to solve this slime, I'm afraid that he would have to wait for Liao Yong to come together and combine his efforts, and to solve this slime, he would have to utilize the stored power skill. Nowadays, the only thing that can cause maximum damage is skill buildup, and other irrelevant moves are just scratching an itch for slimes. Chen Fan had been meandering around this slime. It didn't take long for a few of the remaining teammates to arrive. Liao Yong directly made an arrow step coupled with a punch and directly twisted with slime. Because Liao Yong still had a finger tiger in his hand, he was still comfortable dealing with slimes. But it didn't take long for the drawbacks to become apparent. Liao Yong's stamina was bleeding out in measured amounts, and his attacks didn't seem to be dealing fatal blows to the slimes, they kept tickling them. Liao Yong was also annoyed. The first time he ran into such a difficult guy, it did seem a little out of his depth. If one could be a little more powerful, one could definitely take this slime. Chen Fan also sighed a bit. If he had 1/10 of the strength of his previous life, he wouldn't be unable to help this slime. Still, let's face it. Chen Fan recuperated a little, then called out to Liao Yong. Help me stall for a little bit of time. I'm going to give this slime a taste of a big move. Liao Yong also immediately understood. Of course he knew what Chen Fan meant. After all, he had worked together so many times, and he already knew the tricks of both sides like the back of his hand. Instead of responding, he kept on meandering with the slime in front of him, keeping a safe distance between them. Chen Fan did not choose to use the demon sword Muramasa to build up his power. He found that the sharper something was, the less powerful it was for slimes. This is exactly what softness is all about. He set up both fists and swung them around his waist, clearly in a punching stance, with a grandiose aura and waves of chi emanating from the soles of his feet. Now for the skill of storing power. Chen Fan was also familiar with it, and became more and more comfortable with it after using it many times. Chapter 127. It was only that he had to be weak for a while after every time he used his skill to build up his power. The longer the delay, Liao Yong appeared to be even more overwhelmed. After all, people are made of flesh, not iron, and it was impossible for him to delay the slime for too long with his own strength. It didn't take long for Liao Yong to show his decline. His stamina was declining and he was afraid that he couldn't support himself for much longer. The slime's attack also became more and more violent. It seemed as if it smelled a sense of crisis in Chen Fan's body, which was why it launched such a strong attack. Time was passing by minute. Chen Fan's forehead was constantly dripping with bean-sized beads of sweat. He wanted to try how fierce the limit of the stored power was. Qingmei Shui on the side also clenched her hands, nervous for them. "Fuck this shit. Die for me," Chen Fan angrily rebuked twice. The current him had already lasted to his limit, and if he continued to build up his strength, it would only have an effect on his body. With his current physical condition, he couldn't load too much energy at all, so he had to release it. The words landed. Chen Fan's fist fiercely blasted out, and even his body took off. The sound of the breaking wind was ear-splitting, and there was even some distortion in space. He could also feel that the power that erupted from this punch was enough to rival that of his previous life before he was reborn. Boom! The entire underground garage was shaking. It was evident how powerful the punch was. Again, the slime reversed, and the fist landed on its body. 1 second it was fine, but in the next instant, the slime's body directly exploded in pieces. The entire underground garage was stained with the debris it had dropped, along with a very strong stench. It's like that rural outhouse septic tank smell, very strong and pungent. Chen Fan momentarily wondered a bit if this slime's body was a piece of shit. Also kind of regret using your fists. It always feels like you're permeated with a bad odor from your fists. This is nothing more than a hiccup. After solving this slime, their crisis was sort of over. At the same time, the beeping of the monolithic tower sounded in his head once again. Shows that 0.2% of the task progress has been completed. It's another small step on the road to success. After resolving the slimes, doors to other levels suddenly appeared in front of them as well. Chen Fan couldn't help but open the door. He really didn't want to stay in the underground garage for one more second. Every second he experienced here was his greatest torture, especially with the strong stench that permeated the place. But Yulei stopped them. Now that Yulei is the only one who knows something about the back room, of course he has to make a little speech. At the same time, don't want to watch the brigade go astray. Now that they were extremely physically exhausted, they had to find a material storage point, and Yulei definitely knew clearly which floor the material storage point was on. I don't have too much information about the material storage points right now. I only know that there might be material storage points on floors 10 to 30. And there are other material storage points, most of which are scattered all over within the other floors, so I guess we'll have to fight our luck if we want to get the supplies. Chapter 128. Luck again? Chen Fan didn't want to fight for luck anymore. When he triggered the skill dodge before, it was by luck, and every time he dodged the fatal blow without any danger. Chen Fan now thought about it all a little spine-chilling. If the dodge skill was not triggered at that time, would he now become a cold corpse lying inside the copy? He didn't want to leave his fate to luck. If he wanted everything, he had to earn it. This time, he decisively rejected Yulei. We can't rely purely on luck. If we don't find the supply depository by luck, then we'll all die here. You're thinking about if there's a better way. The air seemed to stand still for a few seconds after saying that. Yulei was also in the middle of deep thought. He was thinking about the problem and how to solve the problem of supplies. After a long time, Yulei slowly raised his head. His eyes flashed with a flash of brilliance, as if he had thought of a good way. Fanzi, did you go to the 10-30th floor's material storage point in the beginning? Yulei said with a happy face, then took an arrow step forward and clutched Chen Fan's hand with a deadly grip. Chen Fan was a bit embarrassed, and nodded after shaking off his hand. He was a bit puzzled as to what Yulei meant by this. He had indeed been to the 17th floor warehouse, and there were indeed supplies stored there. And according to that manual, it's not just the 17th floor that's a storage point for supplies, but the entire 10th to 30th floors are stocked with supplies. Yulei also seemed to have been awakened, wandering from side to side, constantly walking back and forth, and every now and then he had to drag his chin, as if he was pondering some very serious question. After a few minutes had passed, he once again raised his head and gazed at Chen Fan, saying, "Actually, your birth point at the beginning was the first floor of the back room, and we were unlucky enough to have a birth point that wasn't on the first floor." Chen Fan didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, and touched his head with a puzzled face, wanting Yulei to continue explaining. Yulei also seemed to feel that what he said was a bit esoteric, and continued to explain. "It's actually very simple. The first level is the starting point, and it can lead to many places. When you were able to lead to the other levels, it was because of the first level. As long as we can go back to the first level, and find the medium that leads to the other levels, then we will be able to once again lead to the 10-17th floors of the material storage point." What Yulei said was still a bit profound. But however Chen Fan heard it. The idea is to go back to Chen Fan's starting point again, and then find the room where the manual is stored, and they can use that medium to get to where the supplies are stored. But then how do you get to the first level? Chen Fan brought this out. However, Yulei just laughed. "This secret room was created by me. I must be more familiar with it than the giant stone tower, and I'm afraid that by 1,000 calculations the giant stone tower would never have thought that this secret room would be created by me." Everyone kept staring at Yulei with wide eyes, and for a moment they felt that he was a bit of a deep-rooted person, and after experiencing these several replica quests, not only had he grown a bit in terms of guts, but he was even able to share the team's worries. "When I finished creating this chamber in the first place, I also added at the end that this door, if opened from the opposite direction, could lead to another place." Obviously, Yulei was selling out. Immediately after that he didn't continue to explain. Just one man walked to the other side of the door, then reached out and pushed it open, signaling the others to follow him in. Chen Fan and the others didn't hesitate for half a second and went in after him. In an instant, Chen Fan had the sensation of a swollen brain and a feeling of dizziness. It was this feeling again. Chen Fan was a bit disgusted. It felt like after a roller coaster ride, his stomach turned over and his consciousness became blurred. When they opened their eyes again, they had already arrived in another dimension. This time there was no complete fainting like last time, just a feeling of dizziness. Chapter 129. The feeling didn't last long. When he opened his eyes again, Chen Fan felt that his eyes stung, and the strong light shone in his eyes, making it a bit hard for him to open them. At the same time, he also blurred out a few people around him. After adjusting to the glare a little, he got a good look at the scene around him. This space was familiar, the same as the space that he had come to after leaving the first level before. In the same way as that space, there are 4 doors directly in front of it. Each leads to a different level. The first 3 lead to some insignificant levels, and the most important is the last door, which is the door to the first level. Without even thinking about it, the crowd headed toward the last door in unison. Chen Fan stood at the front. He was the only one here who was most familiar with the first floor. Thus, Chen Fan slowly pushed open the door and walked in. Once again, the hood is back on the first level. Exactly as before, the lights on the first level were yellow, as were the walls around them. The floors were still sticky, and the air still smelled of rot and mold. Chen Fan pondered for a moment, and led the crowd to look for clues. After knowing all about the first floor, in less than half a bell's time, Chen Fan and his group found the small room with the door. Chen Fan pushed open the door and walked in without even thinking. Unlike before, this room was empty instead of manuals and tables and chairs. "Let's go!" Chen Fan chanted in a low voice, and once again reached out to push open the door. Truth be told, he was a little tired of being tortured by this backroom copy. Throughout his previous life, the back room was definitely one of the most troublesome of the copies he'd stumbled upon. Nothing too threatening, but a bit of a brain burner. Chen Fan only felt his brain cells burning. It's a good thing he's got a smart head on his shoulders, or he wouldn't have gotten into the top-rated Southwestern University. After completing the mission this time, he must take a good rest for a while, mainly because this body of his now couldn't afford to be tossed around with such high intensity. After all, the physical fitness of the present is still not comparable to that of his previous life. Push the door back. Once again they were displaced to another level. It's the same space as before again, picking levels. The 17th floor is still in the options this time. Without any half-hearted hesitation, the group directly pushed open the door of the 17th floor and walked in. Once again, the circle came to the warehouse. It was a good thing that there were still a lot of resources stored in the warehouse, enough to fill up a corner. Last time it was only inconvenient, so Chen Fan didn't have the means to take the extra supplies away. If he had the means, he would have hated to take the whole hut. But nah, he doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. But now that all the members of the Punchers Alliance were present, it was possible to take out plenty of supplies this time, preferably enough to eat for 10 days at a time. Chapter 130. After a unanimous decision by all, it was decided to rest for the night in the warehouse and set out tomorrow to find a safe house. Inside the warehouse, there was food and drink. It was like a place of heaven on earth, and the main thing was that there were no monsters in this part of the warehouse. Monsters didn't seem to refresh in this place, which was definitely a rare good thing for them. In the middle of the night, everyone got together to discuss how to accomplish the mission. In fact, the most important of the 3 missions is to find the so-called safe house. Task 3 and Task 2 complement each other. It doesn't really matter about Quest 3, just get your hands dirty and kill a few monsters every now and then. Although the monsters in the back room were stronger, Liao Yong and Chen Fan paired up and could hunt at least 3 monsters a day, as the stored power skill could only be used 3 times a day. If there was an unlimited number of times, Chen Fan would be able to complete Task 3 in a day, but it would however require a great deal of physical strength. Of course, Yulei also described that so-called safe house. A safe house is a level where monsters are unlikely to appear. Like some of the levels they've been to, there are actually levels that don't have monsters. In fact, they're mainly hunted by people who enter the back rooms. That's how it's set up in the internet, so the same goes for the templates that Monolithic Towers moved and copied. This is where the difference between a safe house and a warehouse comes in. It can be said that a safe house is a level outside the back room, undisturbed by the area of the back room. If you want to get to the safe house, there may be only one way, and that is to go to the 999th floor. Every 1,000 floors past the rear chamber is a threshold. Behind the door on the 999th floor could be the safe house they want. But all of this is nothing more than a point of view inferred by Liao Yong, or need them to be true with their actions. After all, he'd never experienced any of this himself in a light way, except that he'd read everything there was to say about back rooms on the posting forums. But these clues were already enough for Chen Fan and the others anyway. At least it was much better than having no clues. Now that they had a clue, it would be more convenient to act, and they wouldn't keep wandering around the back room like a headless fly like before. After a long discussion, all of them were sleepy and each found a comfortable place to sleep. The things they had experienced in the past 2 days were too much, and they really needed a little time to digest what they had experienced, or else sooner or later their nerves would get tense. In his previous life before his rebirth, because he couldn't accept the fact of the monolithic tower, people would often have mental breakdowns because of it, and the mental hospitals at that time were abuzz. Chen Fan didn't want to see this happen to the Chargers Alliance he had formed. He just needed all the members to have the strength to protect themselves. It's such a simple idea. Now that Qing Mei Shui also knew something about the monolithic tower, Chen Fan was also considering whether or not to recruit her into the Chargers Alliance as well. Coming in this way is a protection for her as well. After all, she was still an unarmed girl who hadn't really grown up and still needed time to hone her skills, and it was just in the meantime that the Punchers Alliance could act as an umbrella. Since Chen Fan had been reborn in a new life, he had also secretly resolved long ago that he would never let those around him be bullied in the slightest, especially inside the monolithic tower. In this life he's going to face the monolithic tower head-on. Struggle with megalithic towers. I'm afraid the idea is absurd, but ants united can trip an elephant, so why can't he trip a megalithic tower? although the current him was so small that the monolithic tower wanted to get rid of him as simple as getting rid of an ant. But one day he will grow to heights that were untouchable in his previous life. By the latter part of the night, everyone drifted off to sleep. Chen Fan was also exhausted to the point of falling asleep directly in the past 2 days. He slept soundly this sleep, knowing that early the next morning, a few of the rest of the guys were already geared up before waking him up. They saw that Chen Fan was sleeping too soundly, so they didn't bother to wake him up. After all, Chen Fan had given too much for them these days, and it was time to sympathize with him as an ally. After Chen Fan had packed up as well, they were once again fully loaded and ready to go. There are still 4 doors directly in front of the warehouse. The first 2 doors Chen Fan and Ching Mei Shui had already explored, and there was nothing special about them. Right now it's time to explore the realm behind the other 2 doors. Before that, Chen Fan still asked Yulei beforehand. After all, he knew more about the situation in the back room. There was nothing wrong with asking him more. Which door should we choose? Before uttering this question, Chen Fan described the world behind the other 2 doors to Yulei. Yulei nodded with seeming understanding and began to ponder again, apparently rummaging through his memory for some important clue. The rest of the few people didn't bother him. Nowadays Yulei was the centerpiece of the team. Without him, they'd probably still be out of reach with supplies right now. On this trip, each of them carried ample supplies on them. I think it will last 7 or 8 days. Time gradually passed by minute, and originally Yulei's tightly wrinkled eyebrows were gradually stretching, finally revealing a smile while raising his hand to slowly point at the last door. My gut tells me to pick the last door. Chen Fan revealed an expression of difference. So Yulei was guessing all along? Intuition? Chen Fan didn't dare to try. He didn't dare to believe in luck anymore, because luck always runs out one day. You don't intuition, how about not consider, in the end choose which door, you seriously say. Chen Fan's tone became a touch more serious. Yulei also revealed an awkward smile. Finally, he nodded and continued. To get to the 999th level, we must definitely go all the way up to the higher levels first, so that we can reach the higher levels. What Yulei said was not entirely without merit. Previously, Chen Fan had also figured out a certain pattern. Although the randomly teleported dimensions were not certain, the difference between the pre-transportation and post-transportation dimensions was less than 50. So in the end, they chose to listen to Yulei's advice and move up the hierarchy. The last door is the medium to the 199th floor. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and then just drilled right through the door. Suddenly the crowd went dark. 1 second there was a little bit of light, now it's suddenly black. It makes you wonder if there's something wrong with your eyes. All that was heard was a clatter. Liao Yong pulled out a lighter. A faint light emanated from the lighter. Because of the magnetic field, the electronic instruments didn't line up at all, so there was no way to turn on the flashlight. But a lighter is not the same, except that the light from a lighter is a little weak, but nevertheless it's enough.